I'm a humble young man from a mountain village in northeast China. In the early years of the 21st century, in pursuit of success, I joined a northern gang of tomb raiders, traversing from south to north. I encountered a myriad of characters and experiences in the vast landscape of society. Over the years, I transitioned from youth to middle age, my capacity for liquor increasing while time slipped away. I've had the privilege of encountering many extraordinary individuals and remarkable tales. Should you be interested, I invite you to take a seat and listen to the stories of a tomb raider's adventures. Chapter 1. Leaving home. I spent 7 years in confinement and, due to my commendable behavior, was granted a reduced sentence that on the day of my release, I received a mobile phone and was greeted by several unfamiliar calls. They were from previous associates, eager to persuade me to rejoin them in their endeavors. Some offered salaries of up to 100,000 yuan per month, with others even proposing 200,000 yuan along with a company car. Most of these calls originated from two locations, Panjiayuan in Beijing and Shenyang Road in Tianjin. After careful consideration, I ultimately declined their offers. My entry into this profession was a grave mistake. Although I had the chance to amass wealth overnight, it came at a significant cost. 7 years had transformed me from a youthful, clean-cut lad into a middle-aged man with a protruding belly. The girl I once knew is now a mother herself. Alone and without kin, I made the decision to move to Dali. I purchased a modest storefront by the shores of Arai Lake and opened a small supermarket on days with little business. I would stroll along the beach, savoring the sea breeze, leading a tranquil existence. The supermarket is located on Songshan East Road, adjacent to Lil Mart. Should any friends wish to visit, I would be delighted to welcome them with tea. Not long ago, the ancient Shu civilization was discovered, along with the sensational golden mask that captured the attention of the entire nation. In truth, my path to wealth is somewhat intertwined with these revelations, revolving around two pivotal words: antiques and tomb raiding. In recent years, the popularity of works like Ghost Blows Out the Light, Tomb Raider Notes, and Golden Eyes has surged, inspiring me to recount the tales from my own experiences in this realm now that I find myself with some leisure time. Although I have not encountered the heavenly palace of Cloud Top or the sacred tree of the Qinling Mountains, nor do I possess the gift of golden eyes, I embarked on my journey into the world of antiques at the tender age of 16, witnessing firsthand many extraordinary events that elude the comprehension of the average person. Let me begin from the very start. I was born in a small village in the northeast of our country, near Mo, where winters are so frigid they can be fatal. My grandmother raised me. I have never met my parents and have no desire to inquire about their names. As the saying goes, grandparents tend to favor their grandchildren. I was quite mischievous in my youth, often disregarding my teacher's admonitions, and my academic performance was dismal, perpetually languishing at the bottom of my class. Thanks to the country's poverty alleviation policies, our village benefited from social welfare, receiving a meager monthly stipend of over 80 yuan, alongside some form of specie. Our subsidy for orphans, amounting to over 100 yuan. My family struggled to make ends meet. During that time, I was captivated by treasure hunting programs broadcast daily on the Central Television Network. I was enthralled by the stories of seemingly inconsequential bottles and jars that, according to experts, could fetch tens of thousands of yuan as antiques, capable of exchanging FO. Our houses or cars. I consistently deceived my grandmother, claiming that my school required me to purchase educational materials. Each time she provided me with money, I would hasten to the bookstore and acquire only books related to antiques. I distinctly remember the first book I read was 50 Treasures of Ancient Springs, a rather thick volume. Ancient coins, referred to as purple money in my region, have opened my eyes to the world of antiques, igniting an insatiable passion within me. I rummaged through every corner of my home and persuaded my classmates to partake in a peculiar scheme without reading the inscriptions. I convinced them to pilfer copper coins from their own households, offering a uniform price of 50 cents each for their clandestine acquisitions. Frugality became my mantra. I never ordered dishes from the cafeteria. In a stroke of ingenuity, I sold a stack of textbooks for a mere 7 yuan. My academic performance was abysmal, prompting my teacher to lament my fate, declaring that I was destined to become a scourge upon society if I did not apply myself to my studies. At the time, I scoffed at my teacher's words, harboring dreams of wealth, even if I were to become a societal pariah. I vowed to be a prosperous one when I turned 18. Calamity struck as my grandmother suffered an unfortunate accident while shoveling snow in the courtyard, resulting in a fractured leg. The combined medical and surgical expenses soared beyond 3,000 yuan. Our family's financial situation was dire. We could scarcely muster 600 yuan. I vividly recall my grandmother lying on the heated bed, cocooned in thick blankets, weeping softly at night. My aunt, who owned several successful country inns in the snowy town of Mo, became my beacon of hope that I approached her, seeking a loan to procure medicine for my grandmother. Although she refrained from vocalizing her sentiments, I overheard her husband disparaging me in secret, hailing me a harbinger of misfortune and denouncing our family as a fallen lineage. He suggested that any money loaned to us should be considered lost, advising my aunt to limit her interactions with our family. That winter night, I found myself sitting alone on a stone for 3 hours. Though clad in warm attire, it offered little solace against the biting chill of Mo, where temperatures plummeted to over 30 degrees below zero. In the fervor of youth, the words from a relative mercilessly shattered a young man's pride into countless fragments. Clutching the borrowed money, I vowed to myself, I, Xiang Yinfeng, shall rise above mediocrity. Subsequently, I dropped out of school. To be precise, I hold no more than an elementary school diploma. With a mere 3,000 yuan, after allocating funds for my grandmother's surgery and medications, I discreetly retained 753 yuan. With this modest sum, I not only collected copper coins but also ventured to the neighboring village to acquire porcelain and silver dollars. Rural folk often regard silver dollars as valuable, while they remain largely indifferent to bottles, bowls, and porcelain wares. Devoting my days to reading and watching antique appraisal programs, I gradually cultivated a basic discernment. I acquired a pair of late Qing dynasty blue and white feather dusters for 100 yuan, several Republic-era pastel salt jars adorned with images of ladies for under 200 yuan, and 3 blue and white bowls from the mid-Qing period for 180 yuan. Regrettably, these bowls bore chicken claw patterns and were poorly preserved, each displaying hairline cracks. Previously, I had also saved a small pouch of copper coins, approximately 200 pieces in total, predominantly from the Song and Qing dynasties. The most common were from the Daoguang, Guangxu, Qianlong, and Yuanfeng reigns. I understood that these coins were not particularly valuable, but I was pleased to find 3 well-preserved Yongzheng coins, aware that Yongzheng Tongbao could possess some worth, though I was uncertain of its precise value at that time. Having purchased these items, I spent over 500 yuan, leaving myself with 240 yuan, while the average monthly wage then was just over 300 yuan. At that time, I shared a close bond with a female classmate who lent me 2 large 30-inch suitcases. Within them, I carefully packed 11 pieces of porcelain and a small pouch of copper coins, wrapping them meticulously in bedding to prevent any breakage and cushioning them with ample foam. Ultimately, I managed to fill both suitcases and a backpack to the brim, and my grandmother could not comprehend my actions, claiming that I was neglecting my responsibilities and that she had raised me in vain. My great-aunt became aware of the situation, and the villagers often whispered and pointed fingers at me behind my back. Enduring disdain and bearing the weight of humiliation and misunderstanding, I departed from Mo on the morning of the 17th day of the 12th lunar month. At that moment, I believed that the wealthiest individuals resided in Beijing, and naturally my collection of antiques should be sold to them. Moreover, I had long harbored a yearning for the legendary Panjian. There were no direct trains from Mo to Beijing. I had to first take a train to Saiping and then transfer to a train bound for Beijing West. The entire journey spanned over 2,000 kilometers and took more than 50 hours to save money. I opted for the cheapest hard seat available. With 2 large suitcases in tow and a heavy backpack on my back, I felt disheveled, my hair oily and my attire rather plain. Passengers at the station occasionally pointed at me, whispering among themselves. Having never traveled far before, this was my first experience on a train, and I was utterly alone. After purchasing my ticket, I found myself with less than 100 yuan to my name. If my items did not sell, I wouldn't even have the means to purchase a return ticket, let alone afford a meal. The food on the train was exorbitantly priced, so I refrained from spending any money, opting instead to continuously refill my cup with hot water. When hunger became unbearable, I reluctantly bought a bag of fried dough twists for 2 yuan and 50 cents. A rural youth arrived in Beijing for the first time, perceiving everything as a novelty. The security scanner at the train station was a sight I had never encountered before. Though I was still quite young, I was not intimidated by strangers and felt bold enough to engage in conversation. I inquired how to reach the Panjian antique market, and the ticket clerk kindly directed me to the subway, patiently explaining the necessary transfers. I was to take Line 9 from Beijing West Station, disembark at Lilikio to switch to Line 10, and finally alight at Panjiayuan Station. Fortunately, my memory served me well. I did not wander too far off course. At that time, the subway fare was a mere 2 yuan, allowing for carefree travel as long as one did not hit the station. Upon descending into the subway station, the sidewalks were lined with anti-slip grooves. Burdened with a backpack and dragging 2 large suitcases, I found my journey quite arduous. After crossing the Huawei Bridge, I finally beheld the golden-lettered sign standing at the north gate, Panjiayuan Old Goods Market. At last, I have arrived. Chapter 2. Selling goods. As I dragged my cart through the northern entrance of the market, the first sight that greeted me was the greenhouse area. My goodness! It was a Saturday, and the crowd was overwhelming, a veritable sea of people. There were items of all kinds: Bodhi seeds, amber, turquoise, porcelain trinkets, jade jewelry, bronze artifacts, stone carvings, and exquisite embroidery. It was truly a feast for the eyes, dazzling and overwhelming. Naturally, most of these wares were counterfeit. Genuine treasures were few and far between among the stalls. A smile crept across my face as I thought, this place is filled with fakes. While all my goods are authentic relics I've personally collected, surely they will sell quickly. Noticing an empty stall within the tent, I prepared to display my items. Hey, what do you think you're doing? A nearby bald vendor interrupted me. I'm setting up my stall, I replied. Setting up? Is this your stall? If not, then get lost. Scram, kid. I gritted my teeth and retorted, I intend to set up my stall. Is this yours? I'm willing to pay you. How much do you want? The bald man's eyes darted around before he grinned. 100 yuan. Pay me that, and you can set up. What? 100 yuan? How can it be so expensive? He shot me a sidelong glance and declared, that's the price. If you're not buying, then leave me to my business. With less than 100 yuan left in my pocket, I steeled myself and, after some haggling, handed him 90. Now, I was left with a mere 3 yuan to my name. The bald man took the money, chuckling all the while. Just as I began to unfold my stall, having only laid out half of my wares, the loudspeaker of the antique market blared to life. Ladies and gentlemen, the Panjiayuan antique market has reached its closing time. We kindly ask all visitors to gather their belongings and depart in an orderly fashion. We wish you a pleasant shopping experience and prosperous business endeavors. As a horn sounded, the vendors began to pack up their stalls. At that moment, I was utterly flabbergasted. I had yet to set up my display. Infuriated, I confronted the bald man, demanding a refund. The market is closing. I haven't even started. He spat disdainfully, his face unyielding. How dare you? You've already set up your cloth. That counts as displaying. There's no way you're getting a refund. My vision blurred with frustration. I grasped his arm tightly, insisting he return my money. You little brat, he bellowed, delivering a harsh kick to my abdomen. At that moment, I was still quite young and stood no chance against him, doubled over in pain. As the crowd dwindled, vendors hurried to pack their goods and depart with their tricycles, including the bald man who had just assaulted me. In the biting cold of winter, while Beijing may not be as frigid as Mo, the nights still held a chill. The security guard, accompanied by a large dog, urged me to hasten my departure, warning that delays would incur a fine. With the days short and nights long, by the time I dragged my suitcase out of the market, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. Cold and famished, I found myself with only 3 yuan left. After sitting on a bench by the roadside for half an hour, I learned of an internet CAF located about 2 kilometers away on the west side of Huawei Bridge. I trudged toward it, only to discover that the cheapest overnight rental for a computer was 10 yuan, far beyond my meager funds. My hopes of staying at the internet CAF were dashed. The chill outside was unbearable, compelling me to seek refuge in an ATM vestibule. From time to time, individuals entered to withdraw cash, casting curious glances in my direction. The ground was cold, and sleep eluded me. I donned the hood of my winter coat and curled up in a corner against the wall. After 2 or 3 hours, in a haze, I felt a gentle tap on my shoulder. Upon lifting my gaze, I discovered a woman in her 50s, accompanied by a small white dog, likely a resident of a nearby community. "Young man, on such a cold day, why are you sleeping here?" she inquired. "I just bought 2 freshly baked sesame pancakes. If you don't mind, please have some." She shook her head and placed a plastic bag atop a red metal box designed for fire extinguishers. After she departed, my stomach growled in hunger, and I ultimately retrieved the plastic bag. The pancakes were crispy and fragrant. As I ate, tears streamed down my face. Was I truly willing to give up? Would returning home only invite disdain from others? No, I reassured myself repeatedly. Xiang Yinfeng, you will become a wealthy individual. At 8 o'clock the following morning, I returned to Panjiayuan. Lacking the funds to pay for a stall, I dragged my suitcase in circles. Whenever I noticed someone inspecting porcelain, I would approach and inquire, "Sir, would you care to see my porcelain? It's all vintage, and the prices are reasonable." At that moment, a loudspeaker in the market blared, "Dear visitors, please be cautious of unscrupulous vendors trailing you. Safeguard your belongings to avoid being deceived." Upon the loudspeaker's announcement, the gaze of the onlookers shifted towards me, and in an instant, they hurriedly departed. After inquiring with several individuals, it became evident that many regarded me as a nefarious character, a purveyor of deceitful trades. Subsequently, with a sense of trepidation, I ventured into an antique shop, posing the question to the proprietor regarding the acquisition of porcelain. The shopkeeper, with a disinterested demeanor, replied, "What do you have? Show me." My heart leaped with anticipation as I promptly laid my suitcase flat and unlatched it. Alas, the contents appeared rather lackluster. All seemed to be aged relics. "How much do you intend to sell this pair of garish blue vases?" I inquired, pointing to a duo of Qing dynasty vases nestled within the case. Gulping, I cautiously proposed, "These are from the late Qing period. Could you possibly part with them for 800? What nonsense is this? 800? The shopkeeper's eyes widened in astonishment. "I can offer you a maximum of 150. Will you sell?" "A mere 150 for the pair?" A chill ran through me. I had journeyed from the mountains, enduring the biting cold and hunger on a grueling 2,000-kilometer train ride, and all for a mere 100. Furious, my face flushed crimson, I began to repack my items. Noticing my intention to leave, the proprietor hastily added, "Wait. Don't be hasty. If it's absolutely necessary, I can raise it by 20. How does 170 sound?" Struggling to contain my anger, I felt my initial offer was not only reasonable, but deserved respect. However, I found myself insulted instead. "Keep that 20 for yourself." In moments of rage, one cannot absorb reason. The ire of youth burns fiercely. Without further consideration, I seized my suitcase and exited the porcelain shop. I have not yet given up. I'm prepared to set up a stall outside the market. However, upon stepping out, I was met with the sight of the city management confiscating goods. Several rogue vendors selling counterfeit items had their wares seized, which instantly dissuaded me from pursuing this endeavor. Yet, as fate would have it, in my moment of despair, I encountered an elderly gentleman who advised, "Young man, the crowds at Panjiayuan on Sundays are immense, and the stalls are quite costly. You might consider trying at Bayagwosi, as I have heard that the stalls there incur no fees." Upon receiving this delightful tidbit of information, my spirits soared. I hastily gathered my belongings and made my way to Guang'an in Bayagwosi. This opportunity at a free stall in Bayagwosi represented my last chance. Chapter 3. A turn of fortune at that time. Bayagwosi still hosted street vendors, and there were quite a number of stalls, predominantly selling coins and porcelain shards. It is said that the renowned Pianbai of Beijing originated from Bayagwosi. Coincidentally, I had brought along porcelain and copper coins, perfectly aligning with the market's offerings. My previous despondency dissipated, replaced by a surge of confidence. I refused to believe that no one would be interested in my goods. Fortune smiled upon me, as I successfully claimed a vacant spot right in front of a stall, using my last 3 yuan to purchase 2 chicken sausages. As I savored the sausages, I pondered whether I would perish of hunger in the freezing Beijing or indulge in a feast. Today would determine my fate. To my surprise, as soon as I unfurled my stall, within 10 minutes, a throng of eager customers surrounded me. Excuse me, how much for this Song Dynasty coin and the Qing Dynasty coin? Could I take a look at that small, colorful salt jar? In an instant, I found myself busily engaged with inquiries. What is the price for that pair of blue and white jars? Just give me your lowest price, and if it suits me, I shall take it. In a state of panic, I glanced at the stall and casually remarked, a pair of blue and white vases, at least 800. All right, wrap them up then. How shall I pay you? The individual nodded and motioned for the items to be packaged. Hold on, don't rush. I'll offer 830 for this pair, suddenly interjected another person, raising the price. Ma Lao-san, isn't this against the rules? The man coldly retorted. Rules? You haven't even paid yet. The small vendor can sell to whomever he pleases. Are you really going to lecture me about rules? Boss Song, old antiques are becoming increasingly scarce, especially these dowry vases which have no issue finding buyers. Just pair them with a box in your shop, and you could sell them for a handsome sum. Don't you have any idea of their value? Boss Song slammed his thigh in frustration. Damn it, Malalu, what business is it of yours how much I sell them for? It seemed the two were on the verge of a brawl, so I hurried to mediate. Please, let us not quarrel. There are other items to consider. Look at this lovely pink and white salt cellar. Though it lacks a lid, the craftsmanship is exquisite. Boss Song glanced at the salt cellar in my hand and asked loudly, Young man, you just said you would sell it to me for 800. Who are you planning to sell it to now? I pondered to myself. Why is it that what no one wanted at Panjiayuan has suddenly become a point of contention here? After a moment's thought, I replied, Brother, I initially quoted 800 for these vases, so I shall sell them to you for that amount. I cannot go back on my word. Ha! Excellent. The man laughed heartily, patting his beer belly, and looked at Ma Laolu with a smug expression, casting a cursory glance over the other items in my stall. All right, my young friend, since you're so straightforward, I shall be equally candid. I desire everything you have here. One shot. Huh? I was momentarily taken aback by the generosity of this Beijing businessman. Well then, no need to sell anymore. Pack up your stall and follow Boss Song to the shop to collect your payment. The vendor beside me remarked enviously. Oh, all right. I hurriedly dismantled my stall. Following the portly Boss Song into the store, he instructed me to leave the box behind, assuring me that the cost of the box would be included in my payment. In the end, for the porcelain, the copper coins, and the box, the rotund boss handed me 4,700 in cash. This amount was equivalent to the savings of an average laborer over an entire year. Such an impressive feat. The big boss purchased my entire stall in one go and even bought my suitcase. With empty hands, I exited the Baegwosi, feeling the thick wad of 100 yuan bills in my pocket, my face nearly splitting from joy. Standing on the Guanyanmen Bridge, clutching my fortune, I shouted exuberantly, Heaven rewards the diligent. Although my academic pursuits are lacking, I am inherently cut out for business. My uncle's rural homestay is nothing in comparison. I aspire to become the most formidable antique dealer in the nation. At that moment, passers-by cast curious glances in my direction. Now 15 or 16 years have passed, and every time I recall this scene, I can't help but smile, thinking of myself as a fool. From this venture, I netted over 4,000. With ample funds in my pocket, I felt at ease. Having acquired wealth, my first priority was to satisfy my hunger. The village children have hearty appetites. I devoured 2 bowls of knife-cut noodles and ordered a cold dish, feeling thoroughly satiated. After a hearty meal, I found myself using a toothpick to pick at my teeth while contemplating my next steps. I thought, this approach seems viable. After settling my debts with my uncle-in-law, I still had a little left. This sum should suffice as my capital. On my next venture, I wouldn't need to repay him, and if I managed to gather a bit more, a single trip could yield a profit of 4,000. Just imagine if I made 10 trips, I could earn 40,000. That evening, upon arriving at the West Station, I was deceived by a middle-aged woman who persuaded me to stay at a modest inn for a mere 60 yuan a night. Once I checked in, the innkeeper's wife, with a conspiratorial air, slyly inquired if I desired to have a companion. Realizing her intentions, I hastily waved my hands, insisting, no, I do not need a companion. Despite my refusals, she continued to press, and ultimately, I was compelled to part with an additional 20 yuan to dissuade her from further pestering me. As the old saying goes when venturing out, one must not flaunt their wealth. I distinctly recall the innkeeper's wife eyeing my stack of red banknotes with undisguised greed. That night, fatigue overtook me, and I drifted into a restless slumber, taking precautions by placing the plastic bag containing my money beneath my pillow for safety. Little did I know, upon waking, my money would be gone. The hard-earned sum of over 4,000 yuan had vanished. "Where's my money?" I exclaimed, my face draining of color as I frantically rummaged through the sheets and pillows. Yet all I found was the deflated black plastic bag. Terrified, I rushed to confront the innkeeper's wife, demanding she check the surveillance footage, insisting that my money had been stolen and that I intended to report it to the authorities. The outcome was predictable. Not a single yuan was recovered. To this day, I harbor a deep-seated aversion to inns located near train stations. Years have passed, and I surmise that quaint little inn has long since vanished. Can I say I harbor resentment? Not quite. Had I not lost that money back then, I might now be the proprietor of an antique shop. Perhaps even married with children. My life's trajectory could have been utterly transformed. Yet, no one is afforded the chance to relive the past. If that money had remained in my possession, I would not have existed in my current circles, nor would I have acquired the moniker gods I peak. The police merely took a statement, subtly intimating that the likelihood of recovering the lost funds was slim. Empty-handed and despondent, I lacked the courage to return to Mo. To face home, I knew that upon my return, I would surely become a subject of ridicule, mocked by my peers and looked down upon by my uncle's family. I felt ashamed. If I claimed I had earned 4,000 yuan, the villagers would not believe me. Standing on the overpass outside the West Station, there was a fleeting moment when I contemplated jumping, wishing to escape this life. Orphaned and uncared for, I was but a neglected child, wishing for an early demise and rebirth. The immaturity of youth often breeds terrifying thoughts. At that moment, as I prepared to leap, even if I did not perish from a fall, I would likely be crushed by passing trucks. My legs had already extended over the edge. Just then, someone tapped me on the shoulder from behind. Chapter 4. Joining the fray. Ah, young man, so full of life, why such despair? As I wiped my tears and turned around, I was taken aback. It was the elderly gentleman from yesterday, the one who had guided me at Panjiayuan. It was he who informed me that there were no fees for the stalls at Guoxi. "Young man, I've been observing you since you came to Panjiayuan to sell your wares yesterday. If I'm not mistaken, you've lost your money, haven't you?" The elderly gentleman donned a casual outfit, his temples flecked with gray, yet he appeared remarkably spirited. At that moment, I did not ponder much with reddened eyes. I nodded slightly and confided that my earnings from sales had been stolen, leaving me despondent. He shook his head with a light chuckle and inquired, "Young man, how much did you lose?" I replied, "Over 4,000. He laughed heartily and raised a single finger, saying, "4,000 is merely a trifle. If you work with me, in no time, I can help you earn 20,000. Staring blankly at his finger, I asked, "How long will it take? A year?" He shook his head. "A month?" Another shake. "A week?" He chuckled. "I'm not jesting, just a minute. If you grasp it quickly, thousands can be made in mere moments." I found it hard to believe. Initially, I suspected him to be a trafficker intending to deceive me into selling a kidney. I would not consent to that. Death seemed preferable, for if I lived after selling a kidney, I had heard tales of being unable to father children, and my wife would wear another's green hat. He left me with a parting remark. "Young man, if you aspire to make a name for yourself and return home in a grand vehicle, follow me. If you wish to wallow in despair over a paltry sum, then do not bother. It would mean I misjudged you." Indeed, for my impoverished family, 4,000 was an astronomical figure, while for him, it was insignificant. This man was my mentor, the one who introduced me to the trade. His path to fortune was through tomb raiding. Seek the dragon, and the mountains will entwine. Each layer of entanglement presents a new challenge. If a door is locked with 1,000 keys, surely a noble resides within. From the moment I followed him down the overpass, I considered myself initiated into this world. Shortly after entering the field, I realized that the old man's words held truth. A few thousand yuan is but a trifling sum, easily earned in moments. Have you often heard of the 4 great factions of tomb raiding? The tomb robbers, the mountain movers, the earth unloaders, and the grave generals. In reality, however, these factions have long since faded into the annals of history. Presently, tomb raiders can be roughly categorized into two groups: the northern faction and the southern faction, often whimsically referred to as the bold faction and the timid faction. The northern raiders are characterized by their audacity, often embarking on ventures with a luoyang shovel in hand, unafraid to dig up anything. However, they lack proficiency in navigating water-filled caves, particularly in the southern regions of Hunan, Guizhou, and Zhejiang, where the water can be ancient and unyielding. Such caves present significant challenges, requiring skills akin to those of a water monkey. And for deeper water caves, specialized diving equipment is essential. To be candid, the northern faction is largely composed of those unaccustomed to water. They may excel on land, but falter beneath the surface. In contrast, many from the southern faction operate as family units, with fathers guiding sons and grandfathers instructing grandsons. They rarely engage with strangers, earning the moniker of the timid faction, a practice intended to prevent internal strife. This industry is a veritable mix of talent and charlatans. True experts are indeed formidable, capable of reciting burial scriptures and discerning burial sites with a mere glance. This is no exaggeration. Conversely, there are those inept interlopers who, armed with nothing but a shovel, dare to disturb graves. Such individuals often meet swift demise, frequently apprehended. In contrast, those who adhere to established protocols are seldom caught. I shall elaborate further. A 6-member tomb raiding gang operates, with the highest earner being the eyes leader, a term that denotes the individual responsible for locating and identifying tombs. This is a skilled endeavor, and a proficient eyes leader is highly sought after wherever they go. Then there is the seller of rice, an insider's code name referring to the person who transforms the acquired treasures into cash. In some regions, they are also known as peddlers. This role demands extensive connections, as they must navigate through various networks of individuals from both the south and north. It is paramount that the items sold remain untraceable. Next in line are the diggers, whose work relies heavily on experience. With a luoyang shovel, they can ascertain the age of a tomb by analyzing the soil layers they extract. Underneath them are the lookouts, whose name is self-explanatory. They must possess keen vision and acute hearing. Their role is crucial, as the success of a significant operation often hinges on their vigilance. Some lookouts even engage with local residents a year in advance under the guise of opening a supermarket, earning their trust through social integration. Additionally, there is the logistical officer, typically a solitary figure who does not descend into the pits, but is responsible for procuring and managing equipment. Items such as digging tools, gas masks, waterproof flashlights, walkie-talkies, bedding, cooking utensils, and personal hygiene products must all be sourced by this individual to minimize exposure and conceal identities. Lastly, there is the role known as scattering soil. This was the first task I undertook upon entering the profession. While the remuneration for scattering soil is the least among the group, it still surpasses that of conventional labor. In this role, the more inconspicuous one appears, the better. My unremarkable features inadvertently aided in my selection. I possess an unremarkable appearance. So who would take the time to gaze upon me daily, unless they were simply idling away their hours? Conversely, if one were strikingly handsome or exceedingly unattractive, one might find oneself in a precarious situation, for before the dust in one's pocket has even settled, one could easily be discovered. It is advisable to discreetly carry a small amount, masquerading as a casual dog walker, allowing the soil to cascade down one's pant leg, leaving no trace behind. Afterward, one may quietly divide the spoils, ensuring that no one perceives our actions. The elder who introduced me to this clandestine trade is known as Wang Xiansheng, affectionately referred to as Wang the Leader by those within the circle. It is said that he has encountered thousands of grand tombs throughout his lifetime, spanning from the Han Dynasty to the pre-Qin era and extending through the Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties. Essentially, he has plundered them all. Among the treasures of the trade, 2 tombs are particularly favored, one belonging to the Han Dynasty and the other to the Western Zhou. The reasoning is quite straightforward. Bronze artifacts and ancient jade are exceedingly valuable. It is often said that 9 out of 10 Han tombs are empty, and this assertion holds true. The Western Zhou tombs are even more remarkable. During the era of the fire signal and the feudal lords, when lords were plentiful and lavish burials were the norm. Should one be fortunate enough to uncover a vast pit brimming with bronze vessels in a lord's tomb from the Western Zhou, congratulations are in order. Your descendants need not labor for 3 generations. Similarly, the Western Zhou tombs are the deepest of all dynasties, with the tomb of Emperor Qin Shi Huang marking the onset of burial mounds. As time has passed, the landscape has transformed. Typically, Western Zhou tombs lie more than 15 meters underground. Without burial mounds, they are challenging to locate and even more difficult to excavate. Officially, the trade of bronze artifacts is prohibited by the authorities, yet it is a well-known fact that the pieces showcased on television treasure appraisal programs originate from the same source. The surviving bronze artifacts account for less than 1% of the total quantity. Where then do the rest emerge from if not from our line of work? Initially, Wang, the leader, took me away from Beijing and advised me to refrain from contacting the outside world for the time being. My first assignment was in Shund, where I was tasked with excavating a Western Zhou tomb. Due to a severe shortage of manpower, I caught Wang's attention, being the youngest member of the group at that time. Upon arriving in Shund, Wang handed me 1,000 yuan, stating it was customary, a welcoming gift for entering the trade, which I was free to spend as I wished, even on indulging with women. Being quite young, I felt hesitant to pursue such endeavors. My expenditures were modest, primarily on food and drink. I savored the local delicacies, including water snake soup, 4 cups of chicken, pan-fried fish cakes, and steamed pork from Junin, all of which were delightful. After wandering around Shun for 2 days, Wang summoned me and said, "Yinfeng, tonight is the night we must act. Are you ready? Have you remembered everything I taught you?" I nodded in affirmation, recalling the guidelines. No excavation during daylight, no excavation when a vehicle is present, no excavation in parks, and no excavation when there are many people around. Wang nodded with satisfaction and then inquired, "So, what do you intend to dig?" After some contemplation, I replied, "Back by the leader, near the construction site, in the demolished houses, within the woods, and in the gardens." He laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Excellent. I haven't taught you those yet. You have a sharp mind. Stay astute and work diligently with us. I will ensure that within 2 years, you become the wealthiest person in your village. Do you understand?" Elated by this prospect, I eagerly nodded in agreement. Chapter 5. The shovel that evening at the inn, for more individuals arrived, making a total of 3 men and 1 woman. The woman in charge of our logistics is in her 30s, with a mischievous smile and a dark mole beneath her eye. She is affectionately nicknamed the Mole in our circle, and I later heard that her ambition is to have intimate relations with 100 men before she turns 40. As new faces arrive, I hear someone remark on their youth, accompanied by a teasing comment about their physical attributes. All right, Xiao Hong, don't frighten him. This child is young and spirited. With a couple of years of nurturing, he might just flourish." Wang Batu intervened to ease the tension. The 3 men are brothers, all surnamed Sun, and they are referred to as Sun Lao Da, Sun Lao Air, and Sun Lao San, in order of age. Wang Batu mentioned that Sun Lao Air and Sun Lao San are well known in the field. They can skillfully maneuver a Luoyang shovel and possess a unique technique for probing soil, particularly adept at locating deep pits, thanks to their extensive experience. In contrast, Sun Lao Da holds dual roles in reconnaissance and sales. My initial impression of him was one of steadiness and honesty, but I later learned that those who appear the most sincere often possess sharp wits, keenly aware of their surroundings, qualities that are invaluable in urgent situations. To the southwest of Shunfeng Mountain Park, lies a small gully known to locals as Moth Mountain. The old master informed me that a significant pit resides halfway up Moth Mountain. I curiously inquired, "Master, how do you know there is a large pit halfway up?" He exhaled a puff of smoke, squinting as he replied, "Yinfeng, the lock at the horizontal rail clearly divides both sides. High mountains and flat land conceal the pit in between." At the time, his words left me bewildered, feeling as though he was reciting a tongue twister that I could hardly comprehend. Later, I recited the Burial Sutra, and Wang Baotou imparted to me his experience in searching for dragon veins. At that moment, I truly comprehended that the succinct 4 phrases from Wang Baotou encapsulated the feng shui advantages of Fei Mountain. That night, shortly after 1 in the morning, we A small group ascended to the mountainside of Fei Mountain, laden with heavy backpacks. Before an ancient cedar tree, the elder excitedly stamped his foot and exclaimed, "Air, San. This is the spot. Let's sample the essence first. If we find stones, we shall proceed." Sun Air nodded in agreement and pressed the button on the small intercom attached to his shoulder. "Lauda, we are about to dine. Are there any guests around?" The intercom's red light blinked, and a deep voice from Sun Lauda responded, "All is calm. Commence cooking," with the assurance that the vicinity was deserted. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Sun Air's eyes. He removed his backpack and retrieved a short stick and a curved shovel from within. Wang Baotou turned to me and said, "Yin Feng, this is our dining tool. The times are advancing, and we must keep pace. The Luoyang shovel has been modified into sections, easily concealed in our packs." With deft hands, Sun Air assembled the Luoyang shovel, which extended impressively over 8 meters. "Ergo, this is a deep pit. Is this length sufficient? If not, I have more in my bag," Sun San inquired. "Do not fret, San. If it were any longer, it would be unwieldy. We shall first examine the soil structure beneath and sample the essence," replied Sun Air. "Yin Feng, come here and assist me," he beckoned. I hurried over to help him steady the Luoyang shovel. And then, to my astonishment, Sun Air unfastened his trousers and, right before me, began to relieve himself. After draining the water, he shivered and rolled up his trousers. Squatting down, Sun Lao Air gazed intently at the spot where the water had been released for a while. Then, furrowing his brow, he remarked that it would not do. There were stones beneath, necessitating a change in location for digging. "Xiao Yin Feng, right beneath your feet. You can release the water now." Although confused, I complied and began to let the water flow. With a chuckle, Sun Lao Air remarked, "This young fellow is full of vigor and strength. Look at how yellow that is." He scrutinized the ground where I had released the water for 2 minutes, then nodded approvingly. "At this point, there are fewer stones below. Let us get to work." His strength was remarkable. With a single thrust, the shovel could penetrate 10 centimeters, continuously removing the earth with the Luoyang shovel. After excavating a considerable amount, I noticed that the color of the soil had changed, turning somewhat dark. "Second brother, look quickly. The soil has turned black. Does that mean we've reached the bottom?" "Not at all. This black soil is not what we seek. It is merely the decayed root layer. Of no use." The small hole grew deeper. "Damn it, this is impressive. The rod is insufficient. Lao San, extend it." As the rod lengthened, the Luoyang shovel continued its descent. An hour later, the shovel unearthed a layer of white soil, beneath which lay some green soil. Sun Lao Air sniffed the earth and suddenly became fervently excited. "Damn, Wang Baotou, this lad Yin Feng is a harbinger of fortune. I haven't seen such a large pit in 2 years." One thrust struck the tamped earth layer, revealing white clay that connected to green clay. This could belong to a noble from the Western Zhou period, or perhaps a minor feudal lord. "We are about to strike it rich." "Hush! Lower your voice, second brother." Sun Laosan frowned and cautioned. Sun Laer, however, appeared utterly unconcerned, waving his hand dismissively. "It's just that I haven't seen a fresh grave in years. I hope it's an untouched one." The term untouched refers to a tomb that has not been looted before, implying that it holds treasures yet to be discovered, which could yield substantial profits. At this moment, the old foreman quietly remarked, "It's all a matter of luck, even if it is a looted grave. If there are still a couple of valuable items inside, this trip will not have been in vain. After all, this is a Western Zhou tomb. What if we uncover something like a 4-sheep square zun or a bronze vessel? Haha, old foreman, you dare to dream. If such treasures were truly found, we wouldn't even dare to sell them. We'd be scrutinized to death," Sun Laer replied, pressing the intercom button. "Boss, the foreman mentioned a 4-sheep square zun in this tomb. Do you have a way to sell it?" The intercom lit up in response. A crackling voice emerged. "What nonsense! I don't want to get shot. Hurry up and get to work." The Sun brothers were well known in their field, relying on their genuine skills. By examining the layers of soil they unearthed, they could mentally map out the layout of the tomb below. Given the ancient age, such tombs typically suffered from collapses. Attempting to blindly dig a straight line to the main burial chamber was nothing short of a fantasy. They risked veering off course and missing the burial artifacts entirely. Thus, The safest method was to excavate down along the tomb passage and then decide whether to proceed to the side chambers or the main chamber. Both second and third brothers worked in unison, wielding their shovels with precision. Now it was my turn to step in and contribute to the task at hand. My task involved scattering soil, yet not just any soil will suffice. Otherwise, with a thief's hole exceeding 10 meters in depth, I would hardly be able to carry away such a substantial amount. The soil that resembles the surrounding earth is generally dispersed right where it is, rendering it nearly indistinguishable. My responsibility lies in scattering the soil excavated from the tamped layers, specifically the white and green earth. Given that the green and white clay mingles with the soil, the color contrast is exceedingly pronounced. Thus, I must disperse this particular soil into the surrounding area, leaving no trace behind. In this mountainous region, agriculture is prevalent, and the greenish-white soil unearthed by the whirlwind shovel cannot be carelessly discarded. It must be piled to the side and dealt with just before dawn. Chapter 6. The incident Yinfeng. Find a suitable spot to stack it, and do not foolishly place it on someone else's land. Rest assured, Brother 2, I am aware. The quantity of greenish-white soil is not excessive. I retrieved 7 or 8 small bags from my backpack, carefully portioning and stacking them together. Suddenly, Sun Er, while in the pit, felt his whirlwind shovel come to an abrupt halt. "Er, what is the matter?" Wang Batu inquired from above. "Look," he responded, grasping a handful of soil. "The further down we go, the wetter it becomes. This is not a good sign. There may be water accumulating below." Wang Batu furrowed his brow. "A water pit? Surely it cannot be that shallow. Dig down another 20 centimeters and see." Sun Er nodded and resumed digging. "Brother 2, we cannot go any deeper. Beneath lies a burial passage, and there is definitely water." Sun Sen exclaimed urgently. "If there is water in the burial passage, even if we dig down, the thief's hole will be flooded. It cannot possibly hold." The leader could not suppress an expletive. Damn it. I didn't anticipate this turn of events. The second and third brothers have already moved ahead, and we lack the time to probe the water-filled cavity. The Sun brothers swiftly deployed a whirlwind shovel, and soon, with their legs stretched, they clambered up from the excavation. "Leader, I can guarantee that if we dig down another 1.5 meters, we will definitely encounter the tomb's ceiling." The term ceiling refers to the stone top of the tomb, while the brick tops from the Ming and Qing dynasties are referred to as crown tops. Sun Er lit a cigarette, gazing at the excavation he had completed, squinting as he spoke. "Leader, we've come this far. Should we take a gamble?" "What do you mean?" "Er?" He flicked the ash from his cigarette and replied coldly. "Request a pump and a small generator to be sent over." Wang, the leader, immediately shook his head, saying, "Pump out the water? That carries too great a risk. Given that it hasn't rained recently, considering the temperature around Shund, the pit will surely not freeze. If we can't drain the accumulated water within 2 hours, when dawn breaks, we will all be doomed. It would be a complete failure." Second brother, I concur with the leader's viewpoint. It is evident that there is water accumulation in the tomb passage. Should the water be excessive, a single pump will not suffice. Sun Sen expressed his concerns with a frown. "What the hell are we to do then? We can see a pot of succulent meat, but cannot reach it." Wang, stroking his chin, pondered for a moment before abruptly turning to me. "Yinfeng, what is your opinion? Should we retreat or press on?" The two brothers also turned their gazes towards me. I was squatting on the ground, sifting through the earth, surprised by the sudden inquiry. After a moment of contemplation, I replied, "Leader, I wish to earn money." "Insightful." Sun Lao Er chuckled heartily, proclaiming that fortune favors the bold while the timid meet their demise. "Look at this little fellow, unafraid. Why should we fear anything?" As the red light on the walkie-talkie flickered, Chief Yin immediately instructed, "Contact a mole. Have her deliver the items within the hour. A minute late, and she loses a share of the profits." Speed is of the essence in military operations. This was my first glimpse of the logistical prowess of the support team. Within an hour, a water pump and a small generator were dispatched to our location with remarkable punctuality. Upon the arrival of the water pump, Sun Lao Er rolled up his trousers and descended into the excavation site with a shovel. Soon, dirt began to rain down from the depths, increasingly saturated. After several minutes, a shout echoed from the pit. "What the hell?" Water gushing in. As he emerged, The accumulated water had already filled over half of the excavation. After connecting the generator and hoses, Chief Wang promptly dropped the pump into the pit. Bubbles surfaced as the water gurgled, while above, the pump tirelessly drained the flood. Fortune smiled upon us as the water level receded swiftly, sparing the newly excavated tunnel from collapse. Once Chief Wang retrieved the pump, he urged Lao Er, "Get the needle down there and breach the ceiling." The needle, a specialized tool in tomb raiding, was tipped with diamond and designed to pierce through ceilings with formidable power. The sound of chiseling echoed from below, followed by son Lao Er's voice, "Chief, we've broken through." Chief Wang's face lit up with a smile. Glancing at the time, he declared, "The water delay has cost us precious moments. Yin Feng, you should descend as well. The more hands, the better. Let us make haste and gather as much as we can." I was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "Isn't it risky to plunge in head first? What, there is no air down there?" Wang, chuckling, replied, "Oh, Yunavi soul, Yin Feng, consider this. If the tomb were perfectly sealed, how could it possibly hold so much water? Rest assured, the air circulation below is quite sufficient." Equipped with a headlamp, I descended into the looter's tunnel for the very first time. The ceiling had been breached by Sun Lauer, leaving a sizable opening. I positioned myself, stretching my legs against the tunnel walls, gradually lowering myself. The distance from the ceiling to the tomb passage was still 2 or 3 meters. Upon realizing the height, a wave of trepidation washed over me, and I hesitated to leap down. There was a pool of water in the tomb passage, deep enough to submerge a person's calves. And the Sun brothers stood in the water. "Jump, Yinfeng. It's not that high. We'll hoist you up afterwards," Sun Lauer called out, illuminating the space with his flashlight. With a silent prayer to the heavens, I took the plunge, only to lose my footing and land awkwardly, splashing into the stagnant water of the tomb passage. "Yinfeng, you must practice your landings. Look at your slender arms and legs. Are you all right?" Sun Lauer laughed as he helped me to my feet. The tomb passage was shaped like a cross, and we found ourselves at its center, with turns leading to the east and west chambers. Straight ahead lay the main burial chamber. Sun Lauer, with a grin, remarked, "We are fortunate. The tomb passage remains intact. Given its construction style, it dates back to the early Western Zhou period. At this level, the main burial chamber must contain a sealing stone. If it were to collapse, our efforts would be in vain. Even if the sealing stone is still in place, Lao San is quite adept at dealing with such matters. Isn't that so, Lao San?" "Ah, dear brother, you flatter me too much," Sun Lao San remarked, gazing into the encroaching darkness. "For any sealed entrance under 3 tons. As long as there are no natural stones above, I can manage to breach it. We shall first explore the main burial chamber, followed by the eastern and western side rooms. That was our plan." The 3 of us waded through the water when suddenly something red drifted towards us on the surface. "What is this?" Sun Lao San exclaimed as he retrieved the object from the water. Upon unfolding it, they discovered it was a modern pink towel, adorned with a brand logo, evidently washed down from the main burial chamber. The sight of the towel transformed the brothers' expressions into grimaces. As Sun Lao San raised his head, the beam from his headlamp illuminated the ceiling, revealing a small hole in the northwest corner. The surrounding stone was riddled with cracks, a veritable network of fissures. "Damn it," Sun Lao shouted, hurling the towel away in disgust. "That hole was created by a power drill. They must have placed explosives within. Those vile scoundrels intended to blast open the ceiling. This towel was used to muffle the sound of the explosion. This Western Zhou tomb has been tampered with. It must have been that gang from the south. After all our efforts, we find ourselves picking up the pieces." Chapter 7. The great evil. The more Sun Lao spoke, the angrier he became. The veins on his forehead bulged, giving him the appearance of someone on the brink of violence. Sun Lao San shook his head in dismay and pressed the intercom button. "Boss, we have new developments down here. This pit has already been rifled through." The intercom remained silent for a minute before Wang coldly inquired, "When were you touched? Did you enter the main burial chamber?" "No, we are still in the passage. A towel was washed in by the flood just now, and it's clear that it was stolen not long ago. Wang, you are aware of those individuals in the south. They seldom leave anything of value behind in the tombs they have looted. Wang pondered for a moment and responded, "Old heir. Here's the plan. You should check the main burial chamber. If it is devoid of any items, there's no need to inspect the ear chamber. Just tidy up your equipment and return." "Understood, boss," Sun Lair replied, setting down the intercom. Though I did not smoke, my sense of smell is relatively keen. At that moment, I suddenly detected a faint fragrance. "Ergo, why does it smell like incense?" I asked, puzzled. Upon hearing my words, Sun Lair exaggeratedly sniffed the air ahead. He then turned to Sun La San, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in his eyes. "Indeed, we overlooked it earlier. This is sandalwood," he remarked, his expression suddenly turning grave. "Ergo Singa, what is wrong? Is there something amiss with the sandalwood?" I questioned, perplexed by their serious demeanor. I reasoned that it was customary for the affluent to be interred in gold-threaded sandalwood coffins, so the scent of sandalwood seemed rather ordinary. The light-hearted expressions of the Sun brothers vanished. "Yin Feng, give me your hand," he instructed. "Ah, what do you need my hand for?" I asked, extending my hand in confusion. "Ergo, what are you doing?" I exclaimed in pain as he swiftly used a sharp dagger to slice through my fingertip. Crimson blood flowed forth as the Sun brothers, one after the other, smeared a bit of my blood upon their wrists. "Second brother, third brother, why do you smear my blood?" I complained, nursing my injured finger. Sun Air, at that moment, explained to me, "Yin Feng, in our profession of tomb raiding, we must be wary of the 4 great evils and the 6 minor evils. The squint-eyed tomb guardian, the delicate agarwood, the eternally unblemished black coffin, and the ever-burning lamp. These constitute the 4 great evils. The ancestral rules dictate that blood dispels evil." His words seemed mystical, yet I listened with skepticism, thinking perhaps he aimed to frighten me as a child. In a tone of feigned grievance, I retorted, "Then why not cut your own fingers? Why must you cut mine?" Sun Air affectionately ruffled my hair and replied with a sly smile, "Our blood won't suffice. It must be the blood of a youth, Yin Feng. Surely, you haven't even touched a young lady's delicate hand, have you?" I was rendered speechless, stumbling over my words. Seeking to divert the conversation, I stubbornly inquired, "What about the 6 minor evils?" Sun Sen shook his head and told me, "Yin Feng, you are still new to this trade and have much to learn. These notions have been passed down by the older generation in our field. The flowing sand tomb, the heavenly fire overhead, the undecayed remains of the deceased, the orifices blocked with pearls, the coffin larger than the sarcophagus, and the mouse nesting within, the mouse residing in the coffin. These comprise the 6 minor evils spoken of by tomb raiders of the old society. In every profession, there exists some unique expertise. In the old society, those of us engaged in the art of tomb raiding were referred to as the or, while in the new society, we are labeled as criminals. The represents the legitimate paths, whereas the refers to the underbelly of society. Additionally, there exists the which pertains to dealings with the deceased. Old Master Sun continued, "Yin Feng, now that you are involved in this line of work, you must familiarize yourself with these matters to avoid embarrassment should others inquire, thus tarnishing the reputation of our northern sect. It encompasses 7 distinct trades. First, the mortician. Second, the executioner. Third, the corpse handler. Fourth, the grave blower. Fifth, the paper effigy maker. Sixth, the bone collector. And seventh, the small coffin maker, who specializes in crafting coffins for deceased children. Remember these intricacies as you navigate the world ahead." At that moment, I found it challenging to retain the plethora of information he was imparting, as it felt overwhelmingly chaotic and disjointed. "Enough," Old Master interjected. "You've shared so much in vain. Let us proceed to the main burial chamber." Sun Air shook his wrist, proclaiming, "We carry Yunfeng's youthful blood, a talisman against evil." We waded through the murky water for another 2 or 3 minutes. Yet the main burial chamber remained elusive. As we approached, illuminating the path with our headlamps, we were met with an unexpected stone wall, which was not the entrance we sought. At that moment, a gust of wind swept in from an unknown source, sending a chill through my soaked feet. As we reached the base of the stone wall, Sun Air lifted his gaze. Above us, in the ceiling of the burial passage, a large black hole was visible, from which the cold breeze was pouring in. The cavity's shape was irregular. Sun Laosan furrowed his brow as he gazed at the hollow, remarking, "This was the handiwork of that previous group. The spot we just passed was unharmed, indicating they have shifted their detonation point here. Judging by the cavity's form, it appears they employed detonators. Sun Lao-san pressed the intercom. Captain, straight ahead lies a stone wall. Contrary to our expectations, this is not the main burial chamber. And thus far, we have yet to encounter any accompanying artifacts. The red light on the intercom flickered, and Wang, the captain, directed remotely. A tomb containing green clay must possess a main burial chamber. Please search thoroughly and investigate the western side chamber. Understood, Captain. How much time do we have left? There remain 2 hours and 45 minutes until the safe time before dawn. Please hasten your pace. With a nod, Sun Lao-san released the intercom and led me and Sun Lao around the stone wall, making our way toward the western side chamber. It was my first encounter with a burial side chamber, which resembled a hollowed-out small room. Observing the waterline marks on the walls, it was clear that this area had previously been submerged. What did I behold at that moment? At first glance, I was met with a plethora of bronze artifacts, a significant quantity haphazardly strewn across the floor of the western side chamber. Among these, there were both damaged and intact pieces, including small round ding vessels, square ding vessels, bronze grains, bronze beans, and bronze jugs. Upon cursory inspection, there were dozens in total. We've struck gold. We've struck gold, Sun Lao exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with excitement as he spoke into the intercom incoherently. Captain, we've struck gold. There are dozens of bronze artifacts in the western side chamber. Black lacquered ancient mercury rust, authentic western Zhou pit goods. Wang, a seasoned veteran of turbulent times, calmly instructed through the intercom, transport in batches, bring it all out. With that, Sun Air, pulling out a snakeskin bag he carried, jested, have the rodents from the south turned vegetarian? They've left us so much meat. I must express my gratitude to their ancestors for this bounty. Sun San, more composed, furrowed his brow and replied, Elder brother, something feels amiss. The southern rodents possess noses as keen as ours. They cannot possibly overlook this abundance of meat. It simply doesn't add up. Undeterred by the toxic mercury rust, Sun Air playfully kissed a small bronze ding and exclaimed, Ah, my treasure. Let us go home together. He added, Old San, I've noticed your courage waning. Why overthink? Tell me, if a group of female university students were to lie naked on the ground, what would you do? Surely, that would be a matter for another day. Chapter 8. The water jar. I, too, retrieved my snakeskin bag and crouched down to fill it with bronze vessels. The weight of the round and square dings was considerable, making it a laborious task. Third brother looked out for me, suggesting I collect the smaller items. Thus, I gathered bronze dough and miniature bronze Jew. Such vessels are not unusual when amassed together, as they served as kitchen utensils during the Western Zhou and spring and autumn periods. The bronze ding was used for cooking meat, the Jew for drinking wine, and the bronze dough for holding salt and condiments, akin to our modern vinegar dishes for dipping dumplings. This was what it meant to gather wealth with a sack. At that moment, I was indeed amassing riches with my bag. I am rather slender and lack considerable strength. Upon noticing that my sack was nearly full, I decided it was time to make an initial delivery. As I turned my head from side to side, my headlamp illuminated a corner of the chamber. What is that? A water tank? Second brother, come quick. There's a jar. Sun Lao, deeply engrossed in stuffing a bronze ding into his bag, was startled by my sudden exclamation. What on earth are you shouting about, Yinfeng? You nearly scare me to death. I replied, Second brother, there's a large jar in the corner. Without lifting his gaze, he remarked, that's just coarse pottery. It pales in comparison to bronze in value. Its size makes it impossible to transport down the mountain. Selling it for 1,000 or 800 ISNT worth the effort. We don't need that junk. After hearing Sun Lao's words and glancing once more at the large water tank covered with a stone lid, I chose not to approach it. Struggling under the weight of a bag filled with bronze artifacts, I made my way back through the water. At that moment, a rope descended from the ceiling of the tomb passage. Wang Baoto's voice resonated from above. Yinfeng, secure the snake skin bag tightly. Make sure it's well fastened. Once done, you can return to gather more. Hurry up, we are short on time. I twisted the snake skin bag, filled with bronze items, several times before tying it to the rope. Gradually, the bag ascended, pulled by Baotou above. For over an hour, we worked diligently, ultimately transporting a total of 8 fully packed bags of bronze artifacts. Just then, Wang Baotou's voice crackled through the intercom, urging us, "You three, get up here quickly. Dawn is approaching, and we must descend the mountain promptly. You know about the human pyramid?" The Sun brothers helped elevate me to the ceiling, after which Wang Baotou lowered a length of rope to hoist me up. The Sun brothers are truly remarkable. Upon reaching the summit, they ascended the excavation without even the aid of ropes, using only their feet to scale the tunnel. Once at the top, the joy on the face of Sun Air was unmistakable. He gazed at the numerous bulging, snakeskin bags scattered around and, with a smile, inquired Boss Wang, "How many points do you reckon this amounts to?" Boss Wang shook his head with a smile, replying, "Every profession has its specialties. For precise estimations of points, we must consult the elder brother, as he has an accurate gauge." Later, I learned that when they refer to points, they meant thousands, 1 point equating to 10,000, and 100 points totaling 1 million. Given the wage levels of the early 2000s, many individuals struggled to earn even a single point in a year. Sunda was engaged in reconnaissance and sales. He typically refrained from communicating over the walkie-talkie unless circumstances warranted. Conversely, if he initiated a conversation over the radio while working, it was a clear indication that strangers were nearby. "Boss, this is merely the West Chamber. There's also the East Chamber. It's rather perplexing that we haven't yet encountered the main burial chamber. I believe we must establish our base here until we locate the main chamber. Who knows how many treasures remain hidden within. This endeavor will likely take no less than 10 to 8 days to complete." In the realm of tomb raiding, base specifically refers to a situation where one encounters a significant tomb and, unable to fully excavate in a day or two, must devise a strategy around it. In earlier years, acquaintances in the tomb raiding community would often exchange pleasantries, asking, "Have you heard about so-and-so? I heard he established 2 major bases last year." The individual would respond modestly, "Oh, not at all, just fortunate enough to have set up 2 minor bases." Establishing a base carries considerable risks, as it is easily discoverable. If an elderly person were to take a stroll in the morning and inadvertently fall into our hidden pit, our endeavor would be doomed. Thus, the ratio of profit to risk is directly proportional. To achieve substantial gains, one must be willing to embrace risk. After weighing the pros and cons, Wang Bata nodded and remarked that the prices of Western Zhou goods in the black market have surged dramatically in recent years. He deemed it worthwhile to undertake this risk and proceed with the establishment of our base. Upon securing our acquisition, Boss Sun immediately contacted a figure known as a mole, requesting that a mole send personnel to assist with the relocation of goods and to help conceal the entrance to our hidden pit. A mole is indeed an extraordinary woman. Through several encounters, I learned that many of her associates possess significant backgrounds. Not only does she serve as logistical support for Wang Badu, but it is also rumored that she provides similar services for other groups. In principle, such arrangements are undoubtedly irregular. However, a mole's capabilities are formidable, and Wang Badu pretended not to notice, deliberately turning a blind eye. This situation parallels that of professional managers in large corporations, who frequently hold significant positions in multiple companies simultaneously. A mole supports several young individuals who willingly follow her, assisting us by delivering generators and water pumps at night and aiding in the concealment of our hidden pit. These tasks are diligently carried out by her loyal subordinates. Without a mole, our group would have struggled to operate effectively. The clay mixed with green mud was too conspicuous to discard carelessly due to the urgency of our situation, and it was also taken back by them. These soils resemble ticking time bombs, and within our circle, we remain oblivious to how many have faltered upon this very ground. The infamous tomb raiding gang from Babaoshan in Beijing fell victim to their own folly when a small pile of greenish-white soil they left in the mountains was discovered by an elderly woman out for a stroll, leading to their complete downfall and a decade-long imprisonment. The following day, upon returning to a modest inn in Shund, I found myself crouched by the sink, brushing my teeth while contemplating how to dispose of the remnants of that greenish-white soil. Suddenly, a loud slap resounded as someone struck my backside with considerable force. In the midst of rinsing my mouth, I inadvertently swallowed the water. Angrily, I turned to confront the assailant, only to find a woman with a beauty mark, clad in a tank top, laughing heartily at my predicament. Though she was a decade my senior, her physique was impeccably maintained, likely due to her wealth and the finest skincare products available at that time. The sight of her bare thighs, exposed beneath the pink tank top, left my throat parched. With a teasing smile, she remarked, "Xiao Yunfeng, yesterday I heard from Lao Air that you haven't even touched a young girl's hand. Is that true?" My cheeks flushed crimson as I retorted, "What business is it of yours?" Her laughter erupted, a delightful cacophony, as she relished my embarrassment. She beckoned to me with a playful finger and said, "Xiao Yunfeng, would you like to be my 45th man?" At that tender age, naive and unversed in the intricacies of human relationships, I blurted out, "I would never. By the time you reach 40, I would be burdened with 99 green hats. You shameless woman, you shall not ensnare me, Xiang Yunfeng." A mole, offended by my reprimand, became irate and brandished a mop from the inn, pursuing me around the courtyard in a fit of anger. At midday, seizing the opportunity during mealtime, I donned a black backpack, masquerading as a high school student, and meandered through the streets of Shund. My backpack was filled to the brim with a mixture of blue and white soil, and I sought an appropriate location to dispose of this earth. As I wandered, a singular thought occupied my mind, nagging at me incessantly. For reasons unbeknownst to me, I was troubled by the large water tank, covered with a lid, nestled in the corner of the western burial chamber I had encountered the previous night. Something felt amiss. Chapter 9. Electric Fishing in Nanfeng District, Shund. The streets were lined with quaint eateries, bustling with patrons enjoying their meals. After much deliberation, I found myself hesitating on multiple occasions to scatter the soil, for it was my first attempt, and despite my initial confidence, trepidation crept in at that moment. I feared the possibility of an officer approaching me from behind, inquiring about my actions. Ultimately, after much meandering, I arrived at the bank of a small river. The sight of the water instantly invigorated me, and a plan began to form in my mind. Shund is renowned for its aquatic resources, and I reasoned that if I could disperse the blue and white soil into the river, it would dissolve into mud unnoticed by anyone. Ensuring the coast was clear, I swiftly unfastened my backpack, preparing to pour the soil into the river. Suddenly, a commanding voice rang out behind me. "Stop. What are you doing?" Startled, I nearly tumbled into the water. My heart racing, I turned to see a girl with her hands on her hips, glaring at me. Dressed in a school uniform with her hair tied back in a ponytail, her cheeks flushed, she bore a red armband emblazoned with the words "river cleaning." "Just speak up. What are you staring at? Were you about to throw something into the river, perhaps intending to discard some litter?" The zipper of my backpack was still undone, and in a moment of panic, I waved my hands in denial, saying no. "No, I wasn't throwing away any garbage." "Nonsense. I saw it was in your bag. Let me have a look," she exclaimed, striding toward me. As she approached, my heart raced with fear, in a fit of impulsiveness. I grabbed my backpack and fled. "You there, stop," she called out, pursuing me relentlessly as we dashed along the moat. In the midst of our frantic escape, my foot slipped, and I plunged directly into the moat. The powdered clay in my bag sank immediately upon contact with the water. Unable to swim, I flailed about in a panic, swallowing several mouthfuls of river water while shouting for help. It was then that this girl rescued me. Her name was Li Jing, a local from Shund, and at that time, she was a second-year student at Shund No. 3 High School. On that day, she was working on behalf of her mother, who was in charge of managing the rubbish in the moat. Once I was pulled to safety, I was drenched like a drowned rat, yet I felt an inexplicable relief, for my packet of powdered clay had disintegrated and gone unnoticed. In her effort to save me, Li Jing's clothes were also soaked through. Grabbing hold of my shirt, she demanded, "Why were you running? You can't swim at all. Are you trying to throw your life away? What was in your bag?" Blushing, I replied, "I merely slipped and fell into the river by accident. My bag contains books. If they're lost, I can always buy new ones." She regarded me skeptically, scrutinizing me with doubt evident in her eyes, clearly unconvinced by my explanation. "I sense a hidden agenda in you. Lately, there have been frequent instances of electric fishing nearby. You must accompany me to meet my mother. She insists that you can leave only after that. Let's go." After making her point, she tugged at my clothing, pulling me forward. I desperately waved my hands, loudly insisting, I am not involved in electric fishing, I assure you. However, I could not disclose the whole truth. Admitting to being a tomb raider would be far worse, a graver offense than electric fishing. Several times, I contemplated fleeing, yet I ultimately refrained. For I understood that should I escape, this girl's tenacious nature might implicate our entire group. Li Jing's residence was situated by the city moat, and there was a footbridge spanning the river. To reach her home, one had to cross this very bridge. Numerous vendors had set up stalls there, offering children's toys, shoe insoles, and socks. Among them, a particularly captivating stall featured a fortune teller. The fortune teller, a man in his 50s, donned round sunglasses, and beside him lay a pack of 5 yuan hard-pack cigarettes, which he smoked incessantly, never finishing one before lighting another. Little Li Jing is indeed more competent than your mother. Have you caught another one dumping garbage? The fortune teller remarked cheerfully from his stool. The girl, Li Jing, beamed with pride at the compliment, responding, Indeed, Li Banzian, this fellow fled upon seeing me and nearly fell into the river. I suspect he is involved in electric fishing. As the fortune teller exhaled clouds of smoke, almost obscuring himself, he muttered, Electric fishing. Young man, that is quite unfortunate. Those who engage in electric fishing face a decline in fortune and must reckon with consequences. The girl, Li Jing, chuckled and said, Li Lao Lu, I merely called you Li Bianxian. Do you truly believe yourself to be a diviner? You make me laugh. The last time you predicted for Aunt Li, you claimed that her pigs would conceive within a month. And what happened? Aunt Li's pig passed away from diarrhea just 3 days later. Where are the piglets? Ahem, the fortune teller coughed twice and replied, That pig was simply out of luck. Do not hold my predictions accountable. If you do not believe me, shall I cast another fortune for you? The girl doubled over in laughter, pointing at the fortune teller. No, I wouldn't dare let you divine for me. You must not have had a client for several days. If you wish to do a reading, do it for him instead, she suddenly indicated towards me. For reasons unknown, I found myself inexplicably allowing him to read my fortune. The fortune teller first inquired about my date of birth, then produced a tortoise shell containing 3 ancient coins from the reign of Emperor Qianlong. After shaking it in various directions, the 3 coins fell out onto the table. Coincidentally or not, all 3 coins landed with their faces down, 2 of them stacked atop one another, while the other lay solitary nearby, the distance between them rather considerable. I distinctly remember the fortune teller's playful demeanor fading. He stared at the coins, seemingly lost in thought, until the cigarette in his hand burned down to its filter. After regaining his composure, he glanced at Li Jing, then at me, sighing and shaking his head repeatedly. The girl smiled and inquired, Li Laolu, tell me, what have you deduced? Is this fellow engaged in illegal fishing? The fortune teller lit another cigarette, inhaled deeply, and gazed at me with a knowing expression. Young man, he remarked, you are quite extraordinary. Feeling guilty, I cautiously asked him what he had discerned. He chuckled softly and replied, the waters are deep and the pool shallow. In shallow waters, there are many turtles. You are the most valuable turtle in this pool. Yet you cannot escape your ultimate fate, being slaughtered and transformed into a bowl of turtle soup. At that moment, hearing him call me a turtle was infuriating. Yet, reflecting on his words now, they truly are pearls of wisdom. Later, I returned once, but I could never find this fortune teller again. Upon inquiring around, I learned that he had succumbed to lung cancer 2 years ago due to excessive smoking and lack of funds for treatment. Others mentioned he had left shunned, with no one knowing his whereabouts. If I were to encounter him again, I would gladly spend a fortune to have him read my fortune once more, to determine whether Xiang Yinfeng could ever settle down and to discern my future path. Chapter 10, Mom. I'm back, Li Jing exclaimed as she led me to her home like a child with a puppy. Although Li Jing's mother was only in her 40s, her hair had grayed significantly, and her forehead was marked with numerous lines, revealing the wear of life as trials. Xiaojing, who is this? Is he your classmate? No, Mom, Li Jing responded, tugging at my arm. I just caught this fellow lurking by the moat. He looks suspicious, and I suspect he has up to no good. Possibly illegal fishing. Illegal fishing? Li Jing's mother, filled with curiosity, inquired, Young man, are you involved in electric fishing? I hurried to clarify that it was all a misunderstanding. I was not engaged in any such activity. With a benevolent gaze, Li Jing's mother shook her head and chuckled. I don't believe you resemble someone who would engage in electric fishing. Xiao Jing, you've made a mistake this time. You've mistakenly brought this young man here. Quickly apologized to him. As I later pieced together the situation, I understood why Li Jing was so insistent. The Shun Forestry Bureau had announced a reward for anyone who could apprehend illegal electric fishers, as the ecological devastation of the Yangtze River was severe, putting the Chinese sturgeon and the Yangtze dolphin on the brink of extinction. The authorities had made a resolute commitment to protect the inland water environment, and this initiative extended to Shund. Those who captured an electric fisher could claim a reward of 500 yuan. Hence, the girl Li Jing clung to me, believing I was one of those illegal fishers, intending to deliver me to the Forestry Bureau in exchange for the reward, as her family was in dire need of money. Under her mother's insistence, Li Jing reluctantly apologized, saying, I'm sorry, classmate. Li's mother, ever the gracious host, invited me to stay for lunch as a gesture of goodwill. By then, it was nearly 2 o'clock, and my stomach was also quite empty, so I accepted the invitation. For lunch, we had steamed rice, accompanied by 3 dishes, scrambled eggs with chives, sauté zucchini with green beans, and a cold lotus root salad. The homemade dishes were authentic and delightful. As I ate heartily, Li Jing watched me with a cold stare, occasionally banging her chopsticks against the porcelain bowl, creating a loud clatter that caused her mother to frown repeatedly, clearly disapproving of my consumption of their eggs. Li's mother scolded her, Xiao Jing. How can you be so lacking in decorum? What has this little classmate done to provoke you? Li Jing bit the tip of her chopsticks and pouted. He offended me, but I simply find him displeasing. I felt a surge of anger at that moment. Though I was not born of humble parentage, my family being a fallen household with no one to care for us, I possessed a strong sense of pride. I set down my bowl and chopsticks, rising to bid farewell to Li's mother. In my heart, I thought, what does this girl think? Who would covet your family's eggs? Just as I reached the door, a group of 6 or 7 young men in their 20s and 30s pushed their way back in. They carried paint buckets and some wielded sticks. Where's Li Daquan? Come out, Li Daquan. If you don't show yourself, I will kill your wife and child. They appeared menacing, and I had never encountered such a scene before. I was instantly paralyzed with fear. Li Jing and her mother were not faring much better, their faces ashen. One of the men, carrying a paint bucket, entered the room and, upon seeing the food on the table, let out a cold laugh. Damn it, still have the money to eat eggs. If you have money to eat, then pay me back. Without hesitation, he upended the paint bucket, dousing the table in red paint. The acrid smell of paint filled the air, and the dishes were instantly coated in a thick layer of red. Li's mother looked on in terror, while Li Jing kept her head bowed in silence. Ha ha, the man chuckled. Enjoying your eggs, are we? No money, huh? He jabbed a stick into the paint-soaked, scrambled eggs with chives and pushed it toward Li Jing. Go on, eat. Eggs are delicious, right? If you finish this plate today, we'll leave, ha ha. Several others joined in laughter. What are you doing? I can't bear to watch this. Isn't it bullying? A man looked at me and chuckled. Brother, may I ask who you are? Taking a deep breath, I replied, I am Li Jing's classmate. If you dare to cause any trouble, I will call the police. Ah, call the police? Instantly, laughter erupted around me. Repaying debts is only natural. You little brat dare to call the police? He swung the stick in his hand violently towards my head. I instinctively raised my arm to block it, but my reaction was delayed. I failed to shield myself, and the stick struck my head with a resounding thud. Feeling a sticky sensation, I reached up to touch my head, realizing it had been split open and was bleeding. My vision spun dizzily. Stop hitting. I'll eat. I'll eat. Li Jing, who had been keeping her head down, suddenly lifted it, her eyes red and her voice loud. Li's mother was constantly wiping her tears. Li Jing grabbed an egg from the plate and stuffed it into her mouth. The eggs were covered in paint, the odor pungent and overwhelming. After one bite, she gagged and spat it out. Ha ha, you can't do that. Eat it all. I mean all of it. Are your ears deaf? Li Jing grabbed another egg and stuffed it in her mouth. 5 minutes later, the plate of eggs was entirely gone. Ha, this is amusing. Today was not in vain. My friends enjoyed a splendid show. Also, remember to tell Li Daquan that when we come back. If there is still no money, it won't be so simple. With that, This group left, cursing as they departed. My head was struck, resulting in a considerable loss of blood, and I lay on the ground, feeling utterly miserable. "How are you?" Li Jing wiped the paint from her lips and cautiously helped me to my feet. Li's mother fetched some gauze and simply bandaged my head. I rested on their bed for over an hour before I began to recover. "I'm so sorry, little classmate, for causing you injury," Li's mother said, her face filled with remorse. "Annie, what were those people after?" I inquired, enduring the lingering pain in my head. "My father failed in his business and owes them a substantial sum," Li Jing explained. "Failed in business? How much does he owe?" I pressed. "Oh." Li's mother shook her head helplessly. 50,000 yuan. 50,000. So much. I was taken aback by the figure. Such an amount would take 2 or 3 years to repay, even without eating or drinking. "Little classmate, do you want to go back to school or the hospital? We can take you home. We truly feel terrible about this," Li's mother added with another apology. No, I don't need to go to school. I can walk by myself now," I replied. Upon stepping outside, Li Jing accompanied me. "Hey, I'm really sorry about earlier," she said, walking beside me with her head down. "It's all right, it's all in the past," I replied graciously, waving my hand with a smile. "You're not from our school, are you? Which school do you attend?" "I'll come and visit you," Li Jing suddenly asked. Well, I lied. I attend the first high school, and I'm in the second year." "The first high school? Then you must be quite good at your studies," Li Jing remarked with a smile. My face flushed, and I hesitated to respond. My academic performance consistently placed me among the bottom 3, a rather stable position. At that time, pagers had just begun to gain popularity, and ordinary students could hardly afford mobile phones, so naturally, I had no contact number to provide. However, Li Jing suggested that I come over to play sometime and even asked for my assistance with her studies. Upon returning to the inn, Wang was sipping tea. The moment he saw my head wrapped in bandages, he nearly spat out his drink. Wang exclaimed loudly, "Yinfeng, what happened to you? Did you fall into a pit while scattering earth?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed, I replied, "Boss, I got beaten up." Chapter 11. Wrap up after listening to my lamentations. Wang shook his head and remarked, "Yinfeng, you've been reckless this time. In our line of work, one must exercise utmost caution, for we fear being ensnared by those who follow the trail." I apologized, saying, "I'm sorry, boss. I will be more careful next time." Wang lifted his teacup, blowing gently on the surface, and frowned as he said, "Yet you are, after all, one of my Wang Xinqing's people. Yinfeng, what is it? Do you wish to reclaim your honor?" Without hesitation, I instinctively blurted out, "Boss, I feel I have suffered a loss." Wang took a sip of tea, then covered his cup, stating, "Just yesterday, we established our base. Our actions must now be discreet. My personal advice is to endure for the time being. Once we complete this operation and leave Shund, I will inform a certain mole that we have connections on the streets." I nodded in agreement immediately. In the small warehouse of the inn we rented, there were several bags of blue and white clay. However, Wang, the foreman, did not allow me to disperse the clay. Instead, he assigned me a different task for the afternoon, instructing me to assist Sun Laoda in processing a batch of bronze artifact from yesterday. As I approached the warehouse, I was suddenly struck by the pungent aroma of cumin seasoning. Upon closer inspection, I discovered that someone had set up a charcoal grill at the entrance of the warehouse, where meat was being grilled and generously brushed with spices. Sun Laoda was responsible for the liquidation of items, but of course, the work had to be properly prepared beforehand. "Brother Sun, I am Yinfeng. The foreman sent me to lend a hand," I announced, knocking on the warehouse door. Sun Laoda opened the door, clad in a white protective suit, complete with leather gloves and plastic goggles. Upon entering the warehouse, I saw several bronze artifacts laid out on the floor, alongside a large white leather barrel containing half a barrel of a translucent liquid with a very pungent odor. He tossed me a set of protective gear and said, "Yinfeng, put this on." Although I could not comprehend the situation, I complied and donned the protective equipment. "Brother, what exactly are you doing?" I inquired, observing him toss a bronze goblet, tarnished with red mercurial rust, into the barrel. As the rusted bronze made contact with the liquid, it began to bubble vigorously, and the previously sharp odor intensified, reminiscent of urea. Sun Laoda pointed at the bronze goblet submerged in the liquid and explained, "Yinfeng, in our line of work, This technique is referred to as killing the green. The chemical formula for this liquid was concocted by a skilled expert hired by the foreman. Killing the green? What does that mean, brother? I asked, puzzled. Master Sun chuckled, saying, killing the green refers to the removal of the black skin. The mercury rust in the water pit is deeply penetrating, and this pervasive rust can easily obscure certain inscriptions. If that were to happen, we would incur significant losses. He continued, the people from the southern routes refer to this task as rust removal, while we in the north call it killing the green. Yinfeng, remember this. Among the bronze vessels from the Western Zhou and Warring States periods, square ding are valued 5 times higher than round ding. Those with inscriptions are worth 10 times more than those without. For inscriptions exceeding 5 characters, each additional character adds 30,000 to the price. This tomb dates back to the early to mid-Western Zhou period, and given the style of the capping and the number of bronze vessels buried in the ear chamber, the tomb owner must have been a minor lord from the southern region. Master Sun analyzed the situation with authority. If we uncover an inscription identifying the tomb owner, and if fortune smiles upon us, and this minor lord is mentioned in historical texts, we would truly have struck gold. Upon hearing Master Sun's explanation, I suddenly realized the intricacies involved. I now understood that the barbecue stall outside was a deliberate distraction orchestrated by Master Sun to mask the pungent odor of the green killing process. The use of leather gloves was a precaution against the corrosive nature of the water. This was to safeguard oneself. The water employed for treating the bronze vessels is far more hazardous than copper-nickel alloys, capable of blinding a person if it splashes into the eyes. The rust should be soaked for over 20 minutes, then gently brushed with a stiff-bristled shoe brush. One must be careful not to scrub too harshly or remove all the mercury rust, as long as it can be confirmed that a particular piece lacks inscriptions. Brushing can cease. I donned gloves and wielded a shoe brush, diligently polishing several bronze artifacts. I scrutinized each piece with utmost attention, yet I failed to discern even a single character of inscription, which left me feeling rather despondent. Observing my disheartened demeanor, Big Sun, while brushing a bronze grain vessel, remarked with a smile, Yinfeng, do not be so disheartened. This endeavor is all about fate. When the time is right, it will reveal itself. If fate is not aligned, one cannot force it. At that moment, I was attending to a small bronze bean, and, as I scrubbed the interior base with the shoe brush, I thought I discerned a faint golden hue resembling strokes of a character. What is this? I exclaimed, lifting the bronze bean and giving it a vigorous rub. Big brother, quick, take a look. I've uncovered an inscription. There are characters within this bronze bean. The strokes are quite intricate, almost like a cryptic script. I called out to Big Sun with excitement. He took the bronze bean from me and examined it closely. With a furrowed brow, he remarked this. This inscription is neither bird script nor oracle bone script. It is the 6-fold seal script of ancient gold characters, which predates oracle bone script. How could this possibly be present on a Western Zhou bronze artifact? Big Sun's eyes were filled with bewilderment. The ancient gold script is not a writing system from the Jin dynasty. Rather, it is a form of archaic writing that may trace its origins even before oracle bone script, possibly predating the Yin Shang dynasty. Well versed in antiquities, Big Sun quickly discerned that the characters on the bronze bean were not bird script, but indeed the 6-fold seal script from ancient gold characters. After a moment of furrowing his brows, Boss Sun exclaimed, Yinfeng, continue your efforts with the remaining artifacts. The inscriptions in the ancient Jinwen 6-fold seal script are exceedingly rare, and the number of individuals capable of translating such texts is alarmingly scarce. I must urgently seek assistance to decipher the meanings of these inscriptions. He carefully placed the bronze artifact adorned with inscriptions into a wooden box and promptly exited. As we continued our work, I found no further inscribed bronze artifacts. That one was the sole discovery. By day, we engaged in our tasks, yet by night, we were compelled to pursue our primary endeavors, tomb raiding. However, Boss Sun, in a flurry of urgency, had not returned since his departure that afternoon. His absence meant one less person to keep watch, a perilous situation that Old Master could not afford to risk. That night, Boss Sun returned after midnight, breathless and clutching a wooden box. I recognized that it contained the inscribed bronze vessel. He wasted no time in conversation, rushing to the table to pour himself a generous amount of tea. After wiping his mouth, he turned to Wang, the leader, and said, "I managed to leverage some connections at the Archaeological Research Institute, and those six-fold seal inscriptions have been translated." "Oh, what do they say?" Wang inquired. Boss Sun opened the wooden box, his fingers brushing against the bronze vessel, and solemnly uttered 4 words: "Mustard seed belt." Chapter 12. Whitebone's brother, what is a mustard seed belt? Is it a type of seaweed? Sun Laoda did not smile. He looked at me and said, "It is not a type of seaweed, but rather the name of a person. There are only scant records about him, and I never anticipated that we would stumble upon this matter. So, what shall we do about the head? Are we still going to act tonight?" I noticed that Lair and Li San were already prepared. Wang Baotou, with a serious glint in his eyes, inquired, "Is everything all right at the stronghold?" Sun Laoda nodded affirmatively, replying, "No issues. The young subordinates under Iji are quite astute. Boss, let us hold off on releasing this batch, especially the bronze bean. Once news spreads from Shund, there is a high probability that it will attract wolves." "Wolves from the south?" Laoda asked, his expression darkening. "I fear it is not just the southern wolves. At present, wolves abound while meat is scarce, all scavenging for scraps. If we do not secure our lid tightly, the aroma of the meat might lure the wild wolves to us." "Boss, I have made up my mind," Wang Baotou declared, extending his palm. "Let's shorten the time frame to 5 days. Extract everything from me. Once we are successful, we must leave Shund promptly and find a place to lie low." From the conversation between Wang Baotou and Sun Laoda, I could sense their underlying tension, as if they were wary of something. As the hour of the rat passed, on Famon Mountain, Sun Lair squatted on the ground smoking, while Sun Lisan was counting the burlap sacks. The atmosphere was calm. "Let us begin," came Sun Laoda's voice through the walkie-talkie. "Yinfeng, how many burlap sacks do you have?" "Second brother, I still have 4. That should suffice." With that, Sun Lair extinguished the cigarette in his hand. At that moment, eerie calls of strange birds echoed through the Moth Mountain, their cries unsettling in the dead of night, casting an ominous shadow over the atmosphere. Wang, glancing apprehensively at the dark expanse of Moth Mountain behind him, muttered curses under his breath, deeming the sounds as harbingers of misfortune. He proclaimed that these birds were omens of mourning, not to be trifled with. The so-called mourning bird, identified as the owl, had once been referred to as the night owl in ancient times, frequently spotted in the desolate burial grounds, leading to its ominous title. "Bah, such a wretched creature," spat Sun Lair, expelling several mouthfuls of saliva towards the direction of the mountain. Once the owl ceased its hooting, we prepared to make our move. The previously excavated tunnel had been expertly concealed by one of the subordinates of Ji, covered with a pristine layer of yellow grass, supported by 4 wooden poles, making it nearly imperceptible from the outside. After tidying up our surroundings and equipping our headlamps, the Sun brothers slid down into the tunnel, with me exerting considerable effort to be the last to descend. The murky water in the grave pit below had receded significantly, no longer posing a threat to our footing, although the ground remained somewhat muddy, causing a slight stickiness with each step. The burial passage was dark and damp, the temperature noticeably lower than above. Adjusting my headlamp, Sun Lair instructed me, "You are right. We must hasten our pace. Yinfeng, please check the western side room from yesterday. See if there is anything we might have overlooked in the corners. If all is well, return to assist us on the eastern side." With those instructions given, I parted ways with the Sun brothers as they ventured right towards the eastern side room, while I turned left to head in the western side room. Alone in the tomb at such a late hour, a sense of dread began to creep over me as I walked. I supported my headlamp, silently reciting, "Do not blame, dear master. I merely seek a modest fortune, Amitba." As a flame flickered, I recalled my earlier inquiry to the old head. I had asked old head, "Isn't it customary to light a white candle in the tomb for safety's sake, even if we are not tomb raiders?" I heard that if the candle extinguishes, it signifies the displeasure of the tomb's owner, compelling us to leave lest we encounter a spirit. The old head had chuckle-heartedly responding, "Yinfeng, you have watched too many movies and dramas. The extinguishing of a candle does not indicate the tomb owner's dissatisfaction. Are you suggesting that if the candle remains lit, it means the tomb owner is delighted?" Does that imply the tomb owner is joyfully welcoming us to excavate his grave? What ist? Moreover, consider this. While it is true that ancient tomb raiders might light a candle for illumination, it was not out of choice but necessity. Without light, how could they navigate the darkness? They did not light candles for pleasure. They simply had no electricity. Now, with our headlamps and flashlights, why would we bother with candles? In some tombs, decaying bodies may still emit methane. A mere spark could lead to an explosion. Do you understand now, Yin Feng? Those were the exact words imparted to me by Wang, the old head. At first, they seemed humorous, yet upon reflection, I found them quite sensible. After walking for several minutes without incident, I arrived at the western chamber. The floor of the chamber was barren, and I illuminated the area with my headlamp, scanning for any remnants, but found nothing. The dozens of bronze artifacts we had previously uncovered were long gone. In the northwestern corner of the ear chamber, the large stone-covered vat remains, solitary and forlorn. My brother remarked that the vat holds little value, yet I pondered, could there be any burial artifacts within? Contemplating this, I resolved to investigate. Indeed, as my brother had stated, upon approaching, I discerned that this vessel was fashioned from earthenware. The earliest porcelain emerged during the Eastern Han Dynasty, characterized by primitive celadone, while preceding dynasties predominantly utilized coarse pottery and bronze vessels, which aligns with my observations. However, I found myself perplexed by the sheer size of this vat. How could it have been fired? The surface of the vat bore no signs of segmentation or seams, indicating it was molded and fired in a single process. I truly could not fathom the scale of the kiln required to accommodate such a large vat. The stone slab covering the vat was made of bluestone. I initially attempted to push it with one hand, but it would not budge. It was rather heavy. Gaining an understanding of its weight, I then employed both hands. The stone slab grated against the vat, producing a series of jarring sounds as I gradually pushed the bluestone aside. Suddenly, an unpleasant odor wafted forth. While I had not detected it earlier with the slab in place, it now became unmistakable. I found the scent rather peculiar. Upon descending into this Western Zhou tomb, I had initially caught a faint fragrance, but now I was confronted with a foul stench reminiscent of spoiled eggs left to rot in the summer heat. I adjusted my headlamp and lowered my neck to peer into the vat. There at the bottom, I discovered a hole barely 20 centimeters wide, and beyond that, nothing else. I could distinctly identify that the noxious odor was emanating from this aperture. As I shone my headlamp upon it, I realized it was futile. I could not see beneath the hole, as it was shrouded in darkness. Feeling an unsettling curiosity, I leaned over the edge of the large vat and extended my right hand into the abyss at its bottom. What is this? After a strenuous search, I encountered a firm, elongated object. I mused to myself, could it be a gold bar? No, that cannot be right. Gold bars are not this light. Gripping the object tightly, I adjusted my angle several times, gradually pulling it out. It was a white object, and as I illuminated it with my headlamp, I was horrified to discover it was a human thigh bone. Ah! I screamed in fright and instinctively discarded the bone. Could this possibly belong to the owner of the tomb? Remarkably preserved from the Western Zhou era until now, I had overlooked a critical detail, likely due to my mounting anxiety. In that moment, I failed to notice that the thigh bone still contained marrow. Chapter 13. Injury. Being inexperienced and encountering such a scene for the first time, I erroneously assumed that the bone belonged to the tomb's owner. Given the specifications of this burial, if there were indeed remains, they would likely be accompanied by grave goods. This was my belief. Perhaps there were personal bronze seals, or exquisite ancient jade artifacts, or even gold items. My avarice eclipsed my fear as I continually reassured myself. It's nothing, it's nothing. The dark abyss might well hold the personal seal of a feudal lord. If fortune favored me and I unearthed it, I would strike it rich. Summoning my courage, I reached once more into the depths of the vat. Just as I was fumbling about, leaning sideways, I felt a sharp pain in my index finger, as if something had bitten me. I quickly withdrew my hand and, upon inspection, discovered that the tip of my finger was bleeding with 2 small puncture wounds. My first instinct was to assume I had been bitten by a snake. Fear gripped me as I wondered if it was venomous. Clutching my finger, I shouted, and ran towards the east chamber, calling out for my brothers. Second brother. Third brother. Help! The floor of the east chamber was scattered with various burial items, far fewer in number compared to those in the west chamber. The Sun brothers were squatting down, sifting through the items to discern which ones held value. Yinfeng, why are you making such a fuss? Have you seen a ghost or something? Who will want to take your life? Showing him my now stopped bleeding finger, I exclaimed urgently. Second brother, I've been bitten by a venomous snake. I will surely succumb to the poison. What? A venomous snake? Sun Air was immediately flustered. After examining my finger for a moment, he questioned, Third brother, are these wounds on Yunfeng's finger truly from a snake bite? Sun Sen pondered briefly before shaking his head. It resembles one, but something feels off, second brother. Look how narrow Yunfeng's finger is. The spacing of these wounds doesn't suggest it was a snake's head. He squeezed the wound, and fresh, crimson blood oozed forth. It's all right, Yinfeng. The color of your blood looks healthy. Whatever bit you was definitely not a snake, let alone a venomous one. I suspect it might have been a rat. Perhaps a smaller one. A rat? Do rats really bite people? Third brother? Of course, Yinfeng. You simply haven't witnessed it. In ancient times, during rat plagues, they could even harm humans. Yinfeng, do you not feel dizzy, lightheaded, or nauseous? I shook my head and replied, Third brother, I do not feel that way. Do not overthink it. It is nothing. Come and help with the work. If you're still concerned, you can go to the hospital tomorrow for a rabies vaccine. I nodded in agreement, feeling considerably relieved upon learning it was not a venomous snake. Curiously, the number of burial artifacts in the eastern chamber is far fewer than those in the western chamber. Logically, the offerings should be balanced, yet after an extensive search, we only managed to find 6 or 7 bronze items of slight value. The rest were severely damaged, fragmented to the point where their original forms were unrecognizable. We even brought so many bags with the hope of a bountiful harvest, yet all we found were worthless scraps. Old Sun muttered bitterly. He pressed the intercom to report the situation, stating, Captain, what a disappointment this has been. The eastern chamber is pitifully lacking in substantial finds, with only trivial items. The intercom remained silent for 2 minutes before Captain Wang issued another order. Take stock of what you have. Let us swiftly locate the main burial chamber. For the treasures within the coffin will undoubtedly hold the greatest value. Captain, we have already circled around down here and have seen no signs of the main burial chamber. What is happening? You, who are so well-versed, please analyze this. A mixture of radio static and voices echoed through. It is inconceivable that wealthy and influential individuals in ancient times would not have constructed their own grand tombs after death. With a bit more time, we continued our meticulous search for the main burial chamber. A true burial chamber must contain a coffin, a sarcophagus, a corpse, and accompanying artifacts. Regrettably, after an extensive search, we were still unable to locate the main burial site. Having secured a few artifacts from the Western Zhou period, we decided to conclude our expedition for the day. On our return journey, Wang could not help but shake his head repeatedly, expressing disbelief and confusion. I felt somewhat fatigued, and, upon reaching home, I nearly fell asleep as soon as I lay down. My slumber extended until noon, after which I planned to visit a small clinic for a rabies vaccination. Noticing some discomfort in my right hand, I glanced down and was alarmed to see that my right index finger was swollen to an alarming size, nearly as thick as 2 fingers combined. Furthermore, 2 small wounds were oozing with pus. The swelling was substantial, yet was neither painful nor itchy. Fearful, I touched it and discovered that I had lost all sensation. Terrified, I showed it to Sun, who was equally startled and inquired what I had done that morning to end up with such an ailment. Sun Laosan urged me to see a doctor without delay. They summoned Sun Laoda, who was more familiar with the area, and he took me to a nearby clinic. The doctor at the clinic was taken aback, stating that in his 20 years of practice, he had never encountered a finger swollen to such an extent, and he hesitated to provide treatment. Uncertain of what had bitten me, I hesitated to use anti-inflammatory medication. He urged us to promptly visit a major hospital, warning that with such swelling, amputation could be a possibility. The mere thought of such a drastic measure terrified me. My elder brother speculated it might have been a rat that had bitten me, questioning how a mere rodent could lead to amputation. Could it be a poisonous rat? In desperation, I found myself at the First People's Hospital of Shund once more. The emergency room physician furrowed his brow as he examined my swollen finger. He remarked that my temperature was normal and there were no signs of infection, suggesting I undergo an X-ray to ascertain whether there was fluid accumulation or another issue causing the swelling. After the X-ray, he reviewed the results and confirmed, "It is indeed fluid accumulation. The wound shows slight inflammation." He inquired if I felt any discomfort, to which I shook my head in response, indicating that I did not. Subsequently, the doctor utilized a large needle from the acupuncture kit to puncture my finger in 2 small spots, a procedure I barely felt. With a gentle squeeze, a significant amount of yellowish-white fluid was expelled. After draining the fluid, my finger immediately reduced in size. The doctor prescribed amoxicillin and advised me to take 2 tablets, cautioning against consuming spicy food. Grateful for his care, we returned to our lodging. "Is your hand all right now, Yin Feng?" Wang asked me. I glanced at my now decreased swelling and sighed in relief, replying, "It should be fine now, Wang, as it neither hurts nor itches." Wang nodded and then turned to son Lar, saying, "Lar, I conducted a thorough investigation this morning and consulted with several other heads in the field. Our consensus is that the fluid accumulation may have collapsed the main tomb chamber, or it is possible that it remains buried elsewhere. Yin Feng, you should rest for now, Lar. Come with me, and we shall deliberate further." Returning to my chamber, I consumed anti-inflammatory medication and reclined upon my bed, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over me, swiftly succumbing to slumber. In my dreams, I beheld a solitary, vast water tank. A hand, grotesquely decayed and festering, gradually emerged from a gaping hole, gripping my wrist with an icy grasp. Awakened from this harrowing nightmare, I found my back drenched in sweat. A peculiar sensation coursed through my hand, compelling me to glance downward. At that moment, my fingers had swollen anew, this time appearing more grievously than before. Chapter 14. Aunt Lu. I hastened once more to the hospital, having visited in the morning and now returning in the afternoon. The doctor exhibited shock at the sight of my inflamed fingers. Beyond merely draining the swelling, she drew blood for a pathological examination to ascertain whether I had contracted some bacterial infection. The results would not be available until the following day at the earliest. The doctor urged me to adhere strictly to the anti-inflammatory regimen, expressing concern that the amoxicillin might be insufficient. Consequently, she prescribed an expensive medication, the packaging adorned with English text. Upon returning to the inn, my companion advised me, "Yin Feng, refrain from descending into the pit tonight. Rest at home for the evening. Our primary task over the next few days is to locate the main burial chamber." He implored me to remain behind as a guardian. In the latter part of the night, my bitten fingers swelled again, not only oozing a milky fluid but also beginning to ache. This pain was intermittent, occurring roughly every 20 minutes. We had reserved a small inn, which now housed only 2 occupants, myself and a solitary mole. Cognizant of the fact that the son's siblings and the foreman were in pursuit of the main sepulchre, I dared not intrude upon their endeavors. In the latter part of the night, I clutched my swollen index finger, tossing and turning in agony, finding no respite in slumber. I surreptitiously absconded, with the intention of ascertaining whether any pharmacies in the vicinity were still open, as I desired to procure some analgesics. In those years, online shopping had not yet become ubiquitous, nor were there any online pharmaceutical delivery services. Being a stranger and shunned, I merely proceeded northward from the inn, inquiring of passers-by whether there were any pharmacies open nearby. I did manage to gather some information, but upon arriving at the location, I discovered that the pharmacy had long since closed its doors, as there were numbered 24-hour establishments. Coincidentally, I realized that I was not far from Li Jing's residence in Nanshan District, quite proximate, in fact. From where I stood, I could discern the arched bridge over the moat. Li Jing was a local, so I contemplated whether her family might possess any pain relievers. If not, I would have no choice but to embark on a lengthy journey to the hospital. Upon arriving at her abode, I rapped on the door several times, and Li's mother answered. Lil Xiong, what brings you here so late?" Li's mother inquired, evidently taken aback. I responded, "Auntie, is Li Jing at home? I was wondering if your family might have any pain medication." I happened to be passing by and thought I'd borrow some. Pain medication? Oh, yes, we do. Come with me, she said, ushering me into the house. Li Jing, are you asleep? Open the door. Li's mother knocked on the door a few times, then turned to me and said, the medicine is in Li Jing's room, in the drawer. Anxious not to startle anyone, I kept my hand concealed in my pocket, which is why Li's mother hadn't noticed it. Come on, Mom, what's going on so late? Li Jing, clad in a Donald Duck pajama set, rubbed her eyes as she opened the door for me. Xiang Yinfeng, what are you doing here? Li Jing was taken aback upon seeing me. Your classmate mentioned needing some painkillers, and my mother recalled that there were some in the cabinet beneath your desk. Go and help Xiao Xiang find them. I still have water boiling in the pot and must pour it into the thermos. After giving her instructions, Li's mother turned and left. Li Jing, clad in her Donald Duck pajamas, which were rather short and barely covered her thighs, bent over to search for the medicine in the drawer. I averted my gaze, feeling bashful due to the angle. At that moment, I was still a naive boy, and the more I tried not to look, the more embarrassed I became, ultimately turning crimson. What's wrong? Why is your face so red? Li Jing inquired, having found the painkillers, her expression one of confusion. Just as I was about to respond, a sharp pain shot through my finger, akin to being sliced by a small knife. Nothing, I stammered, beads of sweat forming on my forehead. I have to go. I snatched the bottle of medicine from Li Jing's hand and dashed out her house. Not far from her residence, I spotted a faucet, its origin unknown, but it had water. I drank straight from it, swallowing 3 painkillers. After resting for a while, the pain persisted, so I consumed 2 more tablets, which finally alleviated the discomfort. Leaning against the sink, I began to feel an overwhelming chill enveloping me. My head grew heavy, my eyelids fluttered, and I felt utterly drained of energy. At that moment, a thought struck me. Was I on the brink of death? It certainly felt that way. I curled up beside the sink, my teeth chattering from the cold, beads of sweat dotting my body, and then I lost consciousness. When I awoke, I found myself in Li Jing's bedroom. You're awake. What happened to your hand? You scare me to death. Had I not sensed something amiss and ventured outside for a brief moment, you could have faced a dire situation. Do you understand? Li Jing gazed at me with a look of sheer apprehension. At that moment, Li's mother entered with a bowl of water, regarding me as I lay on the bed. Xiao Xiang, why didn't you say anything earlier? What happened to your hand? I stammered. Annie, it seems I might have been bitten by a snake. Could it possibly be a snake bite? Which snake? Li's mother inquired, her expression one of disbelief. I shook my head, admitting my ignorance. This is unacceptable. We have no vehicle, and the hospital is quite far. It's still the dead of night, and all the clinics and pharmacies are closed. Xiao Xiang, this matter cannot be delayed. Xiao Jing, support him. We must seek out Lu Pe for assistance. As we made our way, Li Jing explained Lu Pe is from Guangxi, having married in from a Miao village in the Shirwanda mountain region. She possesses her own herbal remedies and is quite adept at treating snake bites. There was a case where someone was bitten by a 5-step snake, and the hospital had run out of anti-venom. Lu Pe, using her herbs, miraculously healed him swiftly. From Li Jing's home, it took us 40 minutes on foot to reach Lu Pe's residence. During this time, I experienced another bout of pain, but the 5 painkillers still had some effect, allowing me to endure. Lu Pe's dwelling was quite old, and Li Jing mentioned that it might soon be deemed a hazardous structure and demolished after the new year. After knocking for quite a while, an elderly woman finally opened the door with a slow demeanor. Li's mother wasted no time in explaining our purpose. Upon learning of my snake bite, Lu Pe hurriedly ushered us inside. Lu Pe was in her 70s, and there was a distinct odor in her home, reminiscent of unwashed linens. An elderly man lay beneath a thick quilt on the bed, appearing unwell. Upon observing my swollen finger resembling a yang finger, and the 2 small puncture marks left by the bite, Lu Pe's expression gradually darkened. Young man, she inquired, are you certain that the creature that bit you was a snake? Where exactly were you bitten? I was determined not to reveal to Li Jing that I'd been bitten while grave robbing, so I hesitantly fabricated a response. I was bitten at home. Home? Lu Pe scrutinized me, her gaze laden with significance. I see no such snake in your household. With a wave of her hand, she gestured for Li Jing and her mother to step outside, indicating that she wished to speak with me privately. Once they had momentarily departed, Lupa looked at me and shook her head, saying, "Let me be frank. The creature that bit you is not a snake. Have you visited a hospital? What did the doctor tell you?" "Grandma," I replied. "The doctor initially said it was edema, but later he drew blood for some bacterial pathology tests to check for infection." Upon hearing my words, Lupa let out a cold laugh. "By the time they identify the cause, your body may very well be beyond saving. Such a creature could not possibly exist in your home, not even in the wilds of desolate mountains. What bit you is a type of corpse beetle with white antennae, known among the older Miao people of the 10,000 Great Mountains as the corpse horned beetle. They thrive only amidst the remains of the deceased." Chapter 15, Healing Corpse. Horned beetle. I had never heard of such a thing, and my fear escalated. "Grandma, can you help me? I can offer you money. I do not wish to die," I implored, my voice trembling with terror. Madame Lu shook her head and said, "Tell me plainly what you do. If you refuse to speak, then you may take your leave." I found myself in a quandary. Revealing my identity could implicate not only myself but also the Sun brothers. It was he who had stopped me from jumping off the bridge, willing to nurture me, a mere child, and provide me with sustenance. Though I had never voiced my gratitude, I felt deeply appreciative of his kindness. Betraying them in such a manner was beyond my conscience. Moreover, should the truth slip out and Li Jing discover my true nature as a criminal, she would surely sever our friendship. After much deliberation, I took a deep breath and said, "Madam, while I yearn for healing, there are certain matters I cannot disclose." Madame Lu regarded me with surprise for a considerable time, and after a moment, she shook her head and replied, "Very well, I understand. Come with me." "Madam, where are we going?" I inquired. "Of course, we're going to treat you." "What, do you wish to perish?" she retorted. "But you just said." I hesitated. Madame Lu adjusted the blanket over her ailing husband and turned to me with a smile, saying, "In the world of underworld dealings, certain qualities are indeed rare and precious." That evening, Madame Lu led me to the East Room, where numerous large black jars resembling those used for pickling vegetables were placed upon the floor. She instructed me to turn around and not to look. I then heard the unmistakable sound of a jar being opened, followed by the rhythmic pounding of a pestle. Subsequently, Madame Lu brought forth some gauze and applied a generous amount of a black medicinal paste to my swollen fingers, the substance emitting a pungent and foul odor. To be frank, even now I remain oblivious to the true nature of what transpired in that dark forum. I once speculated it could have been something akin to a scorpion or a gecko. After applying the ointment concocted by Granny Lu, my fingers ceased to throb that very night. I spent the night at Li Jing's home, and upon removing the bandage the following morning, I was astonished to find the swelling had subsided. It was nothing short of miraculous. Granny Lu had saved my life, and so had Li Jing. I felt an overwhelming desire to express my gratitude to them. I discreetly called Li Jing aside and said, "Thank you, Li Jing. I, Xiang Yinfeng, will assist you. I will help you and your mother repay that debt of 50,000, using my own funds." At this, Li Jing burst into laughter. "Xiang Yinfeng, are you speaking nonsense? 50,000? Your own money? It would take you 10 years to earn that much." I held no resentment for her disbelief. I merely etched this commitment in my heart. Later, I inquired about her father's situation, curious about the nature of his business and how he incurred such significant losses. Upon hearing my questions, Li Jing's expression darkened immediately. After my persistent probing, she finally revealed the truth. Her father, Li Mingquan, was formerly the director of a brick factory in Shunt. In recent years, a government project aimed at constructing numerous public toilets and garbage transfer stations around the city's moat had emerged, intended to prevent indiscriminate littering and urination. Li Mingquan, being astute, recognized the opportunity and, through corrupt means, became the supplier of materials for this venture. Do not underestimate a public toilet. If managed efficiently, its profitability rivals that of hollow pipe projects, especially when considering the multitude of toilets and garbage stations involved. Through this project, Li Mingquan amassed wealth, with rough estimates suggesting he earned nearly 100,000. For the Li family, this was initially a fortuitous development. However, Li Quanming harbored a penchant for antiquities, and he was the type of individual who feigned expertise despite his lack of understanding, an amateur posing as a connoisseur. At that point, the domestic antique market was experiencing a significant surge, with many items appreciating in value year after year. Li Kuan-ming had recently acquired wealth through a construction project, a fact well known among many who were aware of his passion for collecting antiques. Consequently, 3 individuals conspired together with the intent of deceiving him. How could they orchestrate a substantial swindle against Li Kuan-ming? The answer lay in 2 words: setting a trap. These 3 individuals were vendors from a nearby antique market. They first enlisted help to excavate a large pit on the northern hillside of Go Mountain. Subsequently, they constructed a burial passage within the pit and procured an array of counterfeit antiquities from the market, including gold items, jade, porcelain, stone carvings, and wooden sculptures. Naturally, the gold was merely copper, the jade comprised compressed stone powder, and the porcelain and stone carvings were all newly fabricated fakes. To enhance the authenticity of the burial site, whenever it rained, they would dig trenches on the mountain to divert a significant volume of rainwater into the fake tomb. As the water seeped in, the interior became muddied, obscuring the pile of counterfeit antiquities buried beneath the muck. After months of meticulous planning, they deemed the timing ripe and approached Li Kuan-ming. Although he lacked discerning judgment, he was aware that genuine antiquities could command substantial sums. The trio led him to the fabricated tomb, and upon witnessing the glimmer of the counterfeit gold artifacts protruding from the muddy grave, Li Kuan-ming was utterly captivated. The conspirators boldly set their price, stating, "Mr. Li, if you desire these treasures, we will part with everything in this tomb for a flat rate of 200,000 yuan." After extensive negotiation, Li Kuan-ming settled on a price of 160,000. To acquire these items, he depleted his family's savings, yet it proved insufficient, prompting him to borrow several tens of thousands from external sources. Eventually, he managed to gather everything, but the 3 individuals involved had long since vanished. Li Kuan-ming contemplated selling a few items to gauge interest, but the outcome was predictable. No one desired his possessions. Within a tomb, nearly 100 burial artifacts were mere fakes, collectively valued at no more than 1,000. The inability to sell the items left him financially stranded, as the borrowed funds required repayment, compounded by interest. Within 6 months, the principal and interest ballooned to 50,000. Creditors relentlessly pursued him, leaving him with no choice but to abandon Li Jing and her mother, ultimately fleeing to an unknown location. With his departure, Li Jing and her mother became prime targets for debt collectors, as one can escape a monk, but not the temple. This explains why I witnessed the scene of intimidation just 2 days ago. After recounting her father's predicament, Li Jing lowered her head and said, "Xiang Yinfeng, I plan to drop out of high school after graduation. I intend to work in an electronics factory. I know a sister who told me that one can earn 600 a month there." Heavy-hearted, I returned to the inn, preoccupied with thoughts of Li Jing and contemplating how to assist her in repaying her debts. Wang Baotou and Sun Lao-san were present at the inn, while Sun Lao and a mole were nowhere to be seen. Noticing Wang Baotou's grim expression, I inquired if he had found the main tomb chamber. Both Sun Lao-san and Wang Baotou were smoking, their dark demeanor instilling a sense of fear. Sun Lao-san discarded his cigarette and clenched his fist, declaring, "Ergo is missing. He vanished last night in the pit." Chapter 16. The disappearance of reinforcements. What a strange occurrence. How could a living person simply vanish? It took me a moment to grasp the situation. Wang Baotou and Sun Lao-san wore somber expressions, burdened with unspoken concerns. Sun Lao-san recounted the events in a fragmented manner. In contrast to the Dong'er chamber, the Shi'er chamber yielded nothing of significance. Sun Lao-san had long felt a sense of unease about this matter, prompting him and his brother to separate during their evening endeavors. Sun Lao-san speculated that perhaps beneath the Shi'er chamber lay some concealed subterranean vault, where those bronze and jade artifacts might be entombed. Sun Lao-san, ever the pragmatist, jested with his elder brother, suggesting that he had become unhinged. Wang Baotou, contemplating this bizarre phenomenon, firmly believed that the main burial chamber and coffin could not have simply vanished into thin air. He hypothesized that perhaps due to seismic activity and prolonged water inundation, the main burial chamber had collapsed, leading him to conclude that the principal chamber of this Western Zhou tomb was likely still buried underground. This scenario would render it a tomb within a tomb, complicating matters further. What exactly is a tomb within a tomb? Such occurrences, while not exceedingly rare, are particularly prevalent in historically seismic regions, essentially resulting from natural disasters. The sinking and collapse of the main burial chamber occur without any discernible pattern in terms of depth or location. To locate it, one must rely heavily on fortune, with luck constituting 60% and skill 40%. Recently, the Sangsingdui site surged into the limelight. Many may not realize that this ancient civilization was unearthed by the National Archaeological Team as early as the 1930s. Despite years of excavation, several significant pits were overlooked, only to be fortuitously discovered in recent times. This example epitomizes the disastrous consequences of an earthquake, which caused significant deviations in the burial sacrificial pits, transforming them into tombs within tombs. Thus, the fortunate generations of the post-90s and post-00s have the rare opportunity to witness the unearthing of the ancient Shu kingdom's golden masks. Sun air mysteriously vanished within the pit and in the western ear chamber. One can only speculate whether he fell into some concealed abyss or perhaps a type of flip trap. The fate of Sun air remains uncertain, and as his brothers, the eldest and the third must certainly seek him out. One must see the living and the dead. The group spent a sleepless night, with Sun becoming increasingly agitated, expressing his desire to descend into the tomb alone to search for his brother, but was thwarted by Wang Batu. Wang Batu asserted, "San, as the leader of our team, I am even more anxious than you about Air's disappearance. But that does not imply that we should act recklessly. You have always been the calm one. Tell me, how many in our line of work have encountered such incidents? Thus, we must seek assistance." "Seek assistance?" I inquired with curiosity. "Are we to call the police? To have them search for Ergo?" Wang Batu shot me a glare. "Yinfeng, has your brain been kicked by a donkey? Call the police? Do you wish to spend 10 years in a cell?" Chastened, I stammered, unable to counter his words. Wang Batu insisted we refrain from taking matters into our own hands, stating he would find someone to help, and he specifically instructed me to keep an eye on Sun San, preventing him from sneaking off alone into the tomb, claiming that his reinforcements would arrive shortly. After a night of little sleep, I was brushing my teeth in the courtyard the following morning, unaware of the whereabouts of the woman with a distinctive mole, wondering where she had gone. "Yinfeng, please step out and fetch a basket of soup dumplings for Brother San, and also bring back a bowl of wontons." Suddenly, I heard San Lao San's voice behind me. After spitting out mouthwash, I turned around and replied, "I can't do that. Brother San, I must keep an eye on you. You cannot leave until your assistant arrives." San Lao San's face turned a shade of crimson. Damn it. He kicked over the trash bin in the yard. Earlier that morning, I had played the role of a sentinel, following him closely, strictly adhering to the task assigned by the leader, ensuring he did not sneak off to find someone. I never anticipated that even a man could weep. I witnessed San Lao San sobbing at the table, muttering, "No matter where you are, Ergo, you must hold on. Surely, nothing will happen to you." Around 3 in the afternoon, 2 individuals arrived at the inn, a man and a woman. The man wore sunglasses and sported a neatly trimmed haircut, his physique lean and wiry, while the woman appeared to be in her 30s, her expression frostbitten. Upon meeting the leader, he introduced me, saying, "Yinfeng, allow me to present the Yao siblings, renowned in our circles, hailing from a distinguished lineage. Their uncle is the illustrious Yao Shurya, a luminary in our profession." At that moment, I perceived an undeniable aura of authority emanating from the duo, though I was unaware of who Yao Shurya was until I later had the fortune of encountering him a few times. He was indeed an extraordinary individual, originating from a similar background as the leader, yet his fate had taken a tragic turn. Should anyone be intrigued, I encourage you to search for Yao Shurya. His tales of tomb raiding could fill volumes. I possess a deeper understanding of him than most, and if one were to delve into his life, 3 days and nights would scarcely suffice to recount his story. The reason Wang sought out these two individuals primarily revolves around the woman. She specializes in international archaeology, having pursued her studies abroad, and possesses profound knowledge regarding the mechanisms and traps found within ancient tombs, such as the diamond-sealed doors and quicksand fireboards. This expertise could indeed prove invaluable to us. Do not mistake my words for fanciful tales. The majority simply lack experience in this realm. The mechanisms, traps, and shifting sands within those grand tombs are not mere figments of imagination. They exist in reality, with many still functioning today. Consider two contemporary examples of tomb security. The mausoleum of the first emperor features a mercury river and an earthen mound that rises to an extraordinary height of 150 meters. Remarkably, even 2 millennia later, the mercury levels within the soil beneath Mount Li exceed normal standards by over 300 times. This serves as a deterrent against tomb raiders. As the ancient people lacked gas masks, once a thief penetrated the tomb, death by poison would occur within 5 minutes. Let us also discuss the Qianling Mausoleum, the shared resting place of Empress Wu Zetian and Emperor Gaozong. To this day, I maintain that Qianling represents the pinnacle of tomb security in history, even surpassing that of the first emperor's mausoleum at Mount Li. Who in the industry does not yearn to glimpse the interior of Qianling? Not to mention the Lantingyi Su by Wang Shiji, which is believed to be preserved within Li Ji's coffin, should one manage to gain access. It could be said that descendants for 30 generations would never need to worry about sustenance. Yet the harsh reality is that entry is virtually impossible. Qianling spans across Mount Rushan and Mount Liangshan. On a particular night when I was 24, I clandestinely ventured to observe it. Standing atop Mount Rushan, if the stars aligned, one could discern that the contours of Rushan and Liangshan perfectly mirror the celestial arrangement of the Big Dipper. What does this signify? From the perspective of feng shui and astrology, this phenomenon is referred to as the longevity domain of eternity. The blueprints for the Qianling tomb are said to have been drawn by Yuan Tiangang and Li Chunfeng, two esteemed geomancers who served under Empress Wu Zetian, responsible for celestial observations, safeguarding the nation's fortune, and averting calamities as part of the highest institution, the Imperial Astronomical Bureau. Historically, there have been over 70 documented attempts to plunder the Qianling tomb, with the most notable being 17. General Wan Tao led 3 battalions to excavate the tomb, only to be struck by a thunderstorm that resulted in the deaths of several men. During the Huang Chao Rebellion, the insurgents, lacking military funds, mobilized 400,000 troops armed with shovels to dig into the Qianling tomb, ultimately splitting the Liang Mountain in two, yet not uncovering even a single hair. To this day, the area is still known as Huang Chao Ditch. This exemplifies a fortress as impregnable as iron. Chapter 17. A Chance Encounter Now. Let us speak of the man and woman. The man is named Yao Wentz, and the woman is Yao Yuman. Sun Lao San elucidated the situation to them, while Wang Batu expressed his own perspective. After listening, Yao Yuman nodded and said, "Wang Batu, you are indeed correct. Our thoughts align closely. It is inconceivable for a living person to vanish into thin air. It is quite possible they have fallen into some lower recess." Wang Batu, with a solemn tone, responded, "Miss Yao, are you suggesting that there is still space beneath the western ear chamber? If so, why did Lao San not discover it on the surface before?" Yao Yuman shook her head and replied, "Not necessarily, Wang Batu, observe." She retrieved paper and a pen, sketching a cross on the white sheet. Pointing at the cross, she explained, "Wang Batu, this represents the common design of the Western Zhou tombs. You mentioned that aside from the east and west ear chambers, the path ahead is blocked, and that the main burial chamber has not been located, correct? Thus, it is not a cross, but rather a T-shape, is it not?" Wang turned his gaze towards the sketch on the paper, pondering thoughtfully. "Are you suggesting that the front section has sunk? That cannot be, for how could it then remain unseen?" The woman shook her head, her expression icy as she remarked, "Have you ever heard of the burial practice known as soul burial or the sheep intestine method?" "Sheep intestine method?" I could not contain my astonishment, exclaiming, "How is that possible? Wasn't this anti-theft burial technique invented only during the Han Dynasty? This is a tomb from the Western Zhou period." The woman cast a glance my way, perhaps taken aback by my youth, and upon hearing my words, she appeared somewhat surprised. Then, with a smile and shake of her head, she said, "Young one, you possess quite a bit of insight. However, let me clarify, your statement is not entirely accurate. The sheep-in-testing method gained popularity during the Han Dynasty. Note, popularity, not invention. This technique had already begun to take shape in the late Shang Dynasty and was utilized during the early Western Zhou period. The Han Dynasty's sheep-in-testing method pales in comparison to that of the Western Zhou." Her words enlightened me, revealing a gap in my knowledge that was not addressed in any texts I had encountered. I harbored doubts, suspecting that this woman might be speaking fancifully, yet she was a skilled individual sought out by Wang, and I dared not underestimate them. At that moment, the man, who had been silently listening while donning sunglasses, interjected. He shook his head and said, "It is possible that you are mistaken in your direction. You have focused your inspection on the sides, while neglecting the stone wall directly ahead." Wang opened his mouth to speak. "I trust you. If that is the case, shall we proceed with our plan tonight? You may not have brought sufficient tools in your haste. What do you require?" I instructed someone to make preparations. The man shook his head and said, "No need for tools. We are already prepared. We are unaware of the situation below, so ensure you bring ample provisions. It's better to be safe than sorry. When night falls, we shall descend into the pit." "All right." Wang turned to me and instructed, "Yin Feng, go fetch some fresh water and compressed biscuits. Return before nightfall. You and Lao Sin will follow these two, heed their commands, and then descend to locate Lao Air." "Ah, but Wang, are you not coming?" I asked, puzzled. He shook his head, replying, "I cannot accompany you. I have a nagging feeling that someone has been observing me in these past few days. For the safety of the team, I must remain above to oversee everything." "Oh, very well." I nodded, somewhat comprehending. Wang was quite generous. He handed me 1,000 yuan for purchasing provisions and food, and instructed me to buy the finest waterproof flashlights and knives. He emphasized that this venture might be lengthy, and should the headlamp fail, we would need a backup. We cannot afford to stumble in the dark. That afternoon, I took the 1,000 yuan and hurried out to shop, 200 meters behind Shun number 3 middle school. There was a large hardware store, the biggest in Shun. I approached the owner directly and requested the best high-powered waterproof flashlight. The store owner, a middle-aged man, unexpectedly remarked, "Young student, the best waterproof flashlight is from Germany, military grade, and quite expensive, over 200. Without hesitation, I pulled out a stack of money and said, "I want to buy 4. 4. The owner widened his eyes and exclaimed, "You certainly have deep pockets. Wait here, I'll fetch them for you." "Xiang Yinfeng, what are you doing here?" A familiar voice suddenly reached my ears from behind, prompting me to turn around and find Li Jing accompanied by a female classmate. Observing the substantial bundle of cash in my hands, Li Jing exclaimed in astonishment, "Xiang Yinfeng, are you really so wealthy? What business do your parents engage in?" Upon her utterance, her companion regarded me with a curious gaze. Stammering and blushing profusely, I found myself at a loss for words. Utterly unprepared for this encounter with Li Jing, I waved my hand dismissively and fabricated a response. "It's nothing much. My parents merely run a modest clothing business, haha." "Oh, is that so?" Li Jing remarked, darting out of the hardware store. She glanced around before beckoning me. "Xiang Yinfeng, come out. I need to speak with you." "What is it, Li Jing?" I inquired as she led me to a secluded corner. To my surprise, Li Jing suddenly grasped my hand, looking up with tear-filled eyes. She implored, "Xiang Yinfeng, I know your family is affluent. Could you possibly lend me 50,000 yuan?" Her voice dwindled to a whisper by the end of her plea. Before I could respond, she bit her lip and continued, "If you lend me the money, I will belong to you." At that moment, I felt as if I had been struck by lightning. She suddenly embraced me tightly, weeping, "I beg you." Last night, the debt collectors came again and even assaulted my mother, threatening to throw her into the river if I do not repay them. This was my first experience holding a girl, yet I never anticipated it would occur under such circumstances. Li Jing's sobs intensified. Her fear was palpable, especially considering she was still a girl of less than 18. She witnessed me effortlessly extracting 1,000 yuan, leading her to believe that my family was engaged in substantial business endeavors. Observing my prolonged silence, Li Jing clenched her teeth and declared, "If you're unwilling to assist me, I shall resort to selling myself, to becoming a courtesan. I will sleep with older men. Startled by her words, I hastily replied, "Please do not take such a path. I will help you." Upon hearing my willingness to assist, Li Jing ceased her tears and gently grasped my hand, asking then, "When can you provide me with 50,000 yuan? Could you possibly wait a week?" My thoughts were to initially delve into the predicament, seeking to borrow money from the boss after locating Ergo. Li Jing immediately interjected with urgency, "No, they have only granted our family 3 days. 2 days have already elapsed. I require the funds tonight." After bidding farewell to Li Jing, I carried the purchased items back, burdened with heavy thoughts, uncertain of how to broach the subject with the boss. Lacking funds, especially the 50,000 yuan, weighed heavily on me. However, I was indebted to Li Jing and her mother for their past assistance. Upon returning, Yin Feng inquired if I had procured the items. "Yes, I have," I replied with a nod, placing the bag upon the table. The boss, seated comfortably, was sipping tea while exhaling smoke. Several times I hesitated, struggling to find the words to speak. Chapter 18. Initiation at 8:30 that evening, 3 hours before departure. I knelt on the floor, unable to meet Wang Baoto's gaze. There was no need for subterfuge. I candidly conveyed the predicament faced by Li Jing's family. The room was dimly lit, with a bulb casting a warm, subdued glow. Wang Baoto, cigarette in hand, regarded me with an impassive expression, and the atmosphere between us felt stifling. Resolute, I decided to lay everything bare. I bowed deeply to Wang and said, "Master Wang, the Li mother and daughter saved my life. They are now in dire straits, and I, Xiang Yinfeng, am determined to repay their kindness. I wish to help them both tonight, regardless of the consequences. I implore you to lend me 50,000. After speaking, I bowed once more. Upon hearing my request, Wang extinguished his cigarette and shook his head, his voice low and somber. "Yinfeng, 50,000 is no small sum. It represents nearly a decade of savings for an ordinary family. I am willing to lend you this amount, but you must agree to one condition." "Please, state your condition," I replied, my gaze earnest. "As for the condition, you need not concern yourself with it now. Just remember that you owe me a debt, and in due course, you will repay Wang Xianxing this amount. Do you agree?" Wang's eyes gleamed as he looked at me. I consented, motivated by my desire to aid Li Jing. Wang then retreated to his room, and after about 10 minutes, he returned, holding a bulging plastic bag. He gently placed the bag on the table. "Yinfeng, here is the 50,000, every penny intact. Take it." He pushed the bag towards me. It had some weight to it. The black plastic was filled with cash wrapped in layers of newspaper. Cautiously, I peeled back a corner of the newspaper and was taken aback by the sight of such a large sum of money, my heart racing. Quickly, I covered the newspaper again, unable to look further. Before I left, Wang stood with his hands clasped behind his back and said, "Yinfeng, remember the time. Return before midnight." Moreover, those of us who navigate the intricacies of the underworld uphold the principle of fairness. I provide you with financial assistance, and in return, you owe me a debt, just as the girl you aided now owes you. I cannot guarantee your safety on this venture. One must embrace a certain boldness and nonchalance in our line of work. Yinfeng, if you feel wronged, then act accordingly." Wang spoke with an air of detachment, yet the weight of his words lingered in my mind, leaving me in turmoil. Should I heed Wang's advice? But if I did, would I not devolve into a mere petty thug? The code of our world suggests a reciprocal exchange, yet this hardly seems like a legitimate rule. With a black plastic bag brimming with cash in hand, I traversed the path, consumed by a myriad of emotions: excitement, fear, exhilaration, and trepidation. Vivid images danced in my mind. Li Jing bending over in her Donald Duck pajamas and her words from earlier that afternoon. Suddenly, I knocked on her door with a resolute thud. The door creaked open slightly, revealing half of Li Jing's face. Holding the bag aloft, I beamed, "Li Jing, I brought the money. You need not fear anyone coming to collect debts anymore. Come, let us speak outside." Li Jing's countenance brightened at my words. She grasped my hand and led me toward the arch bridge. Beneath the gently flowing river and the crescent moon stood 2 youths, a boy and a girl. "Li Jing, look, this is 50,000 yuan. Return it to those people, and you and your mother shall be free from worry." I extended the plastic bag toward her. By the light of the moon, she peered into the bag, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she beheld the contents. Li Jing embraced me tightly while holding a bag, exclaiming, "Xiang Yinfeng, thank you, you are truly wonderful." She clung to me with fervor, and I could distinctly feel the warmth and softness of her body, accentuated by its graceful curves. A sudden flush crept across my face, turning it a deep crimson. With her head nestled in my embrace, Li Jing whispered softly, I keep my promises. I belong to you now." While this may sound somewhat melodramatic in retrospect, it was a genuine moment, especially given our youthful ages at the time. Were this to occur now, it would hardly raise an eyebrow. Just try bringing a brand new iPhone to a high school and observe. Young girls are quite bold these days, blushing at mere hugs, unlike timid souls like myself. That night, eventually I found myself almost inexplicably wandering off to a small inn with Li Jing. I shall refrain from recounting the awkward incidents that ensued. Ultimately, I fled. In hindsight, I feel a twinge of regret, sensing that I missed out on a precious moment in time. At 12:14 on a midnight in Shund, the city lay shrouded in darkness, save for two faint red dots flickering on the mountainside of Moth Mountain. Sun, the leader, flicked the ash from his cigarette and spoke gravely. "Enough said. This is settled. Everyone, check the intercom batteries. I will descend with you to search for him. The second is my brother, and I cannot remain idle." He then entrusted the task of managing the fire and lookout to Wang, who silently nodded in agreement. Thus the five of us, myself, the leader, the third, and the Yao siblings, descended into the pit, leaving the safety above to Wang. Sliding down the tunnel, the darkness enveloped us, prompting me to increase the brightness of my headlamp. As we descended into the grand tomb, the woman known as Yao Yuman paused. She crouched down to touch the stone ceiling, exhaling a soft sound of surprise. "Sister Yu, what is it?" I sweetly inquired. Upon hearing this, she shot me a disdainful glance. "Hey, you should call me Sister Yu, not Yao Sister. That's far too unappealing." I quickly corrected myself. "Oh, Sister Yu, what seems to be the issue with this stone ceiling?" She spoke directly. "This Western Zhou tomb is rather peculiar. This type of slate is exceedingly rare in the southern regions, almost non-existent. It is most likely transported from the vicinity of Luoyang in Shaanxi." I pondered her words, growing increasingly alarmed. Indeed, we had previously been captivated by the burial goods, neglecting such details. This woman possesses an extraordinary observational acumen. The stone resembles that found in the caves near Longmen and Yungang. Its hardness is relatively low, yet it possesses remarkable expansibility, which translates to stability. Under thermal expansion and contraction, it does not fissure. I was astonished by the principle of thermal expansion and contraction. Could it be that the craftsmen of the Western Zhou era comprehended this concept 3 millennia ago? The bronze vessel we extracted from the Western chamber bore an inscription of the 4 characters jianghu Daizi. The elder claimed this was translated by someone he had connections with at the Archaeological Research Institute, and it should be accurate. There is no such stone in the south, and stones do not sprout legs to traverse thousands of miles on their own. The only explanation is human transportation. To transport such a vast quantity of blue stone over a journey of several thousand kilometers, spanning the Yangtze River north and south, would require an immense amount of manpower and resources. Historical records state that Jianghu was a minor vassal of the early to mid-Western Zhou period in the south, and there are no records of his fief or descendants. Yet could it be so? A mere feudal lord possesses such immense financial and material resources? The imposing bluestone canopy before us serves as evidence. I privately speculate that I may have misjudged the true identity of this character. In other words, the historical records may be erroneous. Chapter 19. The Beetle. Tomb raiding is not a mere child's play. It necessitates a discussion of scientific validation. It is far removed from the sensational depictions on television, where corpses rise from the dead and zongzi bounce about, with corpses crawling everywhere. After thousands of years, most bones would have disintegrated into dust. Following the canopy down the burial passage, Yu Jie swung her headlamp back and forth, scrutinizing details we might have overlooked. It is no wonder that those in the tomb raiding community speak highly of Master Yao. Merely observing the woman known as Yao Yumeng reveals her exceptional prowess. Upon reaching the end of the passage, she studied a stone wall for a moment and then discovered an issue. "Look here," she said, crouching at the northwest corner of the wall and beckoning us over. "Yum, are these inscriptions?" The previously reticent Yao spoke up at this moment. Curiosity piqued. I crouched down to take a closer look. At the spot Yu Jia was indicating, a portion of the stone skin had flaked away. After the accumulated water receded, some mud had dried at the wall's corner, and I faintly discerned what resembled inscriptions. She retrieved a bottle of water from her bag and poured a little onto the wall. The stone absorbed the water quickly, and after rubbing it with her hand, a series of carved characters gradually became visible. This is ancient gold script, the Jiodai Zhuan, Sun Laoda exclaimed upon recognizing the characters. Yu Jia furrowed her brow. What a peculiar tomb. To my knowledge, this script was already obsolete by the late Shang dynasty. How could it still be in use during the Western Zhou period? We continued to pour water. Subsequently, we discovered that the entire stone wall was intricately adorned with ancient gold inscriptions in the Judy seal script. Everyone was taken aback. Sun, the eldest, immediately proposed a conjecture. Could this possibly be the epitaph of the tomb's owner? Indeed, could it be an epitaph? The third member echoed his sentiment. After a moment of astonishment, Yu Jia shook her head, asserting that it was unlikely, as epitaphs had not yet become popular during the Western Zhou period. Have you considered that this wall might be a door? A door? What do you mean? I was confused. Yu Jia retrieved a powerful flashlight from her bag and began to feel the stone wall, inch by inch. The rest of us joined in the effort. After a prolonged search, we meticulously examined the stone wall from top to bottom, side to side, yet aside from the indecipherable Judy seal inscriptions, we uncovered nothing. Sun, with a cold voice, inquired, "Do you have detonators in your pack?" "Yes, I brought 4. Install them and blow it open." A glint of cold light flickered in Sun's eyes. "Have you lost your minds?" Yu Jia stood up to interject. "Using explosives for the ceiling is one thing, but this is within the tomb passage. Do you wish to entomb us all alive? Then what do you propose?" Sun, the third, remained relatively composed. "Let's search the vicinity. If it truly is a stone door, the craftsmen of the Western Zhou should have left a mechanism for opening it when they sealed it. So there must be hidden compartments left by the artisans nearby. Otherwise, they would have trapped themselves inside." Yu Jia. I raised my hand, wishing to speak. Everyone turned to look at me. Taking a deep breath, I pointed towards the west and said, "Sister Yu, there is a large ceramic jar in the corner of the western chamber, and beneath it lies a dark hole that appears quite deep. Let's go and take a look." She nodded and proceeded directly towards the western chamber. Upon arrival, we found the jar. An old son walked over to lift the slate covering its top. Upon seeing the dark hole at the bottom of the jar, he turned to me and inquired, "Yin Feng, how did you come to know this?" Gazing into the abyss, I replied with lingering trepidation, "Brother, you are unaware. I once extracted a human bone from below, and it still reeked that day. Today, however, the odor seems to have vanished." I added, "Moreover, brother, there are flesh-eating corpse beetles down there. You must not reach in to touch them." Sun Laosan, puzzled, asked, "What on earth are you talking about? Corpse beetles? Isn't it just snakes that bite?" No, it isn't." I shook my head vigorously. "It is certainly not a snake. I can sense that. Little Yin Feng, are you referring to a beetle with a white antenna on its head? Something similar to a large unicorn beetle?" Sister Yu interjected sternly. "I did not encounter such a creature that night, but old Loom mentioned it to me before, claiming that corpse beetles possess white antennae. Does that not align with her description?" After pondering for a moment, I conceded perhaps. Upon my nod, Yu Jia and Yao Wen's faces drained of color, becoming distinctly pale. "What is it, Miss Yao?" inquired Sun Laosan. Taking a deep breath, she looked at me and said, "You may call that creature a corpse beetle, but I have heard from my uncle that it has a lifespan of merely 2 or 3 months and survives solely by consuming decaying flesh. It is a rare and burrowing venomous insect. This only indicates one thing." She, with a frostbitten expression, pointed at the earthen jar and remarked, "Beneath this, 90% likely lies the deceased, and their time of demise certainly does not exceed 3 months." Stepping aside, Yao extracted a hollow iron rod from his bag. The rod, though not lengthy, bore an aperture at one end, the purpose of which eluded me. He grasped the end of the rod and prodded the bottom of the jar. After a span of 3 minutes, akin to fishing, he cautiously began to retract the rod. To our astonishment, the tip of the rod emerged with 2 flat, large beetles. We were all startled, for these peculiar beetles appeared unlike anything we had ever encountered. Their nature was a mystery to us. The 2 flat beetles possessed numerous legs, rivaling a centipede, and apart from their mandibles. Each bore a white antenna about an inch long, reminiscent of the old man's white beard, rendering them both grotesque and bizarre in appearance. Exercise caution. Do not be bitten. These creatures are venomous. Yu Jie cautioned. Yao, whence the flat-headed man, nonchalantly flicked the rod and crushed the 2 beetles underfoot. They burst upon impact, oozing a foul-smelling, yellow-green liquid. Sun Laosan swallowed hard and inquired, "What shall we do next? Are we to burrow down there?" The jar's diameter was considerable. I estimated that, barring anyone excessively corpulent, individuals of average build should be able to squeeze through. I pondered whether second brother had indeed ventured below. "Burrow? Are you all mad? These beetles are toxic, and who knows how many more lie beneath. You would be courting death." Yu Jie scoffed at Sun Laosan's suggestion. Sun Laosan appeared somewhat irked, squinting as he inquired, "Oh, Miss Yao, might I inquire about your esteemed opinion?" Yu Jie let out a cold huff and retorted, "Indeed. I accepted the funds from Captain Wang. However, my brother and I are here solely out of respect for my uncle. I have come to assist in the search, not to join you in a perilous venture that may lead to our demise. As for this pit, it is you who shall descend. My brother, and I shall certainly refrain from doing so." Why the sudden escalation? Just a moment ago, everything was perfectly fine, I interjected, sensing the tension between the two. "How about we light a fire? Perhaps we could incinerate these unsightly creatures altogether?" I proposed. That night, a peculiar sight unfolded halfway up Fei Mo Mountain. It was uncertain whose ancestral grave was emitting smoke. Chapter 20. The underground palace. We ignited the leaves and branches atop the pit, some of which were still damp, resulting in a modest flame but considerable smoke. Covering my nose with cloth, I remarked, "Is that sufficient, third brother?" The fire was quite vigorous just a moment ago. After half an hour, it was nearly blackened. Yao once prodded it with a stick, and this time, no corpse beetle was brought up. "It should be effective. Who will descend first?" The eldest inquired gravely. "I will. Allow me." Sun Laosan gritted his teeth, declaring, "I shall descend first to scout the path. If second brother is below, I can rescue him." He clung to the rim of the vessel, cautiously testing the depth with his leg. It did not seem too deep, as if it were nearly at ground level. Suddenly, a cacophony of crumbling stones echoed from below, prompting Sun Laosan to exclaim, "Hold on. Do not sway recklessly. Third brother, I've got you." Cloud Peak hastened to assist. I rushed over, grasping Sun Laosan's other arm. The Yao siblings, witnessing this, also hastened to help, and together we managed to pull Sun Laosan up from his precarious position. "What transpired, Laosan?" we inquired. Sun Laosan, still visibly shaken, responded, "That was a close call. It seems I must have stepped on something that gave way." Yao Yumin illuminated the area below with a flashlight, but the depths beneath the pottery vat were shrouded in an impenetrable darkness. Undeterred, Sun Laosan proposed an alternative, suggesting they secure a rope and descend. A climbing rope was fastened around his waist, its length unknown. I and the eldest brother held the rope tautly. "Exercise caution, third brother," I cautioned, "and if anything seems amiss, cry out, and we shall retrieve you immediately." Sun Laosan nodded, his headlamp illuminating his face. He then cautiously descended into the vat. 2 meters, 3 meters, 5 meters. The rope was soon extended to 10 meters. Yao Yumin furrowed his brow, remarking, "Could this be an underground palace? How could it be so deep?" Finally, at 18 meters, the rope ceased to extend, indicating that Sun Laosan had reached the bottom. The eldest brother, unable to contain his anxiety given his brother's disappearance into the pit, exclaimed, "What is the use of merely talking and speculating up here? If a major earthquake occurred in ancient times, an 18-meter subsidence is not beyond the realm of possibility. You secure the safety rope," he instructed. "I shall descend to find Laosan." Sun Lao retrieved the rope and began winding it around his waist. I am unharmed, elder brother. Descend quickly and behold this spectacle. Heavens above, I have never witnessed such a sight. Sun Laosan's voice echoed from below, as a few individuals gradually descended. I found myself as the third from the last, with the Yao siblings bringing up the rear. My grip on the climbing rope was not particularly strong, and it pressed painfully against my hand. The cave was shrouded in darkness. Halfway down, I glanced upwards. On the inner wall beneath the cave's mouth, several flat beetles crawled, remnants of the corpses of the horned beetles that had not been incinerated. When I shone my light upon them, they remained perfectly still. I cautioned the Yao siblings above, then continued my descent, inching down the rope. Following me was Yao Yumeng, with Yao Wen's last. As Yao Wen's reached the bottom, he fashioned a loop with the rope and secured it to a large vat, stating that we would require it for our ascent. Upon descending, we were struck by the vastness of the space below. It left not only me, but also the Yao siblings and the Sun brothers in a state of astonishment. The darkness was profound, and I shone my flashlight haphazardly around. The surroundings were expansive, composed of stone walls, suggesting that this subterranean space was undoubtedly man-made. Visibility was poor in the pitch black, and the flashlight's beam was limited. It was the astute Sun Laosan who first noticed something amiss, suddenly urging us to halt, declaring that there were human bones scattered on the ground ahead. While it is not unusual to encounter bones in a burial site, what struck us as peculiar was that the scattered white bones did not appear to be ancient. They retained a stark whiteness, and upon a cursory examination, we noted leg bones, arm bones, and phalanges, yet curiously, no skulls were in sight. Boldly, Sister Yu crouched down for a closer inspection and remarked that the remains likely dated back only a few months to half a year, relatively recent. Nearby, I also discovered an empty Nongfu spring bottle. Though many questions lingered, such as the absence of skulls and clothing, the scene before us was undeniably unsettling. However, after a brief discussion among a few individuals, everyone momentarily concurred with the thoughts of Sun Laosan. He speculated that on the very night we descended into the pit, we discovered a hole created by an explosive device in the tomb passage. Initially, we presumed that our venture had been in vain, believing that a local tomb raiding gang from the south had arrived first and absconded with all the burial artifact below. Yet, the reality was quite the opposite. We stumbled upon modern towels and traces indicating the presence of others who had ventured down. Remarkably, the western burial chamber remained replete with treasures. We filled 7 or 8 large burlap sacks. At that time, my second brother remarked that the southern rats had turned vegetarian, generously leaving us such ample spoils. Now, as we descended here and beheld the bottles of Nongfu Spring and the remains, we speculated that this must be linked to the group of tomb raiders from several months prior. How they met their demise and how they descended into this place remains a mystery to us. The only plausible explanation is that it was a case of mutual betrayal among thieves. At that moment, Yao Yumin retrieved a compass from her bag and began to crouch down to manipulate it. Sister Yu, what is this? I inquired, unable to comprehend. Don't ask foolish questions. Don't distract my sister now. There is much you are yet to learn. Her brother, Yao Wen's, shot a cold glance at me. The compass featured 2 long needles and 1 short needle. Interestingly, despite no one touching it, the short needle oscillated back and forth on its own. Over there, Yao Yumin pointed towards the northwest. At the time, I did not understand, but now, after considerable experience in this field, I can tell you that such compasses are specially crafted. The short needle is made from a material known as tian tai, an ancient term referring to what we now call meteorite. This compass is specifically used by the disciples of the Fadua school in the southern regions for selecting burial sites. It involves the intricate knowledge of geomantic magnetic fields, which I cannot elucidate in just a few sentences. A few individuals followed Yao Yumin as we proceeded northwest, and along the way, I observed several stone oil lamp pedestals, leading me to surmise that this area was once illuminated thousands of years ago. After walking for more than 10 minutes, we were confronted by a large stone door that obstructed our path. The surface of the stone door was adorned with numerous intricate patterns and inscriptions, densely packed, most of which were indecipherable, as if they represented the culture of another world. In the center of the stone door were 4 characters, distinct from the previously seen 9-fold seal script, They appeared to be in bird script, standing out conspicuously. "Are you familiar with bird script?" Sun Laoda casually inquired, noticing Yao Yumin gazing blankly at the stone door. After a considerable pause, she regained her composure and nodded faintly. Her complexion pale. "This is where we must stop. We cannot proceed any further," she stated, her tone laced with despondency. Sun Laoda furrowed his brow, asking, "What do you mean? Do you intend to withdraw?" Yao Yumin nodded again, her face ashen. "This level surpasses that of the Mwangwi Han tomb. Those 4 characters denote the Palace of Mustard Seeds. Behind this stone door lies a natural stone weighing several tons, which we alone could never hope to open from outside. You have inadvertently stumbled upon something extraordinary. This is a national-level grand mausoleum." Chapter 21. Helplessness. This was Yao Yumin's exact statement regarding the national-level grand mausoleum. Bearing the appellation of national grade, any artifact unearthed is invariably of commensurate significance. What, pray tell, constitutes a national-grade artifact? Perchance, your acquaintance with antiquities is limited. Allow me to elucidate. Unique and unparalleled, the paramount treasures of a nation. Such are deemed artifacts of national importance. In accordance with the Palace Museum's classification, these are categorized as Grade 1A Superior, Grade 1, Grade 2, Grade 3, and general artifacts. Even the jade burial suits, those exquisite testaments to antiquity, are merely designated as Grade 1A Superior, for they are not singular. To date, a precise tally reveals the discovery of 21.5 jade burial suits. Those artifacts of national importance, however, transcend the likes of jade burial suits and Chongqing Palace lamps, for they are unique national treasures. Exempli Grazia, the Homa Ding, the 4 sheep zun, the Zhenghui bells, the bronze blood square lei, and the galloping bronze horse. Such are the exemplars. Why did Yao Yumin contemplate retreat at that juncture? In this epoch, such artifacts cannot be smuggled abroad. They are confined to the domestic market. Yet, none dare acquire them, for regardless of the eminence of the auction house or the collector, the ultimate denouement invariably remains the same: perpetual consignment to the National Museum. Once such an artifact emerges, the authorities will assuredly conduct a thorough investigation, culminating in the additional bestowal of a lifetime residency in a state penitentiary. Yao Wenzhong, the esteemed geomancer of the tomb raiding fraternity, renowned as the Ghost Eye for his ability to discern dragon veins, met his demise on October 17, 2017, a fact unknown to the common populace. This was due to his transgression of tampering with that which should never have been disturbed. Yao Yumin sought to withdraw, for she was gripped by trepidation. However, the Sun brothers were far from amenable to such a proposition. The atmosphere was fraught with tension. The pallid figure of Yao once wore a fearful expression. The discord between both parties palpable, like swords drawn and ready for battle. You inquire if I was afraid at that moment. To speak candidly, I was 7 parts terrified and 3 parts curious. The fears are too numerous to recount. But what intrigued me was the enigma behind the stone door of the underground palace. It was as though the opposite side beckoned from an unknown realm, concealing national treasures yet to be unveiled. We were merely a small faction from the north, surrounded by numerous formidable groups on the path. Even if we were to breach the stone door, even if we deciphered the secrets within, we would be ill-equipped to handle the repercussions. The contents behind that stone door resembled a ticking time bomb. Should one dare to extract and sell them, it would spell disaster. The signal on the walkie-talkie was weak, yet I relayed the unfolding events to Captain Wang. After a prolonged silence, the walkie-talkie crackled to life as the red light illuminated. "Listen up," Wang's voice resonated. "The situation has escalated beyond our capacity for a safe retreat. You all should ascend. As for the second, we shall not pursue him any longer." Upon hearing Wang's words, the typically composed Sun Lao San, with his hair disheveled, rubbed his head in agitation. His eyes were bloodshot, as if driven mad, and he incessantly kicked the massive stone door, cursing vehemently. Yet, the colossal stone door remained steadfast, with only a faint dust settling in the air. Sun Lao San, in despair, sank to the ground, tugging at his hair in exasperation. A wave of discomfort washed over me as I felt a tightening sensation in my nose. My second brother, a lively spirit within our team, had mysteriously vanished, leaving us to speculate on his fate. We yearned to rescue him, yet he had seemingly evaporated without a trace in this ancient Western Zhou tomb. In addition to the mounting pressure, our inability to enter was compounded by a very pragmatic obstacle: the stone blocking the entrance, known as the self-acting stone or seal stone. This was one of the fundamental techniques employed in ancient times to deter tomb robbers. Many tombs, such as that of the Ming dynasty's Emperor Shenzong, Zhu Yijuan, contained such stones. His tomb featured a self-acting stone measuring 1 meter in length, exemplifying the intricate mechanisms of burial sites. For every invention meant to secure a tomb, there exists an equal and opposite effort to breach it. Generally, there are two approaches to overcome such formidable barriers: the cunning method of the ox-nose ring or sheer brute force. A noteworthy incident involves Sun Dianying, who famously encountered a self-acting stone while plundering Empress Dowager Cixi's tomb. His approach was one of raw power, employing a battalion of strong men and ultimately utilizing hundreds of pounds of military explosives to blast open the entrance and shatter the self-acting stone, allowing him to abscond with priceless treasures such as the luminous pearl, jade cabbage, and the 9-dragon sword. Another method, known in the trade as the ox-nose ring deviation technique, was later imparted to me by Sun's associate. You may be familiar with the iron rings used for oxen, which are hollowed out in the center and feature small holes on either side for tethering a rope. The technique involves carefully assessing the location of the self-acting stone behind the door, then chiseling an ox-nose shape into the surface with a hammer and chisel, thereby allowing a glimpse through the door's crevice at the stone bracing against it. A tool known as the semicircular dragon claw, referred to as the semicircular dragon claw in the northern schools and as the crooked needle in the southern schools, is necessary for this endeavor. Initially, the National Archaeological Team exhausted various methods, excluding explosives, but was unable to remove the hefty stone, weighing 1.5 tons, located behind the stone door of Dingling. Ultimately, they resorted to ancient texts for guidance, and some even claimed that they enlisted the help of a tomb raider serving time in prison, which enabled them to open Dingling without causing any damage. The names semicircular dragon claw and crooked needle may seem intricate at first glance, yet their underlying principle is rather straightforward. The crooked needle is a metallic instrument with a long handle on one end and a semicircular shape on the other. The procedure involves inserting the crooked needle through the crevice of the door, then encircling the stone with its circular end. A rope is then threaded through the prepared notch, and by exerting force to pull the rope either to the left or right, the position of the stone is altered, effectively disabling the security mechanism and allowing access through the stone door. The stone is merely one of the most common devices employed in ancient tomb traps. For centuries, since humanity began to embrace the notion of resting in peace, the practice of tomb raiding and its opposition has persisted relentlessly. Those who possess superior skills ultimately emerge victorious. In the dead of night, around 3 o'clock, our group climbed out of the tunnel, and the expression on Wang Baoto's face was far from pleasant. Having spent a lifetime in this line of work, Wang Baotou is still prudent in certain matters. Even with the crooked needle tied to a rope, the immense weight of the sealing stone, exceeding 2 or 3 tons, cannot be shifted by merely 2 or 3 individuals. Wang, the leader, altered the original plan. He instructed Sun Laoda to swiftly contact potential buyers to liquidate the 7 or 8 bags of bronze artifacts, while simultaneously reaching out to a certain mole to expedite the backfilling of the theft hole. It was imperative that no trace was left behind. We needed to extricate ourselves from shunned post-haste to evade scrutiny. Furthermore, Wang sternly admonished us to refrain from disclosing the events of the night, lest we invite legal repercussions upon ourselves. The Sun brothers, who had grown up together, shared drinks and fortunes, now found themselves diminished by one. Under Wang's insistence, Sun Laoda reluctantly commenced his endeavor to sell the bronze artifacts, desperate to convert them into cash. The uncertainty of when a sale would materialize rendered the waiting period agonizingly protracted. Sun Lao San, in a state of perpetual inebriation, sought solace in alcohol. I observed him, at times clutching a bottle, half drunk and murmuring to himself. Typically, During such moments, Urge would be the most exuberant, his voice the loudest, for they were on the brink of dividing their gains. Urge, where are you? Come back and share in the spoils. Chapter 22. Celebration of Life Before Departing. Sun Laoda took only one bronze artifact, declaring it a sample for presentation. Unlike previous occasions, this time the haul consisted of dozens of pieces, overwhelming for those lacking sufficient means. Wang's intention was to dispose of everything in one fell swoop, converting them to cash and vacating the area. However, to our dismay, several days passed without any news, leaving our team in a state of perpetual anxiety, questioning whether something had gone awry or if Sun Laoda had been apprehended. In recent days, Sun Laosan seldom ventured outside. He confined himself to his hotel room, diligently sketching something on blank sheets of paper. I had observed him several times and could easily discern that the lines he drew depicted the stone doors of the subterranean palace. Sun Laosan had previously possessed some experience in handling the rare stone, yet the enormity and weight of such a stone left him utterly perplexed. I understood that his obsession with the sealing stone was a form of self-delusion and comfort. Could he truly expect to accomplish alone what was beyond the strength of us all? This was nothing short of hysteria. To illustrate this absurdity, consider an individual possessing merely 10 yuan who insists on wandering through the most lavish designer boutiques. Even when the staff are aware of his financial constraints, they cannot dismiss him. Thus, he remains in the store, futilely trying on garments far beyond his means. Sun Laosan's current state mirrored this folly, and we were at a loss as to how to guide him. On the third day, I decided to visit Li Jing, as it suddenly struck me that it was her birthday. I wondered if her home was still besieged by debt collectors. Regardless, sitting idly in the hotel was unproductive. I resolved to assist Li Jing in celebrating her birthday, and I intended to present her with a gift. At that time, portable cassette players were all the rage, those plastic boxes that played tapes. Today's youth may not have experienced it, but back then, possessing a portable player was a status symbol. One would deliberately flaunt the device, balancing its weight in one hand while allowing the earphone cord to dangle conspicuously, ensuring one stood out as the most fashionable individual, attracting the attention of many admirers. Two songs in particular enjoyed immense popularity during that era. One was Mei Fei Say Wu by Sammy Chung, a catchy tune that was irresistibly engaging and instantly captivating. There's another song titled The Girl Across the Street, Look Over Here, sung by Ren Xinqi. As for the subsequently popular songs Mouse, Loves Rice, and Seeking Buddha, those emerged a few years later. I spent several hundred yuan to purchase a Sony portable cassette player from a music store, and of course, buying cassettes was essential. At that time, they were quite expensive. The Japanese were truly profiting immensely from selling such items. This money was the allowance given to me by my boss, which I had saved and hadn't spent, so it genuinely pained me to part with it. In the millennium, the funeral of love family became a widespread trend, with shamate hairstyles paired with ripped jeans, utterly ridiculous. Yet Li Jing was inexplicably fascinated by these things. Upon arriving at her place, Li Jing's mother went to work at the river management office, leaving Li Jing home alone. I entered and immediately presented her with a portable cassette player, wishing her a happy birthday and hoping she grows more beautiful with each passing year. Thank you. Li Jing blushed as she accepted the cassette player, and for a moment, an awkward atmosphere enveloped us, as we both recalled the events of that night in the small inn. In that inn, I had fled out of fear. After a brief moment of discomfort, Li Jing suddenly looked up at me and said, Yinfeng, you study at the first high school. I'm currently working on some exercises, but there are a few math problems I can't solve. Could you help me? My mom also mentioned that you should take the time to tutor me. At that moment, my face darkened. I'm not proficient in any mathematical methods. I am not a student of the first high school. I had deceived her. I couldn't solve any of those equations. While I might be skilled in tomb raiding, that was not something I could teach her. As I took the paper, gazing at the incomprehensible scribbles and symbols, sweat beaded on my forehead as I realized I was utterly lost. She handed me the ballpoint pen and inquired, What should I do, Yinfeng? Please write down the steps for me. I recalled that I had inscribed something on the paper, yet the specifics eluded me. It seemed I had first drawn a circle and then a square. Essentially, I had scribbled haphazardly. Upon viewing my masterpiece on the paper, Li Jing's mouth fell agape, and with a puzzled expression, She asked me what this solution entailed. I deceitfully replied, "This pertains to a later lesson that you have yet to encounter. Once you learn it, you'll understand." As we continued our conversation, two classmates, also named Li Jing, arrived to celebrate her birthday. Among them were two boys, one of whom had dyed his hair entirely red, with a tuft at his forehead colored yellow. He was clad in pants adorned with chains, embodying the essence of a rebellious youth. "Happy birthday, Li Jing." The boy with yellow hair cheerfully offered a small cake. Li Jing promptly accepted it, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Wang Chong, for your generosity in buying me a cake." The boy, brushing his forehead hair aside, responded nonchalantly, "It's no big deal. This is just a trifle." Observing this peer, who was roughly my age, I felt a surge of indignation within me. It was merely a cake, worth at most 30 yuan, while my Sony Walkman had cost over 800. Li Jing had never remarked on the expense of that, yet this insignificant cake seemed to garner undue attention. "Cool, mate. Allow me to arrange something," I declared. "Let us head to the starry restaurant at our school's entrance. I'll treat you all to a feast." After I said this, the boy looked at me with satisfaction. "Thank you, Wang Chong. As it happens, I haven't eaten yet. Let us go together, Yinfeng," Li Jing said as she grasped my arm. Upon glancing at this, the young man with the yellow hair appeared somewhat displeased, casting me occasional glares. The Starry Hotel is situated directly across from the 3rd Middle School, primarily catering to school officials and affluent students from the institution. Thus, it is regarded as an upscale dining establishment in the local context, second only to KFC in the eyes of the students. In a bid to win Li Jing's favor, the young man seemed to have made a considerable investment, which I later estimated to have cost him a week's worth of meal expenses. During the ordering process, a rather amusing incident occurred that I must share with you. I assure you, it bore a striking resemblance to a skit by the comedian Xiao Shenyang. As we began to place our orders, the young man requested a plate of garlic scallops. The waiter responded, "I apologize, but we are out of scallops today." Frowning, he then ordered a plate of poached chicken, to which the waiter replied, "I'm sorry, but the market is closed today, and we were unable to procure any chicken." Frustrated, the young man slapped the menu and exclaimed, "What do you have at the Starry Hotel, then?" The waiter, smiling, replied, "We offer authentic home-style dishes." Thus, we decided to order these traditional dishes, selecting 5 in total: sour and spicy shredded potatoes, mapo tofu, kung pao chicken, braised eggplant, and stir-fried eggs with chives, along with 3 bottles of Gatorade. It was evident that the young man did not offer me any Gatorade. "Come, let's toast to Xiao Jing's birthday," he declared, as soon as the dishes arrived. "Yinfeng, you can drink mine," Li Jing said, handing me her bottle. "No need. I could buy my own if I wish to drink," I replied, pushing it back towards Li Jing. As we spoke softly, the boy with the yellow hair sneered, "Hey kid, look at the rags you're wearing and that shabby hairstyle of yours. Have you ever drunk Jianlibo?" "Ha ha." A chill ran through me, and just as I was about to rise in indignation, a familiar voice resonated from the entrance of the restaurant. "Yinfeng, what brings you here? I noticed something was off with your expression. What's wrong?" I quickly stood up as a few individuals approached. "It's nothing, Yujia. I'm just having a meal with friends." In Chapter 23, titled Brotherhood, Yao Yuman was accompanied by 3 composed men, all clad in suits and wearing sunglasses. Their hair was impeccably styled, and they remained silent, standing with an air of authority. "Yinfeng, is this your classmate?" Yao Yuman inquired, her gaze laden with meaning. I desperately attempted to signal her with my eyes. She smiled gently and said, "Since we've met here today, Yinfeng, why don't you join us for a meal? I have some matters I wish to discuss with you privately." After speaking, she produced a small flip phone and made a call. "Yes, it's my brother. We will probably be half an hour late." The appearance of the phone drew the attention of many in the restaurant, including the boy with the yellow hair. At that time, owning such a device was a sign of affluence, and with Yao Yuman accompanied by 3 men who looked like they belonged to the underworld, the boy swallowed hard, no longer daring to taunt me. "Your friend is calling you. Go ahead, Yinfeng. We can meet later." Li Jing observed my thoughts and graciously encouraged me to join them. In the luxurious private room on the 2nd floor of the Star Hotel, an array of dishes had been served, featuring substantial offerings of fish and shrimp. Yao Yuman poured herself a glass of wine, took a sip, and gazed at me. "Yinfeng, what are your team's plans moving forward?" Pausing my chopsticks midair, I cautiously glanced at the three men in suits beside me. It's all right. They are our own, Yao Yuman reassured as she set her glass down. Sister Yu, the boss has already gone to work. He intends for us to extricate ourselves from this situation swiftly and depart from here, I replied earnestly. Yao Yuman swirled her wine glass and nodded. Yes, that is for the best. Wang Baotou is indeed aware of the stakes. Remember, once you leave shunned, do not return. Perplexed, I inquired about her reasoning. After taking a bite of her dish, she set her chopsticks down and remarked, Our line of work resembles the world of martial arts novels, filled with strategists, assassins, and warriors, both overt and covert schemes. As a young entrant in this field, as long as you remain steadfastly loyal to Wang Xiansheng, your future will be bright. Suddenly, she shifted the topic. Do you believe in mountain demons and supernatural beings? I shook my head, responding, I do not. Once a person passes away, they return to the earth. If they do not die, they endure for eternity. What then of ghosts or deities? My youthful appearance belied the wisdom of my words, eliciting a smile from Yao Yuman. She produced a bagua compass, holding it aloft before me. For reasons unknown, all 3 pointers on the compass suddenly aligned and pointed directly behind me. Observing my bewilderment, Yao Yuman teased, Yinfeng, there stands a toothless old woman who has perished from hunger right behind you. Whether it was psychological suggestion or not, her words sent a chill racing down my spine. A man in a suit removed his sunglasses, shaking his head. Yuman, he said, this lad is no ordinary person. It's best not to toy with him any further. Yao Yuman retracted the compass and handed me a necklace. Here, consider this your talisman. The necklace was strung with red threads, and at its end dangled a small gold box, filled with a bundle of yellowish-red paper scraps. Thank you, Sister Yu, I said, trying it around my neck. It fit quite well. Concealed beneath my clothing, only a portion of the red thread was visible. After a while of conversation, Yao Yuman recounted several tales of the former Wang Baotou, filling me with admiration and a yearning to attain such respect in the world of the Tao. After indulging in a hearty meal, I bid farewell to Yao Yuman and packed some leftovers. By that time, the table where Li Jing had been seated downstairs had also dispersed, likely returning home. On my way back, I occasionally pulled out the talisman to admire it, growing increasingly fond of it. Third brother, I'm back. I brought you something to eat, I announced as I pushed open the door to the hotel room. Third brother? Third brother? Before me lay a chaotic scene on the hotel floor, littered with crumpled white papers. Sun Laosan was sprawled on the cold cement, surrounded by more paper. I idly unwrapped a paper ball and glanced at it, noticing numerous angles sketched with a pencil compass, along with the repeated illustration of a rope. What is this? Third brother? I inquired, surveying the disarray. Sun Laosan, pale-faced, gazed at the ceiling and suddenly burst into laughter. I found it. I found it. He suddenly sat up, grasping my shoulders with fervor, his expression animated as he exclaimed, Yinfeng, I have discovered the method to unlock the stone door. His face was ashen, his eyes reddened. And before I could respond, he hurriedly elaborated, a thick hook needle. We can use a reinforced hook needle to pry it open. I shook my head, saying no. Third brother, even if the hook needle is thickened, it remains merely a tool. Tools require human effort, and we lack sufficient manpower. I was not speaking without reason. To open the grand tomb beneath the Moth Mountain, we might attempt 3 approaches. First, gather 40 to 50 individuals to pull together. Second, employ 100 pounds of dynamite to blast it open, though there is no guarantee that it would succeed, and we risk being buried alive. Third, report to the National Archaeological Team and let the authorities handle it. Given our current circumstances, none of these options were feasible, and with the head's decision already made, I felt that third brother's tinkering was futile. No, no, exclaimed third brother, picking up a piece of paper from the ground. He pointed at it, urging me to look with excitement. I gazed at it in confusion. The blank sheet was adorned with a large basket and 3 little calves. Connecting it to the thick rope he had drawn earlier, a thunderous realization struck me. Third brother, you can't possibly be thinking. He burst into laughter, saying exactly, with people plus 3 calves, and by thickening the hook needle and the rope, we can surely pull the stone door off its hinges. Astounded by his whimsical notion, I inquired, 3 little calves? Can they even pull? Of course, we can feed them. Yinfeng, Consider this. The opening of that pit is scarcely large enough for anything substantial to descend. We might utilize a basket to lower a calf, allowing it to feed and grow below. Upon uttering these words, Sun Laosan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. I reached out to touch his forehead, inquiring, "Third brother, are you feeling well? Are you running a fever?" He seized my hand, insisting, "Are you in or out, Yinfeng? Join me and the eldest." Observing his earnest demeanor, I grimaced, "But what about the leader? He has made his decision. Third brother, do not concern yourself with the leader. It will just be the three of us." "But to deceive the leader? That seems unwise." He stood up, gripping my shoulders. "Yinfeng, the eldest has not returned these past few days. Do you believe he remains away? In truth, he has already come back, right here in Shund." Later that evening, shortly after 1, Sun Laosan led me, concealing our actions from Wang Batu, to a clandestine location. Upon entering the room, I was met with the familiar sight of Sun Laoda, and to my astonishment, there was also the woman known as One Mole. 3 incense sticks were lit, and under the witness of One Mole, Laoda, Laosan, and I knelt upon the ground. Sun Laosan, with hands clasped before the incense burner, proclaimed, "This plan's future is uncertain, and the path fraught with peril. Should we find ourselves buried in this tomb, we shall harbor no regrets. If we emerge, and every officer in the realm seeks to apprehend us, let not be held against us. The Sun family values eternal rest. Even if our second brother becomes naught but a pile of bones, we shall ensure he returns to his roots. I, Sun Liantian. I, Sun Lianxing. I, Xiang Yinfeng." 3 voices spoke in unison. In this day and age, let us forge brotherhood, sharing both fortune and adversity. The trio bowed deeply to the ground. A glimmer of unusual brilliance flickered in the eye of one. Truly, this was a thought unthinkable to others, an undertaking others would not dare to pursue. Aware of the lurking tiger, yet we marched boldly toward the den. Chapter 24. The plan. Reflecting upon that scene from years past, I feel a flush of embarrassment. Indeed, what era are we in now, where the customs of bowing and worshiping have long fallen out of favor? Yet back then, I was overwhelmed with excitement. Such is the transformation of a man's spirit. 3 fearless souls, undeterred by the heavens or the earth, we whimsically commenced devising our grand scheme. All the admonitions from Yao Yumin and the trepidations of Wang Bato were cast aside. Our singular ambition was to undertake a significant venture, to pry open that stone door and unveil its mysteries. Later, half of the collection of bronze artifacts that Old Sun had sold was retained, including the bronze vessel inscribed with the 4 characters of Jianghu Dai Zi. Wang Bato kept them safe. On the day of profit sharing, we gathered as a group, although Wang Bato remained oblivious to our clandestine plan. It was the first time I beheld such a substantial sum of money, all carefully packed in large plastic bags. 10,000 yuan per stack, meticulously arranged. At that time, we were still using the 4th series of RMB, those blue 100 yuan notes featuring 4 portraits, bundled in tens of thousands and secured with white paper. Old 3, this is yours. Old 1, this is for you. Xiao Hong, this is for you and your little brothers. You've worked hard this time. One with a distinctive mole touched the plastic bag and smiled, saying, "Thank you, Bato." Wang nodded slightly, gazing at the plastic bag I had pushed toward him. "Yinfeng, you have just entered the field and have put in considerable effort. This is yours. Do not underestimate its worth." As I looked at the thickly stuffed plastic bag, I swallowed hard. "How much is this?" 130,000, he replied calmly. My hands trembled even more. I had never seen such a sum before, nor had I ever imagined I would. "But I still owe you 50,000. I prepared to open the bag to retrieve the money. "Ah, no need," he interjected, raising his hand to stop me. "For your first deal, how can you give it away? That would be inauspicious. Keep it for now, and we can discuss that 50,000 later." Nodding silently, I accepted the bag. This marked my first significant earnings. The money from this single transaction equated to 3 or 4 years' worth of income from my uncle's rural homestay. Each has their own way in life. I, Xiang Yinfeng, had struck it rich. As for the money belonging to my second brother, Wang said he would temporarily keep it for a year. If my brother had not returned by then, it would be handed over to Boss Sunday. I was somewhat curious about who had purchased our goods, and later inquired with the boss. He He mentioned that the buyer was quite mysterious, a runner. Runners were individuals who acted on behalf of others, handling errands and tasks. The true buyers remained behind the scenes. This was because at that time, the laws in Hong Kong differed from those in the mainland. There, bronze artifacts could be auctioned directly and legally, which is why the headquarters of Christie's and Sotheby's were located in Hong Kong back then. In those days, that particular area was the most significant hub for tomb raiding in the country, without exception. The earliest group of individuals who amassed wealth through the trade of antiques were well acquainted with the scene in Hong Kong, including several figures you often see on television. I am familiar with many of them. My intention is not to disparage these individuals, but it is a fact that those who prospered in this line of work rarely possess unblemished backgrounds. Having divided the earnings, Wong, our leader, was set to leave shunned, and he inquired about our intended destination. With ulterior motives, we naturally refrained from revealing the truth. Big Sun spoke up, saying, "Boss, the third, Yin Feng, and I have discussed it, and we plan to visit Dongguan for a while, perhaps for 5 to 6 months. When the time comes, we will await your instructions for our next job." "Oh, so you three are heading to Dongguan together?" The boss looked at us with a hint of surprise. "Yes, indeed. The three of us. You see, boss, Yin Feng is still quite naive, and we wish to broaden his horizons." Although Big Sun's words were a ruse to deceive the boss, they were not entirely untrue. During that period, the escort industry was experiencing explosive growth. In 1999, the Beijing Chongqing Thai Catering Group was established, and many were unaware that the female owneress stronghold was in Dongguan. Beijing Chongqing later evolved into the infamous Tiansheng Renjian. At that time, the highest service standards in the nation were exemplified by establishments in both Dongguan and Beijing. Thus, Big Sun intentionally mentioned their trip to Dongguan. The boss believed him, and the next day he returned to Beijing, reminding us to enjoy ourselves and to await his notification for any future work. As for us, we remain in Shund, pursuing our plans. We have relocated to a different dwelling, but have not ventured elsewhere. On the slopes of Fei Mountain, near the burial site, there lies over 20 acres of rice paddies. The eldest pretended to be an external investor, and within a mere 20 days, he acquired the entire area. Such is the efficacy of wealth. After purchasing the nearby rice fields, we had a fence erected around the perimeter, and our new residence is situated at the foot of Fei Mountain, where several single-story houses once stood, now demolished to transform into the greenery of Shunfeng Park. That evening, a character acquired 3 calves, specifically chosen for their breed, known as Charolais, which grow rapidly and possess considerable strength. We calculated that with proper feed, a Charolais calf can mature in as little as 5 months, and if utilized for hauling the stone door, it would likely take around 4 months. This individual also procured a winter tent and some living essentials, and that night, we struggled to lower the calves down with ropes. Although they are calves, they weigh over 100 pounds and are quite uncooperative, constantly kicking and resisting, leaving us drenched in sweat. The passageway was barely large enough. Had the calves been any bigger, it would have been impossible. In the realm of tomb raiding, while it may not be said that there are no successors, it is certainly unprecedented to raise cattle beneath a grand tomb. This method is utterly absurd, and one wonders about the thought process of our third brother at that time. We set up a tent below, hammered a stake into the ground, and tethered the calves there. In those months, the 3 calves became our ancestors. We were almost begging them for feed, ensuring they were nourished with 8 meals a day instead of merely 5, allowing them to eat their fill. Outside the underground chamber, the atmosphere was damp and humid, and every night, Sun Laosen would emerge from the tent to check on calves. I would descend occasionally, but most of the time, I covertly sent water, food, and cattle feed down with a rope during the night. Once delivered, I would cover the entrance of the tunnel with grass. During the day, I typically slept in a bungalow, armed with a small telescope that I would occasionally use to observe whether our fence had collapsed. At times, when a friend had a moment to spare, I would venture out to seek Li Jing. After 2 months, Li Jing had entered her 3rd year of high school. I purchased 3 pounds of egg cake and, as was my custom, went to visit her. However, upon arriving at her home, I found Li Jing sitting on her bed, hugging her knees, her expression far from pleasant. "Xiao Jing, what troubles you? I brought you egg cake." Li Jing's face was pale as she bit her lip, staring intensely at me. Suddenly, she hurled a pillow my way. Xiang Yinfeng, why did you deceive me? Wang Chang has told me everything. You are not even a student of the first high school. You aren't even from Shund. You liar. Liar. She yelled, her eyes red with anger. I staggered back, my hands trembling, causing the egg cake to fall to the ground, scattering everywhere. Chapter 25. Opening the door, stepping out of Li Jing's home, I felt a sense of disorientation. Ultimately, I had not found the courage to voice my feelings, nor did I dare to speak them aloud. I am not an exemplary student. I am merely a grave robber, a criminal, and no peers dare to befriend me. The gaze of Li Jing as I departed lingers in my memory. What's wrong, kid? Lost your spirit? Upon returning to the humble dwelling at the foot of the mountain, a girl, known as a Ku, was munching on an apple. I offered a bitter smile and replied, "It's nothing, just the wind is too strong, it's blinding." A Ku, cradling the apple in one hand, scrutinized me with suspicion before bursting into laughter. You haven't even sprouted all your hair yet, and you know about heartbreak? Forget it already. Her laughter was raucous. I felt a surge of anger and shot her a glare. Just eat your apple. If you don't understand the situation, don't speak out of turn. My irritation stemmed not from her teasing me as a child, but from her urging me to forget Li Jing, a perfectly fine person. Could one simply forget? However, there was indeed a fleeting trend on QQ Space back then, showcasing non-mainstream photos, melancholic gazes, disheveled hairstyles, adorned with special effects and poignant captions like "Forget Love." In the tranquil month that followed, I dared not seek out Li Jing again. The calf that our boss and the third brother were nurturing grew steadily, thriving on the finest fodder we provided. The thick, sturdy hook needed for our endeavors had long been procured, crafted by a master in Luoyang, perfectly meeting our specifications. During our time underground, aside from feeding the calf, the third brother would occasionally take up a hammer and chisel, tirelessly working on the stone door. After approximately 2 months of labor, he finally carved a groove resembling a bull's nose into the stone door. That evening, we gathered beneath the pit, everything meticulously prepared, each face etched with solemnity, for tonight marked the moment of truth. The success of our audacious endeavor to dislodge the spring stone hinged entirely upon this night. Sun Laodao patted the young ox, though it was no longer appropriate to call it calf. These 3 bovines are now only slightly shorter than myself, having grown quite substantial. Perhaps due to their ample feeding, one of the oxen leaned its head affectionately against Sun Laosan. "It's up to you, my friend," he said, stroking the ox's head. The spring stone was secured with the finest climbing rope available on the market at that time. After several attempts, Sun Laodao finally managed to wedge the hook through the crack of the door, securing the spring stone behind it. He anchored the hook to the bull's nose ring and tied the climbing rope. We passed the rope around the necks of the 3 oxen, and then we all grasped the remaining lengths of rope. After nurturing the cattle for 100 days, we shall put them to use, Sun Laodao declared, pulling the rope taut behind him and bellowing, "Pull." The rope instantly tightened. "Pull, pull." The 3 oxen bellowed as they pushed backward, and I, like a stubborn grain of sand, exerted every ounce of strength. My face flushed crimson. Instantly, a cloud of dust cascaded down from the stone door. "Hold on. Give it another heave. Open, for the love of—" With that final roar, a tremendous noise erupted from the great stone door behind us. The spring stone, which had been bracing the tomb's entrance, finally yielded to our combined effort. We collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Sun Laosan, who had resided in this lightless crypt for several months, was now so overwhelmed with excitement that he could scarcely contain himself. "We did it! We did it!" he kept repeating, his voice brimming with exhilaration. After months of perseverance, accompanied by the collapse of the self-rolling stone, everything dissipated into oblivion. Without the self-rolling stone, it became remarkably simple to push open this stone door. Once we regained our composure, several of us placed our hands on the door, and with a concerted effort, we managed to pry it open a small crack. The sound of the door creaking was reminiscent of the ancient chimes from 3 millennia ago, deep and resonant. When the opening was wide enough for a person to slip through, we paused. Peering inside, we were met with an abyss of darkness. I was the first to catch a whiff of a fragrance, akin to the one I encountered during my initial descent into the tomb. Yet this aroma was distinctly more potent, wafting toward us. Our leader had mentioned that such a scent was not a favorable omen. After allowing some time for the air to circulate, Boss Sun took the lead, and we all cautiously ventured inside. It was indeed dark, but our leader had prepared for this. We ignited the torches we had brought along. Raising them high, I gasped in astonishment at the sight before us. What lay in front of us was an assembly of timber, specifically an immense quantity of meticulously crafted wooden beams, each approximately a meter in length, numbering in the thousands. These beams were systematically interlocked, towering over 10 meters high and extending over 20 meters wide, resembling a hedgehog. Each beam was coated with a black substance that appeared to be some form of preservative varnish. The fragrant essence of Nanmu emanated from the wood. Sun Laosan stared blankly at the wooden mound, murmuring, yellow intestines and wooden piles. Indeed, this interwoven, hedgehog-like mound of timber was precisely what Yao Yuman had previously alluded to as the yellow intestines and wooden piles. The yellow-timbered structure of the Han Dynasty is incomparable to the object before me, akin to juxtaposing a tractor with a Ferrari. It simply pales in comparison in terms of grandeur and sophistication. None of us have ever beheld the yellow-timbered structures of the Western Zhou, and if we were to evaluate them under the later Han standards, it is conceivable that the very core of this wooden assembly may represent the coffin of the tomb's owner. In other words, the ground upon which we stand now marks the location of the principal burial chamber that has long since vanished above us. These wooden pieces interlock with one another, resembling a formidable hedgehog. Furrowing my brow, I inquired, "Third brother, this wooden mound obstructs our path. How shall we proceed?" Sun Lao San, being seasoned in such matters, pondered briefly and replied, "Yin Feng, do not be hasty. This structure must have been crafted by artisans. Once their work was complete, they would have needed an exit, undoubtedly leaving behind a concealed route." With that, Sun Lauda raised his torch and began to meticulously search for a passage through which we might enter, and we stepped closer to assist in the search. As we approached, I suddenly noticed that the yellow timber bore numerous black mushrooms, distinct from those we consume at home. These fungi exhibited bizarre shapes, their caps resembling the wrinkled visage of an elderly face, complete with a nose and eyes upon closer inspection. One particularly curious specimen caught my attention, and as I reached to pluck it, I was swiftly admonished. "Do not touch that. Leave it be," Sun Lauda commanded sternly. "It is forbidden to handle. If I am not mistaken, this fungus is one specifically mentioned in burial texts. This is known as Huangbai Laoyan, a rare, burrowing medicinal fungus." Huangbai Laoyan? A medicinal herb? I have never even heard of such a thing. A mole took 2 steps back and remarked, "Old 3, didn't you mention it was a medicinal herb? Why can't it move?" Although its appearance was indeed peculiar. "No, it's not that simple," Sun Old 3 replied gravely. "Very few have encountered this entity. I doubt even Yao Yuman has laid eyes on it. The burial scriptures state that this plant thrives in extremely regions, and in folk tales, it is said to be used by Miao doctors to summon souls." Chapter 26. Summoning Souls in the 1970s, Jilin University published a book titled World Fungi Popular Science. Due to poor sales, only the first edition was printed. On page 142 of this volume, a peculiar fungus is depicted in the form of a rubbing, which is precisely Huangbai Laoyan. In the mountainous regions of Guangxi, it is rumored to be used for soul summoning. Such folk taboos are subject to individual interpretation. Although I am not a professional Taoist priest or sorcerer, I have witnessed certain events with my own eyes, which I will share with you all when the opportunity arises. Returning to the matter at hand, as soon as Sun Old uttered the words soul summoning, coupled with our current location in a graveyard, one could not help but feel a chill in their heart. And a mole felt the same. The mole retreated 2 steps and shot a glare at Sun Old, saying, "Can you not speak of such ominous matters? Don't you see where we are?" Following this, the group distanced themselves from the fungi growing on the wooden logs. At that moment, I felt a peculiar sensation within me. The tomb initially exuded a fragrant aroma of camphor wood, yet the wooden mound, crafted by artisans of the Western Zhou dynasty, was evidently made of cypress. The enduring nature of cypress, which resists decay over millennia, can be attributed to its inherent preservative qualities and the protective layer applied upon it. These two factors indeed elucidate the wood's remarkable longevity. However, where did the scent of camphor wood originate? Could it be that the coffin of the tomb's occupant was fashioned from camphor wood? I found myself at a loss. We dispersed in search of an opening large enough for a person to crawl through amidst the gaps in the wood, perhaps a passage left by the artisans for themselves. Old Sun, holding a torch, observed us closely. The group temporarily separated, maintaining a distance of approximately 6 or 7 meters between us, allowing each person to remain visible to the others. I began my search in the southwestern corner of the wooden mound. Suddenly, I squinted, rubbing my eyes vigorously. I believed I had imagined it, for I thought I had glimpsed a curled, dark silhouette between the wooden slats. After clearing my vision, I looked again. It was nothing but wood. Being still young and somewhat timid, a wave of trepidation washed over me, prompting me to instinctively take 2 steps back. "Third brother, elder brother," I called out, but my voice echoed into the darkness, only illuminating a small patch of ground before me. I swallowed hard, slowly turning to glance behind me. To my dismay, they were gone. Old Sun, third son, had vanished into thin air. At that moment, an unexpected chill swept through the air, causing my pupils to dilate. Trembling, I shouted, "Third brother, elder brother, red sister." Silence prevailed, enveloping the confined space, devoid even of an echo. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness. My initial thought was whether I had encountered a ghostly maze. In my childhood, I often heard the village elders recount tales of such phenomena, describing how spirits would ensnare the unwary, leading them to stumble and drown, doomed to wander in circles for eternity. Fear gripped me, and a cold sweat beaded on my forehead. "Yinfeng, what are you doing over there?" Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind me. That familiar tone. I could never forget it. It was my second brother. "Second brother," I exclaimed, turning sharply with the torch in hand. Yet, all that met my gaze was an abyss of darkness. My face turned pale, and I took a step back, reaching for the protective talisman bestowed upon me by Yao Yuman, clutching it tightly in my palm. The small wooden talisman retained the warmth of my body, bringing me a slight comfort amidst the dread. "Yinfeng, I'm here. Hurry and find me." The voice of Sun Lair echoed again. Crouching on the ground, I cover my ears, leaning against the wooden hill, too frightened to make a sound. I glanced around in terror, seeking the presence of others. As I leaned against the wooden hill, I felt a tug on my clothing from behind. I was startled, scrambling to my feet and fleeing in a panic. With a sudden crash, I collided with something soft. In the darkness, Sun Lisan's face gradually came into view. "Yinfeng, have you lost your mind? Why are you running around?" "You're hurting me," he gasped, tenderly rubbing his chest. The torch flickered to life, revealing a birthmark and the figure of Sun Lauda once more before me. Upon seeing these individuals, I nearly succumbed to tears, wiping the cold sweat from my forehead. "Where have you all been? I did not catch sight of you moments ago." Sun, the eldest, cast a suspicious glance in my direction and said, "Calm down, Yinfeng. We have been searching for the entrance all along." Taking a deep breath, I replied, "Brother, just now I believe I saw the second brother." "What? Impossible." "Sun, the third," exclaimed in astonishment. "Yinfeng, where did you see him? There is no one else here apart from us. Are your eyes deceiving you?" "No, his eyes are not deceiving him." A girl with a birthmark turned pale as she nodded in agreement with Sun, the third. I think I also saw the second brother." One person might have mistaken what they saw, but now both I and the girl with the birthmark are saying the same thing, causing the eldest brother's brow to furrow deeply. Is it possible we are haunted, brother?" I mustered the courage to ask. The girl with the birthmark turned even paler at the mention of ghosts. The eldest brother scrutinized the surroundings before finally fixing his gaze upon the yellowing, lichen-like fungi growing on the wood. He shook his head and replied in a grave tone, "Do not be afraid. It is not a haunting. Even if it were, it is these things that are causing the disturbance." He glanced at me, then at the girl with the birthmark. "Xiaohong, Yinfeng, have you not realized? You two were the first to discover the yellow lichen and were also the closest to it. A single mole possesses a quicker wit than myself." After casting a glance at those objects, she incredulously inquired, "Boss, are you suggesting that what Yinfeng and I observed moments ago was merely an illusion?" that the true culprit is these black mushrooms? Indeed, I surmise that must be the case, nodded Boss Sun, acknowledging the whispers of rumor that claimed these entities were used for summoning souls, implying a certain hallucinogenic quality was to be expected. In an unguarded moment, I blurted out, "Then, brother, do you think it's possible that we have truly summoned the spirit of our second brother?" "Watch your tongue," Boss Sun admonished, delivering a light smack to the back of my head. "We are still unaware of whether our second brother is alive or dead." Realizing I had perhaps overstepped, I quickly apologized. Not holding it against me, Boss Sun declared, "Enough of this idle chatter. Follow me. I have discovered something." He led us to the northwestern corner of the wooden hill. Without needing his guidance, I'd already noticed that while the outer layer appeared identical to the surrounding wood, from this vantage point, the inner space was noticeably larger. Compared to the cramped conditions elsewhere, this area could barely accommodate a person. From here, one could penetrate deeper into the wooden hill and venture into the Huangchang Taizu. Using a sharp dagger, I began to pry open the outermost layers of cypress wood. Boss Sun turned to us, instructing, "Stay close behind me and speak up should you notice anything unusual." I resolved to be the first to venture inside. Chapter 27. Sacrificial person leading the way, Boss Sun and our band of companions huddled together as we crawled deeper within. Due to the inconvenience, we did not bring torches as we ventured deeper. Each person wielded a flashlight, resembling a military training exercise in crawling. The cypress wood surrounding us was laden with dust and spiderwebs. As we pressed on, our leader, Sun, suddenly halted. "What is wrong, boss?" asked a companion. Sun turned and illuminated the area with his flashlight, its brightness momentarily blinding. He remarked, "Have you noticed that it seems to be getting lower? Are we descending?" Surrounded by wood, and having been too preoccupied with our earlier tension, I glanced down at his words, and indeed, it appeared so. The area we had just traversed had transformed into a gentle slope. This revelation left everyone puzzled, for it was common knowledge that Huangchang Taizu was constructed on level ground, with the coffin located at the very center of the wooden mountains. What was happening? Was this a passage downward? Was there more below? Let's not dwell on conjectures. Let us reach the end first, Sun instructed, resuming our climb. The deeper we went, the more apprehensive we became. What had begun as a slight incline was now becoming increasingly steep. Although the Sun brothers had undertaken various tasks before, they too were encountering such an anomalous design for the first time. I found myself at the rear of the line, with a companion ahead, her figure clad in denim, causing me to lose focus momentarily. After approximately 10 minutes of crawling, the space ahead gradually expanded. "Be careful, watch your heads, don't bump into the wooden beams," Sun cautioned as he attempted to rise. It was pitch dark inside, and once everyone had exited, Sun shone his powerful flashlight around. He held the flashlight, his hand suspended in midair. Following the beam of light, our eyes widened in astonishment. There were no coffins, only sarcophagi, rows upon rows of them, an indeterminate number. Some of these coffins had decayed, others had collapsed into flat shapes, while a few remained relatively intact. The scent of sandalwood was now unmistakable, lingering in the air. Dozens of coffins were piled together, and there were no discernible burial items on the ground, which completely contradicted the funeral customs of any dynasty. Brother San furrowed his brow. Eldest brother, with so many coffins concentrated here, could this be a sacrificial pit from the Western Zhou period? His inquiry held merit, for apart from the Shang dynasty and the early Western Zhou, such sacrificial practices ceased to exist unless voluntarily undertaken. Otherwise, forcing the living to accompany the dead would have contravened the laws of that era. Sun Laosan's expression darkened as he stepped forward to a coffin that was not severely damaged, merely somewhat flattened. I swallowed hard, holding the flashlight, my gaze fixed intently on Sun Laosan. "Eldest brother, pass me the pry bar," he said, his tone grave. In unison, the two men coordinated seamlessly as the elder brother tossed the small pry bar. Without hesitation, Sun Laosan grasped it and prepared to pry open the coffin. "Wait a moment. Laosan, have you counted how many coffin nails there are?" the elder brother asked, his brow knitted in concern. Sun Laosan moved the flashlight to inspect, noting that some had decayed completely, making it uncertain, but he speculated there might be 6 nails. 6 coffin nails? "Be careful, Laosan," Don't get too close. If there are 6 coffin nails, it would be acceptable, but I dread the thought of only 5. A small mole murmured, patting its chest. Fortunately, it's not 5. I later sought to understand this notion. The funeral customs of ancient times have undergone continuous evolution, yet certain aspects have remained remarkably unchanged over millennia. For instance, the practice of burial in a coffin signifies peace, and coffin nails serve to separate the worlds of the living and the dead. When a coffin is sealed, having 6 or 7 nails is considered normal. However, fewer than 6 is deemed ominous. The presence of 5 nails is referred to as a soul-sealing nail, while 4 nails are known as spirit-pacifying nails, both of which are thought to be inauspicious for both the deceased and the living in traditional beliefs. Lao San, bold and seasoned from years of working as a gravedigger, had encountered countless coffins and seemed utterly unfazed by such matters. As he pried open the coffin, utilizing a crowbar to wedge into the seams, the decayed nails yielded with minimal effort. "What is inside, Lao San?" the small mole inquired softly. "Not much," he replied. "There is a length of gold thread and a heap of white chocolate. Come and take a look." He beckoned us closer. Upon inspection, we found that the coffin contained no burial items of note, save for 2 short pieces of gold thread and a scattering of human bones, which he referred to as white chocolate. The meager amount of gold thread could hardly be remnants of a ceremonial burial garment. After surveying the contents, Lauda shook his head, remarking, "It seems the conditions down here are quite favorable. After 2,600 years, the bones remain intact. In the northern regions, one would be fortunate to find even a single tooth preserved." Apologies for the interruption. As he spoke, Master Sun picked up a human femur and tossed it onto the coffin. "What is this?" he exclaimed, moving the bones aside with a small crowbar. A large mass of black, spherical objects was revealed. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a round stone covered in mud, its surface speckled with some seeds that had not yet decayed. This seems to be melon seeds, doesn't it?" A mole furrowed his brow. Indeed, they were melon seeds, a rather ominous sign. "I know what this is," Master Sun remarked as he discarded the stone-like mass, repeatedly wiping his hands on his clothing. "This is a backdoor pearl, an ancient instrument of torture. If the deceased was indeed a member of the Ji family, he was likely not a virtuous individual." Subsequently, Master Sun pointed at the skeletal remains within the coffin and shared his hypothesis. The practice of human sacrifice and burial rites had been abolished at the inception of the Western Zhou dynasty. However, during the time when the Zhou emperors granted titles to various feudal lords, many remote regions still adhered to the barbaric custom of live burials, reminiscent of the Shang dynasty. Unlike the present day, women held a significantly lower social status, and their representation among the sacrificial victims was substantial. It is likely that the pile of bones in the coffin belonged to a female. Master Sun reconstructed the scene from 3,000 years ago during a hot summer day in the Western Zhou period. The female weavers employed by the household had temporarily ceased their work and were gathered, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Suddenly, the master of the house, in a moment of kindness, arranged for a cart of melons to be brought in, enticing the weavers to partake in the refreshing fruit to alleviate the sweltering heat. Unexpectedly, the melons were laced with a soporific drug, causing everyone who consumed them to lose consciousness. At that moment, the host produced a stone ball and forcefully inserted it into the women's bodies. Some may have awakened in pain, but it was futile. They were subsequently nailed shut within their coffins, suffering agonizing deaths. This cruel and inhumane method of burial originated from the ancient customs of the Yu Kingdom. Not only were the women subjected to such torment, but their mouths were also sewn shut with golden thread, signifying a vow of silence and loyalty to their master. The scant remnants of golden thread were reserved for sealing the mouths of the sacrificial maidens. After all was completed, a considerable number of women remained alive. However, with their mouths stitched shut, they were rendered voiceless within the coffins, unable to cry out, and they perished in darkness days later, an utterly tragic fate. Chapter 28. The second gate facing the remains of the deceased from 2 millennia ago, I felt a sense of discomfort. However, the Sun brothers appeared unaffected. While I could not discern their thoughts, their expressions revealed a glimpse of their sentiments. Sun Laosan gazed at the skeletal remains within the coffin and sighed, dust to dust, earth to earth. We passed through this sacred ground without intent to offend. We apologize for any disturbance. May you all find peace in your next reincarnation. He bowed respectfully to the surrounding coffins. Be cautious not to disturb these resting places. Let us proceed further. It is indeed peculiar that we cannot locate the coffin of the mustard seed. Could it be that the primary burial chamber is hidden from us? As he spoke, Sun Laosan continued to lead the way forward. The youthful heart is still tender, and the Sun brothers, accustomed to death, referred to those bones as white chocolate. However, I felt differently. A sense of dread lingered within me, for the surroundings were littered with the remains of the deceased and decaying coffins. I lowered my head, hesitant to glance around, scarcely daring to breathe. After just a few minutes of walking, we stumbled upon a small stone tablet standing upright on the ground, faint inscriptions barely discernible upon its surface. He crouched down, illuminating it with a flashlight, and extended his right hand to wipe away the thick layer of dust. "What does it say, third son?" asked a freckled girl. Third son shook his head, unable to decipher the six-fold seal script. Nevertheless, I speculated that it likely pertained to the female sacrifices. He turned to glance back at the coffins behind us. Just then, the freckled girl suddenly shrieked, startling everyone. "Third son, shine the light over here." "What is the matter, Xiaohong?" She rushed over to us, her face ashen. "Someone just touched my backside." It was a human hand, not a bone. I felt it. Upon uttering these words, her complexion paled even further. Third son shielded her protectively, his brow furrowed as he directed the flashlight towards the direction she indicated. "Hand! Hand! Brother, it's a human hand." I had the keenest eyes and was the first to notice. Right where the freckled girl had just stood, a coffin lay slightly ajar, revealing a decayed arm dangling over its edge, limp and lifeless. This arm was in an advanced state of decomposition, with numerous maggots wriggling in and out of its pale flesh. Third son covered his nose and leaned closer to examine it, and upon seeing it, his expression grew equally grim. The corpse within the coffin, discernible by its silhouette and attire, appeared to belong to a male. The style of clothing was evidently contemporary. Subsequently, Sun Laosan pinched his nose with one hand and extracted a small copper plate with a clasp from the waist area of the corpse. Upon closer inspection, 3 characters were engraved on the front of the small plate. Ji-Guo-Chun. Sun Laosan meticulously examined the copper plate, then turned to glance at Sun Laoda, who nodded grimly in acknowledgement, indicating it was from the southern faction. From their intermittent conversation, I gleaned some information regarding the 2 factions of Tomb Raiders, the northern and southern sections. The northern faction comprises roles such as the eye-catcher, rice seller, earthen worker, logistics officer, and those handling scattered earth. In contrast, the southern group of diggers operates differently. The individuals responsible for locating graves are referred to as Zhigua, historically known as Yuan Liang prior to the Qing dynasty. The nature of their work aligns closely with that of the northern faction's eye-catchers. Additionally, there are gold diggers and laborers in the southern faction, who also have dedicated personnel for logistical support, which is quite similar to the northern faction. The Sun brothers shared with me a set of traditional jargon passed down from the old society's southern tomb raiding circles. The phrases included inquiries such as, "Today, ask Yuan Liang, Zhigua, one river flows with 2 landscapes, chopping wood on the mountain and burning fire below, with nothing to do but ascend the 3 treasure hall. May I ask how many hill gates you have dismantled and what is your harvest?" In response, one might say, the 2 landscapes belong to one river. We are indeed one family, crossing mountains and valleys with the partridge's call, observing the earth, and capturing dragons with 11 paths, having ascended the treasure hall multiple times. We have never returned empty-handed. Having listened to my elder brother's words, coupled with my analysis, I surmised that this exchange represented 2 rival factions of tomb raiders probing each other's strengths and assessing their capabilities. After identifying the corpse through a small bronze plate, Boss Sun stroked his chin and speculated, "Old 3, do you think this might be a case of internal strife, a black-on-black incident? Although we are unfamiliar with this individual, possibly surnamed Chun, the very term suggests a significant standing within their gang." It's hard to say. The group from the south arrived before us. But we do not know their point of entry, and now they've suffered such losses. Brother, we must exercise caution. Indeed, Boss Sun nodded in agreement. The tomb chamber was rectangular in shape, with a vast space ahead, the destination unknown to us. We traversed the sacrificial area and continued onward. After walking for less than 2 minutes, we encountered another stone door blocking our path. Unlike the previous door, this one was slightly smaller, and on either side stood 2 peculiar stone sculptures. I pondered how to describe these figures. They had triangular dog heads, green faces with protruding fangs, bodies akin to a qilin, human ears, and a pair of wings tucked against their sides. Their hind legs were firmly planted on the ground, while the left front paw was slightly raised. The eyes bulged menacingly, and the sculpture stood approximately 2 meters tall, exuding a fierce aura as if to warn intruders of the tomb. What fearsome guardians of the tomb! Third brother shone his flashlight around. The guardians of the tomb are peculiar and bizarre, predominantly manifestations conjured by the deceased during their lifetime. Much like the ethereal beings that soar through the skies, they form an integral part of the funerary culture. These grotesque and sinister figments of imagination were once the least favored items among antiquities dealers, alongside the clay soul cocoons. Setting aside the prestigious bronze artifacts of national significance, I reckon that even should these 2 stone guardians be illicitly acquired and find their way into a museum, such an institution would likely hesitate to display them, for fear of inducing tears in children. Brother San, do behold the eyes of these stone carvings. At that moment, I noticed a particular detail. The eyes of both stone guardians were mismatched, one larger than the other, discernibly asymmetrical to the naked eye. Sun Laosan's expression grew grave. Guardians with strabismus are ominous. This is highly inauspicious. Let us not linger and depart swiftly. Depart? Where shall we go, Brother Laosan? Is it not a barrier before us? Quer de mole. In such an expansive tomb, only 2 doors stand in the way. It is not surprising. I am confident I can open this. And it will take at most a day, Sun Laosan replied, unfazed. Only a day? The mole exclaimed. Laosan, have you become so accustomed to dwelling below for months? Ah, Xiaohong, one must not speak in such a manner. We are not like the Monkey King, capable of traversing walls. Laosan's words bear truth. It is said that our predecessors could dismantle the 11th earthen gate. Thus we are but a trifle, retorted the mole, casting a disparaging glance at the Sun brothers, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Through a narrow crack, I observed that the stone door obstructing our path also bore a sealing stone, yet its size and weight were significantly less formidable than that of the previous barrier. According to the understanding of the Sun brothers, the outer door represents the main entrance, while the door before them signifies the entrance to the bedroom. Only by pushing open the bedroom door could they possibly encounter the principal figure. Chapter 29. The mural with deft craftsmanship. The Sun brothers worked tirelessly, their hands never idle. The blue stone, though not particularly sharp or hard, allowed them to accomplish their task in a mere few hours, despite initially estimating it would take an entire day. They crafted the cow's nose groove, adhering to their previous method, and secured the rope with a hook. I called out, and with a vigorous effort, I noted the apparatus had been significantly reduced in size, suggesting success was within reach. Sun Laosan was the first to grasp the rope, followed closely by the rest of us. Drawing a deep breath, he lowered his voice. 3, 2, 1. The rope was instantly taut, and our collective force was directed to the left. A resounding crash echoed as the stone within fell to the ground. Sun Laosan's estimation proved accurate, armed with the experience from their first attempt. They had successfully identified the right approach this time, adhering to the principle of caution. Sun Laosan first placed a white candle in the crack of the door to test the oxygen levels within the space. The candle stood on the ground, its flame flickering intermittently, yet there was no draft to be felt. Nevertheless, the flame leaned to one side. Is everything all right, third brother? I whispered. He gestured for silence, indicating we should observe for a couple more minutes. After a few moments, the candle continued to burn as it had before, showing no sudden diminishment, which indicated that the oxygen levels within remained relatively stable. Watch your step, he cautioned, and together we exerted our strength to push open the second stone door. The temperature inside the second gate is remarkably low. One can instantly feel it upon entry. Despite being heavily clothed, the chill penetrates deeply, and the breath manifests as visible wisps of vapor. Birar. It's freezing, Lao-san. The temperature outside must differ by at least a dozen degrees. He mutters while rubbing his hands together incessantly. Sun Lao-san, puzzled by the unusual climate, responds, the temperature around Fei Mo Mountain is generally stable. I didn't expect this place to be so peculiar. It's rather perplexing. If we can't decipher it, let's not dwell on it, Lao-san. None of us are geologists. Let's first explore the path ahead. Sun Lauda offers his perspective. Big brother, third brother, look up quickly. As I haphazardly wield my flashlight, I suddenly catch sight of something remarkable. In the southwest corner of the stone wall, numerous vividly colored murals remain intact. Murals, these, they don't appear to belong to the Western Zhou style. Sun Lao-san exclaims, illuminating the artwork with his flashlight, his expression one of disbelief. Not Western Zhou? What does that mean? I scrutinize the wall once more. The murals predominantly feature shades of black and red, with a multitude of images visible in the illuminated areas. The themes depicted are eclectic and bizarre. Men adorned in ancient attire with hats, women bearing their chests, and children bound upside down to wooden structures. At the center of this unsettling tableau lies a pure white coffin, surrounded by numerous ragged individuals kneeling on the ground, seemingly in worship of the coffin. The overall style of the murals evokes a sense of sinister cult worship. The reason why Sun Lao-san glanced at the mural and declared it might not belong to the Western Zhou period is due to the mineral pigments used in the mural itself. According to common knowledge, such mineral red was not prevalent during the early Western Zhou era. It gained popularity later in the Warring States period, particularly in the Chu region. The tombs from the Western Zhou period do not correspond with the murals of that time. This point is utterly incomprehensible. Furthermore, whose is the white coffin depicted in the mural? Thus far, not a single notable burial item has been discovered. Yao Yuman has confidently asserted that this is a national-level grand mausoleum, even positing that it contains invaluable state treasures. Yet, where are the artifacts? Lao-san, come quickly, a voice exclaimed suddenly. The group hurried over to investigate. There, in the northwest corner of the stone wall, another mural with a bizarre style had emerged. Once the content of the mural became clear, every face, including mine, turned ashen. What I saw was a mural with some paint flaking off, depicting 3 men and 1 woman. The mural was remarkably lifelike. 2 of the men appeared to be in their 40s, the woman in her 30s, while the last man was noticeably much younger. In the mural, these modern individuals were all holding flashlights, gathered around a white coffin. I anxiously glanced behind me, only to find an empty space. There was no white coffin to be seen. The 4 figures in the mural unmistakably portrayed our group. TH3 brother, my voice trembled slightly. Suddenly, Sun Lao-san slapped himself hard. It is impossible. Surely I am seeing things. He turned his pale face towards a blemish and asked, Xiao Hong, what do you see? The blemish trembled and replied, I saw the 4 of us, and a creature with horns on its head. A creature with horns? I rubbed my eyes vigorously, but no, there was no creature with horns. What I distinctly saw was a white coffin. Sun Lao-san took a deep breath and said, what I see is the 4 of us surrounding 2 venomous snakes entwined with each other. Sun Lauda shook his head as well. What I perceive is different from yours. I see a child crouching on the ground, weeping softly. After uttering these words, the group exchanged glances, each reflecting incredulity. A peculiar mural. The 4 of us looked simultaneously, yet each discerned 4 distinct patterns. I saw the coffin. The blemish saw the horned creature. Sun Lao-san perceived 2 intertwined venomous snakes, while Sun Lauda saw a child buried in sorrow. Sun Lao-san had encountered many eerie phenomena before, but this scenario of 4 visions clearly surpassed his comprehension. The only reasonable explanation we could derive was that we were experiencing a collective hallucination. Something was amiss. Let us sit down and refrain from leaving. Sun Lao-san urged us to remain seated. After a few moments of contemplation, he rummaged through his backpack and produced a small circular iron box. modest in size and crafted from old white copper, devoid of any patterns or trademarks. He carefully unscrewed the iron box and poured a small amount of yellow powder into the palm of his hand. The powder emitted a pungent odor, reminiscent of realgar, but even more potent. Sun Lao-san instructed us to extend our right hands, and he distributed a small portion to each of us. He raised his hand to the tip of his nose and said, "Inhale it all at once." He took the lead. Achoo! Goodness, what a kick! He inhaled twice in quick succession, shaking his head vigorously. The moment I inhaled the powder, a sudden chill coursed through my mind. Its invigorating potency far surpassed that of menthol or floral waters, operating on an entirely different level. After consuming this yellow powder, we focused intently on the mural. The weeping children were gone, as were the horned monsters and venomous serpents. Instead, we beheld a series of eccentric ancient figures, devoid of animals or coffins. Thank heavens, I had been prudent enough to procure some soul-reviving medicine from a local before my arrival. After cursing under his breath, Sun Lao-san straightened up and turned to look back at the path we had just traversed. The scent of sandalwood lingered. It was the same fragrance from before, a traditional method of thwarting tomb robbers concocted by ancient shamans. The group of Southerners who had entered before us must have also experienced hallucinations, leading to their internecine strife. Fortunately, I had prepared adequately, and we had discovered the truth in time. Sun Lao-san gazed at the murals once more. Had we delayed by even 5 minutes, we would have perished without understanding how. This is borrowing someone to kill. Chapter 30, A Startling Change. Are we all awake now? Once the effects of this drug wear off, we shall depart, which should take about half an hour. To be on the safe side, we should wait a bit longer. After speaking, Sun Lao-san cautiously stowed away the vial of powder. Third brother, this substance is quite potent. You claim it was borrowed from a friend in the underworld? Which friend? I inquired with curiosity. Sun Lao-san shook his head. This is borrowed from the lame incense of the 8 peculiarities. Thankfully, I came prepared. Many have heard of a term called bewitching incense. In ancient dramas, one might see wrongdoers puncturing a window paper and using a hollow bamboo tube to blow smoke inside. This is not mere superstition. Rather, the fragrance from the depths of the tomb has lingered for millennia, evoking great astonishment. Before the Republic, those who navigated the underworld were often associated with the 8 doors, particularly the 8 peculiarities of the bridge. What are the 8 peculiarities? Golden skin decorations and fragrant willows of the evaluation group. The lame incense spoken of by third brother ranks second to last among the 8 peculiarities, positioned above the willow door, which is associated with the business of flesh and skin. Waiting for the effects of a drug to dissipate takes half an hour. Out of curiosity about the 8 peculiarities, I seized the opportunity to learn more. Third brother mentioned that some heirs of the 8 peculiarities still exist, while others have vanished, much like the lost arts of the tomb raiders and hill movers. These individuals once bore nicknames in the underworld. A stick of bewitching lame incense is merely one among many extraordinary figures. The flamboyant beggar, Hua Jianlu, the candy seller, Zhang Xiaohong, Su Qin, the swordsman with a small braid, Li Huada, the drummer known as Little Songrong, Wei Guotong, the strategist of Fengtian, Bai Yuqing, the storyteller of Tianjin, Wang Xiaoyuan, the meteor of Beiping, and Li, the swift one who traverses rooftops. Each of these individuals is undeniably a master of their craft. However, during that time, the tomb raiders, who were also considered lowly, seldom had names that resonated in the world. I quietly noted these names, pondering that I might have the opportunity to encounter these remarkable figures of the jianghu in the future. Old San, how vast do you think this underground palace is? Fei Mountain is hardly substantial, I pondered as I felt the effects of the medicine dissipate. A small mole, burdened with thoughts, inquired. Sun Lao-san shook his head in resignation. I do not know. We shall take it step by step. Yin Feng, brother, the effects of the medicine should have worn off by now. Let us continue our exploration. If we do not thoroughly investigate this western Zhou underground palace, all our efforts over the past few months will be in vain. After gathering themselves, the group pressed onward. Approximately 10 minutes later, we stumbled upon an exceptionally unique structure. In the heart of the underground palace, there lay a dried-up circular depression, its edges smooth, with 3 human-shaped stone sculptures dressed in long robes standing within. The sculptures were devoid of heads, only their bodies remained. Observing the neatly severed necks of the stone figures, we surmised that the heads had been intentionally omitted during their creation. Had they been deliberately destroyed, the necks would not bear such even cuts. This depression resembled a reservoir, clearly the result of intentional excavation by previous occupants. Ah, why are there so many holes over here? What purpose do they serve? A sudden discovery was made by the edge of the pool, where a curious object was found. Indeed, as a mole would suggest, there were numerous small holes arranged around the concave water basin, the purpose of which remained a mystery. Bold as ever, Jianghu was the first to leap into the water. Upon reaching the center of the pool, he furrowed his brow at the sight of 3 headless stone sculptures. "What's the matter, Lao San? Have you found something?" we inquired, and soon the rest of us followed suit, jumping into the pool. "Look here, big brother." Sun Lao San pointed towards the chest of the headless stone figure. I too observed the area he indicated. There was a slight indentation on the stone figure's chest. Although subtle, it became apparent upon closer inspection. "Lao San, don't touch it yet." But it was too late. Almost simultaneously, Sun Lao San pressed down on it with his right hand, and, as Big Brother noted, our warning came a mere moment too late. The chest of the stone figure caved in, and we stood frozen in place, scarcely daring to breathe. Creak, creak. I was the first to hear it. A series of sounds emanated from the bottom of the pool, akin to the clinking of massive iron chains being tightened. Almost at once, the ground beneath our feet began to sink. "Run!" San Lao San reacted with remarkable speed, sensing the impending danger just in time. He leaped out of the pool in 3 great strides, with Lauda following closely behind. The sound of clanking metal grew increasingly louder. At that moment, the 3 headless stone figures suddenly turned to face me. "Yin Feng, Xiaohong, quickly jump up!" Jianghu shouted in a frantic tone. The entire concave reservoir was descending rapidly, and in the brief instance of my distraction, it had already sunk nearly 2 meters. At this moment, given my leaping ability, it was too late to ascend. "Rope! Boss! Quickly bring the rope!" Aiji shouted urgently. Suddenly, there was a loud crack, akin to the sound of a steel cable snapping. Before the elder brother could lower the climbing rope, the entire reservoir descended at an alarming rate. "Yinfeng, come here!" Aiji's forehead glistened with perspiration. "It's too late. Crouch down. Hold onto the stone statue." She demonstrated to me first. A profound sensation of weightlessness enveloped my body. I could no longer see the elder brother or the third brother above me. Fear rooted me to the spot, rendering me motionless. Noticing my daze, Aiji bit her lip and dashed over to pull me along. It was only then that I regained my senses and hurriedly clutched the same stone figure as Aiji. I mimicked her posture, bending my knees slightly. At that moment, I noticed several thick bronze chains affixed to the surrounding stone walls, their numbers exceeding 100. Aiji and I grasped each other's arms, rendered powerless, as we helplessly observed the reservoir sinking beneath us. A tremendous splash echoed around us. The impact surged forth with such ferocity that I could no longer cling to the stone figure and was thrown backward. First, I felt a chill against my back, followed by an overwhelming coldness enveloping my entire body. It was the frigid water of an underground river. The water engulfed me rapidly. My head was still spinning, and I could hardly comprehend the situation. By the time I regained a semblance of clarity and attempted to flee, it was far too late. Unable to swim, I choked on several mouthfuls of water, expending every ounce of strength to cry out for help. I flailed my limbs and shouted in desperation as my body began to sink. I felt as though my lungs were on the verge of bursting, my entire being submerged in water, continuously bubbling up to the surface. In the haze of my consciousness, it was as if a rapid slideshow of memories played in my mind, fleeting glimpses of my past life. There were images of my grandmother, the gaze of my uncle, the teachings of my headmaster, and the smile of Li Jing. I desperately endeavored to grasp these memories, yet none could I hold on to. My awareness was gradually dissipating. At that moment, whether it was a mere illusion before death, I suddenly felt someone embrace me from behind. Chapter 31. The Sphere After Losing Consciousness. I lost all sense of time. I was awakened by the biting cold. My back ached with a numbing sensation, and each breath sent a pang of pain through my chest. I wondered if perhaps a rib was fractured. "You're awake." I turned my head while lying on the ground to see a mole sorting through her damp hair, equally drenched as I was. The sound of the flowing river reached my ears, and despite the sharp pain in my chest, I managed to ask Hong, "Sister Hong, have we survived?" "Indeed, we are quite resilient," she replied, her tone devoid of jest. I struggled to rise from the ground, but the movement aggravated the pain in my ribs. "Be gentle. I've examined your injury. Your ribs aren't broken, just sprained." The mole assisted me to my feet. With a moment to spare, I surveyed my surroundings. Before us lay an underground river, and our precarious position was barely on the bank, confined to a space of less than 2 meters. My backpack was gone, likely swept away by the current. Fortunately, the mole's bag remained intact. Within it were some sustenance in the form of biscuits and essential tools for emergencies. Leaning against a stone, I gazed at her and said, "Hongjia, thank you for saving my life. I cannot swim, and had it not been for you, I would have surely drowned." Unperturbed, she began to remove her clothing. I hastily lowered my gaze. Her voice broke the silence. "There's nothing to burn here. No way to start a fire. Hold off on your thanks for now. Quickly take off your clothes and wring them out, or you'll risk hypothermia." Seeing my reluctance, she chuckled and shook her head. "I've encountered far greater sights than you. Why would I be intimidated by a mere novice? Hurry up." Thus, 5 minutes later, I was left in nothing but my briefs, my hands shielding my modesty. No matter her coaxing, I remained steadfast in my refusal to remove them, my final act of defiance. Eventually, with a resigned sigh, she helped me wring out my clothes, sparing me further embarrassment regarding my undergarments. Beneath us lay a cavernous structure, and the walkie-talkie in her bag was of no use. At that time, satellite phones were non-existent, and the second Beidou communication satellite would not be launched until 2007. Consequently, we had no means to contact our elder brother or third brother in the immediate future. Now we had to rely solely on ourselves. The biscuits in my backpack had become waterlogged, yet they were all we had to replenish our strength. The soggy biscuits were cool and crumbled, melting in the mouth like soup. After resting for over an hour and donning our clothes, a mole on her face inquired whether I could walk. I gritted my teeth and replied that I could. Together, we began to stagger along the narrow riverbank. This underground river flowed from west to east, and we were following the same direction. The platform, reminiscent of a reservoir, was now out of sight, likely having sunk to the riverbed due to its weight. During my journey, I pondered deeply. To be honest, I still couldn't fathom it. The robust bronze chains left a profound impression on me. I am aware that during the Western Zhou dynasty, the casting of bronze artifacts was accomplished through the method of template molds, while the lost wax technique came much later. The bronze chains, interlinked and enduring for 2 millennia, seemed beyond the capabilities of the era, given the limitations of the craftsmanship at that time. As I continued, the water flow grew increasingly swift, and the banks of the stream narrowed significantly. Initially, the two of us could walk side by side, but soon, fearing a slip into the water, I fell in a single file behind a companion. She led the way, while I followed closely. Fortunately, the high-quality waterproof flashlight I had purchased earlier proved invaluable at that moment. A cool breeze wafted through, a refreshing sign, and I believed that as long as we followed the underground river, we would surely find an exit. Suddenly, she halted. "What's wrong, Hongjia?" I inquired. "Yinfeng, what is that?" she asked, turning her body to shine the flashlight ahead. The illumination was limited, and from a distance, I could only discern some indistinct circular shadows, resembling spheres suspended from the ceiling of the cave. "What is that?" I too struggled to make it out. "Be careful. Let's move closer to investigate," she advised. Turning back to me, as we approached, clarity emerged. It was some form of elongated trapezoidal bronze artifact. In front of these bronzes hung numerous spherical clay balls by finer copper chains, leaving me utterly bewildered as to their purpose. A mole raised her brow and remarked, "Yinfeng, don't these resemble a set of chime bells?" "Chime bells? The trapezoidal bronze chime bells?" I was taken aback. Upon her observation, the resemblance became increasingly apparent. In ancient times, the variety of bronze artifacts was extensive, numbering approximately 34 types, with chime bells being merely one among them. Subsequent generations have categorized them into round chime bells, square chime bells, hat-shaped chime bells, trapezoidal chime bells, and more. Why, beneath the Famo mountain, were there so many bronze chime bells suspended in this underground cavern? What purpose did the round clay spheres in front of the chime bells serve? Humanity is perpetually curious about the unknown. "Let us knock one down and take a look," said the mole, as she picked up a small stone from the side. With a vigorous toss, akin to striking fruit, she unfortunately missed on her first attempt. Undeterred, she tried again, yet still failed to hit the round spheres. "Allow me to give it a try, Hongjia," I said, taking a small pebble from her hand. Having enjoyed shooting at birds with a slingshot in my youth, I still possess some accuracy. On my first attempt, I struck true. The round sphere swayed back and forth like a swing, but lacked sufficient force to fall. This time, I summoned all my strength. With a splash, the clay sphere tumbled into the river. "I hit it, Hongjia." The mole shot me a glance. As I watched the sphere drift toward the center of the subterranean river, she quickly discarded her shirt and turned to me, saying, "Wait here, I'll retrieve it." Without waiting for my cautionary words, she leaped into the water. 2 minutes passed. The surface remained calm, and I had yet to see her figure. "Hongjia, Hongjia." I stood anxiously by the shore, shouting. A round object was pushed to my feet by the water, and a small blemish vanished from sight. Terrified, I remained frozen, unsure of what to do. Suddenly, a person's upper body emerged from the depths. Upon recognizing her, I breathed a sigh of relief. It was a small blemish. As she swam to shore, her expression fluctuated between brightness and gloom. "Are you hurt, Hongjia? What's wrong?" I asked, concerned by her pallor. After a moment of hesitation, she turned to me and said there's something beneath the water. I couldn't see clearly, but it resembled a large carousel constructed by human hands. "What? A carousel? What do you mean?" I inquired. "I don't know. Let's not dwell on that for now. Let us first examine what this object is." She pointed to the spherical item at my feet. "Oh, all right." The object was quite solid, about the size of a soccer ball. I struck it with a sharp stone several times before managing to create a small opening. It was akin to cracking a coconut. I reached my hand inside, attempting to pry it open with force. The first attempt failed, but the gap widened, allowing me to shine my flashlight inside. Within, I discerned a white object and tentatively reached in to touch it. As I did so, my expression shifted dramatically. I felt my fingers probe 2 hollow sockets. "What's wrong?" the small blemish asked. I hurriedly withdrew my hand, sitting down and retreating several paces. A human head. Chapter 32. Luine dead. It's a human skull. The moment I touched those 2 hollow sockets, I realized that the spherical object contained a skull. The small blemish-esque complexion altered slightly, yet her reaction was somewhat steadier than mine. She forced herself to say, "Yinfeng, you are a grown man. It's surprising that you, a tomb raider, are afraid of a mere skull. If Error were here, he wouldn't hesitate to kiss it. Step aside. Allow me," with a slight furrow in her brows. She took matters into her own hands, since the spherical object had already been cracked open by my previous efforts. She exerted little force, and soon pried it open with a few strikes of the stone. What lay within confirmed my earlier suspicions. The sphere indeed contained a human skull. Portions of the skull had weathered over time, yet curiously, its surface was adorned with patches of gilding, arranged in a seemingly random pattern that resembled symbols rather than text. I had heard of gilding techniques in ancient craftsmanship, such as copper-gilded, silver-gilded, gold-leafed hairpins, and gilt silver, but never had I encountered gilding applied to a human skull. The gilded ring around the eye sockets shone brilliantly, creating an eerie contrast with the pitch-black skull. A mole remarked, "In my earlier days, while assisting a gang in Qingda, I came across something similar. However, it was not a skull, but a small segment of a finger bone. The leader of that gang informed me that it dated back to the spring and autumn or warring states period." She gazed up at the trapezoidal bronze artifacts hanging from the cave ceiling and said, "Yinfeng, your aim is commendable. There must be dozens of these items. Knock one down, and let us examine it." I nodded in agreement. Given the height, I couldn't reach them even by jumping, so I resorted to my old method of using a stone. I deliberately selected a larger rock. Bang! At the very first strike, I struck the stone, and the collision with the bronze vessel produced a resonant and clear echo. Upon hearing this sound, I had already assented to a previous conjecture regarding the object. This row of trapezoidal bronze instruments was, with 90% certainty, a set of chimes. With an additional exertion of strength, I lifted my gaze. Bang! The final blow landed with solid impact. With a splash, the chime fell into the river. But I was prepared, and within a minute, I had retrieved it. Once it was in our possession, we began our examination. This bronze artifact was narrow at the top and wide at the base, adorned with some red spots and green patina. Moreover, the waistline, mold lines, and cloud and thunder patterns were all meticulously crafted, indicative of a genuine artifact from the Western Zhou dynasty. I weighed it in my hands and found it surprisingly light. It lifted effortlessly. "Red Jia, you should try it. Why does it feel so unusually light?" I remarked. One of my companions, who was older and far more experienced in this field, reached out to touch it. "It's so light. Is this not bronze?" she said. Having spent many years in this domain, she had encountered far more than I had. She scratched at the green patina on the bronze chime with her nail, and it flaked away easily. Beneath the green patina, a dark gray surface was revealed. After observing this, she furrowed her brow and said, "This is not bronze. It is a valuable item. If I am not mistaken, it should be Tian Tai." "Iron chime?" I exclaimed in disbelief. "Red Jia. Was there iron during the Western Zhou period?" "Surely not. Could you be mistaken?" She shook her head, indicating that I had misunderstood her. She was referring to celestial iron, not wrought iron. Iron artifacts emerged during the late spring and autumn period. And to put it plainly, celestial iron is meteorite iron, derived from meteorite ore. No wonder it felt unusually heavy upon contact. A mole once suggested that the trapezoidal chime bells were crafted from meteorite iron, a claim supported by evidence. Just a few years ago, in 1996, the Hunan Provincial Institute of Cultural Relics and Archaeology collaborated with the Sanmenxia Cultural Relics team. They conducted a rescue excavation at the Gua State Tomb in Shangkunling, Sanmenxia, ultimately uncovering 2 rusted iron swords. These short swords, originating from the tomb of Guizhong, underwent X-ray fluorescence analysis, revealing numerous unidentified components with high concentrations of nickel. Consequently, these 2 swords from the Bronze Age were classified by the National Archaeological Team as meteorite swords. "Red Sister, you said, this object is so precious. Why don't we take it with us?" Realizing the significance of the chime bells stirred a twinge of greed within me. I pondered that rather than allowing it to languish in this dark, subterranean river, it would be better for me to take it out. It wouldn't be considered wasteful. Would it? A mole glanced at the chime bells on the ground. Her interest piqued as well. They weren't excessively heavy, so I suggested we take them. This place would likely remain untouched for centuries. She shook her head, signaling for me to carry the chime bells. I removed my shirt, twisting it into a makeshift rope. Unbothered by the chill of the bells, I secured them behind my back with the fabric, tying a knot at my chest to complete the arrangement. I gave a little shake. They remained perfectly stable. "Is it comfortable against your chest?" "Everything is fine now, Hong Jia." I patted my back, burdened with hundreds of thousands, and the weight hardly pains me anymore. I feel quite well. A mole grinned and said, "Do not fret. Once we are out, I shall seek assistance. I will call upon the boss and the third. Together we shall transport this entire set." A complete set? How splendid. I tightened the straps of my garment across my chest. We continued our journey along the subterranean river, occasionally glancing back, as I felt an odd sensation that the chimes suspended from the cave's ceiling resembled bundles of cash, swaying in the breeze and beckoning me. After traversing approximately 200 meters as we walked, a sudden warmth enveloped my nostrils, and I inexplicably began to bleed. "Wait a moment, Hong Jia," I exclaimed, tilting my head back and calling for a mole to halt. A mole, not missing the chance to jest, remarked, "Ah, the youth is brimming with vigor, even bloodied with bare shoulders." Just a moment, she tore a strip of fabric from her attire. "Keep your head up and stay still. I shall tend to your wound." "Hong Jia, you are bleeding too." I noticed a mole had also begun to bleed. No longer attending to my injury, she tilted her head back, using the strip of cloth to staunch her own flow. Just then, an ominous sound reverberated behind us, a deep metallic clang that bore a striking resemblance to the resonant toll of the chimes. With the weight of the chimes pressing against my back, I craned my neck to look back. In that instant, every hair on my body stood on end. Bubbles erupted continuously from the underground river, and the copper chains adorned with skulls and clay spheres began to jerk violently. Dozens of round clay spheres swayed rhythmically, colliding one after another against the iron chimes. The skulls, controlled by a certain underwater mechanism, moved autonomously, and the chimes began to play a melody from over 2 millennia ago. The deep, resonant sound of the bells grew increasingly louder, seemingly echoing into the depths of the human soul, causing my scalp to tighten with apprehension. From less than 200 meters away, as the sound enveloped me, I felt an unsettling pressure in my eyes. My heart constricted, and the veins at my temples began to throb. The blood that had just flowed from my nose was now unstoppable, gushing forth with increasing intensity. A companion, experiencing a similar plight, was also unable to stem the flow of blood from her nose. Her eyes were reddened and swollen, and the veins on her forehead were visible as she shouted in a panic, "Yunfeng, run! We're going to die!" Many are unaware that the bells do not produce sound on their own. Rather, they vibrate when struck by mallets, with the vibrations traveling through the unseen medium of air before finally reaching the human ear, thus creating the harmonious tones of the chimes. Years later, in pursuit of understanding this phenomenon, I invested some resources to impersonate the leader of an arch troupe from Hong Kong. I sought out Professor Wang Dan, a former technician at the state-run 703 Instrument Factory, who had personally overseen the complete restoration of the Zhengho e-chime set. I inquired with her whether, under certain circumstances, it was possible for the sound of the bells to be lethal. Professor Wang was taken aback by my question and asked the reason behind my curiosity. I responded that it was purely out of interest. Ultimately, she confirmed that it was indeed possible, citing an example of how high decibel sounds can shatter glass, suggesting that the chimes could similarly possess such potential. Reflecting on this now, this is a concert that demands lives, performed by dozens of skulls adorned with gilded runes, with instruments crafted from meteoric iron in the style of the Western Zhou dynasty. The host, who invited both myself and Hongjia, is likely to be Jianghu. Chapter 33, The Eccentric Run. I staggered forward along the bank of the subterranean river, supported by a mole on my skin. Behind us, the chime of bells resonated melodiously. The currents of the underground river surged ominously, gradually forming a small whirlpool upon the water's surface. As the mole had foretold, beneath the water lay a grand mechanism resembling a colossal wheel. This underwater wheel activated bronze chains, which in turn propelled the gilded heads, ultimately resulting in the heads striking the chime bells. I pressed my hands firmly against my nose, yet crimson blood seeped through my fingers, dripping steadily below. At that moment, the mole suddenly seemed to recall something, shouting at me, "Cover your ears. Run back." Without waiting for a response, she seized my hand and tugged me backward. After traversing such a distance, turning back felt like courting death. Confounded by her intentions, I nonetheless allowed her to lead me in retreat, even with my ears blocked. The closer we drew to the source of the sound, the more agonizing the pressure on my eardrums became. We scrambled and ran back to the original point. Throw away the bell. The fabric of the mole's clothing was already drenched with her own blood, and her voice was faint. Enduring the piercing pain in my ears, I unfastened my garment and hurled the chime bell, which I had been carrying on my back, into the underground river. Almost simultaneously, the resonant sound of the bell ceased abruptly. The gilded skulls, suspended by bronze chains, lost their source of energy, swaying gently for a final moment before coming to rest. The subterranean river returned to tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. I lay on the ground alongside a mole, gasping for breath. "Red, Sister Red, how did you know we were to turn back?" The mole's complexion was ashen, her clothing stained crimson, and she weakly shared her conjecture. I reflected briefly on her words and found her reasoning plausible. Fortunately, her composure in the face of danger had spared us. Had we recklessly charged ahead, we would surely have met our demise. This underground river was a sealed, elongated cylinder which facilitated rapid sound transmission, We could never outrun it. Moreover, she had previously entered the water, and the resonating bells relied solely on the mechanisms of the wheel and the flow of water. The bells were triggered because I had struck one. The meteorites exerted mutual attraction, establishing gravitational equilibrium. The removal of any one would disrupt this delicate balance, forming an intricate mechanism. I speculated further, pondering whether this subterranean river had not existed over 2 millennia ago, and that the Great Wheel may have once been exposed above ground. In the era of King I, the I Ching had only recently been composed. Yet the principles of Qimendunjia had already taken shape. The notion that Qimendunjia evolved from the I Ching is inaccurate, for it must have preceded the latter. Following was the Warring States period, during which the I Ching had yet to gain widespread recognition, yet strategies of the logicians, the military doctrines, the laws of the realists, and the mechanisms of the Mahis flourished, giving rise to a plethora of formidable figures such as Giguzi, Sun Bin, Ing Zheng, Yin Ing, and Bai Qi. This grand assembly of human-headed chime bells must undoubtedly be supported by the mechanical arts of the Mozi school and the Yin-Yang masters from the Western Zhou period. Viewed from another perspective, this is precisely what Yao Yuman referred to as a national treasure. Alas, it is regrettable that we cannot take it with us. If we were to remove even a single chime, it would inevitably trigger the underwater great turntable, endangering the lives of the living. Hongjia, do you think we might find ourselves trapped, perishing in this subterranean river? I wiped away the blood from my nose. Aji remained silent. Hongjia? Hongjia? As I struggled to rise, I noticed Aji's brows were tightly furrowed, her complexion pale, and she had succumbed to unconsciousness. Hongjia, Hongjia, please wake up. I shook her fervently. Aji swayed slightly, yet remained motionless. Drink some water. Hongjia, yes, water. I rummaged through my bag for a bottle of mineral water to feed her, but it flowed out from the corners of her mouth. I was at a loss. My eyes reddened. I implored, eat. Hongjia, please have some biscuits. The biscuits had softened, transforming into a semi-liquid state akin to water. I could not get them into her. Aji's breathing grew faint. We must go. We must escape. We still need to find our elder brother, second brother, and third brother. I clenched my teeth and strained to lift Aji onto my back. The flashlight was dimming, its illumination greatly reduced. Bare-chested, I bent down to support her, advancing along the bank of the underground river. Sweat trickled down my forehead, stinging my eyes. I wandered aimlessly, pausing intermittently, quenching my thirst with river water and satiating my hunger with some reconstituted biscuits. Throughout this ordeal, I never once contemplated relinquishing my companion, for I was determined to save my partner. In this forsaken place, devoid of sunlight or moonlight, I was oblivious to whether it was day or night. With a heavy burden upon my heart, I felt cold and famished, my legs trembling from exhaustion. I had no notion of how long I had traveled when, all of a sudden, a faint glimmer of firelight appeared in the distance. My legs buckled, and I could not maintain my footing, succumbing to unconsciousness. When warmth enveloped my body, I slowly opened my eyes. The crackling of firewood filled my ears, and a delightful aroma wafted into my nostrils. At that moment, a face, covered in hair, suddenly loomed into view. Startled, I sprang upright and retreated a couple of steps, fearing I had encountered a savage beast. Who are you? I inquired, keeping my distance and remaining cautious. He mimicked my words. Who are you? I stepped back again, pointing at him. I asked who you are. Why are you mimicking me? To my surprise, he also retreated 2 steps, pointing back at me. I asked who you are. Why are you mimicking me? In disbelief, I exclaimed, Are you a fool? The hairy-faced man repeated, Are you a fool? At a loss for words, I quickly turned my attention to my companion. Upon seeing her condition, I breathed a sigh of relief. Although her complexion remained pallid, her breathing had noticeably steadied, a promising sign of improvement. I took a deep breath and turned to face the individual, expressing my gratitude regardless of the circumstances. Thank you for saving me and my friend. He mimicked my words. We had yet to escape the underground river, and I was unaware of where he had procured the firewood. Gazing at the fish sizzling over the flames, I instinctively swallowed hard. May I have some fish? I inquired. May I have some fish? He echoed. This peculiar person persistently imitated me, prompting a sudden idea. Go ahead and eat, don't hold back. Indeed, he parroted my words, "You eat, don't hold back." A surge of joy filled me. Thus, I felt free to indulge. It had been a day or two since I had savored anything warm, and I began to devour the fish ravenously. Though I had intended to eat just a little, I ultimately consumed an entire fish, leaving only the bones behind. Upon finishing the last bite, I dislodged a fish bone and said, "You should have some too." I had anticipated that he would mimic me once more. However, to my surprise, he first stared blankly for a moment before vigorously shaking his head. I was astonished to note a subtle change in his gaze, an indescribable sensation. He glanced down at the scattered fish bones and slowly lifted his head. "Who are you?" I thought, bewildered. I was enjoying the fish. Chapter 34, Damp Shade. Before I could process the situation, I looked at the debris of fish bones and murmured, "I sincerely apologize, my friend." I was too hungry to resist and ended up eating it all. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet with remarkable speed, knocking over a piece of burning firewood in the process. I urged in a hurried tone, "Do not resort to violence. Let us converse calmly." He clenched his fists, glaring at me. "Do you have any idea how long I've been trapped here? Damn it. Is it easy for me to catch a fish?" To my utter surprise, as he spoke, he crouched down and began to weep. I took 3 cautious steps toward him, squatting beside him, gently patting his shoulder. "Brother, you claim to have been stuck here for quite some time. Then from where did you come? Surely you didn't fall from above?" I gestured toward the top of the hole as I spoke. "Don't try to get close to me. Don't think for a second that I'm unaware. You're definitely from the north, a mere tunnel rat. Don't consider yourself a pet cat." His words were blunt, and his voice boisterous, a stark contrast to the foolish demeanor he had displayed moments ago. I narrowed my eyes and cautiously replied, "A river may reflect the scenery of 2 banks. Wood is chopped on the mountain while fire is burned below. Pray tell, Yuan Liang, how many hill gates have you dismantled?" As soon as I finished speaking, he was momentarily taken aback, and then his expression became quite animated. "Hey, you lad, hardly out of your youth. Dare to challenge me with dark verses? Very well. Listen carefully. A sack of soil packed in the southwest, a spade for excavation, a partridge disembarks at the waterway, lightness of foot gliding over water, and a little earthworm underground." Upon hearing his words, I breathed a sigh of relief. It was indeed the jargon of tomb raiders. Although our approaches differed, we shared a common ground in our profession. Through our conversation, I gradually pieced together some clarity. It turned out that he was a tomb raider from the southern faction, adept at navigating watery caves, and his name was Chun Jiansheng. He holds a mid-level position within the southern faction, and, in his own words, he has spent 6 or 7 months in this cavern of the underground river. Due to his agility and adeptness in swimming, he usually subsists on catching river fish and rodents to stave off hunger. I inquired about the others in his gang. "They are dead," he replied with a nonchalant tone. "Dead? The entire gang is deceased? How do they perish?" The thought that it might have been a case of internal strife raised my suspicions. With Hongjie in a state of unconsciousness, if I were to fall victim, we would both meet a grim fate. Observing my apprehensive demeanor, the man scoffed, "Look at you, trembling in fear. Aren't you worried about tarnishing your northern faction's reputation? You need not concern yourself with how they died. It wasn't me who did the killing. By the way, who is your leader? Do share his name." After a moment's contemplation, I quietly replied, "Our leader's surname is Wang, known as Wang Xiansheng. Everyone calls him Wang the leader." "Wang Xiansheng? Wang the leader?" He rubbed his head, as if he had heard that name before. "All right, I've introduced myself. What is the name of your southern faction's leader?" "Wait, don't tell me just yet. Let me guess. Is a man named Ji Guochun?" The fire crackled incessantly, and the water of the underground river flowed gently as he lowered his head in silence, leaving both of us enveloped in a moment of stillness. After about 5 or 6 minutes, he suddenly lifted his gaze to meet mine. "Have you seen Old Chin's corpse?" I nodded in affirmation. Indeed, I had encountered it, lying in the coffin, though the body had begun to decay, leaving little worth salvaging. Upon hearing my words, the man, his eyes reddened, remarked, "Chen Baotou, you have endured for so long, yet I never imagined it would end like this. My condolences." I offered a casual response, "By the way, you mentioned you have been here for 6 or 7 months. What is the situation?" Is it that you cannot find a way out? Surely not. Huh? A way out? He glanced at me with a sardonic smile. Do you think I haven't searched? The space beneath this Western Zhou tomb is entirely orchestrated by the tomb owner, akin to his private garden. Enough, young man. Come along, bring this lady with you. If you remain persistent, I shall take you to see it, and then you will understand. Thus, I hoisted Hongjia onto my back once more and followed the man further. Some of his words eluded direct answers, yet as we walked I pondered. The scent of huangbai and that peculiar agarwood could induce hallucinations. Our survival was attributed to our swift awakening, facilitated by the medicinal powder procured by third brother from his acquaintances in the underworld. If this reasoning holds true, might it be that this gang of Southern Tomb Raiders also succumbed to illusions, leading to their eventual demise through internecine conflict due to the absence of such powder? At times, this man spoke in a deranged and foolish manner, while at others he appeared entirely sane. Could this be a lingering effect of the hallucinations? Of course, these are merely conjectures. If the individuals involved choose to remain reticent, I am unlikely to deduce every intricate detail. After traversing the underground river for over an hour, we suddenly encountered a bifurcation where the water split into two smaller streams, one flowing east and the other west, with a dead end of stones in between. What do you think? Have you figured it out? He abruptly turned to inquire. Observing the scene before me, I furrowed my brow and replied, the structure above this Western Zhou tomb mirrors this configuration, resembling a T-shape, which aligns harmoniously with the current of this subterranean river. He clapped his hands in approval, exclaiming, You possess quite the discerning eye. Indeed, the orientation of this tomb's feng shui is a deliberate design by the tomb owner. This is the hidden dragon vein beneath Famon Mountain. Over centuries, the cave has remained dark and damp, leading it to become what geomancers refer to as a wet, shady ground. I suspect the tomb owner sought to leverage the nourishing essence of the dragon vein and the wet, shady ground for a second life. As he guided me onward, he continued to muse aloud. The more I listened from behind, the more astonished I became, my heart racing with trepidation at the possibility of his words bearing truth. It is a common belief that after death, hair and nails continue to grow until burial, a notion familiar to many. However, some have misinterpreted this phenomenon over time, giving rise to the concept of zombies. Yet, the idea of a shadow corpse is entirely distinct. The leaping zombies depicted in early Hong Kong films are a far cry from the eerie essence of a shadow corpse. As far as I understand, the term shadow corpse, wet shady ground, and undecayed corpse all refer to the same phenomenon, thoroughly documented in the burial texts of both the Tang and Song dynasties. The text describes a traditional belief regarding the consequences of certain types of corpses, particularly the Yin corpse, which can bring misfortune to future generations depending on its condition. The protagonist, despite feeling intimidated, asserts their bravery. As they navigate a path along a riverbank, they express frustration over the slow pace, especially considering the burden of carrying another person. The tension builds as they reach a sudden halt. The passage articulates the notion of the Yin corpse, delineating its implications based on varying degrees of its condition. A dry corpse, if nourished over time, can lead to the resurgence of hair and bring calamity upon 3 generations. If the mouth is ajar by an inch, it wreaks havoc across 6 generations. And if it gapes 3 inches wide, it signifies the extinction of descendants. Conversely, a damp Yin corpse, positioned against the shadowy mountains with its head resting in the direction of darkness, poses a grave threat. Upon discovery, it is advised that the living should neither approach nor intervene, an admonition for posterity to heed. Are you frightened? The man queried, casting a sidelong glance at me. Not in the least. What is there to fear? I declared resolutely. They are merely the deceased, the fabrications of ancient minds. I harbor no trepidation. Ah, brave lad, he remarked, continuing onward without a backward glance. Yet, unbeknownst to him, as I conversed with Hongjia, my legs trembled with unease. Chapter 35. The confrontation before me lay a fork in the path, and we opted for the left route along the riverbank. The man claimed to be leading me to a specific destination. Hurry up, I urged. At this pace, we shall never arrive before nightfall. He frequently turned to prompt me. Though I refrained from retorting, choosing instead to grumble silently about the absurdity of his concerns over darkness, particularly when burdened with another's weight. Hongjia, possessing a voluptuous figure, yet modest in height, likely weighed no more than 110 pounds. While not excessively heavy, traversing several miles with her on my back, especially along this treacherous riverbank, risked to fall if I were not cautious. Thus, my pace remained slow. "Stop. We shall pause here," the man suddenly commanded. He pointed across the underground river, urging me to look. On the opposite bank stood a sheer cliff, and by the faint glow of the flashlight, I discerned a fissure in the rock face. This crevice, approximately several dozen centimeters wide and extending vertically, concealed its depths from view. "What is the matter?" I asked, perplexed as I gazed across the river. "What else can we do but swim across to the other side?" He replied, squinting at the stone crack. "But I can't swim, and besides, Hongjia is still unconscious. How could she get across?" I remarked, incredulous at the notion. "If we are to cross, it must be after Hongjia awakens." The man regarded me, then glanced at Hongjia, who lay in a stupor on my back. He finally sighed, muttering a curse under his breath about the laziness of a stubborn donkey. Gently, he laid Hongjia down, and we leaned against the rock wall, closing our eyes to rest. I resolved to wait until Hongjia regained consciousness before proceeding, prioritizing safety above all else. Fatigue washed over me, and as I rested, I drifted into a peculiar dream. In this dream, I found myself in a splendid palace adorned with opulence. The floor was covered in a luxurious fur carpet, and 6 grand bronze lanterns flanked the hall, their flames flickering brightly. One by one, a multitude of elegantly attired dancers, with waists as slender as willow branches, entered the palace. They danced in graceful groups of 3, their beauty captivating. With brows as delicate as the mountains, these enchanting maidens gazed in unison towards the grand hall above. I too followed their gaze. Before me, there were 29 steps ascending from the ground, and at the pinnacle stood an enormous bronze bed, resplendent and commanding. At each corner of this bed, fierce dragons were intricately cast, their bodies twisting like springs, their faces menacing. Each dragon faced a different cardinal direction, surveying the east, south, west, and north. Upon the bronze dragon bed reclined a man of opulent attire, adorned with a crown, holding an empty bronze goblet in one hand. His gaze indifferent to the dancers behind him. As he faced away, his visage remained obscured. I yearned to approach and glimpse his features, yet found my body unresponsive. Suddenly, within the grand bronze palace lantern, the flames of the burning candles transitioned from a soft yellow to a gentle green, ultimately deepening into a rich emerald hue. In an instant, the opulent palace vanished from sight, and the green light enveloped the space, evoking the essence of the underworld. At that moment, the exquisite faces of the dancers morphed into grotesque visages. Just then, the man upon the bronze bed began to turn his head towards me, revealing a face of pallid hue, flat nose, and a visage dripping with pus, as if swollen and distorted. His features congregated in the center, with 2 elongated fangs pressing against his lower lip, while a few strands of hair fell loosely over his forehead. I jolted awake, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, my heart racing with trepidation. What was this? A nightmare? The man, leaning against the stone wall, opened his eyes and inquired with a dispassionate tone. "Nothing. Just a dream," I stammered, hastily wiping the cold sweat from my brow. The dream was so vivid that even the intricate patterns on the bronze lanterns were discernible, truly astonishingly lifelike. Hongjia has yet to awaken, but I noticed a flush of color returning to her face. It seems that if there are no significant issues, she should regain consciousness soon. Indeed, I was correct in my assumption. Hongjia woke up that night. As soon as she opened her eyes, she requested water. Given her weakened state, I feared that drinking river water might cause her distress. So I retrieved the last remaining half bottle of mineral water from my bag and offered it to her. "Hongjia, you have finally awakened," I exclaimed, wiping her mouth with joy. I nearly succumbed to despair, and she grasped my hand, expressing her gratitude. "Yunfeng, you saved my life. You did not abandon me and fled alone, as I thought. You are indeed a man of loyalty." She no longer referred to me as a childish brat, but as a man. It was nothing extraordinary. We were merely helping each other. I chuckled, feeling a bit shy as I scratched my head. Who are you? She suddenly noticed a man with a rugged face resting in the southwest corner. As he opened his eyes, revealing a mole, he clasped his hands and introduced himself. Nampai Tugu, Jin Jian, Chun Jiansheng. Hong Jie's expression conveyed a mixture of 6 parts seriousness and 4 parts disdain. Nevertheless, she returned the gesture, replying, Beipai Ho Wu, Iku Ji, Chun Hong. The two nodded at each other from a distance, and thereafter ceased their conversation, which could be considered a cordial acknowledgement between peers. Historically, the southern and northern factions have never seen eye to eye. Thus, the mere act of exchanging names and greetings was a noteworthy development. When the brave meet on a narrow path, victory belongs to the valiant. I pondered that if the leaders from the southern and northern factions were to encounter each other in the same grave, it could very well lead to bloodshed. Each would dare to draw their sword, and none would willingly concede unless the opposing faction could decisively overpower their own. In such an encounter, the truth would inevitably be revealed. Although they were at odds, I sought to refrain from stoking the flames of discord. I endeavored to maintain a serene dialogue between the two parties. After all, it was only the 3 of us present, all akin to grasshoppers on the same string, and our primary objective was to devise a means of escape. I conveyed to Hong Jie the necessity of crossing the river to the opposite bank. Upon hearing this, she furrowed her brow and remarked, Yin Feng, why are you so readily trusting of others? What if some individuals harbor ulterior motives to harm you? The man beside us, arms crossed, interjected, a petty person's mind measures a gentleman's heart. It is only women and the small-minded who are difficult to nurture. You, a woman with a mole, her face flushed with anger, rose abruptly. Dare to speak another insult? The man smirked, a cold smile gracing his lips. It is only women and the small-minded who are difficult to nurture. Stop. Don't be impulsive, Hong Jie. I attempted to grasp her arm, but I was a moment too late. It was too late. Calamity was imminent. You, rodent from the south. Rise. The woman with the mole charged forward, her demeanor fiercely aggressive. At that moment, I noticed a change in the man's expression. He shifted from anger to a state of confusion and bewilderment. Towering above Hong Jie, he initially bore a certain commanding presence as he stood. Then, scratching his head, he uttered, You rodent from the south. Rise. As Hong Jie's expression shifted, she placed her hands on her hips and scolded angrily. Dare to mimic me again. The man immediately mirrored her posture, retorting, Dare to mimic me again. You southern faction rat, dead rat, rotten rat. Hong Jie's anger caused the veins on her temples to bulge. The man chuckled foolishly, repeating, You southern faction rat. Dead rat, rotten rat. Chapter 36. The garden, both Hong Jie and Chun Jiansheng were in their 30s or 40s, and their quarrel, if witnessed by outsiders, would certainly be deemed lacking in decorum. However, I held a different perspective. They were both individuals of the underworld, steeped in the ways of the jianghu, embodying the roughness of the lower social strata, a trait that is difficult to alter. After I explained several times, Hong Jie finally grasped the situation. She sneered sarcastically. So that's why he mimics others. Turns out he's just a simpleton. Forget it. I shan't stoop to the level of this southern fool. Exactly, I replied, then pointed across the river and asked, Hong Jie, how do you suggest we cross? Oh, she frowned. What is the point of crossing? Do you truly believe this fool's words? After a moment of contemplation, I nodded. Hong Jie, did you not notice? Where did those dry branches come from? I suspect there might be truth in his words. There could be other secrets hidden here. Chun Jiansheng remained foolishly imitative, still echoing our words. A nearby figure glanced at him, gritted her teeth, and declared, Fine, Yin Feng, if you believe him, I believe you. Then let us swim over and see if there truly lies an unexpected world within. Yin Feng, you're not a strong swimmer, are you? She inquired. Well, it's not that I'm incapable. I merely lack the ability to swim, I said with a grimace. She sighed in exasperation. I must say, Yin Feng, if we manage to find Lao San and the others, you must practice swimming. In this line of work, being unable to swim will inevitably lead to significant trouble. Hold me tightly from behind, and I shall guide you across, she urged. I quickly nodded in agreement. The underground river was not particularly wide, yet its depths were formidable, and at this time of year, the water was frigid. Although Hongjia was an excellent swimmer, she too was cautious. "Lower your body. Where are your hands?" she chided. "Oh, I apologize, Hongjia," I stammered, swiftly adjusting my grip, before plunging into the water. I glanced back at the dazed Chen Jiansheng and inquired, "Hongjia, what should we do about this man? Shall we leave him here?" With a cold demeanor, she replied, "Let him be. He is a South faction worker. If he dies, it matters not." Feeling a sense of trepidation, I dared not retort. Casting one last deep look at the man, I inhaled deeply. With a splash, I embraced Hongjia, and together we leapt into the underground river. The water was even colder than I had anticipated, and within mere seconds, I felt my limbs begin to numb. "Focus and do not let go. We shall make it through," Hongjia urged as she carried me, swimming steadily towards the riverbank. Fortune smiled upon us this time, as we encountered no mishaps. In less than 10 minutes, we reached the shore safely. After wringing out our clothes, we approached the crevice. The fissure in the mountain towered over 10 meters high, appearing quite profound from the outside, and its width permitted only a single person to pass at a time. After checking the flashlight, I noted it still functioned, albeit with a dimming beam. I exchanged a glance with Hongjia. Nodding slightly, I was the first to turn sideways and venture inside. As I squeezed through the crevice in the mountain, I kept my stomach tucked in, mindful of the protruding stones that jutted out, which I encountered several times, causing a painful jolt. After traversing approximately 300 meters, a glimmer of light appeared ahead. My heart leaped with joy, and I quickened my pace. Upon emerging, I stood transfixed, utterly astonished by the sight before me. I had anticipated that passing through this mountain crevice would lead me to another subterranean cavern. However, I had misjudged. During my middle school years, I had studied a text titled The Peach Blossom Spring, authored by a figure whose name escapes me, which depicted a utopia inhabited by reclusive individuals. Yet, before me lay an absence of people, none at all. As I surveyed my surroundings, I was enveloped by an abundance of flora, towering trees reaching over 20 meters, wild grasses, blooming flowers, verdant vines, and withered tendrils. This place had been isolated for over 3 millennia, creating a world unto itself, awash in vibrant green. At that time of year, Shun had already embraced spring, yet I must say, the growth of vegetation on Fei Mountain paled in comparison to what I beheld here. Numerous trees and flowers, whose forms I had never seen and whose names I could not recall, surrounded me. No wonder Chen Jianxing from the southern faction remarked that this was the master's back garden. However, this back garden seemed rather vast, stretching infinitely, as if it had hollowed out the entire subterranean expanse of Fei Mountain. Both a mole and I stood in awe, at a loss for words, merely able to marvel at the exquisite craftsmanship of nature. It was clear that Chen Jiansheng had thrived here for half a year, likely owing much to this secluded paradise. I inquired, "Hongjia, what is the situation?" She bent down, plucked a wild grass, examined it closely, then surveyed her surroundings and solemnly remarked, "In my view, the ancients regarded death with the same reverence as life. Qin Shi Huang constructed an army of terracotta warriors, created lakes of mercury, and transformed pearls into stars. We have underestimated the vision of the ancients." At that moment, a sudden sound of applause resonated behind us. Clap, clap. Indeed, our perspective was limited, I concurred. It was Chen Jiansheng from the southern faction. He appeared damp, his expression neutral, revealing little emotion. Chen the earthworker, have you recovered?" I felt a pang of guilt, as this place was revealed to us by him and Hongjia, yet we had abandoned him. A pockmarked figure scoffed coldly, showing no signs of goodwill. "Hey, northern lad, what happened earlier? How is it that in a moment of distraction, you both left me behind and ventured in alone?" I silently thought, "Brother, please refrain from speaking. You seem unwell and in need of treatment." Coughing deliberately to mask my awkwardness, I replied, "It's nothing at all. A minor incident occurred, but all is well now. We three are reunited. Let us collaborate for the time being and devise a plan for our escape." Upon hearing my words, Chen Jiansheng turned to the pockmarked figure and said, "You are Chen Hong from the northern faction, correct? This lad speaks the truth. I have lingered here for a few months and possess more knowledge than you. Our ultimate objective is to exit this place. As for the grievances of the martial world, we can settle them later. Do you agree? Hongjia, feeling somewhat fatigued, rubbed her temples and remarked, "All right, but I fear that certain individuals may suddenly fall ill, thereby dragging down both Yinfeng and me." Fall ill? Who is unwell? What ailment? Are there others? Chun Jiansheng inquired, scanning the surroundings with confusion. I quickly interjected. No one is sick. Everyone is perfectly fine. Chun, this area is quite vast, and since you are familiar with it, please guide us on our next steps. Very well. Follow me, he replied. I have previously identified several suspicious locations. The more mines, the better the insights. I shall take you to inspect them and assist in strategizing. As he led the way, he informed us, this area is substantial. I have traversed it numerous times, and it spans approximately 3 to 4 kilometers. At the far end lies a dead end, an impassable route. Additionally, I must caution you against touching certain things. Otherwise, you shall be in for a world of trouble. Chapter 37. Lunar Eclipse. Oh, there are things we must not touch. What things? This place appears to be filled with flowers, grasses, and trees, I remarked. Chun Jiansheng shook his head as he continued walking. After about 10 minutes, he halted before a large tree, towering over 10 meters, with an unusual appearance. Its trunk was robust, yet bore no leaves, standing stark and barren. He pointed at the tree and turned to us, saying, "You see, I previously used this tree as a reference point because it is easily recognizable. I have named it the Bachelor's Tree. It directly faces the exit of the cave's crevice. As long as you can see it, you will not lose your way inside." Indeed, Chun, that is an excellent strategy, I praised him. A solitary mole gazed blankly at the towering tree for several minutes before she spoke in a low voice. During my university years, out of sheer curiosity, I chose to take a course in botany. I recall the old professor mentioning this tree. It is not merely referred to as the bachelor tree. Its proper name is the cloud yang tree. Ah, I never imagined you were a university student, Chen Ho Shu. Chun Jiansheng chuckled. As for the cloud yang tree, it appears quite bare. I believe calling it the bachelor tree is more fitting. One should refrain from making baseless remarks due to ignorance. Hong Jie shot him a disapproving glance. Cloud yang is an ancient term. This tree was inadvertently grafted by our predecessors. It was discovered by a scholar named Cloud Yang. Hence its designation in the records of strange anomalies. However, this all stems from the ancient people's limited understanding of grafting techniques. So, according to your assertion, this bachelor tree, no, this cloud yang tree, is indeed a product of human cultivation? That cannot be true. I have visited this place several times, and not a single soul, nor even a ghostly shadow, has graced my presence. You must be mistaken. Chun Jiansheng adamantly shook his head in denial upon hearing the possibility of the tree being artificially grafted. Enough, Chun Tujian. Whether this tree is wild or grafted is of little consequence. We should hasten to the place you wish to show us. Very well, let us proceed. We shall take the left path. Be cautious of the underbrush, as some of the weeds may have thorns that can snag. He led us onward, and along the way, I encountered numerous unfamiliar plants. From time to time, Hong Jie would explain to me, this flower is called aconitum. Do not touch it, for it will cause a prickly irritation upon contact. This is called horse money, and that is the red coxcomb flower. These are quite rare flora indeed. Suddenly, I noticed a dark yellow insect resting on a vibrant red coxcomb flower, resembling the cicadas found in rural fields. I reached out and swiftly caught it. Holding the insect, I examined it closely and wondered aloud, what is this? It is not a cicada. Why does it lack legs? I pondered how easily I captured it, realizing that it was legless and could not scuttle away. Chin Tugong, do you know what kind of insect this is? I inquired curiously. He glanced at it, scratching his head, and replied, I have no idea. Asking me is futile. I have not encountered everything. There are myriad peculiar little insects around here. This insect seemed unable to make any sound. It possessed a pair of eyes resembling black sesame seeds, and its appearance was rather odd. Chun Jiansheng claimed ignorance as well, and Hongjie shook her head, indicating she did not recognize it. She mentioned her knowledge of plants was extensive, but her understanding of insects was limited. I paid little heed to their uncertainty and casually tucked the insect into my pocket, reasoning that it posed no threat as it could not bite, nor could it wander off due to its lack of legs. I was merely intrigued by its strangeness, having never seen one before. By the way, are you all feeling hungry? Chen Jiansheng suddenly turned and asked. I'm all right. I can continue walking. Not particularly famished, I replied honestly. He rolled his eyes and said, Of course, you're not hungry. I caught a fish, and you devoured it. This left me somewhat embarrassed, and I awkwardly rubbed my hands together. All right. We have just arrived at this point. Let's have a little snack. He pointed to a small tree on his right and said, The red fruits on this tree are edible. I have tasted them before, and they pose no danger. There isn't much to eat around here, so I shall pluck a few to stave off my hunger. With that, he casually approached the fruit tree. After a few minutes, he returned, stretching his shirt. Here, take one, he offered, handing me a fruit. Who knows if it's safe to eat? If not, I want tea, take it, Hongjie replied, declining the offer. Then you shall go hungry, Chun Ho-chin, he remarked, wiping one of the fruits on his shirt before bringing it to his mouth and taking a substantial bite. Juice burst forth, and it appeared exceedingly sweet. I instinctively swallowed. Noticing my lapse, he shook his head and tossed me 2 fruits. After a moment of hesitation, I cautiously took a bite. The texture was reminiscent of an apple, crisp and crunchy, but it was sweeter and juicier than any apple one had ever eaten. It's fine, Hongjie. Do have one. It's quite delicious. You haven't eaten much thus far, and we have more walking to do. A bit of sugar will do you good, I said, offering her a fruit. This time she accepted. Hey, the man chuckled. So Chun Ho-chin, is it sweet? Is it fragrant? She remained silent, her expression cold. After enjoying the fruits, we felt a refreshing sensation in our throats, alleviating the dryness. Chen Jiansheng found a patch of open ground and suggested, Let's sit for a while and rest. There's no need to rush. I inquired with curiosity, Chun Tagong, we haven't traveled very far since we entered. Have we? He waved his hand dismissively. Young one, there are certain things you are unaware of. Trust me, sit here for a while, and you will soon understand. I shall show you something remarkable. His words were cryptic and lacked context. With no other option, I complied with the guide's suggestion to rest, simultaneously pondering what this intriguing thing he mentioned could be. The others remained silent, seated on the ground, while Chun Jiansheng occasionally gazed upwards, seemingly lost in thought. After what felt like an hour, impatience overwhelmed me. I abruptly stood up and demanded to know how much longer we were to rest and when we would resume our tasks. Hongjie also turned to him, seeking clarification. At that moment, Chun Jiansheng reclined backward, propped up by his hands, a piece of grass clenched between his teeth. Spitting out the grass, he remarked, That scene is one I cannot forget, having witnessed it only once. Do not rush. Nightfall is imminent very soon. Night? Here? I scanned my surroundings. The environment around me seemed to embody the twilight, dimly lit yet still discernible. Suddenly, Chun Jiansheng exclaimed, Look, over there. He pointed to the path we had just traversed. To our astonishment, the area we had just walked through began to succumb to darkness, as if engulfed by a lunar eclipse, transitioning from dusk to night. Moreover, this ominous darkness, reminiscent of storm clouds, was gradually advancing towards the 3 of us. In merely 3 minutes, the space around us descended into a profound darkness, transforming into an impenetrable abyss where not even a finger could be seen. The night had enveloped us so completely that I could no longer discern my own fingers. Shen Tuguang, I shouted, What are you trying to show us in this darkness? Chapter 38, Footprints. I'm bringing you to see the night scenery. Chun Jiansheng's voice echoed with irritation. In this obscurity, all I could hear was his grumbling. In my panic, I fumbled for my flashlight, nearly cursing. What kind of night scenery is this? Before I could switch it on, I found myself utterly speechless at what unfolded before my eyes. A spark, however small, can ignite a prairie. What I witnessed was no ordinary flame, nor was it the flicker of fireflies. It was a cluster of vegetation radiating a soft golden light. As I gazed around, countless flowers, grasses, and trees illuminated the surroundings with their gentle yellow glimmers, creating a breathtaking sea of stars. The impression was indelible. This scene would forever be etched in my memory. The entire spectacle lasted no more than 3 minutes. As the darkness receded, we could once again see one another. Both Hongjie and I were left in awe by this fleeting moment, while Chun Jiansheng wore an expression of exhilaration. What do you think? I didn't deceive you, did I? Such a marvel is rare in this world. Some may wonder how trees and flowers could emit a golden light, and skeptics might dismiss my account as mere nonsense. However, a small blemish revealed the answer to me. Once she regained her composure from the shock, she stood up and walked forward, plucking a delicate flower, her brow furrowed as she gazed at it in contemplation. Subsequently, she extended the flower towards me, inviting me to observe it closely. Upon closer inspection, one can observe a delicate layer of moss adorning the edges of this small crimson flower. The moss is so thin that it is hardly noticeable unless one takes the time to examine it closely. She gently scraped away a bit of this moss with her fingernail, subsequently tucking it securely into her clothing. After having examined it, Hongjie expressed her astonishment, stating, "It emits a faint yellow glow. If I'm not mistaken, this could very well be the elusive golden moss." What exactly is golden moss? Most ordinary individuals may not have heard of it, but I surmise that those with a profound appreciation for floral artistry might possess at least a passing knowledge. During the 5 Dynasties and 10 Kingdoms period, it is said that a moss-like plant was presented to the imperial court, characterized by its pale green hue and its ability to shimmer like yellow stars at night. When cast upon the surface of water, it creates a radiant display, sparkling with golden brilliance, as documented in the miscellaneous records of Yueyang. Moreover, the ancient text records of the Lost by Wang Jia mentions that the Liang kingdom presented golden moss, which is described as a resplendent golden color, flowing gracefully upon the waves, illuminating the day with its brilliance. Those fortunate enough to be favored by the palace received 2 coins in reward, placing them upon lacquer plates, casting a luminous glow throughout the chamber. Such extraordinary specimens could rightly be called night-bright moss. This moss has been referenced multiple times in ancient literature. Skeptics who have never encountered it might dismiss such accounts as mere exaggeration from the ancients. However, I have witnessed it myself, as has Hongjie, and even more so, Chun Jiansheng. What do you think? Is it not a wondrous sight? Surely, you've never seen anything like it before. Chun Jiansheng declared with an air of pride. Hongjie wiped her hands and surveyed the surroundings, remarking, "I never expected such a remarkable entity to exist in the world." My eyes have been opened. With a chuckle, she added, "Needless to say, I was equally astonished when I first encountered it. Come along. Let me take you to see the next marvel," Chun Jiansheng said, brushing the dirt from his clothes and leading the way forward. On the road, Hongjie wore a furrowed brow, appearing deeply troubled. I inquired about her distress. She turned to me and whispered, "Yin Feng, it is possible that Yao Yumin and the leader were right. We have come to a place we should not be. Alas, it is futile to dwell on it now. Let us take one step at a time." An hour later, Chun Jiansheng led us to a location that resembled a small burial mound, no taller than a meter, akin to the scattered graves found in a potter's field. "Wait here. I will retrieve something for you to see," he said before he approached the earth and began to dig with his bare hands. Where could it be? I distinctly hit it here last time. Where has it gone? He frantically excavated the soil. "Shin, what are you doing? What did you conceal here?" He toiled vigorously, glancing back at me, and replied, "It is a jade ceremonial axe, one I stumbled upon, adorned with gold and silver filigree, inscribed with an indecipherable map. Damn it, where could it have gone? Has it sprouted legs and fled?" The axe, a ceremonial object prevalent during the late Shang dynasty and early Western Zhou period, was primarily crafted from bronze, with very few made of jade. Its status was comparable to the later tiger tally, representing a high degree of authority. The emperor possessed 9 tripods for steeds and 1 axe. This was a system that ordinary feudal lords dared not transgress, especially during the robust early Western Zhou period. If what Chun Jiansheng claimed is true, and he has indeed discovered the axe, it would suggest a remarkable truth. The tomb's owner was unafraid of the Zhou emperor. If the owner of the tomb is that esteemed figure, in simpler terms, it signifies a disregard for the Zhou monarch, asserting a desire to transcend levels, wielding the 9 tripod cauldrons for steeds and a ceremonial axe. However, One aspect puzzles me. How could such a significant artifact be so casually discovered by Chun Jianxing? He also mentioned that a map was inscribed on the axe. What map could it possibly be? Might be a map leading to an exit? Until I behold the actual object, no conclusions can be drawn. Perhaps he is fabricating tales, which is also a distinct possibility. Damn it, where has it gone? I even marked the spot, yet it has vanished. Chun Jiansheng rummaged through the small mound of earth, but found nothing of the object he claimed existed. I inquired, Chun, is it possible you misremembered? Could you have mistaken another item for the axe? If it's not from the Zhou dynasty, such an object cannot possibly be within the tomb. He glared at me. I've been in this field for over a decade. Would I misidentify such an artifact? Hong Jian nodded in agreement, asserting that there was no evidence to support my skepticism. Seeing that we were resolutely disbelieving, he grew irate. Fine, believe what you will. I refuse to accept that it cannot be found. He readied himself to dig once more. I shook my head and turned my gaze around. The light was dim, casting a murky atmosphere. Through the haze, approximately 100 meters ahead, I thought I discerned a short figure wearing a hat, concealed behind a large tree, observing our group furtively. Who? Who is there? In my panic, I switched on my flashlight. What's wrong, Yinfeng? What do you see? Hong Jie was startled by my sudden outburst. When I looked again, there was nothing beneath that tree. Red Sister, I spotted a shadowy figure wearing a hat, notably short. Under 1.5 meters, I exclaimed anxiously. A hat-wearing shadow? Quite diminutive? Yinfeng, could it be that you are simply fatigued and hallucinating? Red Sister glanced skeptically at the ground beneath the tree, shaking her head in disbelief. I was resolute. I knew my own state of mind best and insisted that I had not erred. There was indeed a small figure in a hat secretly observing us. Eventually, I managed to persuade Red Sister, and we resolved to investigate the area near the large tree. Upon our arrival, we found nothing but flowers and grass, devoid of any sign of a diminutive figure in a hat. My dear fellow, it seems you are merely imagining things. What next? The appearance of Snow White. Chun Jianxing jested, eliciting my frustration as I prepared to retort. Wait, Red Sister interrupted. Look, what is that? Are those footprints? Following her gaze, we discovered a pair of remarkably small footprints imprinted on the soft earth, smaller than the famed 3-inch golden lotus, seemingly belonging to a child of 5 or 6 years. These prints were shoeless, revealing only 4 toes, with a conspicuous absence of a thumb. Chapter 39. The peeping Tom gazing at the tiny footprints etched in the ground. I swallowed hard, sensing a wave of anxiety wash over me. Red Sister and Chun Jianxing wore equally troubled expressions. We had been spied upon. What was even more disconcerting was the uncertainty of whether this entity was human or spectral. This implied that we were not alone here. There might exist something else lurking in the shadows. Fear arises from the unknown, and the more we contemplated, the more dread enveloped us, rendering Chun Jianxing silent and subdued. Chun Tugong, could it be that one of your associates is involved? Are there any individuals with dwarfism in your group? I inquired. No, Chun Jianxing replied, furrowing his brow. Aside from myself and Chun Jigua, the other brothers have encountered misfortune, and moreover, there are no such individuals among us. With the suddenness of this incident, we dared not proceed hastily. After deliberation, the 3 of us decided to rest in place for the night to recuperate our strength. As night fell, we took turns keeping watch, too apprehensive to succumb to sleep entirely. My watch was scheduled from 1 to 3 in the morning. Chun Jiansheng had kindled a fire using fire sticks, and there was no shortage of materials to burn. We had gathered several decayed branches. Our temporary resting spot was adjacent to a small mound, as this area had relatively sparse vegetation. As I tended to the fire around 2 in the morning, fatigue overcame me, yet I reminded myself that it was my turn to keep watch. Unable to resist the drowsiness, I pinched my thigh in an effort to stay awake. Hongjie and Chun Jianxing were now fast asleep. I added 2 more sticks to the fire, struggling to keep my head upright. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck the back of my head. Someone had thrown a small clump of earth at me. As I glanced down at the fallen dirt, all remnants of sleep vanished in an instant. A cold sweat broke out on my back from the shock. In the flickering firelight, I cautiously turned to look behind me. There, standing approximately 30 meters away, was a diminutive figure. He wore an oversized, wide-brimmed hat and was draped in tattered black garments, which were caked with dirt, so worn and ragged that they resembled the rags stripped from a corpse. I must be dreaming. Surely this is a dream. I pinched the flesh between my thumb and index finger, a sharp pain confirming my reality. Suddenly, the diminutive figure hurled another clump of dirt at me, but this time, his aim faltered, and I was spared. In fear, I retreated step by step until I found myself beside Chun Jiansheng. Daring not to utter a word, I nudged him, hoping to rouse him from slumber. Initially, he remained unresponsive, prompting me to pinch him harder. "What are you doing, you lunatic?" he exclaimed, awakening abruptly. I gazed at him, my face ashen, and silently gestured behind me. With bleary eyes, Chun Jiansheng turned to glance over my shoulder. Almost immediately, he rubbed his eyes vigorously. As we faced each other, it became painfully clear, his complexion drained of color. Lowering his head, he trembled as he whispered, "Don't make a sound. Just pretend you saw nothing." With that, he lay down on the ground and shut his eyes. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Hongjie inquired, "Did you not rest last night? Why do you both look so pale?" My complexion was ghostly, and so was Chun Jiansheng's, for we had both witnessed that dreadful apparition the previous night. I hesitated, afraid to divulge the truth to Hongjie. It was Chun Jiansheng who finally spoke of our harrowing experience. Upon hearing his account, Hongjie turned to me, her brow furrowed, and asked, "Yinfeng, is it true?" Clenching my fists, I nodded in affirmation. Chun Jiansheng surveyed his surroundings with a grave expression, then lowered his voice, stating, "I find it rather strange. The axe I buried could not possibly have sprouted legs and run away on its own. It must have been the doing of this entity. Did you see its face?" Hongjie inquired, her brow furrowed. "No, I did not catch a glimpse of it. This creature was wearing a large sun hat and was shrouded in clothing of unknown origin, completely concealing its appearance. I recalled last night's events meticulously and was certain I had overlooked nothing. Subsequently, the three of us conspired for a while and devised a secret plan. Initially, I was filled with trepidation and urged Hongjie to leave without concerning ourselves with this entity any further. However, she shook her head, asserting that this situation was fraught with enigmas. Her intuition compelled her that we should not depart so hastily, but rather pursue this thread deeper. During the day, we all made a concerted effort to avoid looking around excessively. While walking and conversing, we kept our heads lowered. We refrained from sampling anything unfamiliar, subsisting solely on the fruits we had, merely to stave off hunger. As night fell, we kindled a fire as usual, with no one keeping watch. The three of us lay on the ground around the fire, our eyes closed. Yet, unlike the previous night, we were not truly asleep. We feigned slumber. Hongjie gripped a small dagger, her palm, facing downward, concealed by the sleeve of her garment. Chun Jiansheng and I concealed sharpened wooden sticks beneath our arms. Appearing innocuous from the outside, only three figures seemingly asleep. Time passed slowly, and by the latter part of the night, the fire had diminished considerably due to a lack of fuel. Suddenly, a small clod of earth was tossed towards us as a test. We feigned sleep, our eyes closed, remaining utterly still. I gripped the wooden stick concealed beneath my arm, my heart racing with fear. After a few minutes, a small clod of earth was hurled in our direction. Yet, we remained motionless, maintaining our pretense of slumber, ignoring the disturbance. Time passed, perhaps an hour, and faint footsteps began to approach. I carefully squinted, lying on the ground, stealing glances. Before me was the diminutive figure from the previous night, clutching a small stone, cautiously shuffling towards the fire. Its gait was peculiar, swaying like an elderly woman. It advanced slowly, carefully inching closer to us. Alarmed at the possibility of being discovered, I quickly shut my eyes and averted my gaze. The footsteps grew increasingly nearer. I sensed the creature had reached my side. "Make your move." Chun Jiansheng suddenly sprang to his feet, bellowing as he brandished his sharpened stick, thrusting it forward. Hongjie also leapt up, aiming her dagger directly at the little figure. Plunging it forth, the creature emitted a strange squeak, akin to a rodent, and attempted to flee. We had labored through the entire night for this moment. There was no way we would allow it to escape. Being closest, I seized its small leg, gripping it tightly. "Hurry! I've got it!" I shouted desperately. The creature, caught by my grasp, erupted into a frenzy, thrashing violently, its strength nearly overwhelming my hold. With a swift motion, Hong Jie's dagger plunged into the creature's abdomen, burying itself to the hilt. It bled profusely, the blood a dark, crimson hue. This creature writhed in pain as it narrowly evaded Chun Jianxing's strike, leaving me with the sensation that my wrist might dislocate. Soon, within less than a minute, a thud echoed as the diminutive figure collapsed to the ground, a dagger embedded in its abdomen, twitching and bleeding profusely. Upon witnessing this, the three of us exchanged pale glances, communicating silently the unspoken question: who would remove its hat to ascertain whether it was truly lifeless? Chapter 40. The Mountain Demon, the fire dwindled, prompting Chun Jiansheng to kick 2 dry branches into the flames, rekindling the blaze. "Yinfeng, you go and remove its hat," Hong Jie commanded, handing me the dagger. With a firm grip on the blade, I cautiously approached, inhaling deeply before decisively kicking aside the oversized hat that covered its head. Beneath it lay a visage resembling that of a monkey, though more accurately, it bore features reminiscent of one. We exchanged looks of astonishment. The creature's face was elongated and pointed, with a protruding nose, and its mouth was framed by bright red fur. A layer of white hair adorned its forehead, and its small eyes were closed, its mouth slightly ajar, indicating that it had drawn its last breath. "Is this thing what I think it is?" Chun Jianxing suddenly turned to Hongjie. She scrutinized the figure closely, her brow furrowing. "I cannot be certain. I have never encountered anything like it before." Growing increasingly anxious as I observed their silent deliberation, I inquired if Hongjie possessed any insights. She informed me that this creature could potentially be the mountain demon from folklore, a wild spirit of the mountains. Regarding this matter, Hongjie gradually shared with me some knowledge she possessed in the remote mountains of rural areas. If one were to inquire of seasoned hunters about the most formidable and sinister entities in the wilderness, the responses would not typically point to tigers or leopards. Rather, the consensus among many seasoned hunters would be the mountain demon, known in some regions as the mountain spirit or mountain ghost. The mountain demon is categorized into male and female. The male is known for his predilection for human flesh and his lascivious nature, often seeking to violate human women. The female mountain demon, on the other hand, relishes in tormenting humans, often disguising herself as a child to mingle among the populace, engaging in playful games with real children. If the merriment escalates, she may abduct a child. Standing just over a meter tall, the mountain demon often conceals itself beneath a large hat, appearing indistinguishable from children at a distance. Furthermore, concerning the hat of the mountain demon, some elders have claimed that it possesses the ability to render the wearer invisible. If a person dons it, they may obscure their presence from others. However, this assertion about the hat's invisibility is likely a mere myth. I am confident in this conclusion because I have conducted an experiment. In the presence of Hongjie and Chun Jiansheng, I mustered my courage, picked up the hat, and attempted to wear it. The hat emitted a foul odor, and upon donning it, I inquired, "Hongjie, Chun, can you see me now? Am I invisible?" Chun Jiansheng lazily regarded me, his eyelids drooping, and replied, "Indeed, you have become invisible. You could wear that hat to rob a bank, and I assure you, no one would see you. Moreover, you could sneak into a women's bathhouse, and the cameras wouldn't detect you." I merely scoffed, discarding the wretched hat, fully aware of the mockery embedded within his words. As for the origin of this hat, we remain uncertain. However, concerning the garments worn by the mountain demon, Chun Jiansheng suddenly recognized them while we were searching. The attire had been worn inside out. From the pocket of the inner lining, Chun Jiansheng extracted a plastic bag. Upon opening it, he discovered a lighter and half a pack of Wudwa Jinhua cigarettes. His expression turned ashen as he kicked the lifeless body 5 or 6 times in succession. "Damn it, this beast. This clothing belongs to someone from our team." This vile creature stripped it off and donned it for himself. After uttering these words, he became increasingly incensed, delivering several more kicks. "Enough. They're all dead. What are you losing your mind over?" Hongjie interjected, shaking her head. "Search for something else," and see if the item you mentioned is hidden on this body. I joined in and meticulously searched again, but could not locate the jade ritual vessel Chen Jiansheng had spoken of. Suddenly, he clapped his hands loudly, startling me. Hong Jie frowned, questioning his intentions. He, holding the cigarette box, pointed skyward and exclaimed with sudden enthusiasm, "My brother encountered trouble above. I witnessed it myself." This creature stripped off the clothing and put it on, then came to the back garden of the tomb owner. "Chen Holuan, what does this suggest?" After a moment of contemplation, Hong Jie replied thoughtfully, "There must be a passage." "Exactly." Chen Jiansheng gestured upward and then downward. "There is undoubtedly a route connecting above and below. If we can find this path, we will ascend." I too felt a surge of excitement, for if what Chen Jiansheng claimed was true, we could leave this place, ascend, and reunite with our elder brother and third brother. Yet the pressing question remains, where lies the path descended by the mountain demon? Some matters have begun to take shape. The verdant subterranean space nestled within this mountain crevice may very well serve as the private garden of the tomb's master. Should the master be a figure akin to the Duke of Jiao, it is conceivable that, with the influence of a feudal lord, he could have summoned an array of rare flora to cultivate within his self-constructed garden, intended for his posthumous enjoyment. This method bears resemblance to the mercury sea and luminous pearls representing the sun, moon, and stars found within the mausoleum of the first emperor. The distinction lies in the fact that Sima Qian explicitly chronicled the history of the Qin emperor's tomb in his records of the Grand Historian, whereas the Duke of Jiao is scarcely mentioned in both historical and unofficial accounts. In contemplating how to locate the ascent, Hong Jie devised a plan. Although the mountain demon embodies an eerie essence, it retains certain simian traits. Thus, Hong Jie surmised they are social creatures. If one member of the mountain demon clan is absent, might they not send forth others in search? This can hardly be deemed a strategy. After all, Chen Jiansheng has languished in this predicament for half a year. When a person is driven to desperation, any conceivable method is worth a try. We propped the lifeless mountain demon against a tree, adorned it with a hat and suitable clothing. Subsequently, we retreated 100 meters, concealing ourselves behind a grand tree, stealthily observing the subtle movements in the surroundings. After our meticulous arrangement, from afar, the mountain demon no longer appeared lifeless. Rather, it seemed to be resting against the trunk. After waiting for over an hour, we finally encountered the anticipated occurrence. Just as I was succumbing to drowsiness, Hong Jie gently tapped me, signaling me to awaken. For something was amiss. Hidden behind a tree, I stole a glance. I was struck with fear. At that moment, I was bewildered as a dense fog suddenly enveloped the surroundings. In the hazy distance, approximately 300 to 400 meters ahead, a multitude of diminutive black figures emerged, their features obscured, with only the sight of numerous hats discernible. There were around a dozen of them, draped in garments of varying colors, some black, some white, mysteriously acquired. These entities mimicked human movement, swaying awkwardly as they progressed. The scene was reminiscent of a classic Hong Kong film depicting a procession of spirits. I gulped several times, my heart racing to my throat. Before long, these beings discovered the lifeless body of their companion. They circled around it, gazing at one another, emitting high-pitched squeaks akin to mice. After a while, it seemed they reached a consensus. Forming groups of 4, they lifted the deceased and began to sway away. Following suit, Chen Jiansheng stealthily crept forward. We maintained a distance of over 100 meters, aided by the advantageous terrain filled with flowers and trees, allowing us to conceal ourselves in nearby bushes at any sign of danger. As we navigated this winding path, those figures frequently turned to glance back, and we narrowly escaped detection on several occasions. I lost track of time, meandering through twists and turns until we arrived at the entrance of a secluded cave. The entrance was shrouded in dense underbrush, cleverly concealing its presence. Had we not witnessed these beings entering one by one, we might never have discovered it. Observing the diminutive figures disappearing into the opening, I lowered my voice and inquired, "Chen Tugong, you have been here for quite some time. Have you ever noticed this place before?" Chen Jiansheng, concealed amidst the foliage, emerged cautiously to scrutinize the minuscule rodent burrow, obscured by grass. How could I have discovered it? He replied. Chapter 41. The altar as the last of the creatures vanished from sight, we commenced our own venture. Initially, the cave's confines were cramped and low, compelling us to stoop as we navigated. A careless rise would result in a painful clash with the rocky ceiling. With the elusive figures now beyond our view, we hastened our pace. As we progressed, the space gradually expanded, revealing an exit that resembled a door, through which a faint light filtered. Is this the end? Chun Jianxing queried. Hongjie shook her head, uncertain, urging us to advance and not to lose track of one another. I, being the most agile, sprinted ahead but failed to halt in time, nearly tumbling into the abyss. Loose stones cascaded downward, and Chun Jianxing seized me from behind. What are you panicking for? Are you trying to throw your life away? Still shaken, I stepped back, gazing downwards from the cave to the ground below. A sheer drop of at least 20 meters awaited. A vine woven into a rope dangled precariously. Evidently, this was the sole means of descent. Chun Huoyan, with your slender arms and legs, will you manage? Chun Jianxing queried, turning to me. Just don't fall to your demise. Others can fend for themselves, Hongjie retorted sharply. All right then, he responded, grasping the vine. I shall descend first and scout the way for you. From his downward, sliding motion, it was evident that he was an experienced individual, adeptly utilizing his legs against the wall to modulate his descent speed. Within a mere 5 or 6 minutes, he had glided down from a height of over 20 meters. At the bottom, Chun Jianxing released the rope and gestured to me and Hongjie to descend. Hongjie was the second to go down. Though not as swift as Chun Jianxing, her descent was steady, indicating her solid foundation. In contrast to the two of them, I appeared rather clumsy. Lacking technique, the vines constricted painfully around my hands as I slid down, and upon arrival, I discovered the palms of my hand were abraded. Observing my unfortunate state, Chun Jianxing jested, you should practice more, kid. When sliding down, use your legs, don't cling on so tightly. The three of us continued onward. The space below was expansive, with walls bearing the marks of human excavation and 2 stone pillars standing in the center, between which lay a staircase descending into darkness. Will the flashlight still work, Yin Feng? Asked Hongjie. I switched it on to test it. There's a bit of power left, Hongjie, but I doubt it will last an hour. She furrowed her brow as she gazed at the staircase leading underground. Let's go down and take a look. Thus, we began our descent down the stairs. Initially, we had the flashlight on, but as we proceeded, a flickering light from a torch appeared ahead. Chun Jianxing muttered under his breath, what a bizarre occurrence. I never expected to encounter fire here. I wonder if they can cook. I am genuinely curious about the taste of food prepared by Mountain Demon. After he finished speaking, I found myself momentarily perceiving him as my second brother. Upon regaining my composure, a sense of discomfort washed over me. For my second brother was indeed similar. His words often flowed without restraint, regardless of the occasion or environment, expressing whatever came to mind. The stone-paved path beneath our feet had only been traversed for a few minutes, when Hongjie suddenly interjected, urging us to pause and listen. Do you hear that? Ahead lay a bend, and I strained my ears to discern the sound. Indeed, I could hear a series of squeaks emanating from the front. It was those creatures lurking around the corner. We cautiously leaned forward to peer inside and beheld a gathering of diminutive beings chattering incessantly. Before them lay a circular stone platform, atop which lay the lifeless form of a creature. Soon, their cacophony ceased as if they had reached a silent consensus. Suddenly, one of them leapt onto the stone platform, rummaging over its own body until it produced a pale blue object resembling a small axe. Chun Jianxing's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to contain his excitement as he exclaimed, quickly look, do you see it? That is precisely what I mentioned before. These wretched creatures have stolen it. That is a ceremonial axe. This proves I have not deceived you. Look, with a swift motion, the creature raised the ceremonial axe high and brought it crashing down repeatedly. The scene was gruesome within mere moments. The head of the deceased was pulverized, and the yellow-white substance splattered across the stone platform. Witnessing this, the others surged forward, heedless of their hats, as they frantically descended upon the platform to feast upon the yellow-white remnants. This spectacle was not only horrifying, but profoundly repulsive. The air was suffused with a metallic scent of blood, causing a tumultuous churn in my stomach, inducing a wave of nausea. Hongjia was not faring much better. Our shared disgust was palpable, when unexpectedly, Chen Jianxing muttered under his breath, "What on earth are they doing, savoring tofu pudding?" After they licked their meal clean, those creatures gradually moved forward, disappearing into the shadows. With their departure, the three of us emerged from our hiding place. On the round stone platform, the remnants of that entity were unrecognizable, having been devoured entirely by its companions, leaving only some yellowish-white remnants behind. Chen Jiansheng was the first to notice the traces of carvings on this stone surface. The inscriptions appeared to be in bird script, and due to the passage of time, many of the characters were obscured. Stifling our revulsion, we pushed the corpse aside, revealing a clearer row of bird script beneath. "Hongjia, do you recognize this?" I inquired. She shook her head, indicating that out of the several dozen characters, she could decipher only one. Pointing to a particular glyph, she remarked, "This one, I have seen it on other bronze artifacts before. It must signify a ritual." "A ritual?" I asked, intrigued. "As in a sacrificial rite?" "Indeed," she replied, gravely nodding. "If that is the case, then this must be an altar." After surveying the surroundings, Chen Jiansheng voiced his thoughts. The tradition of sacrifice has existed since ancient times and continues to this day. For instance, burning paper during the Qingming festival or incense in temples can be considered forms of ritual. However, during the Shang and early Zhou dynasties, the term sacrifice was closely associated with blood and death. Due to the prevalence of slavery, it was rare to sacrifice livestock. Rather, the practice of human sacrifice was quite common. Slaves would meet their demise at the sacrificial altar, whereupon their heads would be severed and placed into a bronze vessel known as a lian. Within this bronze receptacle, the officiating shaman would procure a blade and pierce a small circular hole in the crown of the head. The rationale behind this circular incision stemmed from the belief that the heavens were round. This act symbolized the offering of tributes and the liberation of the tribute spirit, intended for the deities above. This represents merely one of the many practices associated with the sacrificial altars of the Shang and Zhou dynasties, all of which ultimately reflect a tapestry of cruel and malevolent sorcery. In Western Zhou tombs, a recurring pattern emerges. Upon the discovery of a sacrificial altar, one invariably finds a pit for the beheading or a grave of human remains within a 5-meter radius surrounding the altar. Indeed, we have unearthed such a sacrificial pit, located to the northwest of the circular altar. Chapter 42. Soul Repository. The sacrificial pit is rectangular, containing scattered human bones. A mere glance reveals the calcified nature of these remains, some of which still retain the postures they held prior to their demise, seemingly undisturbed for centuries. Red Jia gazed upon the bones within the pit and sighed. One can only imagine that 2 millennia ago, these were once vibrant lives. Generally, sacrificial pits from the Shang and Zhou periods would not contain grave goods, as slaves were deemed unworthy of such honors. However, this instance proved different. Chen Jiansheng, with keen eyes, noted the presence of a ceramic jar shaped like a chicken, lying horizontally within the pit, half buried in the earth. Given that pottery holds little value, Red Jia suggested they proceed and seek an exit, advising against lingering in this place. Yet Chen Jianxing shook his head, insisting, "Not so fast. Chen Hoqin, have you not observed closely? Take another look at that ceramic jar." He pointed towards the pit below. I, too, revisited this scene, observing with heightened scrutiny. "What is that? Is it not the head of a chicken atop a pottery jar?" I vaguely discerned a small, clay figurine on the surface of the jar, with only a portion of it protruding from the ground. Surprised, perhaps? Unfamiliar, I presume? Chen Jiansheng, with a nonchalant demeanor, declared, "Indeed, pottery may not hold great value, yet its worth is contingent upon its classification. The grade of this artifact found within the pit is quite significant. This is a soul repository, a first-level cultural relic. Soul repositories were prevalent only during 2 dynasties, the Shang and Zhou periods, as well as the Eastern Han dynasty. In the Han era, these repositories were placed beneath the coffin boards of the deceased, containing seeds of various grains. symbolizing the notion that the departed could sustain themselves in the afterlife with food from the earthly realm. In the antique market, one often encounters such items. Some unknowing individuals might pay exorbitant sums to display them in their bedrooms, which is rather inauspicious. Conversely, the soul repositories from the Western Zhou period are distinct. Due to their ancient origins, pottery artifacts are fragile and difficult to preserve. Thus, Western Zhou soul repositories are rare, and their scarcity enhances their value, allowing them to command a significant price. I later encountered several feng shui masters from the Hong Kong region who expressed a preference for Western Zhou soul repositories. Upon hearing of their discovery, they would readily pay handsomely to acquire them. It is said, or so I've heard, that these artifacts can ensnare the 3 souls and 7 spirits of those who have met untimely deaths. If the proper rituals are performed, particularly during the initial 7 days of mourning, a complete corpse can be revived on the night of the 7th day. Returning to the matter at hand, the height of the sacrificial pit was modest, perhaps less than 2 meters from the ground. Chun Jiansheng, invigorated by the prospect, leaped into the pit, eager to excavate the soul repository and assess its condition, pondering whether it might be possible to transport it away. I cautioned him, but my words fell on deaf ears. This is the very essence of tomb raiders. They never leave empty-handed. Upon encountering rare artifacts, they become utterly entranced, devising countless schemes to extricate them. To depart without seizing such an opportunity would feel akin to forfeiting a fortune. The profession of a tomb raider cannot be dismissed with a mere banner and a modest cash incentive. Chun Jiansheng leaped into the sacrificial pit, gazing at the skeletal remains. He addressed them, saying, "Esteemed ones, may I borrow a few items? Do not take offense." Upon uttering these words, he lowered his gaze and stumbled upon a soul jar buried within. "What is this? So heavy?" he mused, lifting it with an expression of astonishment. The soul jar from the Western Zhou dynasty certainly did not harbor mere grains. The contents remained a mystery to nearly all. "Goodness, this is quite weighty. Pray tell, is it filled with gold ingots?" With great effort, he managed to hoist the soul jar, his expression reflecting the strain. "Quickly, assist me. I cannot ascend." I hurriedly clambered to the edge of the pit, grasping his hand and pulling him up. The lid of the soul jar was sealed tight, indicating it was indeed an original piece, untouched by prying hands. Chun Jiansheng dusted off his knees and inquired, "What do you think? Shall we open it now?" This is a genuine artifact, exceedingly rare. Many seasoned veterans in the field have never laid eyes on anything like it. Hongjia scoffed. What high-caliber treasures could possibly emerge from a sacrificial pit? It might be filled to the brim with the petrified remains of human waste from 2 millennia ago. The effort he had exerted to retrieve his find was belittled by Hongjia's jest, leaving Chun Jiansheng somewhat embarrassed. Chun Hoqin truly has a knack for humor. "How about this? Lend me that little dagger of yours, and I shall pry this open to unveil its secrets." Observing Chun Jiansheng as he spoke, I shook my head, sensing that his demeanor towards Hongjia had markedly improved since their initial encounter. Throughout the journey, Hongjia persistently berated him, referring to him as a southern rat. Yet despite this, Chun Jiansheng merely offered a few grumbles. Curiosity piqued. I speculated whether this old fellow harbored any inappropriate feelings towards Hongjia. I entertained a fanciful notion, pondering how remarkable it would be if Chun, the earthworker, were to take command of the vast alpine meadows. It is rumored among the industry that a certain birthmark signifies an open nature. I surmise that this old man might still be oblivious to such implications. Taking the small dagger, Chun Jiansheng crouched down. After aligning the soul repository, he began to pry with the knife. The rim of the Tao soul repository was coated with a pale yellow substance, resembling a waterproof wax layer. After over 2 millennia, this wax layer had hardened like stone. A mere poke with the dagger left only a white mark, proving exceedingly resilient. Fortunately, the dagger was sharp, and after toiling for more than 10 minutes, beads of sweat formed on his forehead, until he finally managed to pry open a small crevice. In an instant, a fragrant aroma of wine wafted through the air. Chun Jiansheng's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that the soul repository contained wine? Wine over 2,000 years old. He took a step back, swiftly shaking his head in denial. No, that could not be right. Distilled spirits of such potency did not exist in that era. The scent of the wine. Hongjie, too, felt a surge of curiosity. Gazing at the sole repository on the ground, he remarked, in the Han tomb at Devotai, a well-preserved Celadon plum vase was unearthed, and it contained wine. While such occurrences are rare, they have been documented before, though few have had the privilege to witness them. Upon hearing this, Chen Jiansheng, whether out of arrogance or some other impulse, suddenly proclaimed, "Today I, Chen Jiansheng, am in for a treat. Once the lid is lifted, it will evaporate quickly. Such a rare opportunity. I must savor a taste of this wine and discern its flavor." "Really, Chen, you intend to drink?" I was taken aback by his audacity. He stroked his chin and chuckled. "I am quite the connoisseur. I haven't had a drop in 6 months. The thought of this millennium-old wine is tantalizing. Tell me, young one, do you know what the pinnacle of drinking is?" I shook my head, admitting my ignorance, stating my abstinence from alcohol. He glanced at Hongjie and boasted, "The highest realm of drinking is reaching the point of liver cancer. At that stage, one's cultivation is deemed complete." I nearly lost my composure, thinking to myself, indeed, achieving completeness in cultivation would result in a swift passage to the crematorium for a new abode. Hongjie, exasperated, muttered, "You absolute fool." Chuckling, he proceeded to pry open the soul chamber's entire oil seal, directly plunging his hand inside to scoop out a small portion. Smacking his lips, his brow furrowed, and his expression soured. "What is the matter, Chun? How does it taste?" I asked, concerned he might be unwell. Chun Jiansheng swallowed hard, his brow still knitted in confusion. "What kind of wine is this? It smells distinctly of alcohol, yet tastes so peculiar, as sweet as syrup." In a mere 3 minutes, I noticed his complexion turning crimson, increasingly resembling a visage coated in red paint. He vigorously shook his head, exclaiming, "Damn it, what is this? It must be counterfeit wine." Chapter 43. Identity according to common knowledge. Unless it is distilled liquor, the longer alcohol is stored, the more volatile it becomes. Rice wine, for instance, is particularly susceptible. Its low alcohol content means that even when sealed, if left for several decades, it resembles little more than diluted water, devoid of flavor. However, the liquor in the soul vault is an entirely different matter, leading me to question its very nature. Was it truly alcohol? Chen Jiansheng, a seasoned drunkard, scooped a small amount with his hand and immediately displayed signs of inebriation. His speech slurred and his face flushed. "Shen Tugu, are you all right? Can you still walk?" I noticed his unsteady posture and offered him support. "Of course. Why wouldn't I? This is fine liquor, truly magnificent. It packs a punch," he declared, his cheeks aglow, his words tumbling over one another. "Such a fool," Hongjie muttered, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Chen Jiansheng clutched the soul vault, staggering forward with every step. "Let us go. Let us go. I'm not drunk. This liquor, I must take it with me. I can sell a drop for 100,000. Unable to dissuade him, I cautioned, "Chen Tugu, do mind your step, don't fall." To the northwest of the sacrificial pit, there lay a narrow path leading to a cave, the only route available. Clearly man-made from years past. We had no knowledge of where this path might lead, save for the sight of various items being brought through it. Chen Jiansheng, swaying as he held onto his soul vault, forged ahead while Hongjie and I followed closely behind. The path appeared level at first, but after several meters, a gentle incline emerged. A flicker of hope ignited within me. This was a promising sign, suggesting we might ascend to greater heights. Suddenly, chirping and chattering echoed from all directions, reminiscent of monkey calls. From an unknown source, a peculiar sight emerged before us, a cluster of diminutive, hat-wearing baboons. They obstructed our path, screeching furiously, each clutching a stone the size of a child's fist. Stunned by the unexpected scene, Hongjie and I instinctively began to retreat. As the saying goes, when the enemy remains still, so must we. Ultimately, these creatures belong to the primate family. Any movement on our part would signal weakness in their eyes. "Be careful, Hongjie." In an instant, a stone came hurtling towards her forehead. Quick as lightning, she managed to twist her neck just in time, the fist-sized rock grazing her hair before crashing against the wall with a resounding thud, splitting in two, a testament to the considerable force behind it. Had it struck her head directly, it could have resulted in a catastrophic injury. We need to get out of here. Hongjie immediately recognized the perilous situation. Run, I urged, pulling the dazed Chun Jiansheng along with me. Almost simultaneously, a barrage of small stones rained down upon us. One struck my arm, causing a jolt of pain that made me sweat profusely on my forehead. Once we retreated, those creatures didn't follow us for the time being. Noticing the blood trickling from my arm, Hongjie anxiously inquired about my condition. Does it hurt? Of course it hurt. Yet, I grimaced and replied, it's nothing. Just a surface wound. The bone should be fine. I attempted to lift my left arm, but it was devoid of strength. Any exertion sent sharp pain coursing through me. At that moment, I suspected it might be fractured. This is all your fault. Hongjie glared at Chun Jiansheng, exclaiming, what on earth were you thinking? Bringing that wretched urinal. This delay could lead to disaster. Chun Jiansheng's face flushed, whether from the effects of alcohol or the scolding he received was uncertain. He shook his head and cursed. They're just a bunch of insignificant pests. Hand me a knife, and I'll dispatch them all. Hold on. Chun the laborer, don't act rashly. I cautioned through gritted teeth. We must not underestimate these beasts. Engaging them in such a manner is tantamount to courting death. This upward path was likely the only route available to us, and despite our considerable efforts in locating it, we found ourselves obstructed by a horde of these creatures. The frustration was palpable. How I wished for a firearm, had I possessed such a weapon at that moment. A single burst would have certainly transformed them into a mere hive of chaos. We gathered to deliberate on how to resolve this predicament. Hongjie proposed an idea. One person could enter first to draw the creature's attention away, allowing the remaining two to slip by unnoticed. Given the circumstances, this indeed seemed a viable strategy, but the question soon arose. Who would undertake this perilous task? Hongjie fixed her gaze directly on Chun Jiansheng. You will go. Given the current situation, the greatest responsibility lies with you, she stated coldly. I expected Chun Jiansheng to argue, aware that failure could result in dire consequences. Surprisingly, he lowered his head. Fine, I'll go. You two stay hidden, he conceded without further protest, and Hongjie appeared momentarily taken aback by his swift agreement. As if awakening from a stupor, Chun Jiansheng clasped his hands together and addressed the group. Youngsters, I am Chun Hochin, and I wish to convey a matter that bears significance upon me. Should we happen to be struck down by a falling stone, it would not be in vain. However, I wish for you to be aware of one more thing. I am not merely a grave robber, but also a descendant of the illustrious Bai Chuandian of the Eight Small Doors. Hongjie, taken aback, inquired Bai Chuandian, are you claiming to be a successor of the Eight Small Doors? Chun Jiansheng nodded affirmatively, saying, indeed, I mean no offense. I simply wish to make my lineage known. I, too, was taken aback by this revelation. The significance of the Eight Small Doors has become obscure to many in contemporary times. During the late Qing and early Republican eras, apart from the thieves and swindlers of the grave-robbing sects and the dealings of the sinister Seventh Door, the folk traditions also recognize the four great doors and the eight small doors. The wind, horse, goose, and sparrow constituted the former, while the latter comprised the golden, leather, colorful, hanging, evaluating, group, tuning, and willow doors. These included purveyors of medicinal plasters, sellers of knives, vendors of buns, magicians, storytellers, fortune tellers, purveyors of insect remedies and eye ointments, as well as those who offered credit for blades and practitioners of chest-breaking qigong. Notably, the renowned Wang Matzi scissors and Qing Feng steam bun shop are descendants of the trades within the Eight Small Doors. By proclaiming himself a successor of the Bai Chuandian of the Eight Small Doors, Chun Jiansheng associates himself with the art of storytelling. Within the realm of folklore, tales of Bai Laoshi abound, one of the most famous being that he could recite ghostly scriptures. In the past, during the old society, when someone passed away, the head of the household would often invite performers to sing ghost plays and recite ghostly texts. The nature of this practice parallels the modern-day funerary performances, as they are intended for the ears of spirits, to be heard by the departed. Establishing a connection with the realms beyond, Bai Chuandian is indeed a remarkable individual. To my astonishment, The unassuming Chun Jiansheng possesses a hidden identity. With a chuckle, Chun Jiansheng remarked, I apologize, Chen Ho Chin, but as our factions do not yield, I do not go by Chun Jiansheng. My true name is by Jiansheng. If I fail to reveal my identity and meet my demise, it would be a tragic fate. Nevertheless, even in the direst circumstances, I am still one from the 8 gates, and it is prudent to disseminate this news. Bai Jiansheng met his end at Fei Mountain in Shunned. Once this information circulates, we shall be remembered by name and death. Chapter 44. The fog. I found myself regretting the decision to endorse this plan, prompting me to suggest Chun Tugan. Perhaps we should consider an alternative route or contemplate different strategies. No need, he shook his head. Chun Ho Chin is correct. This is the swiftest method, and besides, I might not necessarily perish. The old Bai family possesses exceptional skills. Exceptional skills? What sort of skills, Chun Tugan? My curiosity piqued regarding the extraordinary abilities he alluded to. He did not respond directly. Come on, you two, follow closely behind me. He casually picked up a stone and solemnly declared, let the stone serve as a wake-up call. And the cave as an altar, let's give it a try. As we entered, those entities re-emerged, raising their arms and brandishing stones, poised to strike. Chen Jiansheng's eyes widened in fury. With a resounding smack, he struck the wall twice with the stone, proclaiming loudly, one wake-up call descends 6 divisions. From the sovereign to the subjects. A sovereign commands 100 officials, and 100 officials govern myriad citizens. His tone intensified and quickened as he continued to recite. The monk chanted the Buddhist scriptures, while the celestial master spoke of spirits and deities, all the while the wooden clapper, replaced by stone, fell with a resounding echo, and I felt a rush of blood to my head, rendering me utterly motionless. Before me, the mountain demons stood frozen, holding stones, equally entranced. Hurry, we must leave, Chun Jiansheng urged, his voice resonating like a clarion call. As I regained my composure, I glanced at Hongjia, who wore a stern expression. He exchanged a look with Chun Jiansheng and uttered a single word, go. Thus, we traversed through the throngs of mountain demons, who, in a daze, fixated their gaze upon Chun Jiansheng, refraining from attacking us. As we passed through the horde, Chun Jiansheng's booming laughter echoed behind us. Ah, esteemed gentlemen and ladies, today, we shall not discuss the romance of the 3 kingdoms, nor shall we delve into the tales of Liao Zhai and the investiture of the gods. Instead, let us recount the tale of Wu Song slaying the tiger. It is said that within the borders of Qinghe County, there was a vendor of griddle cakes. The distance between Hongjia and me grew, and Chun Jiansheng's voice faded into the background, until we finally emerged from the cave, unable to hear him any longer. In the world of tomb raiding, the descendants of the southern and northern factions harbored deep-seated grudges. Yet, unexpectedly, it was he who saved us in the end. Looking back now, I remain uncertain about the true essence of ghostly texts, but I have begun to form a few conjectures. This method bears resemblance to hypnosis, akin to the profound techniques employed by contemporary professional hypnotists, who can lull you to sleep merely by reciting a well-known tale before your very eyes. It is reminiscent of childhood, when a mother cradles her child and reads fairy tales to coax them into slumber, gradually drifting off as the soothing words wash over them. Such arcane arts, if not imparted by an adept, remain inscrutable and enigmatic. After our encounter, I waited outside with Hongjia for half an hour. Yet Chun Jiansheng did not emerge. Hongjia cast a lingering glance at the cave, choosing silence over further words or continued waiting. She gently assisted me in departing. Before us lay a steep slope, devoid of a path, overrun with wild grass. Upon discerning the topography, a realization dawned upon me. This vast subterranean structure is divided into 2 tiers, resembling an inclined hourglass funnel. We currently occupy the midpoint of this funnel's connecting line. Standing at the base of the slope and gazing upward, the summit remained elusive. With Hongjia supporting my arm, we began our arduous ascent. The grass was not tall, yet the dew dampened our trouser legs, and our shoes were thoroughly soaked. After climbing for half an hour, a faint mist began to rise ahead, rendering the surroundings more ethereal, as though we were lost in a dream. Let us rest for a moment, Yin Feng, Hongjia urged, helping me to sit upon the grassy expanse. Like a mountain trek, I indeed felt fatigue setting in. At that instant, my stomach betrayed me, emitting a couple of discontented growls. Hongjia, with a hint of frailty in her voice, remarked, "When we fell, we lost a backpack, and the meager remaining provisions of biscuits have been entirely consumed." She gazed at the seemingly endless slope, furrowing her brows. "I cannot fathom how long it will take to ascend. This will not do. We must eat something, even if it is merely fruit. Yinfeng, stay here and do not move. I shall venture nearby to see if I can procure any sustenance." After Hongjia temporarily departed, I was left alone upon the grassy expanse. Initially, I felt at ease and harbored little anxiety, but gradually, the fog thickened. Moments ago, I could discern the path I had traversed. Now, peering downward, I saw nothing but a vast, white void. Time slipped away, and dread began to envelop me. With such a sudden onset of fog, Hongjia would undoubtedly be unable to see me, and I feared she might misstep and encounter peril. Every 2 to 3 minutes, I would call out loudly, "Hongjia, Hongjia, I am here. I am right here." I fervently hoped she would hear me and navigate towards my voice. Yet, my hopes were in vain. I remained in place for what felt like an eternity, my throat hoarse from shouting, but there was no response from Hongjia, nor any sign of her presence. I hesitated to leave, knowing that in such circumstances, the wisest course of action was for one person to remain stationary, lest we become further separated in our frantic search. As dusk descended and the fog persisted, I shifted from sitting to lying down, my stomach growling in hunger. I resolved to endure, believing that once dawn broke and the fog lifted, Hongjia would surely find her way back to me. Cold and famished, I succumbed to slumber upon the grassy ground, my thoughts drifting into the realm of dreams. The night was pitch black, likely well into the early hours. In a state of drowsiness, I seemed to hear Hongjia calling me. "Yinfeng, Yinfeng, come here, I am here." Startled, I abruptly sat up, but the sudden movement jolted my injured arm, causing me to gasp in pain. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness as I sat on the ground, straining my ears to listen intently. "Yinfeng, Yinfeng, come here, I am here." The familiar voice emanated from behind me. Indeed, it was Hongjia, following the direction of her voice. I cautiously made my way through the shadows. As I walked, I shouted, "Hongjia, Hongjia, where are you? I cannot see you." A voice responded from the darkness. "Yinfeng, Yinfeng, come here, I am here." I halted, furrowing my brow, sensing something amiss. Hongjia had called out 3 times, and notably, each time her words were identical, with the same intonation and pace. Swallowing hard, I stubbornly shouted once more, "Hongjia, where are you?" And indeed, "Yinfeng, Yinfeng, come here, I am here." 4 times. Hongjia's response was eerily the same. My complexion paled as I quietly took a step back. I reached into my pocket and felt the small hard object, the protective gauze box that Yao Yumin had gifted me earlier, claiming it could ward off evil. Previously, I had found it cumbersome and tucked it away in my pocket. Clutching the red string gauze box tightly, my thoughts began to spiral. The fog was thick and the ground was damp. Had Hongjia perhaps stepped into nothingness and met her demise? Was this her spirit seeking me out? The spirit of Hongjia. Does it fear that I am left alone in this desolation? Does it wish to take me along to keep her company? Chapter 45. Value in the Darkness. Hongjia's voice echoed. "Yinfeng, where are you?" "I am here." My face turned pale, and I dare not respond. I crouched down, clutching the talisman tightly in my hand, my head buried between my knees. The ground was damp, the mist shrouded everything, and I felt not only the chill and fear, but also an overwhelming sense of loneliness. Our group had dwindled to just me. Regret washed over me for not heeding the warnings of Yao Yumin and my leader. I sat there in solitude, shivering from hunger and cold, and inadvertently, thoughts of Li Jing crept into my mind. I mocked myself internally. If I were to vanish suddenly, if I were to perish here, would Li Jing remember me after many years? Would she recall the name Xiang Yinfeng? As I pondered, dawn began to break. A gentle breeze stirred, dispersing the thick fog. At that moment, I caught sight of Hongjia, lying on the grass a few hundred meters away, stretching as if just awoken. "Hongjia!" I hurriedly dashed down, slipping and falling in the process. She noticed me, her expression brightening. "You're alive. How wonderful." Hongjia looked at me with joy, exclaiming. Last night the fog was so dense that I could barely move. I could see nothing, only determine my approximate location. I didn't dare wander off, fearing I would lose you, Yinfeng. I'm relieved you were safe. I exhaled in relief and asked, Hongjia, did you hear me calling you last night? Did you respond? She looked up at me, her expression one of surprise. No, I didn't hear anything, nor did I say anything. What is the matter? Hongjia had no reason to deceive me. If she said she hadn't replied, then she truly hadn't. But who was the voice in the dense fog last night? The more I pondered, the more fear gripped me, causing my hands to tremble. Why do you look so pale? Hongjia asked, frowning. It's nothing. I deliberately shifted the topic. Have you found anything to eat? Hongjia shook her head in disappointment. No, it's just grass and trees around here. I couldn't find anything. It's all right, Hongjia. As long as we are safe, a day or two without food won't kill us. Yes, let us try to hold on. Having regained a bit of strength and recalling the events of last night, my feelings toward this place grew increasingly ominous. It seemed very eerie. After a brief discussion, we resolved to leave this place as swiftly as possible. We moved upward, hanging the protective amulet around my neck, giving it a newfound significance. When faced with the unknown, one instinctively seeks solace and protection. The amulet gifted to me by Yao Yuman served that purpose. After half a day of walking, Hongjia and I finally reached the summit. Atop the slope, there lay the entrance to a cave. From this vantage point, the scenery unfolded like a picturesque secret realm. The stone walls of the cave were adorned with remnants of stone carvings, and among them, one sculpture, though damaged, revealed its theme, several noble horses. Hongjia pointed to this mural and informed me this should be the 8 steeds of King Mu. According to legend, the 8 horses depicted in the 8 steeds mural were once named, much like the renowned 6 steeds of Zhaoling found in the tomb of Li Shimin. However, the passage of time has obscured their identities. The spring and autumn annals mention the 8 steeds of King Mu, yet their names have not been preserved for posterity. This mural, recessed within a stone wall, measures nearly 2 meters in length and approximately 1.5 meters in width. Hongjia lamented its loss, expressing that if it could be taken, it would undoubtedly fetch an astronomical price on the black market. I pointed out the damaged state of the stone carvings, noting that 2 of the horse heads had lost half of their form. These are in ruins, I remarked. Hongjia shook her head, saying, Yinfeng, your experience in this field is still limited. There are nuances you do not yet grasp. These stone sculptures, imbued with special significance, would still attract numerous buyers even if shattered into 100 pieces. Particularly, the foreigners with prominent features have a peculiar fascination for our ancient stone carvings. Are you familiar with the 6 steeds of Zhaoling? I nodded in acknowledgement. Among them, the 2 pieces known as Quanma Luo and Salu Zi were stolen by Lu Qinzai in the 1940s and sold to foreigners. We still possess 4 pieces domestically, Shifa Qi, Qingzhu, Telebiao, and Baitu. Surprised by my accurate recollection of the names, Hongjia praised, well done, you are correct. Those 2 were indeed taken by Lu Qinzai. Now let me ask you, do you know how much they were sold to the Americans for? Not knowing the answer, I venture to guess. 8,000? In the 1940s, such an amount of money represented an astronomical figure, one that ordinary citizens would struggle for generations to amass. This was no trivial sum. It was the equivalent of large silver dollars. I believed I had exaggerated the price. However, Hongjia shook her head in denial and stated directly, it is not 8,000, but rather 2 pieces, one sold to Philadelphia and the other to Pittsburgh, totaling 125,000 large silver dollars. Such a staggering amount left me astounded. To put it into perspective, during that era, a complete courtyard residence within Beijing's Second Ring Road could be acquired for merely a few hundred large silver dollars. 125,000 large silver dollars. What does that even signify? If we consider a courtyard to be worth 800 large silver dollars, this sum could purchase 153 courtyard residences. Hongjia continued, this is just one instance. Additionally, there was Yu Bin from Beijing's Lilikang, who stole a colossal stone sculpture depicting the emperor and empress paying homage at the Longmen Grottos. In order to smuggle it out, Yu Bin shattered the sculpture into over 60 pieces, loading them into 9 crates. Once outside, He sought individuals to reassemble it and ultimately sold it for 60,000 large silver dollars to someone named Puel. Hongjia's revelations further reshaped my understanding. I had always believed that bronze artifacts and ancient jade were the most valuable items. I never imagined that stone carvings could command such exorbitant prices. She remarked, "In this world, grave robbers are universally condemned, yet compared to Lu Yu's exploits, they are mere novices." At that moment, as I gazed at the stone sculpture of the 8 horses of Mu Wang within the cave, it seemed to acquire a newfound weightiness. I swallowed hard and inquired, "Hongjia, surely we cannot take this with us, can we? Do not dwell on it. This object necessitates specialized tools to shatter before it can be transported. Furthermore, once it surfaces in the market, the likelihood of relevant authorities tracing it back to us will escalate exponentially. Do you value wealth or your life? I'll lament the unfortunate circumstances. To extract this object, we lack several essential conditions, though I have witnessed it and my eyes have been opened." "Huh, wait a moment. Sister Hong, this is the 8 steeds of King Mu of Zhou. How could it find its way into the tomb of a southern feudal lord? What is the meaning of this?" "Do not inquire. I am equally in the dark." Sister Hong surveyed the cave, her brow furrowing as she remarked, "Such high-ranking artifacts exist here, and now we have discovered this stone carving. This so-called jianghu undoubtedly holds a status that surpasses that of any feudal lord. The mausoleum is constructed within a mountain, excavating the Moth Mountain extensively, employing a significant quantity of northern bluish stone for the roofing, with yellow intestines as decoration, human sacrifices for burial, and an abundance of rare flora occupying the vast garden, alongside a distinct sacrificial pit." Sister Hong sighed softly. "This is the most alarming necropolis I have encountered since entering this profession. Although the tomb owner is not a Zhou sovereign, they are certainly not inferior to one." Chapter 46. Learning to speak upon reaching this point, the identity of the tomb owner becomes increasingly enigmatic. A considerable faction of contemporary archaeologists dismisses the existence of prehistorical civilizations predating the Shang dynasty, citing the sheer antiquity of the era. Relying solely on oracle bones and the 9-layer and 6-layer inscriptions to comprehend that lost civilization is akin to an insurmountable challenge. History is profound, enigmatic, and deep, much like the stone carving that lies before me. I have speculated that this cave might have served as a stable for the horses of a certain feudal lord during the early Western Zhou period. After admiring the stone carvings for a while, Hongjia and I continued our ascent. I let my left arm dangle, hesitant to exert myself, occasionally feeling a twinge of pain that I gritted my teeth to endure. Upon reaching the end of the cave, we discovered a pool of murky water. The water was unclear, and the surroundings were filled with the intermittent sound of dripping water. The area was completely sealed off, leading to a dead end. Our earlier hopes were dashed upon seeing the pool, leaving me with a heavy heart. I tossed a small stone into the water. With a dull splash, it was evident from the sound alone that the water was quite deep. "Hongjia, this is it. What should we do? We've reached a cul-de-sac and can't escape," I lamented, my voice tinged with despair. The water's murkiness obscured what lay beneath, prompting Hongjia to furrow her brow and say, "Not necessarily. As far as I know, some underground rivers are interconnected. Perhaps over 2,000 years ago, this was merely a pit without water." I expressed my desire to investigate further, but Hongjia cautioned against it. "Let us not." I felt an inexplicable surge of anxiety at the sight of the pool. My fear of water, coupled with uncertainty about its depth and the potential presence of strange entities lurking beneath the surface, overwhelmed me. Not knowing where the water might lead only heightened my trepidation. Sensing my unease, Hongjia sighed and remarked, "At this point, we are merely feeling our way across the river by stepping on stones. If we cannot locate Lauda and Lao San, we will inevitably starve to death here." Hongjia unfastened her clothing, displaying an admirable confidence, unperturbed by my presence as a man. I, however, dared not gaze upon her. "Yinfeng, you stay here. I shall return in a few minutes. Please keep an eye on my clothes," she instructed, testing the water temperature with her foot. Having spoken, she plunged into the water with a splash, sending waves of droplets cascading around her. The surface of the water bubbled momentarily before settling into tranquility. Holding onto Hongjie's garments, I leaned over the edge of the pool, my eyes fixated on the water's surface, unblinking. The palms of my hands grew clammy with anxiety. The rhythmic dripping of water echoed around me, reminiscent of a clock ticking away. Time marched on, each minute slipping by with an almost imperceptible passage. 1 minute passed, then 2, then 3, yet the surface remained undisturbed. As my impatience reached a fever pitch, bubbles began to rise from beneath the water. Suddenly, Hongjie broke through the surface, gasping for air. Upon reaching the shore, her expression was one of undeniable joy. Indeed, Yinfeng, our conjecture was correct, she exclaimed, wiping her face with exhilaration. Beneath lies an ascending stone passageway, complete with steps. Over 2,000 years ago, this place was devoid of water. It is likely that an earthquake caused the underground river to flood this area entirely. I estimated that I could hold my breath for approximately 4 minutes to swim out. 4 minutes? I replied, furrowing my brow. I cannot manage such a duration, Hongjie. I struggle to hold my breath for that long, especially given my injured hand. I gestured towards the wounded area for her to see. Hongjie cast a worried glance at my arm, and finally, gritting her teeth, she said, just as before, I will hold on to you and lead you through. We still possess strength now. Otherwise, in a day or two, we might lack even the energy to enter the water. At that point, we would be left to perish here. Let's rest for a moment to recuperate. She cradled my face in her hands, gazing earnestly into my eyes. Yinfeng, you can do this. Believe in yourself. You will not die here, nor will I. Subsequently, we took a moment to recuperate. There were unspoken concerns in Hongjie's mind, yet I understood clearly that we had but a single opportunity. Should we fail to escape, we would never resurface. A sense of anxiety enveloped me as I lay on the ground, eyes closed, breathing deeply as I prepared for a final plunge into the depths. After what felt like the passage of a couple of incense sticks, the space around us darkened. Are you ready, Yinfeng? I opened my eyes to survey my surroundings. Hongjie was leaning against the wall, eyes closed in meditation, remaining silent. Assuming it was merely my fear of the impending water that had caused me to hear things, I disregarded it and resumed my rest. Are you ready, Yinfeng? However, no sooner had I closed my eyes than Hongjie's voice resounded once more. Upon opening my eyes, I found her unchanged, still silent. With a loud slap, I struck my own face. The sound caught Hongjie's attention. What's wrong? Yinfeng, why are you hitting yourself? I hesitated to admit that I might be experiencing auditory hallucinations and prepared to say I was fine. Yet, as the words formed on my lips, uncontrollably I blurted out, What's wrong? Yinfeng, why are you hitting yourself? To my astonishment, I was mimicking Hongjie's manner of speaking. Hongjie was suddenly reminded of something. Her complexion turned pale as she solemnly uttered 3 words. Who are you? At that moment, my mind cleared, and I wanted to respond, I am Yinfeng. However, before I could articulate my thoughts, I uncontrollably blurted out, Who are you? A wave of fear washed over me, for I recalled that Chun Tujuan had also exhibited such behavior. Hongjie and I had previously regarded Chun Tujuan as a mere joke, claiming he had lost his mind, that he was mentally ill. How could I have devolved into a similar state? Was this the after effect of inhaling the peculiar aroma of the yellow bark? Yet, I distinctly remembered that Hongjie had also inhaled it. Why was she unaffected? That voice, I'd already heard it in the thick fog the previous night. Hongjie's face was ashen as she looked at me, signaling for silence. Rising from her seat, she furrowed her brow and circled around me. Yinfeng, do not speak. Listen to me, she instructed. I covered my mouth with one hand and nodded. She continued, I must ask you, have you experienced any hallucinations or auditory illusions? I nodded and pointed to my ear, indicating that I had indeed heard something. From where did the sound first originate? Do not rush. Think carefully. After deep contemplation, I recalled something peculiar. The voice I heard last night had initially been very close, clear to my ears, only to later recede into the distance. The source of that sound had been right beside me. The protective talisman still hung around my neck, and I patted my pants pocket, finding it empty and desolate. Suddenly, My expression changed dramatically. I remembered something crucial. Last time, I casually caught a legless insect resembling a cicada and thought little of it, carelessly stowing it in my pocket. But now, where has it gone? Did that legless cicada escape on its own? The more I pondered, the more alarmed I became, especially in front of Hongjie. Slowly, I began to peel off my trousers. Chapter 47. Reunion. As I revealed one side of my thigh, both Hongjie and I were taken aback. We had never anticipated this. There on the outer side of my thigh, near the pocket, was a wound the size of a fingernail. The flesh was grotesquely swollen and a purplish hue, showing signs of suppuration. What was most alarming was that I felt no pain whatsoever. When I pressed gently on the wound, I had no sensation at all. As I pressed into the gash, some fluid oozed out. Simultaneously, though Hongjie remained silent, I distinctly heard a voice. "Yinfeng, where are you?" "I'm here." These were words I had heard on that foggy night. Looking at Hongjie's expression, I realized that this voice was audible only to me. She could not hear it. "Wait, Yinfeng, don't move," Hongjie shouted, her eyes wide with terror, fixated on my wound. To my horror, I saw that on the inner side of my thigh, the flesh was visibly undulating, as if something alive was writhing within. "Don't move. Endure it." Hongjie swiftly drew out a dagger. The sight of my thigh in such a state terrified me. I bit down on my clothing, horrified by the unfolding scene. The dagger was sharp. Hongjie gritted her teeth, aiming precisely at the area of my thigh that was subtly convulsing. She struck with the blade. As the dagger sliced through flesh, blood began to flow. I clenched my teeth, bracing for pain, but to my astonishment, I felt nothing but a strange, tingling sensation. After the flesh was cut open, it became evident that there was a yellow-brown worm inside, precisely the legless cicada larva that I had curiously pocketed earlier. With utmost care, Hongjie used the tip of her knife to extract the worm. Upon its emergence, the creature perished. As soon as the worm died, I began to feel an excruciating pain radiating from the wound on the outer side of my thigh. Hongjie skillfully tore a strip from her clothing and fashioned a bandage to staunch the bleeding. Wiping away her sweat, she took a deep breath and reassured me, saying, "It's done. You should be all right now." Strangely enough, once the worm was removed, I found myself no longer imitating her speech, and the auditory hallucinations that had plagued me dissipated, restoring everything to normalcy. Observing the lifeless worm on the ground, Hongjie furrowed her brows and remarked, "What an eerie creature." It didn't occur to me before, but now I suddenly recall a type of insect from folklore known as the echo worm. For over 10 minutes, Hongjie conveyed all her thoughts to me. After listening, I too was filled with disbelief. Ancient texts had documented this creature numerous times. Initially, the ancients lacked understanding and classified this ailment among the myriad of obscure diseases. The Compendium of Materia Medica contains a reference to it. The account describes a remedy involving the thunder pill, which is said to halt the worm's language. Details of how Li Shizhen treated the condition are interpreted by later generations. It is said that he presented a catalog of medicinal materials to those afflicted with this strange illness, instructing them to read the names aloud. At first, the patients exhibited no unusual reactions until they reached the name of the thunder pill, at which point they began to tremble and sweat profusely, appearing quite terrified. Subsequently, Li Shizhen administered the thunder pill as medicine, and after brewing it and having the patients consume it, the peculiar ailment indeed improved by the following day. This narrative has become a part of legendary lore in later times. In the garden's secret realm, I discovered this peculiar insect and reflected carefully on the sequence of events. Chun Jiansheng had been trapped here for some time. Before our arrival, he had ventured inside on several occasions. Is it possible that he learned to speak as a result of the same strange insect embedding itself within his flesh, much like it did with me? Perhaps, over time, his condition deteriorated more severely than mine, leading to his vacant gaze and dazed state before the onset of symptoms. In contrast, I recognized the issue early, thus retaining my consciousness during the onset. Initially, Chun Jiansheng had not encountered anyone, allowing this entity to remain dormant within him. This line of thought seemed to elucidate the situation. The occurrence of such an event is far from fortuitous, although we addressed it promptly. It undoubtedly complicates our impending descent into the waters. The atmosphere is thick with the uncanny. Mountain spirits, creeping moss, unknown flora, echoing insects, sacrificial pits, altars, stone carvings of galloping steeds, culminating in the small pond before us. Hongjie insisted there was no time to lose. When the bleeding from my leg had ceased, she rose and said, "Prepare yourself. We shall enter the water and swim out." Standing hand in hand at the pond's edge, she inhaled deeply and turned to me, urging, "This is the final stretch, Yinfeng. You must strive and not succumb to fear. Do you remember what I told you earlier? We will both emerge alive." Gritting my teeth, I nodded resolutely, understood. "Hongjie, I will give it my all." I inhaled deeply, taking in the air with determination. I counted to 3, and upon reaching 3, we commenced. The distance was not far. I held my breath, urging you to grasp me tightly. 1, 2, 3, jump. Without hesitation, synchronized with my count, she and I leapt into the water. The temperature was not as frigid as that of the subterranean river, yet the visibility was poor. I puffed my cheeks, holding my breath, my legs flailing as I clutched tightly to Hongjie, allowing her to guide me through the depths. A few diminutive fish darted past me, and within less than a minute of descending, I faintly discerned numerous stone steps beneath the water, arranged in segments. Our path followed the direction of these steps. There were no aquatic plants below to ensnare our feet, yet an unexpected incident unfolded. As I kicked below the surface, the bandage on my thigh opened, and blood began to flow incessantly from the wound, staining the surrounding water. The scent of blood attracted a black fish, approximately a foot in length, from an unknown origin. Though modest in size, it appeared menacing with its teeth. Upon noticing the fish, Hongjie turned, her eyes filled with terror, and she pulled me forward with immense strength. Such vigorous movements rapidly depleted the oxygen in my lungs. Soon, I felt I had reached my limit, my lungs constricted with discomfort, blood continuously seeping from my wound. I then observed that a gathering of toothy black fish was approaching us, drawn by the scent of blood, ultimately locking onto Hongjie and me as their target. The school of fish multiplied, swiftly advancing towards us. Following the underwater steps, I ventured deeper, and just as I reached my limit, a glimmer of red light appeared on the surface, resembling torches. Gulping in desperation, I took a large mouthful of water. Pain surged through me as a dark fish sank its teeth into my thigh. Soon, 2 more fish approached, and we were drawing ever closer to the surface. Hongjie was also under attack. In a frenzy, she dragged me towards the air. "Help! Help!" I gasped as I broke the surface, calling for assistance, for piranhas were biting at me. On the shore, the torches flickered. Sun Laoda and Sun Laosan stood there, holding their torches, seemingly in a daze as they gazed at us. Xiaohong, Yinfeng, without hesitation, they dropped their torches and, fully clothed, leaped into the water with a splash, pulling us ashore. Several black fish still clung to my leg, and, similarly, Hongjie bore marks on her arm, her pain evident. Sun Laosan slapped his thigh excitedly. "This is wonderful. What is wonderful about it?" Hongjie retorted, glaring at him. "Look at the state we're in, after dealing with the fish that have latched onto us." Hongjie turned her attention to Sun Laosan. Having not seen him for days, he appeared weary and slightly thinner. He sighed. "To be reunited is indeed a blessing from heaven. Xiaohong, you have no idea the hardships that Laoda and I endured in our search for you and Yinfeng. Enough with the pointless talk. As long as we are safe, that is what matters," Laoda interjected softly. "Yinfeng, Xiaohong, what discoveries did you make down there? Let's confer." At this moment, my eyelids felt heavy, and I weakly uttered, "Elder brother, could you please attend to me first? I can hardly endure any longer." Coughing, I gestured, "Look at me." "Hurry. Lao San, come and lend a hand." They had not lost their backpacks, which still contained the emergency straps we had prepared earlier. After a simple treatment of my wounds and consuming a bit of dry rations, I finally felt somewhat better. Hongjie recounted our experiences over the past few days in a fragmented manner, leaving nothing concealed. Upon hearing her words, Sun Lao San shook his head repeatedly, marveling at the wonders of the world. To stumble upon such a tomb, even once in a lifetime, was truly an eye-opener. Moreover, Xiaohong, what truly concerns me is your mention of someone named Chen Jianshen. Is he genuinely a southern craftsman? And did he actively come to your aid? I corrected him, saying, no, Sangu. He should be called by Jiansheng instead. He claims to be a descendant of the elder by Chundian. This revelation puzzled him even further. Sun Lao San furrowed his brow as he gazed at me, admitting that while he had heard of some renowned craftsmen from the south, he had no recollection of anyone by the name of Chun Jiansheng. What about you, elder brother? I inquired. No, Sun Lao reflected deeply before replying. I have heard of Zhigua Chun, who seems to associate with Zhao Hongshui's crowd, but this Chun Jiansheng, he is indeed unknown to me. Hong Jie adjusted her hair and calmly remarked, well, let us not dwell on it for now. He is likely dead, and without witnesses, pondering over it serves no purpose. Upon hearing these words, an uneasy sensation stirred within me. Regardless of Chun Jiansheng's true identity, this individual had rescued both of us. Even the smallest act of kindness deserves profound gratitude, let alone such a significant one. Are we too oblivious to the warmth and intricacies of human relationships? Too heartless? As I lower my head in silent gloom, my leader seemed to discern my troubled thoughts. He chuckled. Yinfeng, do not think us ungrateful. Though we are grave robbers, we navigate this world with a sense of honor. However, the northern and southern factions are like fire and water. And while tensions may have eased 20 years ago, they were notorious for backstabbing one another. Let me tell you, Yinfeng, there is always a reason behind events. Xiaohong's father, Chen Jiong, was once betrayed and buried alive in Tibet by the southern faction's local bandits who conspired against him. My head spun at this revelation. Could this truly be the case? If so, it would be a profound vendetta for Hongjie. No wonder she had never treated Chun Jiansheng with any semblance of warmth, even after he saved us. Her demeanor remained unchanged. I silently apologized to her, lowering my gaze. Hongjie took a deep breath, asserting, every grievance has its source, and my revenge will be repaid in due time. Once I have amassed sufficient wealth and connections, I shall ensure my father can rest in peace. Her tone was calm, yet beneath that tranquility, I could discern her unwavering resolve. I am aware that no amount of persuasion will yield results, Xiaohong. Yet I still wish to urge you to adopt a more carefree perspective. We exist at the very bottom of the underworld, and for some individuals, no matter how fiercely we strive, we cannot alter their fate. Such is the nature of destiny. The tone in which the boss uttered these words was tinged with a sense of melancholy. What is destiny? As long as there is wealth, as long as there are people, what is destiny? Tell me, boss, is my father's life not a life? Huh? Speak up. Suddenly, Hong Jie erupted in a fit of rage, her demeanor shifting to one of hysteria. If 1 billion is insufficient, then let it be 2 billion. If 2 billion is not enough, then 3 billion. No one in the underworld dares to provoke them. But I, Chun Hong shall. Hong Jie completely lost control of her emotions, her voice booming with desperation. I was entirely unfamiliar with the intricacies of this conflict. But witnessing Hong Jie in such a state was, to be honest, somewhat terrifying. The Sun brothers fell silent, the atmosphere growing somewhat peculiar. Cautiously, I ventured to inquire, elder brother, when Hong Jie says that no one dares to provoke them, who exactly does she refer to? Is it a single individual? Not even their head can be touched. The elder brother and the third brother exchanged a meaningful glance. No, it is not an individual. It is an organization, a gang, a collective of extraordinary beings residing at the upper echelons of the underworld. Extraordinary beings? What manner of people are they? I found myself perplexed. The leader gently patted my shoulder and said, Yinfeng, you are still young. There is no need for you to know too much. Just understand this. These people are beyond our reach. We cannot provoke them, nor can we challenge Yao Yuman, and even his uncle, Yao Wenzhong, is not to be trifled with. Do not dwell on it too much. We will continue to advise Xiaohong. As you spend more time in this field, certain matters will naturally become clear to you. I nodded in a state of partial comprehension, refraining from further inquiries. If what the leader asserted is true, then indeed, I am young, and there are things I will inevitably come to understand. Let it be. It is unwise to discuss such ominous matters further. Yinfeng, Xiaohong, Old 3, and I have nearly explored the area above. we have discovered a peculiar location that might very well be the main tomb chamber concealing the coffin of the deceased. The leader crouched down, casually picked up a stone, and began to sketch while continuing, "Look here, this is akin to Fame Mountain. After our extensive journey, we are faced with two possibilities. The first is that this grand underground palace spans across two mountains, from Fame Mountain to Jiolong Mountain, much like Qianling stretches across Liangshan in Russian. The second is that we may have taken a circuitous route, potentially retracing our steps. The geographical structure may be obscuring our sense of direction, leading us to believe we are still beneath Fei Mountain. Upon reflection, I find that either hypothesis is plausible. These are my current conjectures. Yin Feng Xiaong. If you have any thoughts, please feel free to share them. We strive to clarify this matter. Remaining in the dark is quite embarrassing. After this, the crowd fell silent, and Hongjie also sank into contemplation. "Brother," I said, trembling as I raised my hand. "Oh, Yinfeng, what are your thoughts? Speak up, do not hesitate." "Well, brother," I organized my thoughts in my mind and continued. "We previously discovered the axe and the stone carving of the 8 steeds of King Mu of Zhou. Although we have not yet located the Emperor's exclusive 9 tripods and 7 vessels, I believe it is only a matter of time." Chapter 49, Harmony of Earth Stop. Allow me to say a word. Hongjie seemed to have emerged from her earlier mood. "You few scribbling here are of little use. Big brother, may I ask you, what is the purpose of our descent?" "To find Old Two," the elder replied succinctly. "Have we found him?" The elder shook his head despondently. However, his expression soon changed. "We have not located Old Two, but we have discovered this. Look," the elder pulled half a cigarette, but from his pocket. The cigarette, but was tattered. Yet one could still discern the brand name, 5 Flower Golden Blossoms. "This is the 5 Flower Golden Blossoms brand of cigarettes," the elder stated, pointing to the cigarette, but in his hand. "Old Two only smokes this brand. I had previously learned that this type of cigarette is not sold locally and shunned. The 5 Flower Golden Blossoms cigarettes are popular in the regions of Beijing and Hebei and are scarcely found in the south, making them a regional specialty. I am aware of this. At that time, the northern regions were enamored with regional cigarettes, such as Guantang, Siki, Ingbin, Baishalin, Hongzhuan's second generation, Monkey King, Jasmine Flower, and Little Panda, among others. Essentially, each area favored a specific brand. What piqued my curiosity was that within the clothing pilfered by the diminutive mule-like figure, there lay half a pack of Wudwa Jinhua cigarettes, which had been confiscated by Chun Jianxing. This brand was identical to the one often smoked by Urge. Thus it was evident that the garment could not have belonged to Sun Lauer, for it was considerably oversized, while Sun Lauer's physique was slender and lean. A complete mismatch. Yet, Chun Jiansheng had previously mentioned that within their group, known as the Ji Guochun Gang, one individual had perished, and he had stated that Wudwa Jinhua was the favored brand of the deceased. If this were mere happenstance, it suggested that at least 2 individuals had enjoyed this brand. Hence, the cigarette, but discovered by the leader, could not substantiate the notion that Urge had been there, nor could it affirm his continued existence. Observing the glimmer of hope in the leader's eyes, I found myself hesitating to shatter his optimism with the truth. Should we ultimately fail to locate Urge, this discarded cigarette but would serve as a psychological anchor for the 2 brothers. Consequently, I feigned exuberance, exclaiming in feigned astonishment, "Indeed, elder brother, I am aware that Wudwa Jinhua is Urge's usual smoke. He must have been here, and he is certainly alive. Otherwise, he would not be able to smoke." Undoubtedly, this reasoning held merit, and I too believed that Urge was still among the living. The leader, clutching the cigarette butt, rekindled his hope. Hongjie, perceptive yet discreet, shifted the conversation by inquiring, "We have shared our experiences. What about yours?" "Do not mention it. The mere thought of it incites my anger. I had previously informed you all, did I not? In anticipation of unforeseen circumstances, I deliberately brought along 4 detonators before descending." Hongjie, being the logistics expert of our team, is quite familiar with such items. She nodded and said, "Fire detonators, Model 9. 5, prepared by my subordinates. Of course, I am well aware of this. So, have you utilized them? How many did you use?" "Indeed," Laosa nodded. "We used 1, and thankfully for that, my life and the boss's were spared. This matter is rather lengthy and cannot be succinctly explained in just a few words. When I have the time, I shall elaborate further. For now, however, I wish to take you to a location that I believe is related to the main burial chamber. Yin Feng, how is your leg injury? Can you walk, or shall I carry you? Gritting my teeth against the pain, I stood up. No need, big brother. I can manage on my own. Very well, a true man. I will walk slowly. Should you find it difficult to keep up, do not hesitate to speak up. Do not push yourself. I nodded in agreement. At the foot of Fei Mo Mountain lies a grand tomb. Its upper level constructed entirely of stone walls in a palace-like fashion, while the lower level resembles an underground cavern. The area is riddled with subterranean rivers and hidden caves, rendering the layout quite intricate. The Sun brothers crafted their own torches, primarily burning clothing and dry twigs, resulting in a rather feeble flame that is now dwindling. Holding the torch, the Sun brothers guided Hong Jie and me along the path by the water pool, leading us to a particular spot. Upon our arrival at the designated location, we were confronted by an impenetrable wall of 6 parts soil, known as the Diamond Wall, devoid of doors or windows, merely a formidable barrier. The terms 6 parts soil and Diamond Wall are modern nomenclatures, akin to the ancient references of white and green clay. Within the realm of tomb raiding, there exists a saying, blue stripes and white, fortune shall come, 3 parts soil, buried under the azure sky, Diamond Wall, cannot be breached. The 3-part soil is characterized by its creamy white hue, composed of glutinous rice juice, clay, and a mixture of dung. This soil remains intact for millennia, exhibiting remarkable hardness and stability, in addition to its waterproof properties. Ascending further, one encounters 4-part and 5-part soils, with whispers of a rare 7-part variant. Though none have ever laid eyes upon it, the leader immediately recognized the wall as 6-part soil, which is indeed a subject of discussion. The colors of these mixed soils upon solidification are described as 3 whites, for greens, 5 blacks, and 6 yellows. As for the ingredients of a 6-part soil, the leader could only speculate on 5 components: boy's urine, copper water, clay, mulberry leaf powder, glutinous rice juice, and an unidentified material. The amalgamation of these components, subjected to meticulous refinement and then air-dried, results in 6-part soil. Historically, the cost of even 3-part soil was exorbitant. Each additional part increases the hardness proportionately, thus giving rise to the adage that a bowl of 3-part soil could be exchanged for a bowl of meat. The walls constructed from 5-part and 6-part soils are referred to as diamond walls. Officially, the Diamond Wall has only been documented once, and it was of the 5-part variety, belonging to the tomb of the Ming Dynasty's Emperor Wanli. During that era, considerable effort was expended by the archaeological team to breach this formidable diamond wall. Hongjie gently tapped on the dark yellow stone wall, her brow furrowed as she remarked, "Old 3, encountering such a barrier leaves us with no options. The indomitable gold wall of Liuhe is something I have never heard of anyone encountering within our realm. Typically, when one encounters Sanis soil, it is treated with alum mixed with vinegar, but I presume you have neither of these at your disposal, do you? You wouldn't be suggesting?" Suddenly, her brow arched in suspicion. The eldest's expression darkened as he replied, "In the past, behind a 5-hectare gold wall of Dingling lay the coffin of Emperor Wanli. We have come this far. How can we leave without glimpsing the true master of this place?" Hongjie glanced upward, her forehead creased with concern. "Ultimately, we are still within the underground palace. The 2.9.5 fire detonators possess considerable power. Are you not afraid that the palace might collapse, entombing us alive?" "Indeed, we have contemplated this," replied Old 3. "However, little Hong, consider this. The palace has stood for over 2 millennia without collapse, indicating its structural integrity. I, along with Old 3, remain confident." "Then do as you will," Hongjie conceded with a nod upon seeing the eldest's unwavering resolve, refraining from further objections. The gold wall of Liuhe was designed to thwart grave robbers. Had ancient tomb raiders encountered such a barrier, they would have had little choice but to circumvent it. Not even the most skilled practitioners of intricate techniques, including the infamous needle of diversion, would be of assistance. Even experts in locating and excavating hidden treasures would find themselves at a loss to penetrate it. Brute force was the only recourse. Consider, for instance, how the 5-hectare gold wall of Dingling was breached. An archaeological team had hired 16 robust villagers, each armed with a sledgehammer and a pointed chisel, rotating every 2 hours. 16 stalwart gentlemen toiled relentlessly for over 20 days to carve a hole into the wall. Chapter 50. The Tridacna. Apart from a few regions in Shaanxi where it is utilized for mining, the 9.5 detonators have largely been prohibited due to their diminutive size and immense destructive capacity. Their lack of safety and stability poses significant societal risks. Hence, their production and usage have been curtailed, with existing stockpiles mandated for surrender and destruction. Fearing that the explosive power might collapse the subterranean chamber, we deliberated and ultimately resolved to test a single detonator first. We secured the detonator in the corner of the wall and extended the wire. The leader remained at the site to ignite it, while the rest of us retreated to a safe distance of 50 meters. The wire was short, measuring less than 30 centimeters. After igniting it, the leader had to dash back swiftly. Any delay or stumble could lead to dire consequences, where even losing an arm or a leg would be considered fortunate. The fuse was not windproof, and I could see his apprehension as he struggled to ignite it multiple times before finally succeeding. Once the fuse was lit, the leader sprinted desperately towards us. The brief length of the wire vanished in an instant. With a thunderous roar, dust billowed, debris scattered, and the ground trembled slightly. The detonator did not misfire. Its power was formidable, causing our eardrums to ache. As the smoke began to dissipate, we hurried over to inspect the aftermath. Contrary to our expectations of the indomitable wall being completely obliterated, the ochre mud wall bore only a myriad of fine cracks within a 1-meter radius of the blast, while other sections remained intact. This was indeed a 9.5 detonator. My goodness, we knew it was tough, but we never anticipated it to be this resilient. Excavating it by hand would take an eternity. The sight left our leader utterly astonished. Brother, let's bind the 2 detonators together and blast them. One alone is insufficient. We must combine their power. This is not a mere addition of 1 and 1, but a formidable force achieved by connecting the 2 detonators in series, a method typically reserved for excavation. Following this approach, the eldest, despite the risks, stayed behind to ignite the fuse while we maintained our distance. Initially, he appeared anxious, his hand trembling as the match flickered uncertainly. As the fuse began to smoke, he shouted and took off running, as if pursued by a tiger. Hongjia helped me crouch down, and we covered our ears with our hands. Then, with a tremendous roar, the ground shook. The first explosion was already significant, but this second one surpassed it in intensity. Debris and soil rained down from above, dislodged by the shockwave. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder. It took nearly 10 minutes for the dust to settle. A crater had formed in the ground. Our efforts were not in vain. The formidable earthen wall before us had not completely collapsed, but instead, the 9.5 detonator had created a gaping hole, approximately 67 centimeters wide. It was dark within the opening, and a third brother crouched down, shining his flashlight into the void. Faintly, he seemed to discern something. Indeed, there was a hidden chamber behind the wall. A coffin. I spotted a coffin. The third brother suddenly exclaimed with excitement. Damn! The main burial chamber was concealed within this tortoise shell. Everything we encountered earlier was merely an illusion. I will venture in first. You follow closely behind. The agile third brother surged ahead, the first to squeeze through the opening. My arms lack strength, and my legs are injured. It was Hongjia who forcefully pushed me forward. Cold, how chilling it is, third brother. Upon entering, I sensed something amiss. I had not anticipated the stark temperature difference created by a wall of adamantine. Achoo! This cold penetrates to the marrow, causing even Hongjia to sneeze. Soon, our gazes were captivated by an object lying horizontally at the center of the chamber. It was a colossal white sarcophagus. Remarkably, it was a white coffin. Flanking the sarcophagus stood 2 bronze generals, each approximately 6 feet tall. Adorned in chainmail and bronze helmets, they wielded bronze long swords, their visages exquisitely carved, resembling living beings. The bronze swords bore signs of corrosion, with a layer of verdigris adorning their blades. The 2 bronze figures positioned on either side stood like sentinels, formidable and imposing, maintaining their sword-wielding stances for centuries, as if guarding the sarcophagus before us, instilling a sense of trepidation that deterred any approach. The sarcophagus, as it were, comprises both a coffin and its casing. While the coffin itself is modest in size, the outer casing is significantly larger, measuring approximately 5 to 6 meters in length and width. Only the central core is designated for interring the remains of the deceased. Beyond the bronze figures, what astounded me was the sight of the white sarcophagus itself. Fortunately, as I approached, the bronze figures remained still, seemingly serving a deterrent purpose akin to the tomb guardians. Old 3 touched the exterior of the white casing, suddenly exclaiming, "By the heavens, brother!" From this angle, the color of the sarcophagus resembles that of white conch. White conch? How could this be possible? A white conch can be fashioned into a coffin? Such a thing, not only have I never seen, but I have not even heard of it. In ancient times, how was this craft accomplished? What purpose did those who lay within the coffin have for choosing such a material for their final resting place? Elder son was equally astonished. Suddenly, as if a thought struck him, his eyes widened and he trembled as he said, Old third, I just recalled something. It was mentioned by Fu Sheng of the Eastern Han in the Shangshu Dezhuan. It recounts an incident where King Wen of Zhou, Ji Chang, was imprisoned by King Zhou of Shang. A noble from the Shang dynasty, in a bid to rescue Ji Chang, presented a treasure of conch to King Zhou. Little did he expect that upon receiving the treasure, King Zhou would immediately renege and have the man executed by boiling. This is what Fu Sheng recorded. Upon hearing this, Hong Jie furrowed her brow and asked, Elder, are you suggesting that this Shang noble, in his attempt to save Ji Chang, offered the so-called conch treasure, which is this very white coffin before us? Elder's complexion paled as he gritted his teeth and replied, There is no way to verify this. It is merely conjecture. However, this tomb dates back to the early Western Zhou period, and Ji Chang lived during that era. Setting aside other details, the timeline aligns perfectly. Gazing at the massive white coffin ahead, I was reminded of a scene. Upon entering, I encountered the yellow intestines of the offering, and I had seen a similar white coffin depicted on the stone wall murals. In that mural, numerous ancient figures knelt around the coffin, seemingly engaged in some form of sacrificial rite. Initially, I thought it was a mere figment of my imagination, conjured by the scent of the elder's face. That is utterly incorrect, Hongjia vehemently denied. White conch, dragonfly eye, flower glass, cat's eye stone, turquoise, white crystal, sapphire. These are the 8 treasures of Buddhism from ancient times. Among them, white conch is organic and exceedingly difficult to preserve. It's rare even from the Ming dynasty, let alone the Western Zhou. Unless some extraordinary method was employed, it could not have lasted this long. Listening to Hongjia's words, the leader nodded. You are right, Xiaohong. However, we have been in this profession for several years and have encountered our fair share of anomalies. Let's not dwell on how it was preserved. Consider this. If what the Eastern Han scholar Fu Sheng recorded in his writings is indeed true, it could imply something significant. This Marquis Jie has a connection to King Wen of Zhou, Ji Chang. Chapter 51. The coffin. The tomb chamber was dim, with a massive white coffin flanked by 2 bronze figures, creating an eerie atmosphere that unsettled anyone who beheld it. The leader observed in confusion. This tomb owner truly defies logic. Instead of occupying the main burial chamber, he chooses to conceal himself in such a remote corner. What could be his intention? Moreover, there are no accompanying funerary objects, just these 2 bronze figures. At first glance, I thought they were terracotta warriors. He illuminated the bronze figures with his flashlight. Perhaps this secluded corner is a feng shui treasure site. A coffin made of conch, tch, third brother remarked solemnly. This tomb owner must be exceedingly wealthy. Watch this. I will open it. With that, he produced a compact, folding steel shovel from his bag. The shovel, small yet versatile, resembled a military entrenching tool, capable not only of digging but also prying open coffin lids. The elder brother illuminated the surroundings with a flashlight, while the third brother circled around the coffin with a shovel in hand, clearly searching for the Tianjing. In ancient burial practices, whether for commoners or nobility, a small opening was intentionally left within the tomb, including the coffins. This minuscule aperture, known as the Tianjing, symbolized the ascent of the soul to the heavens. As time progressed, particularly during the Tang and Song dynasties, the Tianjing morphed into what was referred to as the Mujing, and subsequently in the Ming and Qing dynasties. It was renamed Huokou. Despite the change in nomenclature, the essence remained unchanged. For reasons unknown, the chamber housing the coffin was exceptionally cold, with temperatures nearing freezing. "Found it!" exclaimed the third brother, his eyes gleaming as he halted at the northwest corner of the coffin. There, he discovered a rectangular hole, which he identified as the so-called Tianjing. The concept of the coffin was quite comprehensible. Akin to the Russian nesting dolls, larger enclosures contained smaller ones, each layer requiring careful extraction, one at a time. The number of layers adhered to a specific hierarchy. Emperors were entombed in 4 layers, feudal lords in 3, and scholars and officials in 1. Individuals of lower status were permitted only a coffin devoid of layers. The joints between the layers employed a mortise and tenon structure, entirely devoid of nails. After millennia, this structural integrity had significantly weakened. With vigorous effort, the shovel pried apart the outermost layer, which indeed yielded to the pressure. Once a gap was created, the subsequent task became straightforward, merely peeling away the layers. The elder brother joined in to assist. Their years of experience ensured a seamless collaboration, and within half an hour, they had successfully opened the first layer of the coffin. Peering down, the revelation startled everyone. Beneath the layer of white conch was a layer of black metallic coffin. Upon beholding it, Sister Hong exclaimed in astonishment, "It's tarnished. This is silver. A silver outer coffin." She questioned, "Were there silver artifacts during the Western Zhou dynasty?" "Yes, but they were exceedingly rare." In the 1970s, the Shaanxi archaeological team unearthed a silver burial suit adorned with inscriptions of the Lady of Yitum. This burial suit is a national treasure, permanently prohibited from being exhibited abroad. Yet before us lies a silver outer coffin panel spanning several meters in length and width. Upon closer inspection, it appears that some patterns are etched onto the oxidized, blackened silver outer coffin panel. With palpable excitement, third brother proclaimed, "My eyes have been opened, truly opened. Just these 2 layers of the outer coffin panel are so formidable. What grand treasures might the innermost coffin hold?" Despite the presence of the well as a vulnerable point, considerable effort was still required to open this layer of the silver outer coffin. "It's about to fall. Be careful not to drop it on your feet. This thing is not light." "Hold on, third brother. Look quickly. Water is flowing out the front." Indeed, a multitude of viscous, black liquids flowed out from the seams of the silver outer coffin panel, increasing in volume with each passing moment, accompanied by an overpowering, fetid stench. "Retreat." The Sun brothers swiftly stepped back. The black liquid from within the silver outer coffin panel continued to flow copiously, inundating the ground. Sister Hong, holding her nose, remarked, "This black liquid. Could it be embalming fluid flowing from the coffin?" The eldest brother nodded in agreement. "It appears so. Let us wait until it has finished flowing before we take another look." Judging from the previous situation, there should be at least 1 more layer of the outer coffin inside. Something is not quite right, eldest brother. At that moment, I noticed an oddity. "What is it, Yinfeng?" I pointed to the 2 bronze statues resembling the terracotta warriors and inquired, "Are there pits beneath these statues?" "Look closely. How has the coffin liquid seeped down, following the bases of the bronze figures?" My companion furrowed his brow upon observing this. As we moved closer, illuminating the area with our flashlight, we uncovered the hidden intricacies. It appeared that around the base of the bronze statues, there were numerous small apertures, through which the preservative coffin liquid from the silver coffin boards had leaked out, trickling down along the edges of the statue's feet. My companion surveyed the main burial chamber's surroundings and remarked, "It is likely that the tomb's original owner designed this intentionally to prevent water damage, fearing that rainwater might compromise this site." He then suggested, "Let us not dwell on this for now. It seems the coffin liquid has nearly drained. Let us proceed to pry open the final layer of the coffin board." Cautiously, my companion, with a furrowed brow, surveyed the area and expressed, "My heart is racing. I have an uneasy feeling." "Ah, it's nothing, Xiao Hong. It's merely the cold that has you feeling this way. I reassured her. The Sun brothers worked in tandem, and in no time, they managed to pry open the layer of coffin board. As the silver board fell away, a dazzling golden light momentarily blinded me. The innermost layer of the coffin board was pure gold, a golden coffin encased in silver. The flashlight illuminated this resplendent sight, the golden surface reflecting light so brilliantly it was almost blinding. Unlike silver, gold does not oxidize, retaining its luster even after millennia. This layer of the golden coffin was adorned with a plethora of intricate designs, all vividly depicted. Among the motifs on the golden plates were celestial beings and figures in flight, with one particular scene standing out as especially peculiar. Before them stood a line of armored soldiers, each adorned with a creature resembling a serpent coiled atop their heads. Yet, upon closer inspection with a flashlight, one could not merely classify these as snakes. They bore distinct features, notably legs. Observing this peculiar imagery, Hongjia's expression turned grave as she bowed her head in contemplation. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze in alarm, exclaiming, "Boss, the third one, a legion with four-legged serpents upon their heads. Is this not the legend of the ancient kingdom of Guyue?" A golden light flickered in her eyes as the leader, stroking the gilded tablet, replied solemnly, "That is merely a legend, unworthy of credence. Yet, it appears that the master of this tomb was indeed a devotee of the ancient Guyue's black sorcery." Confounded by the discourse, I inquired for clarification. Hongjia elucidated, in ancient times within the southern wilds, there existed a small nation known as Guyue, distinct from the later used state of the spring and autumn period. This ancient Guyue was the progenitor of Chu's shamanic culture and the cradle of Miao's poison arts. It is said that Guyue once wielded a formidable army of sorcerers with four-legged serpents, conquering cities and lands without fail. There are even tales suggesting that as long as the serpent atop a soldier's head remained alive, the soldier could not perish, even when struck by arrows or blades. They would continue to fight with vigor. Surely not, I pondered, casting doubt upon the tale. Hongjia nodded, acknowledging my skepticism, believe it or not. I too find it hard to accept. However, she gestured towards the four-legged serpent imagery, stating, "These creatures do indeed exist, and in significant numbers. They are scientifically known as the Chinese skink. In Hakka regions and various locales, they are referred to as longpazai. In my childhood, I even managed to catch one and fed it to my cat." The third brother nodded in agreement, stating, "Xiao Hong is correct. There is nothing to fear about this thing. In our region, we refer to it as a dog woman. The village children would often catch them to play with." Chapter 52. Opening the coffin. Having lived in Mo since childhood, I had never encountered the creature known as the stone dragon. The fetid coffin liquid continued to diminish, and after exchanging glances, the Sun brothers nodded in tacit understanding. The black coffin liquid streamed over the golden coffin board, intertwining yellow and black hues that stirred discomfort in the heart. "Let us see what this esteemed coffin truly looks like," I remarked, with its golden exterior and silver lining. The third brother nodded, and they both began wielding their entrenching tools. The coffin boards were tightly affixed, requiring considerable effort to pry them apart. A series of grating metallic sounds echoed as the golden coffin board, under the leverage of their tools, gradually separated from the innermost coffin. After considerable toil, the golden casing finally fell away, revealing the coffin enveloped within. This coffin was entirely pitch black, remarkably preserved due to the excellent sealing of the outer golden coffin and silver lining, showing no signs of collapse or deformation. The material of this dark coffin was identified as gloomy wood. The leader of our group, who sold rice, had keen insight and recognized it immediately. With a grave expression, he declared, "If I am not mistaken, this is a coffin made from ancient locust wood." "Ancient locust wood?" I swallowed hard and whispered, "Surely not, brother. Is it not the golden silk nanmu? When was locust wood ever used for coffins?" "Yinfeng, you have only spoken half the truth. There exists a multitude of varieties of sunk wood. It is not solely the precious golden silk nanmu that is considered rare, but also includes species such as red ash, green cypress, hemp willow, red yew, and hemp mulberry. Common knowledge might lead one to believe that the golden silk nanmu is the most scarce and valuable. Yet this is a misconception. The truly rare specimen is the sunk Huai wood, which remains intact for millennia and is impervious to rodents and insects. Moreover, from a feng shui perspective, Huai wood possesses a cool nature and is classified as yin, making it most suitable for preserving corpses. Sister Hong also nodded in agreement while gazing at the coffin, evidently aligning with the elder's opinion. The ebony sunk wood coffin bore 5 bronze coffin nails. Brother San counted them twice and confirmed there were indeed 5. Shall we pry them open, elder brother? The third's countenance darkened. Indeed, let us open the coffin and seek fortune. However, just as the engineer's shovel made contact with the coffin nails, an unexpected event transpired. The old Huai wood coffin trembled suddenly, emitting a muffled sound from within. I thought I had misheard and was about to inquire if Sister Hong had also perceived the noise emanating from the coffin, when, at that moment, the coffin quivered once more. I was not mistaken, nor had I misperceived. This time, I heard distinctly. There was undeniably something alive within the coffin. Fear gripped me, and I instinctively recoiled a few steps, stammering, There's something inside, something in the coffin." The Sun brothers hastily retreated a couple of paces, and the third, his face pale, exclaimed, "No way. With the impeccable sealing of the golden coffin and silver coffin, how could anything possibly enter?" His implication was that perhaps a rat had found its way into the coffin. Not the third brother, it might not be a mouse. He shot me a glare. "Do not utter ominous words, Yin Feng. What could it be if not a mouse? Let us not frighten ourselves." After receiving his reprimand, I became anxious and blurted out, "Third brother, let us flee. What if it is a zombie wrapped in rice dumplings?" As soon as those words escaped my lips, a chill crept down my spine, and goosebumps erupted across my body. Damn it, what nonsense about rice dumplings. I have ventured through numerous grand tombs with Wang, and there has never been such a thing. Yin Feng, do not speak foolishly in alarm. Open it, right now. With that, the third brother, in a flurry, grabbed a spade and boldly stepped forward to confront the coffin nails. We stood frozen in place, scarcely daring to breathe, lest we disturb him. As he removed the third coffin nail, he leaned in closer, pressing his ear against the coffin lid to listen intently for any sounds within. After a couple of minutes, he suddenly turned, eyes wide, and exclaimed, "There seems to be a sound of breathing inside." At that moment, I recalled the nightmare I had after losing consciousness, and thinking of the protagonist in my dream, I trembled, pointing at the coffin, "Third brother, please do not open it." But my warning came too late. He bellowed, veins bulging on the back of his hand, cursing, "There are no cowards in the northern sect. You think you can scare me? Not a chance." With 2 sharp clicks, the last 2 coffin nails fell away. He steadied himself against the coffin lid and forcefully pushed it open. Hongjia clutched her small dagger tightly, while the eldest raised the spade high. Should anything dare to emerge from the coffin, there would be no hesitation. The spade would come crashing down. Upon pushing open the coffin lid, third brother stood with his back to us, frozen in place as if rendered immobile by an unseen force. "What is the matter, third?" I called out. "What is inside the coffin?" It seemed he did not hear my words, for he remained in the posture of pushing the lid, utterly still. "Third!" elder brother shouted, raising his engineer's shovel and rushing forward. Red Sister and I quickly followed suit to ascertain the situation. As we reached the coffin and focused our gaze, we were collectively struck dumb, including myself. Lying within the coffin was a visage we recognized all too well. It was second brother, the long-missing Sun Lianfu, who had vanished from our midst for 6 long months. The scene was too bizarre, cloaked in an eerie chill, the coffin of somber locust wood cradling him. Second brother's previous attire had vanished. He was now clad in an oversized gray robe, his form appearing significantly plumper, the fabric bulging conspicuously. His face bore a bluish hue, lips a stark red, brow furrowed in apparent torment as he lay there, arms crossed over his chest, frozen in that agonizing posture. "Second brother, Lianfu," the Sun brothers exclaimed in urgent voices. Who could have predicted that the son of the Sun family, who had abruptly disappeared for 6 months, would now reappear within an opulent coffin befitting a sovereign? The occurrence was too extraordinary, too surreal. Had we not witnessed it ourselves, we would surely have deemed it unbelievable. Now, as second brother lay within the coffin, his complexion pale, yet lips crimson, one could discern the faintest hint of his breathing. A glance at his chest revealed a gentle rise and fall, echoing the fragile rhythm of life. With reddened eyes, third brother held second brother's face and exclaimed, "Second brother, what has happened to you? How did you end up in this coffin? Who has caused you such harm?" Months of toil, half a year of anguish, and all the preceding fears converged into two streams of tears at this moment of reunion. Third brother collapsed beside the coffin, overcome with grief. "Stop crying," Red's sister scolded, a grown man weeping like a child. "Hurry and get second brother out." "Yes, yes," third brother suddenly realized, fumbling. "Let's get him out." We all leaned in, eager to assist in lifting second brother from the coffin. Just then, I accidentally brushed against the gray robe that cloaked second brother. Looking down, I noticed something unsettling. Beneath his garment, a serpentine form writhed, twisting and squirming. Then, almost inadvertently, a slender, dark yellow tail emerged from beneath his clothing. The tail swayed and brushed against me, sending a chilling, slippery sensation through my being, devoid of warmth. Chapter 53. The Shocking Transformation. Second brother, wake up, wake up. Elder brother urged anxiously, shaking second brother in a desperate attempt to rouse him. I suppressed my fear as I gradually peeled away the gray robe enveloping second brother. Upon realizing the situation, our collective pupils widened in disbelief. There, lying upon second brother's abdomen, was a small, four-legged snake, its body a uniform tawny hue. "Beast!" Third brother was the first to regain his composure, his expression filled with fury as he seized the creature. The creature appeared utterly unafraid of humans, its body writhing incessantly even after being captured. "Wait, third brother," Hongjie said, her expression darkening as she pointed at the unconscious second brother. "Don't move just yet. Look at what's on his abdomen. What is this? A bronze tube?" I noticed a green, rusted bronze pipe approximately 5 centimeters to the right of second brother's navel, with a diameter of less than half a centimeter. One end of this corroded pipe was embedded in his belly, while the other end connected to a yellowish-brown, four-legged creature. The scene resembled a transfusion of blood. Everyone, myself included, was petrified, utterly bewildered by the situation before us. At last, unable to endure any longer, third son seized the stone lizard and, with a swift motion, cleaved the beast in two. Blood gushed forth, reminiscent of slaughtering an eel. Even after the creature's demise, the pipe remained lodged in second brother's abdomen, the wound appearing alarmingly deep. He hesitated to remove it, uncertain of the severity of second brother's injury. Our focus was solely on saving him. We had no time to inquire how he had ended up in the coffin. "Third brother, be cautious of that pipe. Try not to touch it," I advised. Third son nodded, bending down to lift the unconscious second brother into his arms. "We must leave this place. There must be another route nearby. Or how could second brother have descended here? Let's hurry to the hospital." The golden coffin and silver casket contained nothing but second brother and that creature, devoid of any accompanying burial items. Despite the myriad of uncertainties and confusions within my heart, if the parties involved do not speak for themselves, we can only engage in wild conjectures, forever oblivious to the true events that transpired. Suddenly, in an inadvertent moment, Hongjie's right foot pressed down upon a stone slab, which yielded to her weight and sank 3 centimeters into the ground. "Do not move." Upon sensing the predicament, the elder brother swiftly commanded, "Old 3, keep an eye on old 2. Stay put, do not wander." His expression was grave. Hongjie's complexion darkened, and she remained in her position, hesitant to move even an inch. Both Hongjie and I had previously witnessed the mechanism of the human-headed chime. Over 2 millennia ago, our ancient ancestors had already mastered the art of designing traps utilizing the gravitational pull and the attraction of meteorite iron. At that moment, the spot where the coffin liquid had previously flowed, beneath the copper figure's feet, inexplicably began to emit white vapor. Within mere seconds, the vapor billowed forth as if a colossal steamer resided underground. This white mist, rising from below, carried the scent of herbs. Upon inhaling even a trace, a wave of dizziness engulfed me, and my legs weakened, causing me to collapse. Others experienced similar fates. Third brother could not support second brother and also fell to the ground. Subsequently, at the entrance of the main tomb chamber, where we had detonated the explosives. Several beams of flashlight pierced through. My head felt heavy and muddled, and as the beams drew nearer, I strained to catch a glimpse while lying on the ground. There appeared to be 4 or 5 individuals, one of whom led the way, Chen Jiansheng. My mouth moved, and I attempted to call out, but no sound emerged. Soon after, I lost consciousness and succumbed to the darkness. Uncertain how much time had passed, I awoke to a throbbing headache. I attempted to move, only to discover that I was bound hand and foot with ropes. Hongjia, brother, third brother. I strained against my bindings, shouting desperately. Ah, youth is indeed a blessing. Your vitality is remarkable, as you are the first to awaken, Chen Jiansheng mocked, illuminating me with a flashlight. The bright beam forced me to squint, and I exclaimed, Chen Tugong, you're alive. Why have you bound me? Untie me at once. With a chuckle, he withdrew the flashlight and smiled, Gentlemen, come forth and judge whether this young man is fit to be a sacrifice. That Sun Larer has proven inadequate. It has been 5 or 6 months. Yet the corpse of Jiexian shows no signs of reaction. As soon as he finished speaking, several figures emerged from the shadows. I focused my gaze and discerned 3 individuals, 2 middle-aged men and an elderly man. The old man, with his white hair, caught my attention due to his height, which did not exceed 5 feet. He appeared frail and diminutive, resembling a child, a true old dwarf. Jiansheng, is this the young man you mentioned? The dwarf scrutinized me from head to toe. Indeed, Chen Jiansheng replied, casting a glance my way. Sir, the response of the response bug is evident in this one. Oh, is that so? The dwarf exhibited surprise. Unable to comprehend their conversation, I shouted, Chen Tugong, what are you doing? What am I doing? Ha. Chen Jiansheng pointed at me, shaking his head with a smile. Your name is Yunfeng, isn't it? Truly inexperienced in the ways of the world. Perfect timing. Chen Holuan, you're awake. Do share your thoughts. There's no need to hold back. I turned to see Hongjia, bound and leaning against the stone wall, already awake and glaring at Chen Jiansheng with palpable fury. Oh, come now, Chen Holuan, with that look in your eyes, one might think you intend to devour him. Chen Jiansheng shrugged, appearing completely at ease. Taking a deep breath, Hongjia spoke. You pretended to be insane, deliberately mimicking my speech, all to approach me and Yunfeng, hoping to alleviate our concerns? Chen Jiansheng snapped his fingers. Exactly. Hongjia continued coldly. The echo bug that Yunfeng captured was deliberately released by you, wasn't it? Chen Jiansheng nodded nonchalantly. Indeed, the echo bug reacted to this fellow, but unfortunately, you discovered it beforehand. I'm asking you. You were aware of that cave entrance, weren't you? In other words, those mountain demons were trained by you, and the hats and clothes they were all you're doing? Absolutely. I regaled these creatures with stories daily to train them. Ultimately, the goal was to lead you here, to present you with the coffin. Hongjia's chest heaved, clearly infuriated. We had been ensnared. I began to understand the situation and shouted angrily, Chen Tugong, we have no grievances with you in the past or present. Why are you doing this? Oh, you inquire as to the reason? The diminutive elder, standing at less than 1.5 meters tall, approached slowly, murmuring, There is no need for you to understand the reasons. After all, we are destined for oblivion, and it is unnecessary for everyone to be informed. Jiansheng, proceed. The elder produced a red incense stick from his garment and handed it to Chen Jiansheng, then stepped back a few paces. Well then, let us commence. Chen Jiansheng said as he extracted 3 sticks of incense and ignited them. Holding the 3 burning sticks, he looked at me and Hongjia, bowing as he intoned, To the 2 from the north, having inhaled the incense, may you embark on your journey. Chapter 54. The meeting inserting the 3 incense sticks before us. Chen Jiansheng knelt down and tenderly brushed Hongjia's hair. Wait, Hongjia interjected, her voice firm. I wish to inquire about something. Chen Jiansheng, caressing her forehead, chuckled softly. Did I not mention that you no longer have a need to know? Chen Hoqin, you and this fellow may leave first. As for the brothers of the Sun family, they will follow shortly. After all, we share a bond. I must admit I have a fondness for you, but alas. You hail from the north while I am from the south. Our paths diverge. As he spoke, Chen Jiansheng abruptly tore open the upper part of Hongjia's garment, revealing the black lingerie beneath. Drawing forth a sharp dagger, He lightly grazed the blade across her skin, drawing forth blood as she stifled a moan. The diminutive elder and the two middle-aged men stood by, their expressions impassive, silently observing the scene. "Do not harm Hong Jie. Your quarrel is with me." I strained against my restraints. With a smirk, Chen Jiansheng withdrew the dagger and glanced at me. "You are quite the loyal friend, aren't you? What is this? Have you slept with this woman? Sleep with your mother. Slap. That taught you to speak foully." He struck me with great force, spitting out blood and saliva. I glared fiercely at Chen Jiansheng. At that moment, Hong Jie sneered, "The descendant of the 8 little gates by Chuandian behaves so ignobly." Furthermore, she turned to the dwarf elder and stated each word deliberately. "If I, Chen Hong, am not mistaken, you are Su Qin, the sword-bearing little scoundrel. You are affiliated with the Changchun Society, yet you associate with tomb raiders from the south? Aren't you concerned about your reputation?" The dwarf elder squinted at the bound Hong Jie and shook his head, saying, "The girl possesses keen insight, recognizing the Changchun Society and recalling my youthful moniker, Su Qin, the sword-bearing little scoundrel. It has been over 30 years. I had nearly forgotten that name." The old man looked up, lost in his reverie. Hong Jie continued, "In the 3rd year of the Hangwu era, the Changchun Society was established, proficient in feng shui, tomb raiding, and medicine, with over 1,000 martial practitioners. By the 27th year of the Republic, Elder Chang Baba took over as the leader, commanding the 4 great gates and 8 little gates. At that time, the society's influence had permeated various industries, surpassing both the White Lotus Society and the Tiandahui. After the 1970s, rumors circulated that the Changchun Society had disbanded." "Huh!" Hong Jie scoffed. "I knew it. Such a colossal entity could not simply vanish." Hearing the mention of the Changchun Society from Sister Hong, the dwarf elder expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, "I never anticipated that a young girl like you would possess such knowledge. Knowledge is merely the beginning. My father's demise is inextricably linked to the Changchun Society. Even if I, Chen Hong, were to perish here today, I vow before heaven that as long as that individual still breathes, I shall avenge my father." Sister Hong's eyes widened in fury as she roared with a fierce expression. "Sir, stop wasting time with her. We must act swiftly," Chen Jianxing urged. The dwarf elder raised his hand to halt Chen Jianxing, calmly regarding Sister Hong as he inquired, "Young lady, may I ask who your father is? Are you suggesting that the Changchun Society deliberately sheltered the murder of your father?" The elder's nonchalant demeanor incited Chen Hong to grit her teeth in frustration. "Chen Xiaohong. My father is Chen Xiaohong." "Chen Xiaohong?" The elder furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before responding, "The 8 oddities of the Tianxiao. Your father is Chen Xiaohong. Then is your grandfather not the coal horse glasses Chen for Beiping Yangxiao?" Sister Hong bowed her head in silence, momentarily lost in thought. The dwarf elder paced back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back, as if in contemplation. After 3 minutes, he turned and commanded Jiansheng, "This girl cannot be harmed. Temporarily restrain her. Once we have concluded our business and departed, release her." "Release her?" Chen Jiansheng exclaimed anxiously. "Old man, what do you mean? This woman is notorious as a mole in the northern faction. If we let her go and she spreads the news, won't that invite trouble for us in the southern faction?" The elder turned to Chen Jiansheng, his tone icy. "That is a matter for you alone. Jiansheng, remember that our alliance this time is merely a matter of mutual benefit. It does not imply that we are on the same side. When I say killing is not an option, it means precisely that. Jiansheng, do you require me to repeat myself?" Despite appearing to be a diminutive elder of no more than 5 feet, the gravity of his words rendered Chen Jiansheng pale, beads of sweat forming on his brow. With a resounding thud, Chen Jiansheng knelt upon the ground. He had acted rashly. He implored, "Do not be angry, my lord. Once our business is concluded, I shall release this woman." The old man nodded in satisfaction. "And what of this young man?" Chen Jiansheng inquired, gesturing towards me. The elder replied with impatience, "Did you not claim that the echo bug reacted to him?" Chen Jiansheng clasped his fists, affirming, "Indeed." "Then remove an arm and cast it aside to observe." "Understood." No sooner had the words left his lips than 2 middle-aged men, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward and seized me from the ground. "What are you doing? Let me go. My struggles proved futile as these men hoisted me up as one would a small chick. Hong Jie cried out urgently, "No, you must not only release me, but also him." The elder shook his head. "Young lady, I spare your life out of respect for Kolai Chun. Years ago, at the Changchun meeting, he single-handedly eliminated the commanders of the puppet forces. Your father, Chun Xiaohe, did not impart his skills to you, and in your generation, your frailty is even more pronounced." He gazed at Hong Jie, shaking his head, and added, "Proceed." The elder spoke with an air of indifference. Two middle-aged men gripped my arms with increasing force, causing me to cry out in agony. The unmistakable sound of dislocated bones echoed in the air. Hong Jie, her face ashen, shut her eyes tightly. The moment they released their hold, I collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud, my arms rendered powerless. My left arm, already injured, was now in a more severe state, both limbs dislocated. Following their orders, the two men hoisted me up and dragged me away, indifferent to Hong Jie's desperate pleas behind us. The journey lasted merely 5 minutes before they brought me to the edge of a large pit. A stone offering table lay horizontally before it, stark and bare, devoid of any offerings. They pulled out ropes, binding me tightly to the stone table. After ensuring that I could not escape, one of them retrieved a small pouch from his belongings. He opened it and poured a dust-like substance into the pit. Subsequently, the two men hastily departed. Once they were gone, I fought against the pain in a futile attempt to free myself, but my arms were too weak and bound. Despite numerous attempts, I was unsuccessful. The Sun brothers had vanished after losing consciousness, and despair began to envelop me. My body ached, my stomach growled with hunger, and I gradually sank into hopelessness. After approximately 20 minutes, I was suddenly startled by a rustling sound emanating from the pit. Bound to the stone table and facing upward, I could not discern what lay within the pit, only catching glimpses of my own body on either side. Then I bore witness to a terrifying sight. From the depths of the pit, or perhaps crawling from the ground on either side of the stone table, a multitude of stone lizards began to advance towards me. Some of these four-legged serpents are large, measuring over half a meter in length, while others are merely a dozen centimeters long. In the brief span of a few breaths, I felt a chilling sensation creeping up my legs, prompting me to glance down in terror. Two yellowish-brown serpents had slithered up onto my legs. Their tongues flickered in and out, and their eyes were so minuscule they were nearly imperceptible. Their bodies glistened slickly as if coated in oil, and they were advancing towards my upper body. Chapter 55. Scheming. One serpent coiled itself around my chest. From less than 20 centimeters away, I could distinctly detect the foul odor emanating from its body. I shook myself vigorously in an attempt to dislodge the serpents, but to no avail. Not only did they cling on, but I inadvertently swung the protective gauze box around my neck into my own face. The small gauze box, made of metal, struck my face with considerable force, causing me pain. With a sharp crack, the box flew open. Inside, there was a ball of yellow paper that I had carried ever since Yao Yuman gifted it to me, and some faint writing was visible on its surface. Biting down on one corner of the paper ball, I shook it vigorously. In no time, the yellow paper burst open, releasing a fine, pale yellow powder. Strangely enough, although the powder was colorless and odorless, the serpents that crawled upon me recoiled in haste upon sensing it, as if they were insects encountering realgar. Within 2 minutes, I found myself entirely free of them, not a single serpent remaining. Looking down, I noticed 2 lines of small text written on the yellow paper. Initially, it was unclear, but by adjusting its angle while gripping it with my teeth, I was finally able to discern the writing. On yellow paper, inscribed with a crimson brush, were the words, "Life and death are dictated by fate. Wealth and nobility lie in the hands of heaven. Guard against treachery in the shadows, and be wary of the small pests in the light. In the underworld's depths, tread with caution." Upon reading these lines, a tempest surged within my heart. The talisman bestowed upon me by Yao Yuman bore a cryptic 24-character inscription. It seemed as though this woman had foreseen the clandestine plans shared between my elder brother and third brother. Could it be that she possesses the gift of divination? Moreover, I discovered that embedded within the bottom of the gauze box was an exceedingly thin blade, reminiscent of a razor blade, but even more delicate and sharper. Risking injury to my mouth, I endeavored repeatedly, and after numerous attempts, I finally managed to invert the gauze box, biting down on the slender blade. After severing the rope nearest to my upper body, I rose to a sitting position, still clutching the blade with my teeth, and proceeded to cut the bindings around my feet. Scattered across the ground were numerous four-legged lizards, deterred by the medicinal powder clinging to my clothes. They dare not approach me closely. At the slightest movement, they scurried into the shadows, some retreating back into the deep pit. I had witnessed others on television remedy a dislocated arm, yet I was no physician, and their swift manipulation seemed foreign to me. I resorted to bracing against the wall, each impact sending waves of pain coursing through me. Perhaps it was the protection of the talisman, or perhaps mere fortune smiled upon me like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. After several attempts, I heard a satisfying crack, and, astonishingly, I had rejoined the dislocated bone. This was sheer happenstance, yet when I tried to realign my left arm, I found it futile. Peering into the pit, it appeared unfathomably deep, shrouded in darkness, with a chilling breeze wafting up from its depths, sending shivers down my spine. Supporting my injured left arm, I concealed the small blade within the palm of my hand. I tiptoed, striving to tread silently, cautiously making my way out. Judging by the geographical structure of my surroundings, I found myself still beneath the Moth Mountain, likely ensconced within some subterranean cavern. Pressed against the wall, shrouded in darkness, I advanced for several minutes until, quite suddenly, I noticed flickering flames ahead, accompanied by the murmur of conversation. I stealthily approached. "Brother Chun, don't you think if we execute this plan flawlessly, and that corpse truly can revive by consuming blood, we would strike it rich?" One voice exclaimed. "You know, I've heard the vice president of the Changchun Society is on the brink of death, barely hanging on with those exorbitantly priced nutrient injections. If we deliver that corpse to him, perhaps you, Brother Chun, could ascend from 8 small gates to the 4 great gates. I could join the Changchun Society too. Just think of it. We'd be unstoppable. What kind of women couldn't we attract? You rascal. Is your sole ambition in joining the Changchun Society to chase after women? A real man should have loftier aspirations." Came a derisive laughter. "Huh, my ambitions pale in comparison to yours, Brother Chun. You're formidable, able to deceive your own comrades without a flicker of hesitation. My aspirations, however, are far simpler. My greatest wish is to marry a beautiful university student. Boy, with your elementary school diploma, why do you constantly dream of a university beauty? Once you join the Changchun Society, what use would you have for her? I would have her read to me every night, every day. She reads Jinping made to me at night. Just roll away, you fool." Listening to their conversation fills me with rage. I long to rush over and draw blood with a blade. That scoundrel Chun Jiansheng had disguised himself far too well. His acting skills could win a Golden Rooster Award. I overheard them discussing me and Hongjia. "Brother Chun, the intoxicating scent of the old sea dog certainly works wonders. You witnessed it just now, didn't you? Remarkable. The effect of that charm was nothing short of extraordinary." Chun Jiansheng chuckled, admitting the old sea dog-esque concoction is impressive. Previously, I purposely let Chan Hong and that lad consume the fruit, and with the addition of this charm, it worked splendidly. Impressive, Brother Chun. We took the antidote 3 days in advance to make it effective, but you only arrived yesterday. How did you manage with the antidote? Chun Jiansheng snapped his fingers, brimming with pride. "Youngster, take notes. This is the brilliance of your Brother Chun. I prepared in advance, mixing the antidote into the wine, which was stored in the soul jars of the sacrificial pit. I made it known that I enjoy drinking, so everything fell seamlessly into place, didn't it? You wretched scoundrel." I cursed that old rascal in my heart. If not for my eavesdropping, I might have remained oblivious to how I and Hongjia fell into their trap. The world is treacherous. One may know a person's face, but not their heart. Indeed, as Hongjia said, there is not a single good soul among the southern faction. Although some matters still elude my understanding, one truth is clear. We have been ensnared. The group of individuals who partnered with Chun Jiansheng in the tomb, including the already deceased Ji Guochun, were all led to their demise by him. The associates behind this individual, what is known as the Changchun Society, are unfamiliar to me, and I possess little understanding of them. However, Hong Jie is well informed, so I intend to rescue her first and subsequently seek out Degu and Sangu to extricate them as well. Aware of my limited strength, I followed them at a distance after their conversation concluded. The visibility here is quite low without fire or flashlights, which facilitates my concealment. I stealthily trailed them, unnoticed. I surmised they must have believed I was either dead or had been devoured by the four-legged snake, thus lowering their guard. This thought also led me to reflect on Yao Yuman. His visage flashed in my mind, and my intuition warned me that the situation might be far more complex than I had anticipated. After trailing them for approximately half an hour, Chun Jiansheng and the man halted. I noticed a discreet stone cave entrance ahead, partially obscured by some dry grass. As I brushed aside the grass, the two men entered one after the other. I waited for 3 minutes before crouching and following them inside. Given their numerical superiority, I proceeded with utmost caution, hiding at the slightest disturbance. I understood that I was the last hope for our group, and I could not afford to be captured. The only advantage I possessed was that the enemy was in the light while I remained in shadows. Chapter 56. The skin frame, the flickering light, illuminated the cave. Alas, Pai San, may I pose a question? Do you believe a corpse can truly rise from the dead? It is indeed unsettling, Brother Chun. However, I find this matter rather peculiar. Recall, we extracted that object from the golden coffin and the silver sarcophagus. We all witnessed it, did we not? The corpse appeared somewhat deflated, its teeth protruding like those of a rabbit, and the flesh on its face still retained some elasticity, which is truly disturbing. I concealed myself at the cave's entrance, quietly observing and eavesdropping on their conversation. Chun Jiansheng and a man named Pai San were engaged in discourse. Before them lay a massive, semi-transparent plastic container filled with a liquid that resembled pale milk, though its true nature remained unknown. I noticed something else as well. Faintly, within the liquid of a large plastic container, there appeared to be a shadow submerged, and from the external reflections, it seemed to resemble a person. Don't move. You reckless fool. Do not dare to touch that water. Chun Jiansheng suddenly barked with a sharp tone. Hee hee. We were merely curious. Pai San scratched his head. By the way, Brother Chun, I must inform you of something. After this outing, I believe I should have a share of Chun Ji Gang's possessions, right? After all, it is just the two of us remaining. I am not greedy. A 30% cut will suffice. The man extended 3 fingers. A smile lingered on Chun Jiansheng's face. Of course, you have contributed to this endeavor. I promise you, 30% it shall be. Wonderful. How honorable. The excitement in Pai San's eyes was unmistakable. Sanner, since you are so curious about this matter, if you truly wish to take a look, you may, but stand aside and be cautious. Remember, you're only allowed a single glance. Chun Jiansheng chuckled while gesturing towards the plastic container. Really? May I take a glance? Chun Jiansheng nodded and replied, Go ahead. Just avoid touching the water. Granted permission. The man tiptoed cautiously towards the large plastic water tank. Upon reaching it, he lowered his head to inspect, and without turning back, he called out, Brother Chun, this water is as white as milk. I can't see anything. Where is it? In the middle, take a closer look. Came Chun Jiansheng's deep voice. In the middle? It seems there's nothing there. What transpired next unfolded before my eyes in the shadows. I observed Chun Jiansheng silently pick up a round stone from the ground, his footsteps remarkably light. Sanner, Chun Jiansheng suddenly bellowed. Huh? What? Pai San turned around directly. Bang! In an instant, Chun Jiansheng raised the stone high and struck Pai San squarely on the forehead. A second later, 2 streams of crimson blood flowed down the stone. Pai San opened his mouth, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground, his forehead a gruesome sight. Bah! Chun Jiansheng discarded the bloodied stone, gazing down at the fallen Pai San. 3%? You dare to demand 3% from me? Who do you think you are? Not even half of that. All of it is rightfully mine. He spat disdainfully. Kicking Pai San, he noted the lack of response and turned to survey his surroundings. I hurriedly shrank back to conceal myself. That was close. I nearly got caught. Subsequently, I watched as Chun Jiansheng dragged Pai San by his feet and pulled him towards the plastic tank. "Saner, take it easy and leave. I will keep Chenji's share for you. You need not worry. When you finally meet our support and logistics down below, please convey a message for me. During the festive seasons, I will always prepare a little something for the beautiful ladies in the Western-style houses." Having said that, Chun Jiansheng lifted his upper body, clearly intent on tossing Saner into the large container. Witnessing a murder firsthand, I felt an immediate surge of panic. Saner, standing at approximately 175 centimeters, was quite robust. Perhaps Chun Jiansheng slipped momentarily and failed to fully subdue him, resulting in a loud thud as Saner fell back down. To my astonishment, Saner was jolted awake. He was not dead. Damn it. Saner's face was smeared with blood, and he suddenly struggled to rise. Chun Jiansheng, alarmed, pressed down on him, his hands tightly gripping Saner's throat. Saner flailed his legs desperately, writhing and fighting back, scratching Chun Jiansheng's face in the process. Go to hell. Chun Jiansheng's forehead bulged with veins, resembling a demon. In less than 2 minutes, Saner's complexion shifted from red to purple, and as Chun Jiansheng's grip tightened, his face turned the color of liver. Sounds emerged from his throat, akin to phlegm lodged in his airway. At that moment, Saner's neck gradually turned towards me. His face, now a deep purple, met my gaze directly. In that instant, Saner's eyes were filled with an overwhelming blend of terror, rage, and fear. He raised his left arm high, pointing toward my direction. Chun Jiansheng appeared utterly consumed by fervor, paying no heed to Pai San's actions. 3 minutes later, Pai San's legs relaxed, ceasing their struggle. His eyes bulged, fixated on me, refusing to close even in death. Chun Jiansheng descended from the corpse, wiping the sweat from his brow, panting heavily. After a brief respite, he maneuvered the body into the container. With a resounding splash, I observed that in mere seconds, the milky liquid began to bubble and froth as if it were boiling water. A pungent odor assaulted my senses. The corpse of Pai San seemed to soften, gradually disintegrating and dissolving before my eyes, flesh, hair, bones. Everything, all within a span of less than 10 minutes. A living being was reduced to naught but residue. The liquid retained its milky whiteness. For a fleeting moment, I thought I perceived a shadow within, as if the head had shifted slightly. This was the epitome of obliterating evidence. Gazing at his handiwork, a faint smile crept upon Chun Jiansheng's lips, only to be swiftly concealed. Covering the large plastic container with a cloth, he clapped his hands together, whistling cheerfully as he approached me, exuding an air of nonchalance. He intended to exit the cave. I quickly retreated a few steps, hiding behind a protruding rock. Being slender and sucking in my stomach, I managed to conceal myself just as he emerged, narrowly avoiding detection. Chun Jiansheng hummed a tune as he walked, singing Zheng Jihua's Sailor. In moments of adversity, one often hears sailors proclaim, "What is this little pain amidst the storm? Wipe away your tears. Fear not, for we still possess our dreams." As their voices faded into the distance, I cursed under my breath, branding them as perverse. I pressed myself against the stone wall, crouching low to follow. My curiosity was piqued by the large leather trunk within the cave. I was certain it concealed some secret. However, I had no time to investigate its contents. I needed to pursue Chun Jiansheng. By shadowing him, I stood a chance of locating Hongjia and the Sun brothers. I surmised they must have been separated after losing consciousness. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence ahead. I peered cautiously and discerned that one of the middle-aged men accompanying the dwarf was speaking. "Brother Jian." Chun Jiansheng quickly bent down in acknowledgement. "Chun Tujuan, where is that younger fellow of yours? Weren't you all together just now?" Chun Jiansheng maintained a composed demeanor, patting his forehead with a chuckle. "Brother Jian, you mean Santa? Ah, the lazy donkey has overindulged. He suddenly developed a stomachache and is indisposed at the moment. By the look of it, he won't be well for some time. He must have eaten something that did not agree with him. Let's not wait for him any longer." Upon hearing Chun Jiansheng's explanation, the middle-aged man nodded. "What is it, Brother Jian? What are you looking at?" As he spoke, Chun Jiansheng turned his head to look as well. I pressed myself tightly against the stone wall, scarcely daring to breathe, beads of sweat forming on my brow. Nothing. Perhaps it was merely my imagination. I've been feeling rather paranoid lately, the middle-aged man replied. Chun Jiansheng, harboring his own secrets, feigned a smile and urged, I also believe there is nothing amiss. Let's move on, Brother Jian. We must prepare for our next steps. Chapter 57. The experiment, Brother Jian. Is there something behind us? After walking for merely a few minutes, Chun Jiansheng noticed the middle-aged man glancing back intermittently and inquired curiously. The man, referred to as Brother Jian, remained silent. Upon reaching a spacious area, they halted. I observed that a large military green tent had been erected on the flat ground, estimating its length to be over 10 meters. It featured a rounded dome with an entrance, resembling a yurt from Mongolia. They lifted the door, curtain, and entered directly, while I waited for 3 to 5 minutes before crouching down and following suit. There was a gap in the curtain, and I stealthily peered inside. Inside, there were 3 individuals clad in white lab coats and wearing masks, alongside several electronic devices I had never encountered before, as well as a small diesel generator humming to life. How is the progress? The middle-aged man inquired upon entering. One of the figures in a white coat responded, her voice surprisingly melodious and youthful. The woman lamented, the conditions here are far too harsh. I wonder how much the teacher was paid to send us here. The conditions are less than 1% of what we had at our laboratory in Hong Kong. After expressing her grievances, she continued, we have already examined the samples you provided. Pointing a large monitor, she remarked, the data is quite peculiar. This biological specimen contains almost no moisture, yet some of its cells still exhibit vitality. Furthermore, there is a substance within the sample's vessels resembling a type of amino acid, which, under current conditions, is exceedingly difficult to extract. Please, tell us honestly, why have you summoned us here to conduct this research? You speak too much, the middle-aged man retorted coldly. Focus on your duties and collect your payment. Do not ask questions that are not meant for you. The woman in the white coat, now incensed, removed her mask. She was strikingly beautiful, with defined features, fair skin, and large eyes, appearing to be in her early 20s, reminiscent of a mixed-race individual, and spoke fluent Mandarin. Hey, what kind of attitude is that? The mixed-race woman exclaimed, her voice filled with indignation. One of her male companions quickly intervened, advising, Shaoan, don't act impulsively. The professor instructed me to keep an eye on you and prevent you from making foolish mistakes. His implication was unmistakable. These individuals were not to be trifled with, and he urged her to temper her demeanor. Immediately, the conciliating figure in the white coat interjected with a smile, rest assured, we are making swift progress. Within 2 or 3 days, we will extract what you desire. Given our challenging conditions and lack of equipment, we appreciate your understanding. We can offer you just 1 more day, the middle-aged man said, glancing at his watch. By this time tomorrow, I expect to see the final results. Upon finishing his words, the man abruptly turned and strode out. In a moment of panic, I concealed myself behind the tent. Chun Jiansheng emerged to see the man off, patting his chest as he spoke. Brother Jian, you go ahead. I shall urge things along here. As for the esteemed Lord Xiaotu, I would greatly appreciate your kind words on his behalf. Chun Jiansheng fidgeted with his hands, a nervous habit. Once the man had departed, he casually settled into a chair, lighting a cigarette and crossing his legs. My dear, he began, unlike the previous gentleman, I am rather more agreeable. I've heard that the substances extracted from that corpse can reverse aging and grant eternal life. Is there any truth to that? The woman clad in a white lab coat, known as Shaoan, shook her head. We're still far from that stage. To be candid, I do not believe our current technology can achieve such feats. There remains much that defies explanation. The substances we have extracted can only be considered a semi-finished product at best. As she spoke, she produced a small glass vial containing a translucent liquid of pale blue hue. This is what we have, she said, gently shaking the vial. Chun Jiansheng swallowed hard, his gaze fixated on the pale blue liquid within the glass. He inhaled deeply from his cigarette, wisps of smoke escaping from his nostrils as he chuckled. Continue your discussion. I shall remain invisible. With that, he flicked the cigarette butt aside and closed his eyes in contemplation. You two carry on. I shall step out for a moment, Xiaoan suddenly remarked before turning and exiting the tent. The incident beneath Moth Mountain remains shrouded in ambiguity for me even now. Observing that my target was alone, and notably a woman, I recognized an opportune moment. This woman's companion referred to her as Shaolin, while I chose to address her as researcherin. She made her way to a secluded spot behind a rock. After glancing around to ensure no one was watching, she began to lift her white coat, preparing to squat down. "Don't move." Seizing the moment, I stepped forward, encircling her from behind, and pressed my small knife against her throat. "Don't scream. If you do, I will slice your throat." Who are you?" Her eyes widened with terror, her voice trembling. Chapter 58. Turning point. The woman inquired about my intentions, suggesting that if it was money I sought, she had some. Why would I want money? Would I come to this forsaken place for cash? Knowing she hailed from some pharmaceutical company in Hong Kong, I fabricated an identity, declaring myself a police officer who had followed her here. "Police? Sir?" Her expression reflected surprise. In this era, Hong Kong's crime dramas were at their peak, with DVDs of films like Infernal Affairs and Police Story ubiquitous. Given her youth, I casually mentioned my fabricated role, not expecting her to believe it. Yet she seemed to take me seriously. "Can you take me away? I don't want to stay here any longer." "If you cooperate, you can leave," I replied. "All right, but could you please put the knife away? I'm not a bad person, and I am willing to cooperate." I found the situation rather dubious. Throughout history, the affluent and powerful have multiplied, and no one desires death. I surmise that this so-called high-ranking individual from Chongqing seeks to prolong their life through this blue elixir. How could that possibly be? I implore you, I have already disclosed my intentions. Take me away from this cave, for I yearn to leave. I casually tucked the blue potion into my pocket and inquired, "Do you know where you are?" She nodded, then shook her head. "All I know is that we are shunned. Beyond that, I am oblivious. We were blindfolded before boarding the vehicle, and upon our arrival here, the necessary equipment was already prepared, including a blood analyzer." "Do not speak of that," I interrupted, exasperated. "I have no interest in such details. I bear you no ill will and would not harm you without cause. However, given the peculiar circumstances, if you and your two companions wish to escape and survive unshunned, you must acquiesce to my terms." She nodded repeatedly, asking what those terms were. "I propose that I be allowed to infiltrate your group while you act as my inside informant. These individuals typically conceal themselves with masks and protective gear. I had observed that one of the men bears a striking resemblance to me. If I donned a mask and a protective suit, refraining from speech and impersonating him, I would likely go undetected. This plan had occurred to me spontaneously, and upon further reflection, it might indeed be feasible. As the saying goes, one often remains blind to the light beneath the lamp. To reap rewards, one must be willing to take risks. I assured her that I would honor my word. As long as she did not betray me, I would not bring her harm. At this moment, I commanded, "Summon your male companion to come here." Researcher and perplexed, inquired about my intentions. "Don't concern yourself with the details. Do you wish to remain imprisoned or not?" I don't wish to." "Then follow my instructions swiftly." After a moment of hesitation, she stepped forward and called towards the tent, "Suge, Suge, I forgot to bring paper. Could you send some over?" I concealed myself and picked up a slightly smooth stone from the ground. "Ha, here he comes. Shaolin, how could you go out without any paper for such a need?" The man approached slowly. Seizing the opportunity, I dashed up behind him and struck his skull with the stone. I had already tempered my strength, yet he attempted to turn around, staggering briefly before collapsing unconscious. "Suge, what are you doing?" Researcher questioned me. I hastily removed the man's protective suit and mask, donning them myself. As I dressed, I reassured her, "Rest assured, you will not perish. If you desire to leave this place, you must assist me." With the mask secured, I transformed my appearance, masquerading as one of the researchers brought from the island, and examined the injury and, gritting her teeth, warned, "Do not deceive me. We shall return together." Upon reaching the entrance, I adjusted my mask and lowered my voice, stating, "Remember my earlier words. We each have our needs, and as long as we maintain peace, you may depart afterward without further encounters. Do you understand?" She paused for 2 or 3 minutes, then inhaled deeply and lifted the leather curtain. "My dear, this hardly seems like a trip to the restroom. Just now, I saw you call your colleague away and request someone to bring paper. You too. Surely aren't going to. Haha. Chun Jiansheng cast a glance my way, his expression revealing a knowing look that only men understand. Researcher and interjected, don't talk nonsense. It's merely a trip to the restroom. Old Sue returned and asked, could you please bring me the U-shaped tube? Suddenly, another man in a white coat shouted at me. The U-shaped tube. In a flurry, I searched through the shelves, causing glassware to clatter. At that moment, apart from Researcher and both Chun Jiansheng and the man in the white coat turned to stare at me. Ahem. Researcher and came to my rescue, saying, I've got it right here. You see my memory. I used it this morning and forgot to put it back on the shelf. I discreetly exchanged glances with Researcher and who nodded in understanding. She then turned to Chun Jiansheng and said, hey, at this critical moment, we need one more item to ensure the accuracy of our results. We require a live subject, preferably a woman around the age of 30. What on earth? Are you suggesting we need a living person for experimentation? And it must be a woman in her 30s? Why didn't you mention this earlier? Chun Jiansheng asked, his expression one of disbelief. Researcher and shot me a glance and firmly stated, I've passed this on to you. It's a crucial step. You must handle it. If those individuals inquire later about the reasons for failure, don't say, I didn't inform you. Chun Jiansheng's expression shifted slightly. A few minutes later, he replied in a low voice, wait here. I will go find someone to see if we can meet your requirements. He hurriedly pushed aside the leather curtain and exited. Shaolin, what is this? At that moment, another male doctor in a white coat was evidently unaware of the situation. Senior brother, do not concern yourself. These are the steps instructed by the teacher. Researcher and fabricated an excuse to deflect the inquiry. The passage of time felt agonizingly slow. The words spoken by Researcher and were precisely those I had previously emphasized. I was also taking a gamble, wagering that only Hongjie met the necessary criteria and hoping that the others would not uncover any discrepancies. I was counting on the significance that a prominent figure from Changchun would attribute to this matter. As time elapsed, after approximately an hour, the sound of footsteps alerted me that my gamble had paid off. Chen Ho-chin, could you behave yourself? Enter. If you do not comply, do not blame me for being unmerciful. The curtain parted, and Hongjie was unceremoniously thrust inside. Upon seeing her enscathed before me, a surge of exhilaration coursed through my veins. I had not anticipated that my accidental plan, devised by Xiang Yinfeng, would turn out to be a success. All right, you may wait outside. Researcher and cast a glance at Chun Jiansheng. That is not acceptable. I have a task and must keep watch over you all. Chun Jiansheng shook his head. Then can't you observe from outside the door? We could still escape. What? Are you so shameless as to want to watch a woman undress? Researcher exclaimed. Chun Jiansheng retorted, I will be at the door. Do not attempt to deceive me. Ensure that I am informed immediately when there are results. With that, he stormed out in a huff. Humph. With her hands bound behind her, Hongjie listened to our intentions of undressing her. She spat at me, a relaxed smile gracing her face, and scornfully remarked, a mere handful of little chicks. If you wish to approach me, come together. If I furrow my brow, then I am not the beauty Chen Hong. I felt a cold sweat trickle down my back. Hongjie's tongue was as sharp as ever. Ah, what are you thinking, woman? We haven't even spoken yet, and you act as if we intend to assault you, inquired a male researcher. Hongjie, her hair disheveled, smirked coldly and retorted, so you have the intention but lack the courage? A bunch of little chicks. You have quite the foul mouth, woman. Who are you calling little chicks? Stop, Li Ge. Don't engage with her, interjected researcher and Shaoan. Why do I feel as if you've transformed into a different person today? Your words are incomprehensible, disjointed, Li Zheng remarked, casting a glance at me. And you, Lao Su? Li Zheng continued. Usually, you are the most talkative among us. What is with you today? Have you lost your wits after stepping out for a moment? I locked eyes with researcher and she nodded slightly. What are you two up to? Playing some sort of riddle? Li Zheng asked, taking a step back. Drawing a deep breath, I fixed my gaze upon him and gradually removed my mask. As it slipped away, Li Zheng, realizing I was not Lao Su, was about to erupt in anger. Researcher and quickly gestured for silence towards him, simultaneously indicating toward the door, signaling that Chun Jiansheng was waiting outside. Hongjie's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at me, her expression one of incredulity. Gritting her teeth, Two words escaped her lips. Yin Feng? Chapter 59. Partnership Hush. Hong Jie, do not make a sound. I gestured towards the entrance of the tent. Hong Jie remained momentarily dazed, only to hear a man's voice inquire, "Who are you? Where is Lao Su?" I approached the curtain and cautiously peered outside. Shun Jiansheng was pacing nearby. Turning back, I addressed the man surnamed Li, stating, "You need not ask me who I am. I shall pose one question instead. Do you and she wish to venture outside?" Li Zheng furrowed his brow, responding, "First, answer me. Where is Lao Su?" "Brother Li, Lao Su is unharmed. This individual may be." Researcher and quietly whispered a few words into Li Zheng's ear. Li Zheng scrutinized me with suspicion and inquired about my plans. This Li Zheng, a graduate from a prestigious medical university in the country, had leveraged familial connections to develop his career in the Hong Kong region over the past few years. Much like Researcher, and they were both employed by a renowned private pharmaceutical company, frequently featured in television advertisements. Regarding the so-called mentor who had dispatched them, Researcher and had skillfully avoided the subject, a fact I had discerned. Having grasped the situation, Hong Jie softly asked, "Yin Feng, what are your plans moving forward? I am aware of where the boss and his group are held. How do you intend to rescue them?" Upon hearing this, I exhaled with relief. Hong Jie seemed to have a general idea of the location, which significantly simplified matters. "Come here, we shall proceed as follows." "Will this truly work? What if we're discovered?" Li Zheng raised an eyebrow at my scheme. Setting aside others, what about that diminutive old man, less than 1.5 meters tall? You have encountered him before, have you not? I nodded and acknowledged that I had encountered him once. Li Zheng lowered his voice and recounted, "That little old man. When we first arrived here, we stumbled upon a few four-legged lizards. You won't believe it. He casually stepped outside and threw 3 flying daggers, each one striking precisely, piercing the heads of the lizards." "What? Flying daggers?" I widened my eyes in disbelief. "Are you serious? In this day and age, who still uses such things? Why would I lie to you? Every word I speak is the truth. If I hadn't witnessed it myself, why be spinning tales?" Li Zheng did not appear to be fabricating his story. "Consider this. If we were discovered, wouldn't he be able to pierce us all in an instant?" Upon hearing this, Hong Jie sighed. "Yin Feng, he speaks the truth. I recall my father mentioning this individual during my childhood. He said that Su Qin, the sword-bearing little rascal, is a senior member of the Changchun Society. Within the society, my grandfather, Mei Ma, was of equal standing with him. Although not the eldest, he ranks among the more senior members. This man is known for his 3.5-inch flying daggers. My father used to jest that the little rascal could never run out of daggers, making it impossible for ordinary people to approach him. If he were to discover our plans, we would indeed be in grave danger." After hearing Hong Jie's words, I began to pace back and forth in the tent. I did not trust Li Zheng, but I held faith in Hong Jie's words. My mind was awash with thoughts. It was not merely about that little old man. There was another pressing matter before us. Even if we managed to evade that group by hiding under the cover of darkness, what path lay ahead for our escape? Thunderous sounds reverberated around us. As soon as Hong Jie finished speaking, a sudden rumble of thunder echoed above us, resonating clearly. In the southern regions, where rain is abundant and snow is scarce, it is not unusual for thunderstorms to occur during the transition from spring to summer, as is the case in Shund. Listening to the rolling thunder emanating from the cave above, my gaze fell upon a large jar nestled in the corner of the room. The jar was filled with half a tank of clear water, which was used by Researcher and his companions for their daily ablutions. Noticing my unwavering stare at the water jar, Hong Jie whispered, "Yin Feng, are you thinking?" I nodded in response, gesturing towards the thunder above. With the thunder as our backdrop, I propose we try this method. If it proves effective, we might uncover a path to escape. However, Hong Jie hesitated, her words trailing off. I understood her concern. She likely doubted my capabilities, considering my youthful appearance and the fact that I had never claimed any expertise in such matters before. The method I suggested may be unfamiliar to the average person, yet it is steeped in the lore of tomb raiding. Traditionally, those in the northern regions emphasized observation, inquiry, and deduction, while their southern counterparts relied on scent, exploration, and action. Although there are similarities between the two approaches, a closer examination reveals distinct differences. The phrase "to gaze at the mountains" conveys the idea of observation, particularly the contours and formations of the peaks. The ancients placed great importance on the feng shui of burial sites, and those well-versed in this knowledge could identify prime locations with a single glance. Regarding observation, there exist various subtle techniques. For instance, consider an individual who ventures into the countryside and encounters a flourishing expanse of crops, say for a particular patch in the center where the plants appear wilted and stunted. A grave robber, upon witnessing this, would immediately deduce that there is a significant probability, approximately 70%, that an ancient tomb lies beneath. The presence of a layer of loamy soil would hinder the crop's ability to absorb rainfall, thereby resulting in their poor growth. This practice is termed observation. Let's not delve into the aspect of smelling, but rather focus on inquiring and palpating. Inquiring entails gathering information, particularly from the elderly villagers whose families have resided in the area for generations. By offering a few fine cigarettes, one may encourage these elders to share local tales and legends, which often yield valuable insights. The tomb of the ninth son of Emperor Hongxi of the Ming Dynasty, Prince Liang, was indeed discovered by a group of grave robbers who gleaned information from an elderly villager. Palpating refers to the practice of feeling for pulses, which is further divided into upper and lower palpation in the northern tradition. Upper palpation pertains to identifying the entry point for excavation, allowing the grave robbers to ascertain the precise location to dig in order to reach the main burial chamber directly, akin to targeting the root of an ailment. Lower palpation, conversely, involves accessing the coffin within the tomb, adhering to established protocols. If the remains of the tomb's occupant are still present, one must commence the examination of funerary object from the head, proceeding downwards to the feet. Lastly, we arrive at listening. This concept revolves around discerning sounds, which I intend to employ as a method for locating an exit. I wish to adopt this approach because, several months prior, I engaged in a casual conversation with the leader who recounted this very matter. I was deeply intrigued at the time, yet my brief tenure in this field precluded me from attempting it. As I age, I find that my previous methods may no longer suffice. To enhance the accuracy of these techniques, one must possess keen hearing, which is often a matter of innate talent. My mentor informed me that some individuals can move their ears up and down with remarkable agility. With proper guidance and training, such individuals are well suited for treasure hunting. Conversely, there are those who, despite their efforts, cannot move their ears at all. My mentor remarked that these individuals may lack the necessary aptitude to utilize the skill of listening for thunder. Upon hearing this, I felt a surge of joy, for my ears are not only capable of movement. In my youth, I frequently practiced this skill. With just a slight furrow of my brow, I could control the movement of my ears independently. If I wished for my left ear to move, it would obey, and the same for my right. I wonder if this is what is termed as talent. Chapter 60. Listening for thunder. Our tent had a back door that led to the area where a few of them usually relieved themselves, as there were no restrooms below, making it impractical to dispose of waste haphazardly. We devised a plan wherein researcher and intentionally increased the power of the diesel generator to its maximum capacity, hoping to mask the noise of our movements with a large barrel. Is it really that loud? Can I come in now? Shun Jiansheng shouted from outside, his voice barely audible over the generator's roar. Not yet, researcher replied emphatically. We're in the midst of it. The equipment requires full power to operate. We will call you once we're ready. Shortly thereafter, I heard Chen mumbling something indistinctly from outside. Just then, an odd series of calls echoed from somewhere nearby. Guh. Guh. The sound resembled that of a bird, albeit somewhat akin to a chicken's cluck. I couldn't help but wonder if there were chickens below us. Red sister? Red sister? I called out to her twice, noticing her momentary distraction. It was likely something trivial, akin to a mountain chicken, but she quickly diverted the topic, pointing to the water tank and stating, "Let us not dwell on these inconsequential matters. Let us commence." We began our task by emptying the water tank, pulling aside the leather curtain of the back door, and placing a shovel inside the tank. Subsequently, the few of us started to rotate the large tank. Due to its considerable weight, maneuvering it proved quite laborious, compelling us to inch it along the ground. A distinct odor wafted from behind, prompting Li Zheng to caution. Watch your step. If you see any clumps of toilet paper, steer clear. We wouldn't want to accidentally step in something unpleasant. Researcher felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing this, offering a sheepish smile. The thunder continued to rumble, leaving me uncertain whether it was raining outside. Inwardly, I prayed the thunder would not cease. Should it stop, my plan would falter. The water tank was indeed heavy, and after a brief while, Li Zheng could no longer bear the strain. He huffed, carrying this behemoth. Where are we supposed to go? If we have to walk for another hour or two, we won't just be caught by that group. We'll likely collapse from exhaustion. Surveying the surroundings, I found the conditions adequate. I suggested to the others that we should remain here and work, indicating a clear patch of ground. After a brief tidying of the rubble, I took my position and began to dig. Luck was on our side. There were no large stones beneath the soil, and the earth was soft. Digging a pit was laborious work, naturally suited for men, so I alternated with Li Zheng, clad in his white coat. After more than an hour, we had successfully excavated a sizable hole. The pit was neither too large nor too small, perfectly accommodating the water tank we had rolled over. Together, we exerted our strength to push the tank into the excavated hole. Researcher wiped the sweat from his brow and quietly remarked, "Does this method truly work? What if, in the end, our efforts are in vain and we are ultimately captured?" Hearing this, Hongjie frowned in discontent. In different fields, there are different challenges. If you don't understand, it's best not to speak out of turn. If you have nothing positive to say, then keep silent, she retorted. Hongjie was bold and forthright, while Researcher was timid, only wishing to preserve his own life. Stung by her words, he remained silent, his face flushed with embarrassment. "Come on, Yin Feng, since I have entrusted this to you. I have faith in your capabilities." Hongjie cast an encouraging glance in my direction. Nodding in response, I took a deep breath and cautioned them to remain silent, so as not to disrupt my focus, then leaped directly into the water tank. Digging a pit in the earth, we buried the tank underground. This vessel could be likened to an echo collector, functioning on principles somewhat akin to a rudimentary bamboo tube sound transmission device, with the distinction that the bamboo tube utilizes a string as its medium, while the water tank relies on the ground to gather echoes. The louder the thunder, the clearer the echoes that reverberated from below. It was akin to someone igniting firecrackers within a cave. The sounds would diffuse into both pathways of escape and demise, returning with distinct echoes. In the realm of tomb raiding, this method is known as listening for thunder. It is said that formidable earthworkers of the past could even listen to the wind or listen to objects. Achieving such feats of perception required extensive training beyond mere instinct. The surroundings were enveloped in profound silence. Then, with a resounding boom, spring thunder erupted. It is insufficient. I fervently beseech the heavens for a few more resounding strikes. I crouch in the basin, attentively listening to the echo of thunder resonating from below, silently hoping for additional claps of thunder. The rumble reverberates. While researchers above may remain oblivious, the slightest movement of my ears elicits a smile upon my lips. Upon seeing my eyes flutter open, Hongjie gazes at me with eager anticipation, inquiring about my condition. Emerging from the water, I strive to recall the source of the thunder. Bending down, I arrange a triangle in the earth with a small stick, its apex directed towards the southwest at a 45-degree angle. Observing my makeshift triangle, I point to a specific area and declare, "The echo from that direction is distinct. It may very well lead to the surface." Hongjie nods in agreement, stating, "Now we have a general idea, preventing us from floundering about like headless flies." She turns to Researcher and asks, "So, do you already know the way? Will the two of you venture forth alone or accompany us?" However, I must clarify that Yin Feng and I still intend to seek assistance. Researcher ponders deeply, while Li Zheng swiftly arrives at a decision. Shaoan and I must return to find old Su. Now that we have a rough direction, we shall part ways with you. To speak auspiciously, should we all emerge safely, you are warmly invited to visit us in Hong Kong. You can find me at No. 36 Times Square, Causeway Bay. Thus, after exchanging a few pleasantries, Li Zheng entrusts me and Hongjie with a flashlight for illumination, and we four part ways. They head back to locate their companion, old Sue, while Hongjie and I set forth to find our elder brothers. A sigh escaped my lips, hoping that both parties would emerge unscathed. Sister Hong, are you certain this is the place? Why is there no guard? Have the elder brother and his companions been imprisoned by that old man's gang? I inquired, gazing at the scene before me. On the ground lay a circular stone cover. Upon removing it, a ladder became visible, suggesting that previous visitors had descended through it. What struck me as peculiar was the complete absence of guards, not a single figure in sight, rendering the area utterly defenseless. It hardly resembled a clandestine detention site. To put it bluntly, it resembled a rather large rat hole. Indeed, this is the spot. When I parted ways with the boss earlier, I took note, and they halted here, Sister Hong asserted, exuding confidence in her recollection. Very well, since there's no one to guard us, let us descend and investigate, I replied, biting down on my flashlight as I took the initiative to descend the ladder, with Sister Hong closely following suit. Once my feet touched solid ground, I raised the flashlight to illuminate the surroundings. The ladder reached an impressive height of 7 to 8 meters, and the walls of the cavern appeared to be composed of rocks that had not recently been quarried. The exposed edges of the stones had been weathered and smoothed over time. I inquired of Sister Hong which direction we should take, and after examining the surroundings, she confidently pointed to the left. Surprised by her unwavering certainty, I asked, Sister Hong, how do you know? Have you been down here before? She shook her head. No, I'm merely guessing. We must choose a direction, and I rely on what some call a woman's intuition, which can occasionally prove quite accurate. I pondered internally, accepting her so-called intuition, whether it was indeed reliable or not. Upon reaching the end of the path, clarity dawned. Chapter 61. Into the Trap. Following the route indicated by Hongjie, I illuminated the way with my flashlight and walked several meters, discovering a thin plastic bag on the ground, emblazoned with a trademark typical of instant bread found on supermarket shelves. Without turning back, I cautioned, be careful, Hongjie. There may be someone nearby. Strangely, there was no response from behind. Hongjie? I turned to look. The surrounding darkness enveloped me, and to my dismay, I found myself utterly alone. Not even a trace of Hongjie remained. She had vanished without a trace, despite having just been behind me. I scoured the area frantically, my anxiety escalating. I yearned to call out her name, yet fear held me back, for I suspected that those men might be lurking nearby. Sound resonates powerfully in such confined spaces, and I dared not raise my voice. Beads of sweat formed on my forehead as I whispered her name repeatedly, but received no reply. Suddenly, as I shone my flashlight, I spotted a figure in the northwest corner, its back turned towards me. The silhouette appeared to be Hongjie. My heart raced. Hongjie, why won't you respond? Yet she remained motionless, as if oblivious to my words. I hastened towards her, illuminating her face with my flashlight. To my horror, her complexion was ashen, and her gaze vacant, showing no reaction to the light. I shone the flashlight upon her, but her eyes remained unblinking. Just then, from the depths of the surrounding darkness, I heard a series of bird calls, eerily similar to those we had heard earlier. Hongjie had mentioned they might be mountain chickens or something of the sort, instructing me not to pay too much attention. At this moment, flickers of fire emerged from the darkness ahead, fluctuating in intensity and distance, akin to the ghostly flames rising from the depths of hell. I grasped Hongjie's arm, instinctively retreating a couple of steps, yearning to flee, yet she stood resolutely, immovable under my pull. The flickering lights drew ever closer, and amidst the shadows, several faces gradually came into view. Gazing upon them, despair enveloped my heart. I thought to myself that this was the end, that I would meet my fate here, and our team would face total annihilation. There were 5 of them in total, 3 of whom brandished burning torches. Among them were Xiao Lu, a tall middle-aged man known as Jianghu, Chen Jiansheng, and 2 others, a man and a woman, whom I did not recognize. Xiao Lu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression impassive. Chen Jiansheng, torch in hand, wore a smirk, regarding me with the gaze one might reserve for a pet. The woman was statuesque, clad in black, her eyes possessing a pale yellow hue. What drew attention even more was the pure white owl perched on her left shoulder, unrestrained by a leash. The owl's pupils exhibited a similar pale, yellow slit. When our eyes met, an unsettling chill coursed through me. Her gaze was chillingly cold. Chen Jiansheng raised his torch and, with a smile, remarked, "You're quite the resilient one, aren't you? It seems we underestimated you before. You managed to escape from the snake pit. For someone so young, you certainly possess some skill, and our efforts to capture you were not in vain." Taking a deep breath, I looked at Chen Jiansheng and asked, "What has happened to Hongjie? What is going on? How did you discover my whereabouts?" A low hoot emanated from the owl, perched upon the shoulders of the woman with yellow eyes. Upon hearing the creature's call, Hongjie involuntarily flinched. Xiaodu gazed at me and said, "Little one, allow me to introduce you to Miss Wenyun, the inheritor of the rare art of bird's golden beak. She excels in training owls and wild yowl. Once a person has ingested the so-called finger gold, Miss Wen can manipulate their fundamental actions through the sounds of birds. This technique is reminiscent of the arcane arts from the old society, akin to the mesmerizing incense wielded by old sea dogs." A mixture of shock and fury surged within me. It became evident that Chen Jiansheng and his associates had long been aware of my intentions. Chen had feigned ignorance, conveniently coinciding with my pretense of seeking Hongjie as a specimen for experimentation. They were merely toying with me. In other words, from the moment Hongjie first entered the tent, she had been forcibly fed that finger gold, rendering her a pawn in the hands of the woman who played with owls. No wonder Hongjie had claimed to know where Big Brother and Third Brother were imprisoned. Upon her arrival, she resolutely pointed down the left path, ultimately leading me here. Before this group, it was akin to catching a turtle in a jar. It appears that researcher in S group is also in peril. I had fancied myself a clever monkey attempting to turn the tide, naively imagining I could single-handedly rescue everyone, only to realize in the end that my lack of worldly experience had left me as nothing more than a plaything in their hands. What I cannot comprehend is, since they were already aware of my plan, why didn't they simply capture me with their manpower? Instead, they exerted considerable effort to lure me here. Is there something significant about this place? I gazed at the small leader before me, hands clasped behind his back, and asked through clenched teeth, "Why? I believe your elaborate scheming in the shadows is not merely for the sake of toying with me. Is it? Toying with you?" The small leader shook his head and chuckled. "You overestimate your worth, my friend. You are but a small fish. You have merely bitten onto our bait, and we are simply fishing for the bigger catch behind you." "What do you mean by small fish and fishing? I can hardly comprehend your words. At this juncture, whether you choose to kill or maim is entirely up to you." A sense of foreboding washed over me, and I vaguely surmised what he meant by the big fish. "Ah," Chen Jiansheng laughed. "You certainly possess some spirit, but I can see it's merely a fade." With that, he turned to the small leader, a sycophantic expression on his face. "My lord, when will the big fish bite? I wonder if the big fish is currently lurking beneath the surface or swimming above it. In my opinion, with your remarkable skills and your 4-inch flying knife, any big fish daring to surface would surely meet a grisly end." No need for flattery. The small leader frowned and replied, "If I am not mistaken, there's at least one individual on the opposite side who holds an equal standing with me. I hope it is not Wei Wintong or Beggar Lu." Chen Jiansheng gasped. "My lord, did Wei Wintong not succumb to cancer over a decade ago? The Beggar Lu has reportedly succumbed to dementia and has long been confined to a wheelchair." Xiao Lutu sighed with a bitter smile and shook his head. 13 years have passed since the vice president seized power, and the once mighty Changchun society is now on the verge of collapse. Some have either faded into obscurity or have taken refuge in the guise of illness to retire and return to their hometowns. Jiansheng, although you are a descendant of Baichun, there are matters you remain woefully ignorant of. Upon hearing this, Chen Jiansheng fell silent, his expression revealing a palpable weight of concern. Xiao Lutu gazed into the shadows, murmuring, "I hope the treasures within the underground palace prove useful, allowing the vice president to prolong his life for a few more years. Otherwise, the world of martial arts may soon plunge into chaos once again." Observing the melancholic reflections of those present, I seized the opportunity and abruptly turned to flee, sprinting with all my might. Without a glance back, I ran as if my life depended on it. I understood clearly that if I could reach the ladder first and secure the cover above, I might still have a sliver of hope. 30 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. Just as I was about to grasp the ladder, I suddenly heard the distinct hooting of an owl behind me, accompanied by the flutter of wings. No matter how swiftly one runs, they cannot outpace a creature of flight. The owl accurately landed upon my left shoulder. I turned a glance back. In the darkness, the woman's eyes seemed to emit a yellowish glow. The owl turned its head to observe me, its pale yellow vertical pupils reflecting my entire visage. And I dare not move an inch. Chapter 62. Conversations in the night. This cavern resembled a dungeon. Once the lid was closed, the light vanished in an instant. A potent sensation coursed through me, suggesting that if I dared to move even slightly, that white owl would immediately peck out my eyes. After the departure of the group, led by the little scoundrel, only Red Sister and I remained trapped in this desolate place. It took her approximately 2 hours to regain her senses. Red Sister informed me that she still had memories of the earlier events and had contemplated resisting, yet her body refused to obey her will. We sat on the ground, leaning against each other. She divulged some information regarding the owl woman, revealing that she had been forcibly made to swallow a small package, which was the so-called finger gold. My arm throbbed with pain, and I was cold and hungry, but I mustered the strength to inquire. That owl is white. What exactly was wrapped in the finger gold that could so effectively control a person? Is it more potent than that old sea dog's mesmerizing incense? In the darkness, Red Sister weakly replied, Yin Feng, have you heard of a man called the Partridge Whistler? The Partridge Whistler? Is he not the grave robber who can mimic the calls of all birds? Indeed, that is the very man. Such professions were once part of a trade known as hide work. Their identities extended beyond mere grave robbers. The men were called partridge whistlers, while the women were known as partridge mothers. This field was already scarce in participants, with partridge mothers being exceedingly rare, countable on one's fingers. Yin Feng, the person we encountered earlier, was a genuine partridge mother. I never anticipated there would still be such a young partridge mother in existence. Hide work refers to the art of illusion performed in the past. According to Red Sister, many individuals in this trade possess genuine skills. In contemporary times, the realm of performance arts has become quite familiar with various acts, such as the 3 immortals entering the cave, the swallowing of swords and iron balls, and the act of placing a gun's muzzle against one's throat. These techniques, once regarded as rudimentary in the past, have now gained prominence. The partridge call and partridge lady, one adept at mimicking birds and the other skilled in driving them away, encapsulate numerous esoteric secrets that remain incomprehensible to the average person. During the tumultuous period of the last century, when the traditional performance arts began to fragment, some chose to wander the streets, showcasing their talents, while others, influenced by foreign art troupes, opted to join circuses and perform abroad. Among the most renowned were the duo of Hong Yangzi and Zhu Liankui. Zhu Liankui had the honor of performing for Empress Dowager Cixi, who, greatly pleased by his performance, commanded Li Lianying to bestow upon him a small yellow fish as a token of appreciation. Zhu Liankui possessed 4 remarkable skills: the ability to expel an impressive stream of water, fishing with an empty rod, the art of paper restoration, and his signature act, the big bowl water trick. This last feat was his pied or assistance, unparalleled by any other in the realm of traditional performance arts. In 1898, he made his debut in the United States with a circus, where the unveiling of the big bowl water trick sent shockwaves through the foreign magic community. Consequently, every performance by Zhu Liankui drew immense crowds, captivating audiences to the point of enchantment. The major theaters abroad engaged in fierce competition to secure the services of this enigmatic magician from the East, each vying for the chance to host him. Major theaters offered astronomical weekly salaries to Zhu Liankui, who ultimately chose the Boston Theater, which proffered him a weekly wage of 1,013, a staggering sum for a century and a half ago. At that time, one could even marry a concubine for just $5. Concurrently, there was another master of illusion in the circus named Chung Lien Su, who claimed to have fully unraveled the secrets of the water bowl trick. He even issued a challenge to Zhu Liankui. That winter, this extraordinary showdown of magic hailing from the mysterious East captured the headlines of foreign tabloids. Amidst the snowfall, The theater was filled with foreign spectators eager to witness the duel. As the moment arrived, Zhu Yankuei and Cheng Lian-su exchanged courteous bows, greeting each other as Brother Zhu and Brother Cheng. At the outset of the competition, to ignite the atmosphere, both performers showcased their signature tricks. Cheng Lian-su's act involved shooting at a living target, but unexpectedly, calamity struck shortly after the performance commenced. It is said that a blackbird, possibly a crow or another avian creature, inexplicably flew into the venue. Initially, the audience paid little heed to the bird, but to their astonishment, it suddenly landed upon the barrel of Cheng Lian-su's gun and inadvertently pulled the trigger with its claw. A gunshot rang out, and Cheng Lian-su fell lifelessly to the ground. Consequently, the duel ended in failure for him, and Zhu Yankuei emerged victorious without a fight. His water bowl illusion subsequently became an enigma, leaving all to ponder. Was he truly killed by a bird's bullet? Having grasped the historical context, I inquired with astonishment. Sister Hong, are you suggesting that this person, Zhu Yankuei, from over a century ago, is indeed the partridge whistle? In the dim light, I could not discern Sister Hong's expression, but I heard her reply. Although Zhu Yankuei hailed from a leatherworking background, he was not an aficionado of birds, nor was he the partridge whistle. However, I once heard my father, Chen Xiaohe, mention that Zhu Yankuei had a concubine named Yi, who had previously been a partridge woman. Yet, after marrying him, she renounced her former life. After pondering the intricacies of this narrative, I frowned and said, Sister Hong, could it be that Cheng Lian-su from the circus truly possesses the ability to unravel the secret of the big bowl flying water? In other words, Zhu Yankuei, fearing the exposure of his secret, dispatched his partridge woman concubine to eliminate Cheng Lian-su under the guise of a tragic accident? If that is the case, is it possible that the woman tending the owl beside the young rascal is a member of the Zhu family? Is she a descendant of Zhu Yankuei and his concubine, Yi? Sister Hong responded, things are not so straightforward. My father often remarked that Zhu Yankuei was a man of great principle within the jianghu. He would never resort to such underhanded tactics. However, my father did mention that after the accidental shooting of Cheng Lian-su, Zhu Yankuei issued a divorce decree to his partridge woman concubine. Although these events transpired abroad, very few were privy to them domestically. Yin Feng, your mind is astute. If you contemplate this matter carefully, you should be able to uncover the truth. I meticulously retraced the sequence of events from that time, and a realization dawned upon me. Perhaps, back then, Zhu Yankuei genuinely wished to engage in a true contest with Cheng Lian-su to ascertain who was the foremost in the leatherworking profession. However, his concubine, the partridge woman, perhaps fearing her husband's defeat in the contest or driven by some other reason, ultimately resorted to her avian manipulation skills to eliminate Cheng Lian-su. With his sole rival gone, Zhu Yankuei found himself disheartened and unable to overcome this obstacle, ultimately choosing to divorce the partridge woman. The moral standing of Zhu Yankuei and the partridge woman remains ambiguous. Perhaps there existed a mutual understanding between the two skilled practitioners of their craft, with Yijigu Po's actions aimed at safeguarding her husband. Yet one undeniable truth persists. Cheng Lian-su was blameless, having become a victim in this affair. I inquired further. Sister Hong, having consumed the partridge woman's secret potion, will you remain under her control in the future? Sister Hong placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder and sighed. It is indeed possible, but not at present, for the partridge woman to exert control over me. A significant interval must elapse since the last occasion. The potion contains no genuine gold, but rather a type of drug. I am acquainted with several individuals from the southern Miao region who can assist me in expelling the potion from my system, provided we can escape. Escape? We will undoubtedly find a way out, Sister Hong. You must have faith in yourself. Perhaps fatigued, Sister Hong appeared despondent, lamenting, throughout these years, I have mingled with various tomb-raiding factions. Though reluctant to admit it, I am aware that my father did not pass on my grandfather's skills to me. He believed that young women should not wield blades and firearms. He insisted that now, in better times, the old ways of the past are obsolete, and I ought to seek a respectable family to marry and raise children. At this juncture, Sister Hong's demeanor shifted, her excitement palpable as her teeth began to grind audibly. If my father had bequeathed my grandfather's coal saber to me, he would not have met such a tragic end. Indeed, I am merely a woman. Yet if I possessed my grandfather's prowess, if I could wield the coal saber, I would surely march northward, slay my enemies in northeast China, and eradicate those old wretches, those who once harmed my Qin family. After the surge of emotion, Hong Jia was left in tears, her sobs echoing through the darkness. In the year that I have known her, I had never witnessed her cry before. In this shadowy moment, her body trembled, her upper form quaking with uncontrollable sorrow. She was no longer the infamous and flamboyant figure of the underworld, but simply a wounded woman. And I, a mere youth, more than a decade her junior, felt utterly inadequate. I had only just entered this world, having never encountered the so-called jianghu she spoke of. In the obscurity, I gently embraced Hong Jia, hoping to offer her some semblance of comfort. Her grandfather was the legendary coal saber, Chun. I mused. What manner of man was he? Was he an anti-Japanese scholar, donned in round-rimmed glasses, wielding a coal saber? By the reckoning of time, if he were still alive, he would be considerably older than the young ruffian. This young man had recounted how Chun, with his single saber, had stormed a stronghold, single-handedly vanquishing an entire regiment of Japanese officers. If this master were still among us, I pondered, he would surely not allow his descendants to be imprisoned and suffer such indignities. Chapter 63. Medicine thus far, this matter has entangled many individuals. The young ruffian had mentioned that the owl woman was a bearer of a lesser-known lineage, not surnamed Zhu, but rather one, named Wen Yun. In her 20s, the partridge maiden, even in the bygone era of the old society, would have been considered an extraordinary talent. It seems that a considerable assembly of skilled individuals has gathered around Xiao Lu Tu. At that moment, the lid of the dungeon was abruptly lifted. Down you go. Behave yourself, or if you dare to run again. You've seen the fate of your friend just now. Haven Tiyu, researcher her hair disheveled, was pushed down from the ladder, and shortly thereafter, another individual tossed down a burlap sack. The sack was round in shape, and it was uncertain what it contained. After hitting the ground, it rolled a few times and came to rest beside researcher Pa. The person spat towards us and replaced the lid. Are you all right? Did you get hurt? It was such a height. I was quite worried when you were pushed down, I said, rushing over to support her. Researcher kept repeating, we shouldn't have run. We shouldn't have run. We should not have run. Yin Feng, talk to her. She is frightened, Hong Jia urged. Shaking her head at the sight of researcher and understanding that this woman was timid, I spoke softly to comfort her. Look, it's me. Don't be afraid. Where have your two companions gone? After 5 minutes, her gaze became a little clearer. Trembling, she pointed towards the burlap sack that had been thrown down. With a puzzled glance at the sack, I cautiously approached to untie it. It was wrapped in a layer of plastic. I first touched it with my hand and could only discern that it was a spherical object. What would this be? Bracing the opening of the sack, I squinted into the faint light, intent on discerning its contents. What is it, Yin Feng? Hong Jia inquired, noticing my stunned expression. Taking 2 steps back, I stammered in a voice laden with terror. A human head? It's that old Sue's head. Perhaps my words provoked researcher for she began shaking her head incessantly, murmuring, it's our turn soon, it's our turn soon, we are next. Where's Li Zhang? Dead. All dead. Researcher sank to the ground, her legs crossed, her eyes wide with horror, as though she had witnessed something utterly terrifying. A living person just hours ago. The image of Li Zhang in his white coat surfaced in my mind. He made a pact with me, promising that if we both survived, I would find him at Times Square in Causeway Bay, Hong Kong. Little did I know, just a few hours later Sister Hong inquired of researcher and in a low voice, tell me, who killed these two? Was it Xiao Lu? He went to great lengths to bring you here, investing significant resources to transport so much medical equipment. True, you were frightened and attempted to flee, yet even so, you were of great value to him. Why would he resort to murder? Could it be? Sister Hong gazed at researcher and with suspicion. Is there more to their deaths than meets the eye? You must know something. Speak. I don't know. I don't know anything. I saw nothing at all. I beg you, please don't ask me. Researcher continued to tug at her hair, pulling out large handfuls. In the darkness, Sister Hong rose and approached researcher squatting down before her, looking up at me. Researcher lifted her head with a look of confusion. Suddenly, with force, Hongjie delivered 3 resounding slaps across her face, the sound echoing painfully in my ears. Blood trickled from the corner of Researcher N's mouth. In a cold tone, Hongjie demanded, "Are you awake now? If that isn't sufficient, I wouldn't hesitate to assist you with a few more." With her lip bleeding, Researcher N sobbed, "It's the medicine. It's the corpse that killed old Sue, a corpse submerged in water." "Clarify. What medicine? What corpse? Whose corpse?" Hongjie pressed relentlessly. Instinctively, I reached into my pocket, feeling the cold touch of something. I pulled out a glass vial containing a pale blue liquid. "Is this the medicine?" I inquired, holding a vial aloft. Upon seeing the pale blue liquid inside, Researcher N's pupils dilated in shock, and she trembled, nodding vigorously. Furrowing my brow, I questioned, "Didn't you say this was useless, merely a half-finished product? You claimed that with current technology, it was entirely unattainable." "No, that's not it. We were wrong. The teacher was wrong. She shouldn't have sent us to shunned." She pointed at the glass vial in my hand, her voice trembling, that isn't of this world. "It belongs to a monster." "What do you mean, a monster?" I thought she had lost her mind after witnessing her companion's demise. Seeing that Hongjie and I remained unconvinced, Researcher N suddenly appeared frantic. Seizing the moment when I was distracted, she lunged forward and snatched the glass vial from my grasp. "Stay back," she shouted, brandishing the vial. As she moved, the pale blue liquid within the glass vial swayed precariously, threatening to spill at any moment. "Step back. Allow me to show you," I exclaimed. "Once you witness it, you will understand that I am not mad. My words ring true. You must believe me. Calm yourself. Lower the vial first. We trust you." However, Researcher N paid no heed to the admonitions. She resolutely approached the sack containing the head of Lao Su. With trembling hands, she opened the sack and cautiously lifted Lao Su's severed head into view. A strikingly beautiful woman in her 20s held aloft the head of a recently deceased individual. A scene both terrifying and bizarre. Researcher N bit through the cork of the glass vial, parting Lao Su's upper lip, and dripped 3 drops of the pale blue liquid into his mouth. As seconds ticked by, she steadied the head and, with a quivering voice, urged, "Look quickly. See if what I say is true." No sooner had she spoken than an astonishing event unfolded, sending chills cascading across my entire body. I beheld with wide eyes Lao Su's eyeball suddenly moving. This was a severed head. The lifeless Lao Su's eyes were devoid of color. Yet I, along with Hongjie, distinctly observed the white of his eyes darting up and down, left and right, as if he were a newborn infant, curiously surveying his surroundings. This peculiar phenomenon lasted less than 3 minutes before he returned to his former stillness, his eyes fixed and unyielding, indistinguishable from before. We believe. Quickly, put it down." As Researcher N loosened her grip, old Sue's head tumbled away. What one hears may be misleading, but what one sees is irrefutable. Just moments ago, there were merely 3 droplets of that pale blue liquid. If someone were to consume an entire bottle, what transformation might ensue? Could it truly possess the power to rejuvenate a certain prominent figure within the Changchun society? Researcher N feigned an intention to return the glass vial to me. But how could I possibly consider that? Having witnessed such a scene, I would be remiss to carry this substance on my person. What if I were to stumble and shatter the vial? Drawing a deep breath, I endeavored to maintain my composure. The events unfolding before me had transcended my comprehension. I inquired of Researcher N, "What else is there? I recall you mentioning something about a corpse earlier. What is that all about?" No, not a corpse," she exclaimed, her eyes darting in panic. "It is not a corpse, but a monster, oozing pus, with long hair, short in stature, and clad in nothing, resembling an old crone." A previous scene flashed through my mind. I recalled how Chun Jiansheng had bludgeoned Pai Sanner over a dispute regarding money. I had witnessed Pai Sanner's corpse decay within the large vat. I had taken note of a shadowy figure submerged within the white liquid of the vat, its outline suggesting limbs, resembling that of a human. A suspicion arose within me. Previously, lying within the golden coffin had been Ergue. I had not seen the body of the grave's owner. Might it be that this group had removed the original corpse and submerged it in a large vat? After several months of disappearance, we discovered my second brother with 2 lizards clinging to his abdomen. Chun Jianxing's gang claimed that my brother's blood was tainted, leading to his current uncertain fate. The more I pondered this unsettling situation, the more cold sweat began to bead upon my forehead. Researcher stated that it was not a corpse, but rather a short, long-haired old woman, oozing thick fluid. My perspiration was triggered by a sudden recollection of an individual. Prior to visiting the grave, I had been at the Xingxing Grand Hotel celebrating Li Jing's birthday, where I encountered Yao Yumin and several men in suits. Yao Yumin summoned me to the second floor for a meal, and amidst our dining, she casually produced a compass. I vividly recall that the silver needle on that compass was incessantly quivering, pointing directly behind me. I also remember her uttering a peculiar remark. With a smile, Yao Yumin said, "Yin Feng, there's a toothless old woman standing behind you, watching you eat." Chapter 64. The living stake at that time. I dared not disclose this incident to Hongjia. I shook my head in denial. It was simply impossible. Yao Yumin's words were likely just a jest, devoid of any deeper meaning. Perhaps I was overthinking. After a brief respite, Researcher, and perhaps too tense, soon leaned against the wall and fell asleep. As for the world beyond, I could not discern whether it was day or night. In a haze, I too succumbed to slumber, feeling as though I had slept for an eternity, when suddenly a noise stirred me awake. It turned out that the guards, fearing we might perish of thirst, lowered a bucket of water via rope, with a wooden ladle floating atop. "Hongjia, Researcherin, come quickly, there's water. Let us partake in some water." I felt an overwhelming thirst. Disregarding all caution, I scooped a ladle of cool water and gulped it down. I harbored no fear of poison. If they wished to take my life, it would not require such elaborate means. Clearly, our presence was of some utility to them, a fact that Red Jia was undoubtedly aware of. However, Researcher harbored a different perspective. Her eyes filled with dread as she gazed at the pristine water in the bucket, fervently shaking her head. "I cannot drink. There must be poison in the water. Look at me. I have consumed so much without consequence. Your lips are parched and cracked. You truly need to hydrate." Researcher. I raised the ladle of water to her lips. "I want tea drink." I was taken aback by her unexpected strength as she forcefully swatted the ladle away. The ladle collided with the wall, spilling all the water. Anger and anxiety coursed through me. Realizing her error, she buried her head between her legs, sobbing like a lost little girl. Sighing, I felt my earlier frustration dissipate significantly. Putting myself in her shoes, she had witnessed the demise of her companions. Now, left utterly alone. After all, she was but a timid girl. "If you choose not to drink, then so be it." I retrieved the ladle and turned to Red Jia. "Would you care for another sip? Was there something on the wall?" I noticed Red Jia was fixated on the stone wall. It was not merely a stone wall. The lower part was constructed from a mixture of earth and lime, appearing pale and yellow, exceptionally sturdy. It likely dated back to the same period as the cave, suggesting that this might have once been a small burial pit, ultimately left and used for some peculiar reason. Suddenly, Hongjia rose from her seat and approached the wall, gently gliding her hand across its surface. This particular spot had been moistened by water, remnants of the earlier bucket. With a sense of curiosity, I walked over and focused my gaze. The clay was rapidly absorbing the water, and I discerned, albeit faintly, several outlines of human faces emerging. Strikingly, these faces were all agape, and their eyes closed. Startled, I rubbed my eyes vigorously and looked again. It was no illusion. The likeness became increasingly apparent. The clay absorbed water swiftly, and once it dried, those facial outlines vanished. What was happening? I swallowed hard and stammered, "Hongjia, what just occurred? Do we merely imagine it?" With her brow furrowed in deep thought and silence, Hongjia stood up, seized the bucket, and began ladling water with determination, splashing it onto the wall, one scoop after another. This time, the clay wall drank its fill. Before long, over 100 facial outlines emerged across the entire wall. They were densely packed, indistinguishable as either male or female, all sharing the same expression of open mouths and closed eyes directed toward us. Researcher was so frightened that he began to scream uncontrollably. "Useless fool! Be quiet!" Hongjia shouted furiously, turning to kick Researcher several times. I hurriedly intervened, pleading for an S sake. Then Hongjia picked up a small, pointed stone from the ground and abruptly turned to ask if I could relieve myself now. With a grimace, I replied that I had just drunk water and could not yet urinate, feeling a bit embarrassed and inquiring about her intent. She shook her head and said, "Yin Feng, I suspect this place is not merely an abandoned burial pit. Those who were sacrificed likely became mere fillers, embedded within these walls." Seeing my confusion, Hongjie took a deep breath and explained, "At this moment, it is merely speculation. Perhaps if you urinate a little on the wall, the truth may become apparent. I have witnessed such a situation once before." The term originated in the Shang and Zhou dynasties, whereas after the spring and autumn period, it was referred to as, and in contemporary times, is known as. I inquired, and she responded, "I am familiar with that term. Although this phenomenon still exists today, it is quite rare. The concept of is an ancient and exceedingly sinister architectural practice. In antiquity, due to the underdevelopment of engineering techniques, many large-scale constructions frequently faced accidents resulting in fatalities. Lacking an understanding of the underlying principles, the ancients attributed these misfortunes to the wrath of spirits and vengeful souls. To appease the anger of these entities and expel the lingering spirits, the homeowners would resort to burying individuals, particularly children, alive within the foundations of the buildings, thus ensuring the successful completion of the structures. The person who was buried alive became known as destined to guard that location for eternity, never to be reborn. In contemporary discussions, a phrase has emerged, which translates to build a grand bridge, one must sacrifice lives. Should you doubt this, you may review the history of bridge construction. It is said that in a certain famous bridge project, the stipulated limit was a maximum of 50 fatalities. Furthermore, regarding the Haizhu Bridge, constructed in the 1930s, it is reported that upon its completion, individuals walking on the bridge at night often heard the sounds of weeping men and women behind them. Yet when they turned around, nothing was there. At the time of the Haizhu Bridge's conception, the governor of Guangzhou was the warlord Chen Jitong, a man deeply superstitious and enamored with various occult practices. He would consult divination for every matter, regardless of its significance. In his household, there were more than a dozen fortune-telling Taoists, though it remained uncertain whether these practitioners possessed genuine abilities. Consequently, rumors often circulated, claiming that beneath the foundation of Haizhu Bridge, Chen Jitong had buried numerous mentally impaired individuals, both male and female, who were utilized as living piles. Hongjie mentioned that this inherited sorcery underwent an evolutionary process, initially known as. After waiting for less than an hour, I felt the urge to relieve myself and inquired with Hongjie about where I could do so. She pointed to a section of the wall, instructing me to aim higher. She claimed that the combination of boy's urine and aged vinegar possessed acidic properties that could soften the rammed earth. Unsure of the veracity of her assertion, I complied with her instructions. This was not unfamiliar territory. During my school days, we often engaged in similar antics. As the boys' and girls' restrooms were separated by a mere wall, mischievous boys from our class would occasionally take it upon themselves to aim at that spot, akin to a high-pressure water gun, provoking shrieks and curses from the girls next door. Following such antics, they would boastfully shout through the wall, "What is wrong? Not satisfied? Feel free to retaliate." There exists a humorous saying that reflects the passage of time. In my youth, I could urinate against the wind for 3 yards. But now I find myself dampening my shoes with the breeze. I was in my prime, and after Hongjie stepped back, I gazed at the rammed earth wall before me and began to unleash a stream. The flow increased, resembling a fountain, leaving the researcher and behind me utterly astonished. Within 3 minutes, the rammed earth, having been doused, indeed appeared to soften. Upon witnessing this, Hongjie's expression brightened. She quickly identified a suitable spot and began striking it vigorously with a sharp stone. Many clumps of gray clay began to crumble, and she managed to carve out a small pit in the wall with her relentless efforts. However, good times were fleeting. Soon, the rammed earth became so hard that it was impossible to break through. Hongjie, perspiring and out of breath, turned to me and said, "Yin Feng, we have a chance to escape, but all depends on you." "What? Surely not. Who knows how thick this rammed earth wall is? There might even be buried victims within. If we were to attempt such a thing, how could I possibly produce enough virgin urine? How much water would I need to drink? I'm a human, not a watering cart." Chapter 65. breaking the wall. After much persuasion from Hongjia, I eventually relented. There's an old saying, with perseverance, even an iron pestle can be ground down to a needle. Hongjia earnestly emphasized my significance, which made me feel somewhat elated. The rammed earth in the tomb is indeed quite hard, yet has a notable vulnerability to virgin urine and edible vinegar, its greatest weakness. This might involve some chemical knowledge. Those interested could procure a bit of rammed earth from tomb raiders and soak it in vinegar at home to observe whether it softens. Initially, I was perplexed by the emphasis on virgin urine, but Hongjia explained that it is mildly acidic, whereas that of adult men is slightly alkaline. I proceeded to drink copiously, using a ladle to quench my thirst. Once my belly was full, I leaned against the wall to rest, and whenever the urge arose, I hurried to relieve myself. I struck with precision, consistently targeting the same spot. As the rammed earth softened, Hongjia began to strike fiercely with a stone. The crumbled earth that had fallen from the wall was discreetly piled into a corner, hastily covered with a burlap sack. Old Sue's head was buried within the mound of soil. Otherwise, the sight of a severed head might evoke sheer terror. I was unaware of the standards for water poisoning. All I knew was that apart from drinking water and sleeping, I was incessantly relieving myself against the wall. I felt as though my entire being had become swollen from excessive hydration. Perhaps 2 or 3 days had passed. On this particular day, a sudden noise from the stone cover jolted me. Quick, quick, someone's coming. I shouted urgently. Hongjia and researcher and sprang to their feet, instinctively shielding the indentation in the wall and the small pile of dirt in the corner. This was a tactic we had rehearsed over the past few days. We had managed to evade detection in previous instances. We understood that the person delivering our meals would not descend, but would merely glance down from above, ensuring that all 3 of us were present. The meals consisted of dry, cracked steamed buns, clearly indicating that as long as we were not starved to death, that was sufficient. I called out, "Hey, brother, could you send down another bucket of water? We've finished what we had." The individual above, wielding a flashlight, peered down at the nearly empty water bucket, cursing loudly. "You lot are unbelievable. In just a few days, you've gone through 2 buckets of water. Not even cattle drink as much as you." Concealing my guilt, I shouted back, "Brother, that girl has been suffering from diarrhea lately. It might be dysentery. If she doesn't drink more water, she'll become dehydrated, and that can be fatal." I gestured towards researcher and who was pale and leaning against the wall. Damn, I thought to myself. No wonder the moment the lid was lifted, an overwhelming stench of urine permeated the air. Secure the bucket with a rope and step back. Keeping my distance, I quickly tied the empty water bucket to the rope. The latter had been removed a few days prior, and the bucket was gradually pulled upward until the lid above was closed. In less than half an hour, a full bucket of water was lowered down by the rope. This person worked with remarkable efficiency. I surmised that perhaps they had received instructions and were keen to avoid any mishap. After all, a person can endure days without food, but can perish from a lack of water. Once the individual had retreated a safe distance, Red Sister and I exchanged a knowing glance. The wall was not as thick as we had imagined. We labored tirelessly, day and night, and the indentation on the wall gradually expanded. Red Sister gently tapped a few times, noting that the sound in this area was distinct from elsewhere, indicating that we were on the verge of breaking through. She expressed her puzzlement, remarking, "How strange, this is not at all what I expected. I thought we would unearth remnants of those who perished here, yet there is nothing." I advised her not to overthink it, considering the myriad challenges at hand. We still had no idea where this wall might lead. If we broke through only to find an underground river or a precipice on the other side, it would spell disaster. Those individuals likely remained oblivious to this matter, suggesting that what lay beyond the wall could be an undiscovered location. The specifics would only reveal themselves upon our exploration. Several hours passed, and a gentle breeze began to filter in. We had made it through. My spirits soared. The presence of wind entering signified that we had successfully breached the barrier. With a decisive strike, the final layer of earth crumbled away, revealing a half-meter-long dark hole in the wall through which a gentle breeze wafted. Hongjia strained her neck to peer outside. How could this be? What is the matter? Hongjia, what do you see out there? Have you discovered something?" The expression on Hongjie's face shifted between uncertainty and resolve. In a low voice, she declared, "We should proceed through this opening. Remaining here will only invite trouble. I estimate we have more than 3 hours before they return to deliver food, and during this time, we must distance ourselves as much as possible from this place." "Who asked you to follow us?" Hongjie remarked, noticing researcher Anne's intention to escape with us. With a hint of sarcasm, she raised an eyebrow. Researcher Anne, nervously clutching the hem of her garment, spoke softly, I beg you to take me along. I do not wish to die. I promise. I will not be a burden to you." "Such a coward," Hongjie retorted, turning away in displeasure, seemingly leaving the decision in my hands. Researcher Anne, her hair disheveled and her face smeared with grime, looked at me with a pitiful gaze. "Hongjie, perhaps we should take her with us. After all, she has assisted us to some extent," I pleaded, feeling a pang of compassion. "Very well," Hongjie acquiesced, pointing at her. "You may follow us, but you must go first." Having previously struck researcher Anne, Hongjie was aware that she had been treated like a guinea pig, and, terrified of the dark hole before her, was more afraid of being abandoned by us, and chose not to voice her fears further. We urged her from behind, allowing researcher Anne to crawl through the opening first. After waiting for 5 minutes, the voice of the researcher across the way reached me. "I am fine. The ground here is a bit soft. You should come over as well." I was the second to approach, with Hongjie being the last. However, something felt amiss. The ground was inexplicably muddy. The moment I landed, I sensed something was wrong. As I surveyed my surroundings, I noticed the pervasive muck. Traversing it was a struggle, akin to walking through the silt at the riverbed. I turned to Hongjie and inquired if she had any knowledge about this place. Pondering deeply, she replied, "Yinfeng, do you recall the wooden hill we saw upon our initial entry?" The wooden hill. I realized she was referring to that narrow, winding path. I remembered the murals on the wall. At that time, second brother had mentioned that we were too close, and due to the scent of the old fungi on the cypress wood, we experienced hallucinations while observing the murals. It was only thanks to that bottle of medicine that we regained our clarity. Reflecting on that moment, I sensed that something was awry, and it had manifested here. Hongjie examined her surroundings and recalled, the murals I observed depicted not only coffins but also a vast, muddy swamp. Moreover, if my memory serves me correctly, there were 6 individuals portrayed in the murals. "Is that why you reacted the way you did?" I asked her. "Surely, you are being overly suspicious, Hongjie. Have you forgotten what third brother and the other said? The old cypress fungi can induce hallucinations. None of those visions were real. Furthermore, there are only 3 of us here now, yet you claim to have seen 6 figures in the mural." I surveyed the silent surroundings and pondered aloud. Could it be that the other 3 individuals are nearby, yet invisible to us? Ghosts, perhaps? Chapter 66, Crisis. Enough of this banter. What ghosts are you talking about? I do not know. Let us proceed cautiously and distance ourselves from this place. Watch your step, said Hongjie, as she moved forward. Strangely, there was no visible accumulation of water on the ground, yet the path was inexplicably muddy. Help me. I am out of strength, exclaimed researcher and who could barely move after just a few steps. Grab my hand. With a firm pull, I managed to free her from the mire. Just follow closely behind me and tread only in my footprints. Do not stray. Understood. The terrain grew increasingly treacherous, and I noticed that while the mud had initially only reached our ankles, it now threatened to engulf our calves after mere minutes of trudging. As the adage goes, fear begets reality. I had been apprehensive about encountering such a scenario, and now we faced it without recourse. Remaining stationary would undoubtedly invite pursuit from those behind us. Thus, we mustered our resolve and pressed onward, yearning to escape this quagmire. Suddenly, a startled cry from Hongjie pierced the air. Yinfeng, she shouted desperately. I turned to see her foot had slipped, and her entire body was rapidly sinking. Quick, help! Alarmed, I called for researcher and to assist in rescuing Hongjie. One cannot help but acknowledge that in moments of urgency, rationality often eludes us. Had I not rushed over in my frantic haste, perhaps the outcome would have been different. However, in my desperate attempt to save Hongjie, I inadvertently found myself ensnared in the same predicament. The 3 of us clung to one another, sinking deeper into the mire. until the muck enveloped us up to our thighs. Hongjia, overwhelmed with anxiety, was drenched in perspiration as she cried out, "Don't move. Don't struggle." Yet, this merely served to momentarily slow our descent. Visibly, we continued to sink inexorably. "Quick, we must devise a plan," Annalyston exclaimed, tears welling in her eyes. I reminded myself to remain composed. As the sole male among us, it was imperative that I maintain my calm. I understood all too well that if we lost our composure, we would surely meet a grim fate. With beads of sweat trickling down my brow, I scanned our surroundings, contemplating a strategy. I attempted to recline backwards, consciously relaxing my thighs to cease my futile struggles, striving to shift my center of gravity from sinking downwards to lying back. To my relief, this tactic proved effective. My lower body ceased its relentless descent. I shouted to them both, "Lift your toes. Lean back." Hongjia and Annalyston promptly emulated my approach, attempting to adjust their centers of gravity as well. This maneuver increased the surface area of our bodies in contact with the mire, yet did not extricate us from our plight. We remained precariously suspended. How I longed for a tree root or a piece of driftwood to grasp, as such a lifeline would have afforded us a means of escape. Alas, none was to be found. Thus, we remained in this precarious stalemate for nearly 2 hours, paralyzed by fear of movement. Any errant motion could spell our doom, and we clung to our positions, utterly exhausted. With a tone of despair, Hongjia uttered, "Yinfeng, there's no way out. It seems we are destined to perish here." No, that cannot be. Surely there is a solution. We must find a way." I fervently implored Hongjia to hold on to hope. I am too weak. I can no longer endure," murmured Researcher, and her complexion ashen. No sooner had she spoken than her body began to sink visibly into the depths. My heart raced with anxiety, yet I found myself immobilized. With reddened eyes, I cried out, helplessly watching as Researcher and descended further into the abyss. At that critical moment, a sudden sound broke the tension. Plop! A piece of rotten wood was tossed before us. Glancing towards the shore, I spotted a diminutive figure, indistinguishable as male or female, resembling a child. This person wore a hat woven from grass and donned tattered clothing, anxiously pacing in circles. It was they who had thrown the wood to us. Survival was paramount. There was no time for contemplation. I seized the piece of wood, my upper body collapsing onto it. Hongjia, mirroring my actions, clung to the other end. "Hand. Quickly. Give me your hand." Researcher and had sunk nearly halfway, but in that fleeting moment, she perceived a glimmer of hope, igniting a fierce will to survive. With urgency, she extended her hands, and Hongjia and I swiftly grasped her wrists, one on each side. "Heave, Hongjia, with all your strength." I summoned every ounce of power within me. Fortuitously amidst adversity, Researcher and slender frame and light weight enabled me and Hongjia to leverage a piece of driftwood, summoning every ounce of strength to finally hoist her up. This strenuous endeavor left my left arm in excruciating pain. I had long suspected a fracture from a prior injury, yet after several days, the discomfort had diminished, leading me to reconsider my initial assessment. It could be a ligament tear or perhaps a hairline fracture. Not far away, a small figure donning a bark hat, witnessing our rescue, began to wave exuberantly, hopping and gesturing in delight. Panting profusely, Hongjia urged, "Hold tightly to the wood. All three of us together. On the count of 3, we shall exert our strength." I began to count 1, 2, 3. "Forward, let us advance." Indeed, perseverance bears fruit. With the support of this driftwood, we ultimately ascended to safety, for it was this very piece of wood, or rather, that person from earlier, who salvaged us. Exhausted, I hunched over, resting my hands on my knees, gasping for breath while glancing towards the direction we had come from. Where's the person? A sudden realization dawned upon me. The individual in the straw hat had vanished. The area now lay barren, devoid of any presence, save for a series of footprints left upon the ground. Our lower bodies were caked in muck as I approached the prints, furrowing my brow in suspicion. The footprints unmistakably bore the marks of bare feet, yet something felt amiss. Typically, a person possesses 5 toes, but these imprints distinctly revealed only 4, a detail that was starkly apparent. As I recalled the diminutive figure we had just encountered, reminiscent of a child, a shared glance with Hongjia betrayed our alarm. Almost in unison, we exclaimed, "It's a mountain demon." Those footprints, coupled with that stature, could not possibly belong to any ordinary child donning a straw hat. They unmistakably belonged to the mountain demon we had previously encountered. I gazed at Hongjia, incredulity etched across my face, and murmured, "Hongjia, could it be that creature saved us? How is that even conceivable?" Hongjia scrutinized the line of footprints extending into the distance and responded gravely, "Yinfeng, have you noticed? That creature wore a hat woven from tree bark and was clad in tattered rags scavenged from who knows where. If it truly is a mountain demon, it must belong to a different clan than the one we encountered before, which was adorned with black hats." The trail of footprints continued into the darkness ahead. Hongjia pointed at the ground and remarked, "If that entity indeed rescued us, it at least indicates a lack of hostility towards us. Let's follow these footprints and discover where they lead." Chapter 67. An unexpected revelation. Having previously suffered a significant setback, we were determined to tread more cautiously this time. We followed the footprints until we came upon a diminutive cave entrance. The marks ultimately faded just outside its mouth. To call it a cave seemed an understatement. Hole would be a more fitting description, as the entrance stood less than 1.4 meters high, requiring an adult to stoop to enter. "Let us venture inside and investigate," Hongjia suggested, gazing intently at the cave's opening. Researcher and appeared to be exhibiting symptoms of claustrophobia, her visage reflecting palpable fear. I consoled her, suggesting that perhaps there was nothing to dread within, merely a diminutive cave. "Fear not," I reassured her. "Mind your head, be cautious." Hongjia frequently reminded us to tread carefully. This small cavern extended approximately 40 to 50 meters in length, and we were soon able to stand upright at its terminus. Upon inspection, we discovered remnants of extinguished twigs and charcoal strewn across the ground, alongside some crudely fashioned stone vessels. In one corner, a considerable heap of dry grass suggested a makeshift bedding. I swallowed hard, pondering the unsettling notion. How could fauna kindle a fire for sustenance? Hongjia, observe these stone tools on the ground. Could it be that the mountain ape has devolved into the cave dwellers of yore? "Not all," Hongjia replied, surveying the surroundings. "These are unmistakably traces of human habitation. I find it implausible that such beings would possess these skills. It simply does not add up." "Humans, where are they?" I queried, as the confines of our surroundings felt all too limiting. I rummaged through the haystack, hoping to uncover any sign of life. Although I found no individuals, a significant discovery awaited me. Concealed beneath the dry grass was a military green backpack. "Look, come quickly." "A discovery," I exclaimed, certain that something significant lay ahead. I hastily placed the backpack upon the ground and unzipped it, eager to unveil its contents. After meticulously inspecting every compartment, I was astonished by our findings. A dagger, fire starters, several bags of neatly packaged rations, a severed length of rope, and a small box of gauze. This situation serves to illustrate a singular fact. There were once inhabitants in this cave, and they certainly do not belong to our current group, nor are they affiliated with the notorious Chen Jiansheng and his cohorts. So who could they be? Hush! At that moment, Hongjia suddenly pointed towards the cave entrance and whispered, "Listen closely, footsteps are approaching. Someone is coming in." Straining my ears, I discerned the sound of footsteps drawing nearer. I hastily picked up a stone from the ground, gripping it tightly as a makeshift weapon, my thoughts racing with the possibility that if Chen Jiansheng's band were in pursuit, it was imperative to strike first. Before long, a figure emerged at the cave entrance. Just as I raised the stone, poised to strike the intruder, the individual unexpectedly looked up and our eyes met. "It was you. What are you doing here?" I recognized that face all too well. It was none other than Yao Yuman, whom I had not seen for months. She stared at us in disbelief, clearly taken aback by our sudden appearance, and we remained locked in each other's gaze for 2 or 3 minutes. Yao Yuman pointed at the stone I was holding and suddenly burst into laughter, saying, "What is this, Xiang Yinfeng? After months apart, are you planning to bash my head in upon our first encounter?" I was taken aback. quickly discarding the stone and rushing over to her. Sister Yu, what is going on? How did you come to be here? I thought you had long departed from Shund. Where is this place, and what is happening? After regaining her composure, Hong Jian nodded at Yao Yumin, acknowledging her presence. Only researcher and stood there, looking utterly perplexed. Please, have a seat. Yao Yumin gestured toward the pile of hay. After a few individuals settled down, she turned to me and said, this matter is rather lengthy to explain. To be honest, I am quite surprised to encounter you all here. We're the Sun brothers. Have they encountered any trouble? My gaze darkened as I sighed. Eldest brother and third brother have been captured. I am uncertain of their current whereabouts. As for the second brother, his fate remains unknown. Yao Yumin shook her head. I had advised you all back then, but you did not heed my words. At this juncture, you cannot blame others. Originally, we had planned to reveal ourselves in a few days, yet you inadvertently stumbled upon us. Sister Yu, what do you mean? At this point, Hongjie gazed at Yao Yumin, contemplating for a moment before softly stating, who would have thought it would turn out this way? I grew anxious, unable to decipher their cryptic dialogue. Hongjie, shaking her head, said to me, Yinfeng, have you not realized by now? From the very beginning, we have been kept in the dark regarding this affair. Ironically, we have pretended to be secretive while deceiving ourselves. Oh, the leader. The leader has arrived. How could that be possible? Yao Yumin urged me to remain calm, briefly recounting the events that had transpired, which took me a while to fully comprehend. I found myself a loss for words. It turned out that when I and the Sun brothers conspired to infiltrate the underground palace beneath the Moth Mountain to locate the second brother, we had deliberately concealed the entire plan from the leader, including acquiring equipment, purchasing rice fields, and acquiring calves, among other preparations. At that time, we deceived our leader by claiming we were going to Dongguan, and we had always believed that he had departed from Shun for Beijing. It was only at this moment, by a stroke of fate, that we encountered Yao Yumin, revealing the truth. Our leader had never left Shun from the very beginning. Everything we did transpired under his watchful gaze. He was fully aware of our actions. Sister Yu, then why didn't you dissuade us? And why was this matter kept from us? After pondering for a moment, I posed the question. Dissuade? She chuckled, looking at me with a smile. Did I not attempt to counsel you? The question is, did you heed my words? I mumbled, saying that was you. Why did the leader choose to feign ignorance? Had he spoken directly, I believe my elder brother and the others would have listened. No, Yinfeng, you misunderstand our leader. The entire situation is intricate. Wang Baotou has his own concerns. In truth, from the moment I beheld those skeletal remains, our leader anticipated that you would venture into the tomb to explore the underground palace. He comprehends the nature of the Sun brothers, and the plan that Wang Baotou and I devised actually commenced from that day. Sister Hong inhaled deeply, gazing at Yao Yumin, and said, it's not merely a conflict between the North and South. The small leaders from Changchun have also become involved, entangling some medical groups from the Hong Kong region. Are you and the leader aware of this? Ha! Yao Yumin smoothed his bangs, sneering. This is the interstice of the underground palace. I have lived here for 3 or 4 months. What is it that I do not know? My eyes widened in astonishment. 3 or 4 months. So, aside from the stone door of the underground palace, there are other entrances through which one can enter. Sister Yu, you mentioned that this place is actually a tomb's interlayer. How did you come to know about that group of individuals? Naturally, I have allies who help me gather information. Upon saying this, she suddenly snapped her fingers. A few moments later, 2 diminutive figures wearing straw hats emerged from the cave. Upon seeing Yao Yumin, they began chattering incessantly. Yao Yumin pointed ahead and said, I have named them. The male on the left is called Delang, and the female on the right is Xiao Chui. After speaking, the creature named Delang surprisingly removed its straw hat, revealing a long face adorned with yellow and black fur, a red nose, and 2 tufts of white hair flanking its nostrils, creating a rather bizarre appearance. At that moment, it began to pout towards me, seemingly intent on approaching for a kiss. Chapter 68. A game within a game. Noticing my discomfort, Yao Yumin chuckled reassuringly. You need not fear. They've been tamed and generally do not pose a threat to humans. I took a couple of hesitant steps back, perplexed. What is going on, Sister Yu? You possess such a skill? No, you misunderstand. I mentioned they are tamed, but I did not claim to be the one who tamed them. I lack such prowess. Then who did? I inquired curiously. Her smile faded as she regarded me solemnly. That person is not here at the moment, but we shall meet him soon. Chen Hong. You must have heard of the figure Qi Lu in the circles. Haven't you? Sister Hong pondered for a moment before responding. I have not encountered him, but I am familiar with his reputation. Qi Lu was renowned for his monkey tricks in Tianjin, and it is said in the underworld that he possesses exceptional skills in taming animals, utilizing a method passed down through his family. Indeed, Yao Yuman nodded. In truth, the mountain demon is the sovereign of the mountains. These creatures possess a remarkably high intelligence and, when provoked, exhibit a ferocious temperament that even tigers and leopards fear. Taming them has proven perilous, even for the descendants of the Qiuliu family, who have shed blood in the process. I firmly believe this, for while these beings may appear small and resemble monkeys, their savage nature is undeniable, and their propensity for cannibalism could render them a threat to humans as well. At that moment, Hongjia furrowed her brow and inquired, "Where's the head now?" From her tone, I sensed an undercurrent of tension. I recalled that Xiao Lutu had mentioned wanting to ensnare a big fish by keeping us around, implying he was aware of someone backing us. However, given the vastness of Feimao Mountain, he likely had no knowledge of whether these individuals had descended or where they might be hidden. Both the head and Xiao Lutu have navigated the complexities of the underworld for decades. Xiao Lutu is affiliated with the Changchun Society and is surrounded by formidable talents. I surmised that the head's covert maneuvers were intended to secure a victory from the shadows. In essence, these two are engaged in a strategic game, a sub-game within a larger scheme. Though reluctant to admit it, Hongjia, the Sun brothers, and I have all been relegated to mere pawns in their machinations. I pondered Xiao Lioto's potential subsequent moves, and reflecting on the events of the past few months, an overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over me. In comparison to these seasoned players, I remained woefully naive. They possess extensive networks within the underworld, weaving intricate webs of schemes both overt and covert. Until the moment arrives when they confront one another and reveal their true hands, the outcome of this contest remains shrouded in uncertainty. The individuals entangled in the affairs of the Marquis of Jiao ultimately rely on their own strength and connections within the martial world. At this juncture, I posed a question to Yao Yuman regarding the Marquis of Jiao. Leaning against a pile of hay, she narrowed her eyes and remarked, "The occupant of the golden coffin and silver casket is not the Marquis of Jiao." Previously, I had asked a friend to inquire at the National Museum's historical archives, and this friend uncovered a clue. During the Han Dynasty, there was a historian named Ban Chao. Aside from authoring the book of the later Han, was fervently devoted to the study of Western Zhou history. In his book of the Zhou Kings, he mentioned the Marquis of Jiao, stating that the Marquis had a beloved daughter who tragically passed away at a tender age due to a chronic illness. In his sorrow, the Marquis expressed a desire to be buried alongside his cherished daughter, a matter he duly reported to the Son of Heaven of Zhou. The ancients placed great importance on rights and propriety, and the burial of parents and children together contravenes familial ethics. If Ban Chao's account holds true and the Zhou monarch consented to this arrangement, it is evident that the Marquis held a significant position at that time. If the occupant of the golden coffin is not the Marquis of Jiao, could it be that his young daughter lies within? I was astounded by this revelation. Who then? Is the corpse submerged in that large leather box? I inquired of her searcher and who claimed to have witnessed the body biting someone. Was it male or female? After a moment of careful recollection, researcher and fearfully shook her head, unable to discern the gender. I only glanced once and dare not look again. I only remember that the corpse had long hair, was of short stature, and was completely swollen and dripping. At this moment, Yao Yuman sighed and took a deep breath, saying, "That is the youngest daughter of the Jiao Marquis. Her golden coffin and silver casket have been opened by that group. Changchun will seek out masters to suppress this." I knew it was only a matter of time before something went awry. You should also be aware that this matter is, in fact, the most terrifying of all. Sister Yu, do you mean she has risen from the dead? No, not risen from the dead. From the perspective of feng shui, this is a rare Yinji corpse, one that has not been seen for a millennium. If his youngest daughter has transformed in such a way, I cannot even begin to fathom what the Jiao Marquis has become. The preparations we have may not even be effective. I recalled the dream I had on that day. The image of the person on the four-dragon bronze bed. Just the thought of it filled me with dread. I inquired whether she had prepared black donkey hooves, as I had often heard that such items were essential for dealing with these matters. Yao Yuman scoffed. Black donkey hooves? Consider this. In all the great museums, are there any ancient feng shui talismans made from black donkey hooves? No, I presume. Black donkey hooves began to be mass-produced only after the Republic of China. As for why they are associated with tomb raiding, I cannot say. The Yingji corpse belongs to the realm of ancient feng shui and geomancy. Using such items would be futile. None of us has ever truly encountered this thing, but I have heard from my uncle that if we do, utilizing the old corpse-binding ropes passed down from Shaanxi, along with mouth money, might be effective. This leads us to the practice of Zhen Yin magic. The old corpse-binding ropes from the Shaanxi region are naturally linked to the customs of corpse transportation from there. This is a regional folklore narrative, regarded alongside the rituals of the Northeast jumping the god, the Miao people's gong cultivation, and the Southern descent technique, collectively known as the four major folk arts. Tracing back to their origins, these practices are intrinsically linked to the technique of Zhenyin. The term Zhenyin first appeared in the upper volume of the Luban book, while it is said that the lower volume records the art of Yinsheng. In contemporary times, Zhenyin may be elusive to the average person, yet Yinsheng is frequently encountered. For instance, one can often find Yinsheng flower money in antique markets, as well as mountain ghost flower money, door gods pasted during the New Year, and the tradition of leaping over fire basins during weddings. All of these are indeed remnants of folk practices associated with Yinsheng. The authenticity of the corpse transportation in Shaanxi is a matter we shall set aside for now, as cremation has become the norm and the practice is no longer necessary. However, in ancient times, one's body and skin were regarded as a gift from their parents, and upon death, there was a strong emphasis on returning to one's roots. Initially, the corpses transported in Shaanxi were those of soldiers who died on the battlefield. A covering was placed over the face. Living beings would avoid the scene. Paper money would pave the way, and bells would announce the journey. My elder brother once told me that within the realm of the Yinqi men, there exists a profession known as the corpse transporter. The ropes used to bind corpses and the coins placed in the mouth are tools employed by the Shaanxi corpse transporters. Yao Yuman's suggestion to use them against the Yingzi corpse does indeed make sense. Researcher and is now utterly bewildered, and my heart races with trepidation. I silently pray that these items prove useful. Should they fail, the consequences are dire. We are not only contending with members of the Changchun society, but may also face the legendary Yingzi corpse. It seems prudent to exercise utmost caution. Careful navigation ensures a long voyage. Chapter 69. After a brief tidying up, Yao Yuman insisted that we must leave this place, for the group, led by Xiao Lutu, could arrive at any moment. She mentioned that the time was not yet ripe to confront that group head-on. I inquired about what she was waiting for, as the others had yet to make an appearance. Yao Yuman shook her head and cryptically stated, "You will know when the time comes. Just be cautious. This is no game. Lives are at stake." My curiosity regarding the leader's plans was piqued. Yet this woman stubbornly refrained from divulging any information, and I felt reluctant to press her further. Thus I followed her, eager to see where she would lead us to evade danger. Two mandrills forged ahead, occasionally glancing back and making peculiar sounds towards Yao Yuman, leaving me perplexed about their meaning. "Can you comprehend their speech?" I asked. "Do not regard me with such an expression. I am human, not a monkey. How could I possibly understand the utterances of these beasts?" Yao Yuman replied, her gaze fixed ahead. "Pay close attention to their calls. 3 long and 1 short signify safety ahead, while 3 long and 2 short indicate potential trouble." This insight was imparted to me by the descendants of the Qi Lu family. I found myself astounded, realizing that even primates, when subjected to specialized training, could exhibit such remarkable capabilities. Gazing into the darkness ahead, I queried, "Sister Yu, you must have been here for quite some time. Where does this path lead?" "It is hard to say. The terrain here is exceedingly complex. Without a map, I would not venture out aimlessly," she responded. Suddenly, The two mandrills in the lead began to screech loudly. Upon closer inspection of their cries, I discerned a pattern resembling 3 long and 2 short notes. Yao Yumin raised her hand, cautioning, "Be wary. They are issuing a warning. There may be danger ahead. This is a concealed layer that has never been discovered before. Perhaps we should take a detour and explore another route," suggested researcher in glancing apprehensively into the encompassing darkness. Hong Jie furrowed her brow in discontent, retorting, "It is merely the cries of 2 beasts. There may be nothing at all. The foremost taboo of entering a tomb is to frighten oneself." She turned to him, her gaze icy. "Speak recklessly again, and you shall no longer accompany us." I, researcher and stammered, lowering his head, unable to meet Hongjia's eyes. The group proceeded further along the path. Suddenly, a frantic cry erupted from the hat-wearing mountain demon, who dashed back and forth, incessantly pointing at the ground. Yao Yumin aimed the flashlight downward, revealing something of interest, a shed skin resembling that of a serpentine creature. "Is this not a 4-legged lizard shedding? How could such a thing shed skin? Isn't it a tad too large?" I bent down to touch it. Portions of the serpent's skin lay exposed on the surface, while most remained buried beneath the mud. Upon contact, I felt the skin was somewhat desiccated, indicating it had lingered here for quite some time. Typically, such skins measure only a few dozen centimeters. Anything exceeding half a meter is considered anomalous. However, judging by the skin before us, its length appeared to far exceed that dimension, as most of it was still submerged in the mire, leaving its true size uncertain. Yao Yumin surveyed the surroundings with her flashlight and remarked, "Given the environment, it is evident that Shund was not originally home to such lizards. The presence of these creatures in the underground caves beneath Fima Mountain may be linked to the tomb's original occupant, suggesting the existence of a unique population of lizards. Such creatures are cold-blooded animals, possessing underdeveloped brains and lacking self-awareness. Moreover, their highly specialized sensory systems are solely adapted for hunting, rendering them incapable of recognizing static targets, let alone identifying individuals. They are beyond human control." "Indeed," I concurred, echoing Sister Yu, "we have previously encountered that secluded garden. Perhaps the late Jianghu had a penchant for rare flora and fauna, exhibiting a peculiar collecting obsession. Wait, be cautious. There is something beneath us." Suddenly, Hong Jie shouted, "Squeak, squeak." 2 macaques clung to the protruding rocks and ascended to a higher vantage point, fixating on a certain spot on the ground while screeching frantically. "Step back. Huddle together." Yao Yumin's expression grew grave as she retrieved a dagger from her bosom, gripping it tightly in her palm. To the left, illuminated by the flashlight, I suddenly noticed an unusual bulge beneath the mud. Moments later, a 2-meter-long, yellow-brown quadrupedal reptile emerged from the mire. It lay on the ground, no more than 10 meters away from us, hissing as it flicked its long tongue. Everyone stood frozen in fear. Was this a quadrupedal lizard or a large iguana? Surely, this creature could easily sever a human head with a single bite. Do not act recklessly. This creature cannot recognize static objects. Yao Yumin remained the most composed among us. The beast hissed, its body twisting and writhing as it crawled toward us awkwardly. Suddenly, without warning, researcher and bolted backward. "Don't run," Hong Jie shouted, but it was too late. The creature, on all fours, swiftly pursued the direction in which researcher had fled, its speed far exceeding that of an average human. Upon glancing back, researcher N's face turned ashen with terror. She lost her footing and fell directly into a muddy pit. The creature clamped its jaws around her calf and began dragging her away. "Help! Help! Save me!" she cried out, flailing her arms in agony. Bang! 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 For shots rang out in quick succession. Yao Yumin, her expression frosty, held a handgun aloft and fired. The creature immediately released its grip, allowing researcher to crawl towards us, covered in mud and bleeding profusely from her leg. I hurried over to pull her to safety. The creature, after stumbling a few meters, lay motionless. Summoning my courage, I approached it and discovered it was dead, Yao Yumin's 4 shots having struck true, each one a fatal blow to its head. Yao Yumin appeared remarkably composed, seemingly unfazed by the sudden upheaval. "We must leave immediately," I urged. realizing that the gunfire would undoubtedly reveal our location to the others. But what about her? Can she still walk? I pointed at researcher in who sat on the ground. Her pants torn and the wound on her calf a gruesome sight. All this trouble is the fault of that woman, Red Jia exclaimed angrily. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't have revealed our position so soon. The gang from Changchun is surely on their way here now. Let us go, she insisted, pulling me forward by the arm. Yao Yumin uttered no words. We left researcher in alone in this place. Occasionally, I glanced back and saw her sitting on the ground, clutching her calf. Her body smeared with mud, tears streaming down her face, looking utterly pitiable. As she wiped her tears and looked up at me, her gaze seemed to implore, "Save me." I felt a pang of compassion and turned to Hongjia, pleading, "Why don't we take her with us? Look at her. She is so unfortunate. We can't just stand by and watch her perish, can we?" Just as Hongjia was about to respond, gritting her teeth, a gunshot rang out. Researcher fell backward, lifeless. Yao Yumin wiped the barrel of her gun and, with an air of indifference, uttered 2 words, "Let us go." Chapter 70. The Chase. I stood frozen, staring at the fallen researcher. Have you lost your mind? I rushed over to her side. Her eyes were wide open, devoid of life. A bullet lodged in her forehead. She was dead. I had previously taken her hostage to save my own life, but I had never contemplated actually killing her. Just moments ago, she had been a living person, now reduced to a cooling corpse. My eyes filled with tears as I turned away, shouting why. We could have left her behind. Why did you have to kill her? Yao Yumin retracted her gun, casting a cool glance my way, and said, "She can no longer walk, and she has heard our plans. Rather than letting her be captured and suffer, it is kinder to grant her a swift end. Moreover, if you attempted to save her, the only outcome would be to drag us all down. You, my friend, are indeed fortunate, having just entered the profession. You find yourself under the tutelage of Wang Baotou. Had you aligned yourself with that gang from the south, you would have surely met a grim fate, buried in obscurity. So what is your intention? Will you remain here to keep company with this lifeless body, or shall you choose to accompany us onward? Let us depart." Yin Feng, Hongjia sighed. I recognized the wisdom in her words, yet an inexplicable reluctance gripped me. "You all go ahead. I shall follow shortly." "Very well, as you wish. Death is death." Yin Feng. "Do hurry." With that, the 2 of them strode forward. I gently laid researcher down, covering her eyes with my hand to grant her a semblance of peace. "I am sorry. You should not have come as shunned. Alas, you are now reunited with old Su and Li Zheng, embarking on this journey together." I adjusted her legs, striving to ensure she appeared dignified in her repose. At that moment, a small blue glass vial tumbled from her pocket, rolling to a stop at my feet without shattering. Gazing at researcher and serene visage, an unbidden thought flickered in my mind. Could this be of any use? I twisted the cap off the vial and held it to her lips, raising my hand to administer a third of its contents. Retreating 2 steps in trepidation, I awaited the anticipated outcome. Yet, contrary to my expectations, no transformation akin to old Su occurred. Researcher remained unchanged, her eyes still closed. "Yin Feng, hurry up. What are you dawdling for?" Hongjia's voice echoed from ahead. I'm coming, I replied, hastily tucking the glass vial into my pocket. Originally, I intended to dig a grave to bury her, but now we are also fleeing for our lives and lack the time for such endeavors. I cast a lingering glance at researcher and then hurriedly pursued Hongjia. Noticing my dejection, Hongjia furrowed her brow and inquired, "What is the matter? Have you perhaps developed feelings for that woman from earlier?" No, that is not the case." I hastily waved my hand. "It was merely a fleeting encounter. After all, having shared a few days together, it's only natural to form some feelings. You need not feign indifference. I can see through you. You do care for that woman. If I were in your position, I would feel the same. When one hesitates to act, chaos ensues." Yao Yumin did nothing wrong. I lowered my head, feeling a sense of emptiness, and replied, "I understand, Hongjia. Rest assured, I can distinguish between what is urgent and what is not." "That is good to hear," Hongjia said, patting my back. I apologized to Yao Yumin, expressing that I should not have shouted at her so loudly. Yao Yumin nodded, offering no further comment, then brought her fingers together to whistle. Immediately, the 2 mountain demons responded to her call. Their keen ears could detect any disturbance within a kilometer, so I instructed them to remain behind and keep watch. We continued our journey for over an hour until we encountered a boulder, over a meter high, blocking our path. Yao Yuman suggested we rest behind the stone for 10 minutes before resuming our trek, taking advantage of this moment to eat something and replenish our energy. Hidden behind the large rock, we shared some compressed biscuits, while Hongjia took a couple of sips from her water bottle before passing it to me. Taking a few refreshing sips of water and swallowing the dry rations, I wiped my mouth and said to Yu Jia, I did not expect you to possess a firearm, and your aim is remarkably precise. Might I have a glimpse of it? I have never seen the real thing. Never mind. I am hesitant to entrust it to you. What if it were to misfire? She replied, generally speaking, individuals in our line of work are reluctant to employ such weapons. My marksmanship can only be deemed average, particularly when compared to my brother's exceptional skill. This firearm was given to me by my uncle for self-defense, for one must always be vigilant against potential threats. Her demeanor remained tranquil, and her tone was casual. I couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Who would dare to target you would likely be courting death. A single shot to the head would leave them expressionless. And it would be nothing short of miraculous if you were not the one instigating trouble. As for the seemingly unassuming Yao Wentz, my sole impression of him was that he was taciturn, exuding an air of hidden depth. At that moment, one of the sentinels, a mountain macaque, suddenly appeared before us, gesticulating wildly. Yao Yuman's expression shifted dramatically. Run. We must flee. That group is upon us, quicker than I anticipated. This cannot continue. We will inevitably be discovered, she exclaimed, glancing at the macaque. Lead us to a nearby hiding place, be it a crevice, an underground cave, or a cavern. We must hurry. As if comprehending her words, the creature turned and dashed away. Hurry, keep up. Thanks to this creature's guidance, we soon stumbled upon a narrow yet deep mountain crevice, just wide enough for a single person to fit. All three of us squeezed ourselves into the narrow space. Before long, we could hear voices of people outside. Brother Jian, these people move with astonishing swiftness. Despite our haste, we failed to catch a glimpse of them. Another man echoed, Indeed, Brother Jian, these rascals are remarkably fleet of foot. Did you see that four-legged beast that was just struck? There's a considerable amount of blood on the ground, which I have confirmed to be human. Someone among them must have been injured. It's only a matter of time before we catch up. Hiding amidst the mountain crevices, a silent glance was exchanged between Hongjie and me. Only blood? Did they not observe anything else? What about researcher Anne's corpse? Could it be that? I swallowed hard, daring not to voice my thoughts. Let us proceed. These individuals cannot escape us. As I watched them depart, I breathed a sigh of relief, narrowly avoiding detection. Hongjie remarked, that was a prime opportunity. Why did you not take the shot? With your accuracy, it should have been an easy feat. Yao Yuman shook his head. The one they call Brother Jian is not someone to be underestimated. He has been closely associated with Xiao Lu for several years, rarely making an appearance in the underworld. Not only is he skilled in combat, but he also has a powerful patron in the Changchun society. The leader has advised us to avoid provoking him, as it would lead to considerable trouble, hence my hesitation to eliminate him. Oh, and who is his patron? Someone who commands such respect from the leader must be noteworthy. Share their name, and I shall see if I am familiar. Yao Yuman, gazing intently at Hongjie, replied earnestly. His patron is currently confined in a psychiatric hospital, bearing the surname Xie. Hongjie's pupils dilated. Xie Chirom? Is it possible that he is still alive? Chapter 71. Reunion. This is not the place for conversation. Follow me. With that, Yao Yuman led us to a secluded corner, shielded by stones on all sides, providing an air of secrecy. Once we arrived, I inquired, you mentioned earlier that Jianji's godfather is named Xiechiro. Is this individual male or female? What is their background? You all seem quite apprehensive. Hongjie furrowed her brow and replied, the Changchun society encompasses a myriad of individuals from various walks of life, including some formidable outlaws. The current state of the Changchun society is far from the tranquility it appears to possess. Since the late 1990s, it has gradually bifurcated into the old faction and the new. The woman who previously controlled people using the white owl and small gold mouthpiece belongs to the new faction, while the group led by Xiao Lu too is part of the old faction. There have been rumors on the streets that Xie Chirong once annihilated the entire family of a descendant of Yanzi Li San and violated his wife and daughter. Coincidentally, the meteor king of Beiping, Xiao Yuan, is also a descendant of Yanzi Li San. And what happened next? Did Xiao Yuan seek revenge for his compatriot? I asked. Hong Jie shook her head. Later, Xiao Yuan was defeated by Xie Chirong, who had him gouged of both his eyes, transforming him overnight from the remarkable hero of Beiping into a blind man. In an effort to confront Xie Chirong, the president of the Changchun Society dispatched 7 masters, and only then was order restored. It's hard to believe that this incident occurred more than a decade ago, and that this person still lives, Hong Jie lamented. Yao Yuman glanced at her and nodded. You possess considerable knowledge. It seems you have amassed quite a collection of intelligence regarding the Changchun Society. Hong Jie clenched her fist tightly before gradually relaxing it. Setting aside those matters, Yao Yuman whistled to summon a macaque. She retrieved a circular pendant from her bosom and adorned the creature's neck with it. A change in plans necessitated an earlier meeting. We were to be escorted to meet someone. The macaque sniffed the orb and immediately began to chirp excitedly, leaping forth. We followed this creature through a labyrinth of twists and turns for quite some time, ultimately arriving at the entrance of a cave. Suddenly, another macaque sprang forth from an unknown place. Upon closer inspection, I noticed it too bore a similar pendant around its neck. The 2 macaques, pendants swinging, entered the cave together. After a mere 5 minutes, as time seemed to approach its appointed hour, Yao Yuman called out from the cave's entrance. With the cutting twist comes the fierce tiger. The reversing twist brings forth the azure dragon. The sunlit twist flows like water, while the secret twist reveals the willows of Qi. Shortly thereafter, footsteps echoed from within the cave, and a middle-aged man emerged, holding a torch aloft with one hand. His skin was fair, his features striking, yet marred by a substantial burn scar on the left side of his face. The macaque, pendant still hanging, trailed behind him like a devoted servant. Yao Yuman offered a slight bow and said, I am Yao Yuman from the Northern School, here to extend my regards on behalf of my uncle, Yao Wenzhong, to the Qi Lu family. The middle-aged man nodded with a smile and replied, There is no need for such formality. You may simply call me Lu Yushan. Yao Yuman shook her head, stating, One must not disrupt the hierarchy. Since you have spoken thus, I shall take the liberty of addressing you as Brother Lu. The middle-aged man nodded in amusement, offering no dissent. It was only later that I came to understand the profound respect Yu Jie held for this individual. In the past, the Qi Lu family of the Juetian and Tianjin Wei was a prominent clan whose descendants no longer needed to perform street acts for a living. In 1942, Hunan province faced a severe drought, followed by a locust plague, affecting millions, particularly in the eastern and southern regions of Hunan, including Zhemadian and Shiping, where the devastation was most acute. The head of the Qi Lu family at that time was Lu Yuan, a man of high standing within the Changchun Society, a notable figure in the community, whom everyone respectfully addressed as Master Lu. Upon arriving in Hunan, Lu Yuan was heartbroken to witness countless starving victims of the disaster. Moved to tears by the sight, the Qi Lu family emptied their coffers, having accumulated wealth over more than a century, dedicating all their resources to purchase grain to alleviate the suffering of the victims. Yet it proved insufficient in the face of overwhelming need. This led to the infamous gray and yellow grain warehouse incident. On the 17th day of the 12th lunar month in the winter of 1942, a peculiar event occurred. This incident was later included among the top 10 extraordinary tales alongside the Harbin cat-faced old lady's resurrection and the haunting of Guangzhou's Liqi Bay. Eyewitnesses reported that an astonishing multitude of large rats and weasels swarmed the streets that night, numbering in the millions. These creatures came and went in droves, clearing out the grain stores of the occupying forces in a single night. The rats and weasels carried away the stolen grain, delivering it to the starving populace, though the extent of lives saved remains unknown. In the aftermath, the occupying forces launched an investigation, ultimately tracing the orchestration of this event back to Lu Yuan of the Tianjin Wei Qi Lu family. The family endured catastrophic repercussions, losing not only their ancestral home, but also suffering numerous executions. The valiant Lu Yuan faced his fate with courage, sacrificing himself for the greater good. Thus unfolded the tale of the gray and yellow grain warehouse incident in Hunan in 1942. To this day, within a grand mountain to the west of Zhu, there remains a shrine dedicated to the mouse immortal. Throughout history, there has been no other temple specifically constructed for mice. Since then, although the Qi Lu family of Tianjin Wei has experienced a decline, they have continued to command respect in both the underworld and the legitimate world. Naturally, I hold these individuals' past feats in high regard. Upon entering the cave, Lu Yushan inserted a torch into the wall and beckoned us to sit down for a conversation. Brother Lu, according to our plan, we should not meet for a few more days, but due to the matters concerning Yin Feng and Chen Hong, we can no longer afford to wait. Where are the leaders and those two? Yao Yuman glanced around. Lu Yushan gestured behind him. Look, aren't they just arriving? Here they come. 3 individuals entered, and upon seeing the elder at the forefront, I instinctively leaped to my feet, exclaiming in surprise. The elder, clad in black, though his temples were grayed, possessed a pair of lively eyes. It was indeed Wang, the leader. Yin Feng, it has been a few months since we last met, the leader approached, smiling as he patted my shoulder. Wang Xiansheng, this must be the young man you mentioned, I remarked, glancing back. The speaker was clad in tattered clothing, seemingly unwashed for years, bearing a layer of dark, glossy grime. His hair was disheveled, obscuring half of his eye, presenting the appearance of a beggar. Yet, his gaze was bright and pure, reminiscent of an infant's innocence. Yao Yuman bowed slightly, greeting the beggar, Master Lu. The other assistant brought by the leader was quite elderly, standing at a height comparable to Hong Jie. Dressed in black, with a head of white hair and numerous age spots adorning his face, he stood there with a navy blue bag slung over his shoulder, slightly hunched, exuding an aura of despondency. Yin Feng, this is Master Zhao from Xiangxi, the leader introduced, sending a shiver down my spine as I realized that this man was the renowned corpse handler summoned from Xiangxi, which explained his somber demeanor. I quickly bowed my head and respectfully addressed him as Master Zhao. The stooped old man squinted at me, offering no words in return. The leader cleared his throat and remarked, Yin Feng, Xiao Hong, are you regretting your choices? Regretting not heeding my advice? Especially you, Yin Feng, who conspired with Lao San to deceive me about going to Dongguan for some fun. What exactly did you partake in? How did it lead you here? Sister Hong found herself at a loss for words, recalling the hardships endured below. I, feeling aggrieved, lamented, we were wrong, Master. We only wish to find ergo. The leader patted my shoulder, gazing at both me and Sister Hong as he said, the world is treacherous. Yin Feng, Xiao Hong, consider this a lesson learned. With narrowed eyes, he focused on the flickering torchlight on the wall and solemnly declared, while the Changchun society may be formidable, I, Wang Xiansheng, am not one to be trifled with. Anyone who dares to challenge me, be it human or ghost, must face the consequences. Chapter 72. A calculated move. Sister Hong kept her head bowed, obscuring her expression from my view. Leader, have you truly considered the ramifications? Regardless of the outcome, whether the Sun brothers succeed in their rescue or not, we have undoubtedly incurred the wrath of the Changchun society. With a slight smile, the leader remarked, Xiao Hong, this entire affair is not of our own doing. They have been rather overbearing. Do you know what Lao Er would say if you were here? Hong Jie suddenly raised her head and smiled gently. Lao Er would surely say, to hell with them. Wang Baotou interjected, allow me to speak. At this moment, Lu Yushan inquired, how did your previous reconnaissance go? Did you uncover anything of significance? Oh, look at me nearly forgetting the matter at hand. Baotou turned to Yao Yuman and said, Miss Yao, we have determined the general area, approximately 200 meters. However, to ascertain the precise location of the coffin, we shall require your family's compass. Yao Yuman nodded. I am aware. Everything is prepared. Once we have established the approximate location, we can proceed. Subsequently, under the guidance of Baotou and a local corpse handler from Xiangxi, the group exited the cave. Along the way, I inquired of Baotou about his whereabouts a couple of days prior. He replied that he had been searching for the site of extreme Yin. In other words, beneath the entirety of Fei Mo Mountain, there exist 2 such sites. One is the burial ground of the jianghu belt, for to cultivate a yin corpse. It must be interred in a place of extreme yin. The other is that secret chamber. The hidden chamber housing the golden coffin and silver sarcophagus is characterized by a chilling atmosphere, indicative of its extreme yin nature. Yet, it is not Jianghu's coffin, but rather that of his youngest daughter. I suspect this individual has chosen an even more sinister location. Yao Yuman, well-versed in the arts of feng shui and mechanisms, has associates skilled in similar disciplines. It is evident that they too are in search of this ultimate site of extreme yin. The early bird catches the worm. The leader's intention was to locate the coffin of the mustard seed ahead of others and use it as leverage to negotiate the release of our elder brother and third brother. The leader had been strategizing for several months, and it appears that we have indeed outpaced him. As we journeyed along, a sense of familiarity began to wash over me. And when the leader finally brought us to our destination, I was taken aback. Before my eyes lay a vast pit. Indeed, this was the very place. I had been imprisoned here before. Those wretched individuals led by Chun Jiansheng had bound me to a stone platform, nearly feeding me to a four-legged serpent. How had I circled back to this place? I snapped out of my reverie and asked, "Leader, is this the place you refer to as the land of extreme darkness?" To be precise, it was beneath the pit, a shadowy abyss where nothing was discernible. He gestured downward. "No, do not descend. There are four-legged serpents below." I urgently recounted my previous ordeal, yet the leader's expression remained impassive, as if he had been aware of this all along. "Oh, child, what do you fear from a mere swarm of little insects? Surely they cannot devour you," remarked Liu, the beggar, with a light chuckle. "You do not understand, Liu," I insisted. "Those little creatures can indeed consume a person. Just the other day, we encountered a serpent over 2 meters long. It could easily bite off a human head." "Oh," Liu Yushan inquired with curiosity, "a 2-meter-long stone dragon? Did you witness this with your own eyes?" Yao Yama nodded, affirming, "Indeed, Lu Gu, it was over 2 meters long. I was present at the time." To my surprise, rather than being frightened, Liu Yushan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Such a remarkable bond we share after so many years together. A stone dragon, measuring over 2 meters in length, is a sight I have neither seen nor even heard of. If only I can encounter one, I would endeavor to tame it. However, Brother Liu, the stone dragon is a cold-blooded creature. Its intellect pales in comparison to that of the mountain monkey. Oh, it matters not. A four-legged lizard is still a lizard, and all serpents and rodents are akin in nature. I have my own methods. Let us set aside such discussions for now. We shall address them upon reaching the pit's bottom. After all, the last time we descended, we encountered nothing of such magnitude. Merely small insects. He gestured toward the rope dangling in the distance and instructed, "We shall descend first. Yunfeng and Xiaohong, you follow us closely, and take great care to hold the rope firmly." The group slid down the rope to the pit's bottom, and I was profoundly impressed by Beggar Liu as he descended. Grasping the rope with one hand, he slid down several meters without a glance at his feet, moving with the grace of a swallow and exhibiting remarkable strength, surpassing even my youthful vigor. Upon reaching the bottom, Liu Yushan produced a stick of incense from his pocket and ignited it with a lighter, holding it aloft. A wisp of bluish smoke ascended slowly into the air. The fragrance of the incense was unique. I had never encountered such a scent before. It was delightful, reminiscent of Vietnamese agarwood, yet distinctly different upon closer inspection. Curiously, after lighting the stick of incense, not a single four-legged lizard appeared in the vicinity. Liu Yushan fanned the air with his hand, attempting to enhance the incense's burn, and explained, "This is a snake-repelling incense prepared by old Hegu. Four-legged lizards are indeed snakes, and their sense of smell is acute. Upon detecting this fragrance, they flee far away, disinclined to cause any disturbance." He illuminated the surroundings with his flashlight, and then remarked, "Miss Yao, it is your turn to take action." Yujin nodded thoughtfully, retrieving a piece of yellow cloth from her pocket. As she unfurled it, a palm-sized compass emerged, known as the Xiafeta pan. While the larger Fatu pan is typically employed for surveying mountains and determining dragon veins, focusing on identifying significant energies, the smaller version is more suited for assessing yin residences and locating burial sites. As by Tuo articulated, The area beneath this pit spans approximately 200 meters, and when viewed from above, it takes on an elliptical shape. Yao Yuman distributed magnets to each of us. These magnets, though modest in size and appearance, were far from ordinary. Yuji explained that they were known as looming magnets. The creation of such magnets involves dyeing standard magnets with red cinnabar and then burying them beneath a willow or locust tree for a year and a half. Once the time has elapsed, the magnets are unearthed and cleaned. Looming magnets are specialized tools in the realm of feng shui, exhibiting a pronounced response to certain unique magnetic fields. Subsequently, she instructed us to position ourselves at the cardinal points: northeast, southeast, southwest, and northwest, while she, with a grave expression, held the Xiaofeta pan in the center. If one were to draw a red line connecting us, an astute observer would quickly discern that we formed an inwardly concave pentagon, each standing precisely 1 meter apart. At that moment, Bai Tuo's voice resonated through the air, inquiring, "What do you see?" Yao Yuman furrowed her brow, gazing intently at the compass in her hand. After a contemplative pause, she remarked, "The vein manifests as an opening well. The qian symbolizes an opening well. The ping indicates an opening well, yet the ku exhibits no response. The vein is represented by the jiao wooden dragon. The qian corresponds to the heart rabbit. The ping symbolizes the mouth fire monkey, and the ku signifies the bai water snake. The water snake transforms into the dragon. The heart is that of the rabbit." Positioned at 4:30, Yinfeng, she instructed, "Walk 70 steps to your left. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. I've reached Yujia." I called out from my position. "Next, dig a small pit in the ground with your hands. Then bury the magnet you hold within it, covering it with soil. Make sure it is well concealed and not exposed." I followed her directions, excavating a small hole and placing the 6 Ming magnets within it, then covering it with earth. "That's enough. Step back," she said. Yao Yumin surveyed the surrounding corners before glancing down at the compass. Finally, she nodded, declaring, "This is the spot. The error will not exceed 1.5 meters. The negative energy is intense, and the magnetic field of the 6 Ming magnets is responding strongly." She pointed decisively at the location, asserting there must be something underground there. Chapter 73. Resurrection. The head possessed a folding whirlwind shovel in his bag, which, compared to the Luoyang shovel, excavates soil more rapidly. The distinction lies in the former's focus on meticulous soil exploration, while the latter emphasizes efficiency in digging. After marking the spot, he called for me to join him in the excavation. Upon excavation, the upper layer of soil was relatively soft. However, as we delved deeper, we discovered that the earth grew increasingly compact. Ultimately, what we unearthed was not the expected pale clay, but rather a soil imbued with a faint white frost, reminiscent of frost settling upon the ground in winter. When I touched it, I was taken aback by its chilling sensation. The hunchbacked elder from Xiangxi had been observing quietly. Upon witnessing this scene, he raised an eyebrow and remarked, "This is indeed a place of extreme yin. It seems we have found the right spot. If the deceased has lain here for over 2 millennia, it would be a challenge to escape the grasp of the yin energy. This person must have been quite ruthless, burying his descendants for 18 generations alongside him. Despite our vigorous efforts in digging, we found ourselves devoid of sweat, as I distinctly felt a drop in the surrounding temperature. For a fleeting moment, I wondered if my eyes were deceiving me, as it seemed that the breath I exhaled transformed into a cloud of white vapor. In the realm of tomb raiding, a skilled digger would consider it satisfactory to excavate 2 to 3 meters in depth per hour using a whirlwind shovel. Those like Ergu and Sangu could manage at least 4 meters within the same time frame. As for myself, I appeared less competent. My slow progress was due to the hardness of the soil and my inexperience in this line of work. Suddenly, an unsettling thought struck me, prompting me to say, "Wait, something feels amiss." "You all halt." Lu, the beggar, unexpectedly commanded us to stop. "What is it, Lu?" I inquired, turning to face him. As we ceased our activity, the clattering sound of our tools vanished in an instant. Lu shut his eyes and began to move his ears back and forth, as if straining to catch some elusive sound. Abruptly, he opened his eyes wide. He spun around and directed his flashlight upwards. At that moment, The beam of the strong flashlight illuminated a figure, akin to a spotlight, revealing a hidden presence. We beheld a figure clinging to the rock face like a gecko, head down, staring directly at us. Just that fleeting glance. I staggered back a few paces, fumbling to keep my whirlwind shovel steady, which clattered to the ground with a resounding thud. Trembling, I pointed towards the rock face and stammered, "An researcherin." The figure on the rock face bowed her head, her hair cascading down, obscuring her visage. That attire unmistakably belonged to researcherin. I recognized it at once. How could this be? She had clearly perished before. My face drained of color in a flash, gripped by fear. Hongjia gazed towards the figure, equally terror-stricken, for she, like me, had witnessed researcher An's lifeless body. What in the world is this? Yao Yumin cursed vehemently, drawing her sidearm without a moment's hesitation, firing 2 shots with a deafening crack. Bang bang. One shot veered off, striking the rock face, where the bullet collided with the hard stone, sending sparks flying into the darkness. Researcher An splayed her limbs wide, suddenly descending the rock face with astonishing speed, akin to a gecko. "Be careful," I shouted, raising my whirlwind shovel as a weapon. Researcher An moved with blinding swiftness, her flashlight tracking her every motion. Bang bang. Yao Yumin fired twice more, both shots finding their mark. Yet Researcher An merely shuddered, showing no sign of slowing down. And in the blink of an eye, she was upon Yao Yumin. "Sister Yu, be cautious," I shouted, casting aside my fear, seizing the whirlwind shovel and aiming it at the creature's head. With a resounding smack, I felt as though I had struck not flesh, but stone. The recoil from the force caused my palms to ache, nearly making me lose grip on the shovel I held. In that fleeting moment, clarity struck me. This was no timid beauty, but rather a researcher named In, whose complexion resembled that of bleached paper, veins on her face a sinister shade of purplish black, and her eyes filled entirely with the whites. Additionally, In's mouth remained agape, revealing a set of blackened teeth, with dark liquid continuously dripping from the corners of her lips. In the face of such horror, the elder from Xiangxi bellowed furiously. Swiftly extracting a length of rope from his dark blue cloth bag, he deftly looped one end of the rope and hurled it forward, as if guided by fate. The rope ensnared In's neck like a noose. Rapidly winding the rope around his hands, the elder pulled with all his might, causing the rope to tighten instantly. "What are you standing there for?" he shouted at me. I rushed over to grasp the rope, pulling in unison with him. However, In's strength was formidable. The two of us struggled to restrain her, akin to a tug-of-war we were destined to lose. I planted my feet firmly, leaning back with all my might. If a living person were to be hoisted by a rope around their neck, it would surely result in a grievous fate. Suddenly, with a resounding crack, the rope snapped. My excessive force sent me sprawling backward. The hunched elder gasped in shock. My corpse-binding rope. My body ached from a fall. A mix of anger and urgency surged within me as I shouted. It snapped with a mere tug. What kind of wretched rope is this? Oblivious to us. And appeared consumed by a deep-seated grudge against Ujia. With a length of corpse-binding rope wrapped around her neck, Researcher and lunged at Yao Yumin, opening her mouth to bite at her throat. "No, be careful, girl," Lu Yushan shouted angrily. In a moment of crisis, Sister Yu forcefully shoved the entire gun barrel into Researcher An's mouth, jamming it against her teeth. Clenching the barrel, a torrent of black liquid dripped from her mouth, splattering onto Sister Yu's forehead. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots erupted as Sister Yu, with a fierce expression, relentlessly pulled the trigger until the magazine was emptied. At such close range, the bullets entered through her mouth and exited at the back, obliterating the back of Researcher An's head. "Beggars, why aren't you making a move?" Lu Yushan shouted urgently. With a sharp sound, akin to a sword being drawn, I was momentarily stunned to see Beggar Lu draw a gleaming soft sword from his waist. This soft sword, resembling a belt, was coiled around Lu's waist. In the blink of an eye, a flash of white light caught my attention, and before I could comprehend, a head floated in midair, subsequently rolling twice upon hitting the ground. The entire sequence transpired in a mere 5 seconds. Researcher and was decapitated by Beggar Lu's swift strike. Still alive, I struggled to articulate my disbelief. To my astonishment, Beggar Lu approached curiously, crouching down to inspect. He seized Researcher Anne by the hair and lifted her head. She was not dead. Researcher Anne's eyes were still moving, and her mouth opened and closed like a fish gasping for air. How strange! This was not resurrection. What on earth was this? The Beggar Lu clutched the hair of Researcher and, gazing in astonishment. The spectacle before me nearly sent my soul fleeing in terror. The old man from Jianghu exclaimed in frustration, "This is neither a rising corpse nor a trick of the dead. What on earth is this? No wonder my binding ropes have proven utterly useless." At that moment, Hongjia seemed to recall something, casting a suspicious glance in my direction. I lowered my head, feeling a pang of guilt, unwilling to meet her gaze. She had witnessed the events surrounding the incident with old Su. "What is going on, Yinfeng?" she asked. Her face darkened with concern. I realized I had stumbled into trouble when I remembered how Yao Yuman had nearly met his demise. I retrieved a small glass vial from my pocket to show them, revealing a pale blue liquid that still filled half the container. "What is this?" the head asked, scrutinizing the vial with perplexity. Before I could begin to explain, Hongjia inhaled sharply, interjecting, "Listen, everyone. I suspect this substance is precisely what the Changchun Society has been coveting." Chapter 74. Accompanying offerings quickly discarded. "Do you intend to bring in the new year with that thing, Beggar?" Lu Yushan shot a glance at the severed head. Indeed, it was nothing of worth, and Master Lu casually tossed it aside. Without a head, Researcher Anne's body would cease to move. Although it was a beheading, what puzzled us was the lack of blood flowing from the wound. A closer inspection revealed signs of scabbing on the injury. The head, after examining the small glass vial, appeared incredulous, unable to believe that such a potion could animate a corpse. In a remote region of Jiangxi, old Zhao lamented deeply over the broken rope. Sighing heavily, "The Zhao family has lived off the dead for generations, yet I never anticipated that one day the ancestral binding rope for corpses would meet its demise in my hands. I am unfilial, utterly unfilial." Observing his incessant lamentations, I could not restrain myself from interjecting, "Old Zhao, it is not that I doubt your words, but pray tell, what manner of rope is that?" It snapped at the slightest tug, lacking any sturdiness. "It seems incapable of binding anything." Sigh. "Youngster, you do not comprehend. You truly do not understand." Zhao quietly retrieved the severed rope and tucked it back into his bag. Returning to the matter at hand, he inquired, "Miss Yao, you are not injured, were you?" "I am well, nothing serious," she replied. "That is a relief. Please rest for a moment," he advised, his voice solemn as he addressed the group. "Having come this far, we are on the cusp of completion. We cannot falter at this juncture. Yinfeng, resume your digging." Without uttering further words, I grasped the whirlwind spade and continued to excavate. My gaze fixed firmly on the ground beneath my feet, avoiding the sight of the dismembered Researcher Anne. At that moment, Lu Yushan spoke up. "Are you too weary? Shall I summon my friends to lend a hand?" I was aware that his friends undoubtedly referred to those mountain demons. "No need, Brother Lu," I replied, shaking the whirlwind spade in my hand. "Your companions likely lack the height of this spade. How could they assist in the digging?" "We appreciate the sentiment, but this task of tunneling is indeed our forte. You need only observe." Lu Yushan nodded in agreement and ceased to interject, while Zhao, the corpse handler, became increasingly inquisitive. He relentlessly questioned me about the potion within the glass vial, its composition, origin, and all manner of details pertaining to it. The only individuals privy to the composition and method of production were the researchers, and his team. Now that all three have passed away, where can I seek the information? Growing somewhat impatient with the inquiry, I fabricated a response, claiming that it was indeed corpse oil, derived from the bodies of the deceased. As for the specifics of the process, I professed ignorance, suggesting that if he wished to inquire further, he should direct his questions to Zhao or Lu Jiansheng and Xiao Lu Tu, who would undoubtedly possess the knowledge. "Oh, I see." The elder pondered for a moment, then fell silent. The excavation deepened as we, along with the foreman, plunged into the pit, relentlessly shoveling soil and hurling it upwards. Suddenly, a metallic sound echoed sharply, One of the foreman-esque shovels had struck an object of metal. The air grew still, and a tense silence enveloped us. "What have we unearthed?" Eugene inquired, rushing over. The foreman began to sift through the earth and emerged with a rusted bronze artifact. Its peculiar shape was unlike any bronze piece I had encountered before, leaving me at a loss for its identification. It was a flat, round bronze vessel with a lid that was sealed, faintly revealing engravings of some animal motif. Judging by its form, it bore a striking resemblance to a modern-day electric hand warmer. The state of preservation appeared precarious. I felt that a mere touch could shatter it into fragments. Upon closer examination of the lid's intricate designs, the foreman exclaimed in astonishment, "Could this be the image of a tomb guardian creature? Look closely. Doesn't it resemble the bivalve-shaped stone sculpture unearthed decades ago in Puyang?" Honan, after reading, Yao Yuman nodded continuously, remarking that it indeed bore a striking resemblance. If my memory serves me correctly, the archaeological site in Puyang dates back to the late Neolithic period, predating the Western Zhou by a significant margin. Confounded by their conversation, I inquired of Sister Yu what exactly this clam sculpture was. She explained that it possessed the tail of a monkey and the head of a pig. When it was unearthed, no one recognized it. However, scholars later discovered that its prototype bore a close likeness to a creature described in the ancient Shan Heijing, known as a clam sculpture. Thus, the term was coined. Connoisseurs believe that the piece from Puyang is a unique artifact, yet to my surprise, there exists a bronze vessel here sharing the same motif. Ah, I see. That is indeed a precious find, though regrettably, it is all tarnished and corroded. I sighed, expressing my lament for this valuable bronze artifact. Black dry rust is a term used within the tomb raiding community, denoting a type of corrosion that is particularly undesirable. As such, bronze vessels are typically sourced from contaminated pits, which are the least valued and of poor quality. To elaborate, the practitioners of this trade categorized the patinas of bronze artifacts from the Shang and Zhou dynasties to the Warring States period into 4 types. Just as one can discern jade by its texture, the same principle applies to bronze, where the rust determines its valuation. The categories include dry green rust, also known as flat rust, characterized by an entirely green patina, commonly found in northern regions such as Hebei, Shaanxi, and Inner Mongolia. The second type is mercury rust, specifically referring to items retrieved from water, identifiable by a white layer, which is toxic. Bronze pieces exhibiting mercury rust must be treated before handling, lest one risk poisoning. Furthermore, there exists the red-blue anti-rust, which commands the highest price within the industry. Master Sun once advised me that if one encounters a large quantity of red-blue anti-rust, one must refrain from employing the method of blanching for cleaning. To do so would significantly diminish its value. The final type is the black dry rust observed on this bronze artifact. The presence of black dry rust on a bronze piece indicates that it has previously resided in a filthy pit, a term that refers to sordid locales such as dung heaps, latrines, and pigsties. Lifting the artifact to his nose, he inhaled deeply and frowned, noting the unmistakable odor of excrement. Indeed, true tomb raiders possess an acute sense of smell, and, as he is an experienced hand, we naturally hold his words in high regard. As we continued to excavate, we gradually unearthed 2 additional bronze artifacts adorned with black dry rust. The latter 2 pieces bore peculiar shapes, each distinct from the other. One lid was etched with the image of a small swimmer, its body covered in scales, thrashing about in the water. The final piece was even more bizarre, depicting a creature with the head of a tiger and 8 legs, its neck entwined with a 4-legged serpent. Could these 2 items be ancient totems once revered by the ancient Yu kingdom? Red Sister voiced her astonishment. "Little Red, what do you know about this?" the leader inquired. Red Sister nodded affirmatively and replied, "Indeed, leader, these are the very 2 items. I have always held an interest in ancient biological legends and have perused the old version of the classic of mountains and seas more than once. The small figure swimming with scales is known as Zouwu, while the creature with the 8-legged tiger head is called Zwichi. The first artifact we unearthed is indeed referred to as a clam sculpture. These motifs were once venerated within the totemic culture of the ancient Yu people. Head Yinfeng, continue to dig deeper. I suspect there may be other treasures to unearth." Hongjia pondered, resting her chin on her hand. "Yinfeng, Do you recall the patterns on the golden coffin and silver sarcophagus? Of course, I replied. The golden coffin and silver sarcophagus are adorned with images of soldiers, each topped with a four-legged serpent. Precisely, Hongjie nodded. The soldiers of the ancient Yu kingdom bore four-legged serpents upon their heads. This is likely the origin of the motif. Turning to the group, she spoke gravely. The clues are interconnected. This jianghu not only belonged to a prominent noble of the Western Zhou dynasty, but may also be a descendant of a faction from the ancient Yu people. Otherwise, jianghu would not have incorporated these totemic elements into the tomb. These totems, alongside ancestral deities, are more than mere designs. Thousands of years ago, they represented a form of writing, a pictographic script of the ancient Yu, which remains undeciphered today. No one knows the meanings these animal symbols convey. However, a deceased professor had published a note prior to his passing, suggesting that these ancient patterns might be the origins of Oracle Bone Script. Chapter 75. The Hidden Wealth. The origins of Oracle Bone Script remain an enigma. Both the ancient Yu and Shu kingdoms represent prehistoric civilizations. Aside from the sporadic discovery of a few scattered patterns, historical texts provide scant information about this civilization preceding the Shang and Zhou dynasties. Our understanding is largely attributed to Hongjie's extensive knowledge. Without her insights, we would be utterly lost, shrouded in ignorance. Hongjie meticulously examined several bronze artifacts, her brow furrowed as if she were deep in contemplation. At this moment, Bao Tou exclaimed, "Yin Feng, let us exert ourselves. We must accomplish this task before that group arrives." The presence of burial items indicates that the main coffin is not far away. After digging for a while, the whirlwind shovel struck a thick stone slab. This slab of blue stone was sizable, and Bao Tou called for a few men to assist in pushing it aside. As the blue stone slab was moved halfway, a foul odor suddenly wafted out, invading our nostrils. Not just I, but the expressions on the faces of others revealed that everyone was affected. Initially, the scent was contained beneath the slab, but once uncovered, it was overwhelmingly repugnant, akin to the stench of a latrine on a sweltering summer day. I covered my nose and exclaimed, "Why is it so foul?" Bao Tou, could it be that there is truly a latrine below? Being closest, I was nearly retching from the stench. But regardless of the unpleasantness, we had to proceed. The coffin of the legendary figure lay beneath. "Yin Feng, you nimble lad. With your light weight, it's not too deep. You are the most suitable. We shall lower you down with a rope, and you can use your flashlight to assess the situation." I replied timidly. "Bao Tou, are you asking me to leap into a latrine?" 5 minutes later, with a rope secured around my waist, Bao Tou reminded me to be cautious, and then several men began to lower me down, like a bucket being unloaded. It wasn't very deep. After less than 5 meters, I found my feet touching solid ground. I shone my flashlight upwards, signaling Bao Tou that I had safely landed. The rope was long, so I did not untie it. In case there was a large reptilian creature lurking below, they could quickly pull me back up. Illuminating the surroundings with my flashlight, I immediately discerned a massive bronze coffin lying horizontally in the northwestern corner. The lid was encrusted with dry, dark rust and a layer of decaying moss. Upon closer inspection, I realized that apart from this coffin, nothing else was present in the vicinity. The stench intensified as I approached, leading me to initially suspect the presence of a latrine beneath. However, upon closer scrutiny, it appeared that all the foul odor emanated from within the bronze coffin itself. Could it be that the coffin contained excrement? How could it be so odorous? Yet, even if it were indeed waste, how could it still retain such a smell after 2 millennia? I called out loudly to report my findings. "Everyone, come down quickly. There's a coffin." Before long, they descended, clutching ropes. The group circled the bronze coffin several times, but we found ourselves at a loss for how to proceed, as it became evident that molten copper had sealed the lid to the coffin, rendering it impossible to pry open through sheer force. "Step back. Let me give it a try," said Liu, the beggar, as he unsheathed the gleaming soft sword from his waist. Renowned as the king of weapons, the soft sword is a unique entity among swords. When wielded skillfully, it can be both supple and rigid. It takes decades of practice for an ordinary person to master it. The illustrious beggar, Liu Huajian, was a formidable figure in the martial world, a reputation earned not without merit, as evidenced by his ability to sever a head with a single stroke. The sound of metal clashing rang out as Lu's soft sword found its mark, precisely wedging itself into the seam of the coffin. With a swift motion, he withdrew the sword, creating a small gap between the coffin lid and its body. Although bronze may not possess the remarkable hardness of cast iron, it is still a metal. The sword pierced through with such force that one can only imagine the magnitude of its power. Quick, grab the shovel. Help me pry it open. Upon seeing this, the leader's face lit up, and he eagerly inserted the whirlwind shovel into the crevice of the coffin lid. The stench was unbearable, prompting all of us to cover our noses and mouths with our clothing. Even though the coffin was cast from bronze, over the course of 2 millennia, it had suffered significant corrosion. Once a breach was made, it merely required a bit more effort to pry it open. After clanging and banging for about an hour, the leader finally managed to leverage his weight and the principle of leverage to push open a corner of the coffin lid. As soon as that corner was opened, a visible plume of black smoke billowed forth from the coffin. The leader, standing closest, shouted, "Danger! It's the miasma of the corpse," he exclaimed, quickly retreating just in time to evade the small cloud of smoke. I was a beat slow to react. Although I managed to escape, I still inhaled a small breath of it. Instantly, I felt a wave of dizziness, and a warmth surged through my nose, causing blood to trickle out. "Don't move. Lie flat quickly. It can be fatal," the elderly man from Jianghu shouted urgently. I promptly lay down on the ground, and within just a minute or two, I realized that not only was I feeling dizzy, but my throat also felt constricted. It was as if an invisible force were tightening around my neck, making it increasingly difficult to breathe, while my limbs began to tremble uncontrollably. "Hold it down." The leader's expression flickered between worry and determination as the others firmly restrained my limbs. He opened his mouth, swallowing the small black pill without biting down. The old man from Jiangxi retrieved the pill from his small bag and directly placed it into my mouth. I swallowed it hastily, akin to devouring a date. Subsequently, he produced a small self-sealing bag containing a handful of green willow leaves, which appeared remarkably fresh within the confines of the bag. Without allowing me to chew or taste them, he urged me to hold the leaves in my mouth without releasing them. After a span of approximately 5 minutes, he finally instructed me to open my mouth and expel the contents, cautioning me to be careful not to swallow anything. Upon spitting out the willow leaves, I noticed that they had transformed from their original green hue to a deep black. Observing the darkened leaves, the old man sighed in relief, exclaiming, "It's all right. Fortunately, you inhaled only a little. If I hadn't brought this remedy, you wouldn't have lasted 10 minutes. Although my head still spun slightly, I sensed a revival within me. Struggling to rise, I expressed my gratitude to the old man for his timely intervention. The elder, relieved to see me unharmed, earnestly remarked, "It was fortunate that I brought Zhao along this time. The miasma of the dead. As grave robbers, we dread encountering such a thing. Once exposed to it, even the strongest individual cannot endure beyond 10 minutes." At that moment, the old man from Jiangxi squinted at the bronze coffin, his expression grave as he stated, "There is indeed miasma present, and it is so dense that it has turned black. This indicates that the occupant of the coffin has not yet decomposed. A coffin containing only bones could not harbor such concentrated miasma. It is fortunate that the corpse has not risen. However, should it arise, we are left with no choice but to rely on the ancestral binding ropes, which have unfortunately frayed. Our only recourse is to use the mouth money, though its efficacy remains uncertain." The elder shook his head, expressing that we can only beseech the blessings of the ancestral deity and leave the rest to fate. Having spoken, he carefully retrieved a bundle from his bosom, wrapped in several layers of plastic, with the innermost layer encased in newspaper. With great caution, he unfurled the newspaper to reveal a pure gold coin, bearing the patina of ages. This coin, measuring merely 3 centimeters in diameter, is a small flat money known as Ing Gantong Bao, inscribed in seal script with the 4 characters, crafted in an elegant and ancient style. I was taken aback, for I recognized this currency. The Ing Gantong Bao was minted by the rebel leader Li Shun during the Chunhua era of the Northern Song dynasty. ranking among the top 50 ancient coins, exceedingly rare in existence. To date, only one iron small flat coin and one copper folding 5 coin have been discovered, both of which are considered first-class treasures. Furthermore, the elder from Xiangxi holds in his possession a gold ingantong bao, a sight never before witnessed and unrecorded in any historical catalog of coins. This must be a unique specimen. Chapter 76. A final encounter. Noticing my astonishment, the elder cast a proud glance my way and declared, "This ingantong bao has indeed been passed down through my family. My ancestor Zhao served as a lance-bearer for General Li Shan, safeguarding not only the leader's personal safety, but also undertaking the grim duties of collecting and managing the deceased on the battlefield." I pondered to myself, no wonder, such a family heirloom. It is improbable that its historical legacy lacks any significance. Should the esteemed gentleman ever cease his endeavors in this field, let alone the fact that simply auctioning this exquisite ancient bronze artifact would yield a fortune, enough for his descendants to live comfortably for generations. Subsequently, the elder, visibly anxious, clutched the money and addressed the auctioneer, saying, "It should be about time. Let us proceed." The auctioneer, with a grave expression, nodded in agreement. Given the considerable weight of the bronze sarcophagus lid, it was utterly impossible to merely push it open by hand. Thus, we employed a method involving a steel handle as a lever, utilizing the principles of leverage to gradually maneuver it. As we exerted our strength, the lid emitted a series of unpleasant and jarring scraping sounds. With a resounding thud, the lid, weighing nearly 1,000 pounds, crashed to the ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Mr. Zhao, still on guard with the money in hand, and I, along with the auctioneer, lowered our heads and simultaneously illuminated the interior with our flashlights. What we beheld within the coffin was so grotesque that, despite having mentally prepared myself, I felt my stomach churn, nearly retching from the revulsion. It was utterly repulsive, overwhelmingly foul. The expressions of all who witnessed this scene shifted dramatically, for we were confronted with a coffin that was entirely filled with a layer of over 100 decaying, 4-legged snakes, intertwined and coiling around one another like a twisted braid. The sight was horrendous, with maggots writhing amidst the putrid flesh of the serpents. With a sullen expression, the leader inquired, "Where's the corpse gone? Why are there only these beasts? What about the body of jianghu?" After speaking, he, unconvinced and suppressing his discomfort, wielded the whirlwind shovel as a spade, digging through the putrid remnants of serpents. As he moved, he suddenly paused, realizing something is amiss. There is a partition within this coffin, and another layer lies beneath. "Yinfeng, come help me remove these things," he instructed, turning to me. The stench emanating from the coffin was unbearable as we took turns shoveling out the decayed 4-legged serpents. My whirlwind shovel, illuminated by the flashlight, revealed a layer of white, a mass of maggots that truly revolted me. After clearing a significant portion, it was indeed as the leader had asserted. A partition existed within the coffin, with a considerable pile of serpents laid out upon it. I tapped the partition with my shovel, the sound indicating the presence of space beneath. At that moment, Yao Yuman suddenly interjected, "Wang Baotou, look quickly at the center. Is there not a small hole?" Indeed, as she pointed it out, both the leader and I noticed an irregularly shaped small hole in the center. It was narrow at both ends and wider in the middle, reminiscent of a certain type of keyhole. Hongjie suddenly expressed her suspicion. "I feel as though I have seen this shape before." She lifted her gaze to me and asked, "Yinfeng, do you remember that bronze artifact?" "Bronze artifact? Which one?" Suddenly, a memory flashed in my mind. The bronze axe. That ceremonial vessel. Indeed, it is that very object. Red Sister pointed at the small opening and remarked, "Narrow at both ends and wide in the middle. Moreover, I estimate the size and width to be quite similar." How could this be? Previously, Chun Jianxing had obtained that item, which implies that it has likely fallen into the hands of Xiao Lutu and his gang. Bak Tu's expression darkened as he inquired of Beggar Lu, expressing a desire to engage his assistance in attempting to open this barrier, as he had done before. However, Beggar Lu shook his head after examining it and said, "There is no point in trying. It would be futile." The coffin lid was previously cast in bronze, and it is separate from the coffin itself. Additionally, after a millennium, it has corroded significantly, which is why I was able to open it then. He gestured toward the barrier, shaking his head again. You see, this barrier was crafted as a single piece. It is integral, and I cannot pry it open. Perhaps with explosives, it would be feasible. Explosives, indeed. We had some previously. The detonators were in Red Sister's bag. We used two and still had some left, but later we were captured, and that group took our backpack. Red Sister cast a glance at Batu, who shook his head, indicating he did not carry such items. A heavy silence enveloped everyone. If only we had ample time. We could devise a method to unlock this partition within the coffin, but time was not on our side. According to Batu's conjecture, that gang might already be en route. At that moment, I raised my hand, hesitantly suggesting, what if we withdraw for now? No, we must consider other alternatives. Batu replied, taking a deep breath. He was unwilling to concede defeat so easily. At that moment, footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the cave entrance. I noticed several beams of flashlight flickering in the distance, accompanied by faint murmurs of conversation. I instinctively took 2 steps back, alarmed, and exclaimed, we must flee. They have arrived. Flee? What do you intend to run? Into the ground. Beggar Lu drawled, brandishing his flexible sword with a sardonic grin. Yao Yuman, her countenance dark, drew forth her small pistol, meticulously loading each chamber with ammunition. The veins on her forehead throbbed as she quietly instructed us, remember to follow my lead. I clenched the whirlwind shovel in my hand, swallowed hard, and fixated my gaze on the direction of the cave entrance. The footsteps drew nearer, and the number of flashlight beams multiplied. As they turned the corner, I was the first to spot Shun Jiansheng leading the way, followed by a group of individuals, some of whom I recognized from before. The likes of Little Tiao, the Owl Woman, and Sword Brother were prominently among them. Some wielded machetes, while others brandished firearms, outnumbering us by at least 2 to 1. Despite our efforts to hasten our escape, we ultimately encountered them. However, it seemed that the leader had no intention of concealing himself any longer. In that moment, both factions came face to face. Well, if it isn't Chen Hong, and this lad as well. So you two have been hiding here, Chun Jianxing remarked, shining his flashlight directly into my eyes. Hong Jia regarded him coldly, uttering not a single word. The leader raised his hand, signaling us to refrain from any rash actions. Bei Pai, Wang Xiansheng, the leader acknowledged Little Tiao with a nod. Under the tense standoff, the young leader stepped forward with his hands clasped behind his back and spoke. You are Wang Xiansheng, are you not? I am aware of your presence, and it seems you have been hiding quite effectively since your descent. Truly, one can see the skills of a seasoned digger. So, have you reconsidered your choice to conceal yourself? Or do you wish to challenge me, an old man? With a disdainful scoff, Chun Jiansheng suddenly interjected. With so many of us here, including Brother Jian and Sister Wen, do you think this ragtag bunch of underground rodents dares to bare their fangs at us? My heart surged with indignation. The youthful spirit within me ignited. At a mere command from our leader, I would charge forth with my spade. After all, a dead bird flies upward. The relentless pursuit and capture we have endured has been utterly stifling. It would be far more honorable to confront them head-on than to suffer this humiliation. Death is simply death. Maintaining an air of composure, the leader chuckled coldly. Indeed, we do not dare provoke the Changchun society, and we are, without a doubt, mere mice. However, one must remember that even a cornered mouse can bite. Would you not agree? A crisp sound suddenly pierced the air, drawing the young leader's attention to the figure behind him. Beggar Lu flicked the blade of his sword and grinned. Ah, Su Qin, it has been over a decade since we last met. Although I am no longer with the Changchun Society, I must admit I still think fondly of you. Old chap, chapter 77. Negotiation years have passed, and we have all aged. I wonder if you, Su Qin, still possess the skill to wield a sword effectively? Shall we put it to the test, to see whether the 33 concealed daggers within your garments are swifter or my sword? Xiao Lu spoke with narrowed eyes, casually remarking on the unexpected presence of Wang Xinxing's associate. Why not me? Not only I, but also he, the beggar Lu, gestured towards Lu Yushan. According to the customs of the martial world, it is customary for both parties to greet one another upon meeting. Xiao Lu, being of a higher standing than Lu Yushan, Nevertheless, his reputation in the realm pales in comparison to that of the chief family of Tianjin. My lord, this beggar seeking alms cannot possibly be. Chen Jiansheng seemed to have recalled something, his expression growing markedly solemn. Xiao Lu raised an eyebrow and inquired, "State your terms." There was an evident wariness in his demeanor, as he was acutely aware of his own limitations and the true threat posed by the few aides summoned by the leader. The leader, regarding him with an indifferent expression, stated, "Our terms are straightforward. Surrender the Sun brothers, and then we shall split the contents of the bronze coffin equally. Is that all? If your demands amount to merely this, I acquiesce," Xiao Lu replied coldly. The leader shook his head. "That is all." "My lord," Chen Jiansheng interjected, pointing at us. "We have numbers. Why should we concede to their demands? How will you explain this to the guild?" "Slap." "My lord, you." Chen Jiansheng covered one side of his face, incredulous. Xiao Lu spared him not a glance and calmly stated, "I speak with conviction. We seek only the corpse from the coffin, while the other burial items may remain yours. Though my heart is unwilling, I can clearly perceive the current situation. Both parties are wary of one another. Once the confrontation begins, the casualties will not be limited to just one or two. Simultaneously, I am acutely aware that without Tianjin's Qi Lu and the beggar Lu, they would never entertain negotiations with our leader. Ultimately, the small leader still harbors disdain for our boss and for our tomb-raiding profession." 10 minutes later, the two factions stood on opposite sides, their atmosphere seemingly tranquil. Yet beneath the surface, tension surged. Neither side could ascertain whether the other would strike unexpectedly, remaining on high alert. After listening to our leader speak, the small leader glanced at the partition within the bronze coffin and turned to Chen Jiansheng, inquiring, "Is what they said true? Where's that bronze axe now?" Chen Jiansheng quickly gestured, "My lord, I suspect that no one would believe it if I told them. I stumbled upon it by chance. To lure Chen Hong into a trap, I buried it, only to have it later unearthed and taken by that rabble. As you know, I have endured considerable hardship in training those brutes. This matter is not insurmountable," Lu Yushan interjected. "As long as the item remains in their possession, there will be a way to retrieve it." He then whistled, and soon, a mandrill adorned with a pendant scampered in. At that moment, I noticed something peculiar. Upon his whistle, the white-headed eagle perched on the woman's shoulder flapped its wings several times, growing restless. The woman, who claimed to be named One, offered several soothing gestures before the creature settled down. Lu Yushan gently patted the mandrill's head and calmly instructed, "Go, bring back the item." The mandrill complied without hesitation. Time swiftly passed, and within what seemed to be less than half an hour, the mountain spirit returned. In contrast to its previous state, this creature bore numerous wounds. Its eyes and nose were lacerated, and blood streamed from its face, rendering its injuries quite ghastly. With a gesture, Lu Yushan retrieved an artifact from the mountain spirit's grasp, a bronze axe, the very object that had been stolen from us. Much like the bronze bell ensemble I had encountered earlier, which had remarkably withstood the test of over 2 millennia and still functioned. This indicated the remarkable prowess of ancient mechanisms. At that moment, the bronze coffin resembled a large, intricate mechanism, and the key to unlocking it was now firmly in our possession. "Yin Feng, it is your turn." The sudden command directed me to take the bronze axe. Instantly, all eyes were fixated upon me. Though I felt somewhat uneasy under their collective gaze, I remained silent and extended my hand, inserting the bronze axe into the small aperture on the coffin's partition. With a resounding click, the axe fit perfectly within the hole, as if it were one seamless entity. I first attempted to twist it to the left, but there was no response. Then I tried turning it to the right. Yet still, there was no movement. Beads of sweat formed on my forehead, and my hands trembled slightly. At that moment, Yao Yumin offered a reminder. Although the mechanisms of the past were intricate and elaborate, they often had a flaw. "Yin Feng, try moving it up and down first. Then aim for a 45-degree angle to the left." Realigning the bronze axe as suggested by Sister Yu, I began my efforts anew. Gradually, as I adjusted it to the 45-degree angle, I heard 2 distinct clicks followed by the sound of chains being pulled. It was unlocked. In an instant, all eyes turned toward the scene. Under the unseen pull of unseen chains, The bronze partition within the coffin began to slowly part to the right. To everyone's astonishment, what lay beneath the partition was a golden threaded jade mat. The golden threads remained intact, while the jade pieces appeared to have a greenish hue. Upon closer inspection, it seemed that a figure was concealed beneath the mat. The golden threaded jade garment was a creation of the Han Dynasty. Yet the presence of this artifact revealed that its prototype existed as far back as the Western Zhou period. "You go," the young leader said, gesturing to a middle-aged man beside him. The man swallowed hard, a hint of trepidation evident on his face. The possibility of a corpse dating back over 2 millennia lay beneath the mat, leaving anyone involved feeling a sense of apprehension. I quietly inquired of the old man from Jiangxi, "Zhao, what do you make of this? Is there a shadowy corpse beneath the jade mat?" The old man clutched the money in his hand, his expression growing grim. At that moment, Yao Yuman pulled me back. "What's wrong, Yuman?" I asked. Her gaze was serious as she showed me her ancestral compass. I was taken aback to see that the compass needles, the sewing needle, the north needle, and the true needle, were all aligned in a single line, directly pointing at the bronze coffin. Such a phenomenon on the compass was exceedingly rare. Yuman quietly informed me that typically only the true needle, the longest one, would sway from side to side during operation. However, the current alignment of all 3 needles was referred to in feng shui as a line of shadows. I hastily asked her what it meant when a line of shadows appeared on the compass. Yujia whispered in my ear, "Yinfeng, remember, if anything happens, turn around and run. Do you understand? The path you discern during the thunderstorm might lead to the surface." I nodded, my heart racing, palms sweating with tension. The man slowly reached out, intending to unveil the jade mat, but suddenly his hand froze in midair. At that moment, all the flashlights began to flicker erratically. It was unclear if it was due to low battery or some other reason, as the lights dimmed and brightened inconsistently. Chapter 78. The Corpse Raising. Chun Jiansheng slapped his flashlight and shouted at the man, "Damn it! What are you dawdling for? Hurry up!" The man gritted his teeth and, with determination, muttered something under his breath. He then grasped a corner of the jade mat and yanked it forcefully. The main figure emerged. Jianghu revealed himself. The bold among us rushed forward to observe, and though fear gripped my heart, curiosity prevailed as I cautiously stepped closer. Suddenly, the man who had unveiled the mat leaned over the coffin, retching violently, as though he were expelling remnants of a meal long past. Then I saw it, and so did the others, particularly Zhao Yi from Xiangxi, whose face turned ashen. Inside the coffin lay a male corpse, remarkably preserved after 2 millennia. Though its garments had long since decayed, the skin had shriveled and contracted, yet the face was strikingly large, as if it had been soaked in water. The male corpse lay with closed eyes, its lower lip curled up, completely obscuring the upper lip. Long strands of hair cascaded down either side of the body. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the fingernails were still growing, their tips tinged with a bluish-black hue, exceeding 5 centimeters in length. How to describe it? It resembled a swollen football, yet one that had been punctured and deflated by a careless kick, its features appearing as if someone had pressed them into shape. The entire face was covered in a pale, purulent fluid, stringy in texture. "No one should touch it," exclaimed Zhao, his voice cutting through the air. The small, scruffy man squinted and replied, "Oh, what do you mean, sir?" The old man's expression turned grave as he responded, "You know precisely what I mean. A corpse that has remained intact for a millennium, its hair regrown, buried 7 feet underground. This body has become a vessel of malevolence. Once it comes into contact with human energy, it could rise at any moment. Do you understand the consequences if such a malevolent force were to awaken?" "Oh, is that all? Do you have anything further to say?" The small man inquired calmly. "We have an agreement in place. I value the reputation of my fellow travelers in the martial world. Since we have dared to come here, we are certainly not unprepared." With that, the small man waved his hand, and a middle-aged man stepped forward from the group. This man, around 50, sported a distinctive mustache and held a coiled length of thick black rope. "A binding rope for the corpse? Have you also come from Shaanxi? What name does your lineage bear?" The middle-aged man slightly bowed and replied with a courteous tone. In response to Zhao, "My father is Qin Bihua, and my grandfather is Qin Sholi." Upon hearing this, the old man from Shaanxi's expression turned grave. The old Qin family has long upheld their commitment to guarding their territory, refraining from engaging in the factional disputes of the world. For generations, they have lived in seclusion beneath Tiger Hill. Yet, it appears that with your lineage, he began. The middle-aged man adjusted the bundle of corpse-binding ropes in his hands and spoke with utmost sincerity in response to Master Zhao. Our ancestors adhered to their principles for an extensive period. However, in my generation, there is no need to subject the descendants of the old Qin family to further hardship. I possess the capability to provide them with a better life, all driven by the pursuit of wealth, for after all, money can move mountains. Since both parties have reached a prior agreement, I kindly request Master Zhao to facilitate our passage. I have previously secured a smaller one. Thus, binding this elder should pose no challenge. Even if it were to rise with a vengeance, I am confident in our old Qin family's ancestral techniques to subdue it. I understood that the corpse they had previously extracted from the golden coffin was likely the daughter of the Jiao Marquis. As for why my elder brother had been meticulously arranged within that golden casket, I speculated that there must be some secret yet unknown to me. Secretly, I reached into my pocket, pondering that it might be related to the blue potion contained within the glass vial. Researcher and had explicitly informed me before his demise, claiming that the corpse had transformed into a creature of the night, asserting that he had witnessed old Su being fatally bitten. This implied that the entity had indeed reanimated. From the expressions exchanged between Master Zhao and this man, it was evident that he, who claimed to be a descendant of the old Qin family, held a significant position within their ghostly procession. His invitation from a young leader indicated that he possessed genuine skills. At this moment, he gently patted old Zhao on the shoulder, who let out a sigh and stepped aside. Observing the actions of the man, old Zhao elaborated to us. This family is not to be trifled with. Pay close attention. He is currently donning gloves that are far from ordinary. These gloves are crafted from a mixture of pig bladder and baking soda. Wearing them while handling the corpse effectively prevents the transfer of human scent, thereby averting the reanimation of the body. He is now preparing to bind the corpse with rope. Notice how he keeps his head turned outward while tying. This is to avoid any exhalation reaching the face of the deceased. Corpse reanimation is a rarity, let alone one that is over 2,000 years old. It is no surprise that in Changchun, someone might seek out this particular specimen, for its existence is exceedingly rare, far surpassing that of ancient Egyptian mummies. Having spent my entire life in this field, with the dust of the earth nearly to my neck, this is indeed my first encounter with such a remarkable specimen. Rarity begets value. Before long, the middle-aged man secured the corpse with the pig bladder gloves, tilting his head to the side as he deftly wrapped the binding rope around the body in a meticulous manner. Finally, he produced a rather tattered burlap sack, which bore the marks of age, inscribed with the words of void face in red vermilion. He swiftly placed the sack over the corpse's head, his grip firm and his movements fluid and precise. In just a few minutes, the sack was secured, and the binding ropes were knotted in a seamless performance. After completing the task, the man turned back and nodded at the young leader. The young leader waved his hand, prompting Chun Jiansheng and another individual to rush forward, both holding a long bamboo pole. As the middle-aged man secured the corpse with binding ropes, a knot remained. Chun Jiansheng threaded a bamboo pole through the knot and shouted, "One breath, up." The deceased stirred slightly, but remained prone. Veins bulged on Chun Jiansheng's forehead as he bellowed again. "It's heavier than a dead pig. Lift it." Gradually, with a swaying motion, the two men used the bamboo pole to hoist the corpse from the coffin. Witnessing the spectacle, Master Zhao remarked, "Bound by ropes, shrouded in yellow cloth, pierced by a green bamboo pole. Thus, the corpse remains concealed from the heavens, ungrounded, untouched by man. This is the essence of non-contact. Truly, the son of Qin Bihua possesses extraordinary skills." With the corpse now in their grasp, the young leader spoke up. "The item desired by the Changchun Society is in our possession. I have no interest in anything else. The agreement still stands. If you're not afraid, follow me. Once we arrive, I shall deliver those 3 individuals to you." Having said this, he turned and departed, followed by the others, who appeared wary of us, likely fearing a sudden ambush from behind. "Let us go, follow them to retrieve the people," I urged the leader, stepping forward. I caught up to him and whispered, "Leader, are we truly going to let this go? Did you not see the state of Second Brother? We have no idea what they've done." This group employed some dark sorcery to place Second Brother in the coffin, allowing the four-legged serpent to drain his blood. We cannot even be certain if he is still alive. It cannot end like this. The leader narrowed his eyes, gazing at the retreating figures ahead. My plan has only just begun. Chapter 79. Cave number 9. From the outset, the two groups were not united in purpose, proceeding with caution along the way. We maintained a distance from the small gang led by Xiao Tudu, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that both parties harbored ulterior motives. The weight of the corpse was considerable, and Chun Jiansheng and his companions exchanged the burden. Thus their pace was sluggish. At that moment, Hong Jia whispered a secret into my ear. She had borrowed the leader's backpack and discreetly stowed away 3 bronze artifacts from the grave pit. I was acutely aware that these 3 bronze pieces would be highly sought after on the black market, and I harbored a quiet apprehension regarding this very matter. According to what Yao Yumin had previously stated, should these unique bronze items find their way onto the black market, they could potentially bring about our downfall. A misstep could lead us into dire consequences. Hong Jia seemed to sense my unease and softly reassured me, saying, "Do not worry, I have a plan. Once we are out, I will contact my associates in Hong Kong. We can sell the items through an intermediary. The runners are quite astute and possess their own networks. As long as we refrain from drawing attention to ourselves in the local black market, no one will trace the items back to the leader." As we exchanged these words, we arrived at our destination. Before us lay an open expanse, not far from the subterranean river. The other group had erected several tents, resembling the one used by researcher, and it appeared they had been hiding here for some time. Outside the tents, a lookout was stationed, leaning back in a chair, smoking. Upon noticing the return of Xiao Tudu's group, he hastily extinguished his cigarette and approached us. Chun Jiansheng, bearing a bamboo pole upon his shoulder and carrying a corpse, entered a tent with an air of detachment. Xiao Lutu inquired of the gatekeeper whether there were any developments, to which the man respectfully replied that all was normal. "Luer, take this group to cave number 9 and release the 3 individuals you are guarding," he commanded. The man raised an eyebrow in response, questioning, "My lord, release those 3? That seems rather unwise." "There's no need." Xiao Lutu waved his hand dismissively. "That little creature is exceedingly fierce. You witnessed the last incident yourself. With Mr. Qin present, we lost 3 men. This time, thanks to Mr. Qin's assistance, with this significant catch, the lesser one has become inconsequential." Later, sent a message back to the association stating that the items are secured and to dispatch a vehicle to Shun for collection at the earliest opportunity. "Understood." The man nodded respectfully before gesturing for us to follow him. As we were leaving, Beggar Lu paused beside Xiao Lutu, chuckling, "Old Su Qin, you've aged yet still run errands for the association. They must hold you in high regard. You've exerted yourself to come all the way to Shun merely to capture this ancient dumpling. Perhaps we should rename Yu Su Qin the bearer of corpses instead." "Ha ha." Xiao Yoto's expression shifted slightly, and I observed him subtly raise his right hand. Beggar Lu placed his hand on his waist, his smile abruptly fading. After a moment's pause, Xiao Lutu lowered his hand and shook his head, saying, "I will follow the association's arrangements. Beggar, do not overreach." "Ha!" Beggar Lu chuckled as he patted his shoulder, brushing past him. Upon the arrival of the Beggar Lu, I discreetly inquired, "Lu, it seems that Xiao Lutu harbors a certain trepidation towards you. Is it due to an inability to best you in confrontation?" "Inability? Not at all." Lu shook his head vigorously and replied, "My young friend, the matter transcends mere physical prowess. It pertains to the disparate forces each party represents. Yet, it is futile to expound on this to someone as inexperienced as you. You all should hasten away once you have received your orders." I curled my lip in disdain, pondering how this individual spoke in a manner akin to that of a leader shrouded in ambiguity. Earlier, the leader spoke of having plans, yet when I probed further, he remained enigmatically silent, divulging not a single word. After walking 100 meters further, we turned and arrived at the entrance of Cave 9. The man leading us abruptly turned to speak. Cave 9 is essentially an underground cavern, a geological feature quite common beneath the Moth Mountain, particularly when tracing the subterranean riverbanks, where such formations can frequently be found. I surmised that the name Cave 9 was likely a designation conjured by this group. Perhaps there exists an 8 or 7 cave as well. As we halted outside the cave, the man activated the strobe function of his flashlight, directing it into the cavern, which soon responded as someone within reciprocated with their own beam. Once the strobe was extinguished, he beckoned us to follow him inside. Inside the cave, we encountered a formidable iron door, secured with wrought iron brackets affixed to the walls. This door was impressively robust, with solid iron pipes at its center, each as thick as a child's arm. A large iron lock hung in the middle, unmistakably indicating that this door had been installed by their group after their descent. Ah, so it is you, sixth brother. Inside, a man was rummaging through keys while sizing us up, inquiring, "What are these people here for, sixth brother?" A Yuan replied, "You need not ask so many questions. These are friends of the adult. They are here to collect the goods. Simply open the door and let them in." Also, the adult asked me to convey a message. He knows it has been tough for you to guard the 9th hole alone, but fear not, we shall be leaving shortly. Once we are out, the adult will ensure that your share is sent to your sister. I noticed something peculiar upon hearing the term collecting goods. The man's hand paused in its search for keys. Furthermore, a subtle shift occurred in his expression after sixth brother's final words. Despite these small gestures and fleeting expressions, I remained uncertain. It could merely be an instinctive reaction. He smiled and said, "Understood. So you are here to collect the goods. My apologies for my poor eyesight. It has taken me quite some time to find a key. I regret the delay." With a click, he unlocked the iron padlock. "Please follow me. I will lead you there." We traversed deeper into the cave for about 5 or 6 minutes until we reached a bend. The guiding man illuminated the path with his flashlight, saying, "Once you turn the corner, you will find the person you seek." At that moment, Zhao Yi from Xiangxi, who had been mostly silent, suddenly remarked, "Something feels amiss." "Oh," Lu the beggar inquired with curiosity, "what seems off? Does little Lu dare to harm us?" As long as my old friends among the beggars remain alive, he lacks the audacity. Not just him, even those few within the association must think twice. The man spread his hands and chuckled, saying, "Oh, look at me. You say I received orders from the superior to bring you here for delivery. How could I possibly harm you?" But that was incorrect. Yao Yuman's pupils constricted as she glared at his empty, outstretched hands, demanding, "Where's the key? The key that was in your hands just a moment ago." I illuminated the area with my flashlight, stiffly turning to glance back, only to discover that the massive iron gate we had entered through was locked, and the man who had been following us, referred to as Lu Ge, had vanished without a trace. In an instant, a sense of unease crept over me, tightening my scalp. The man continued to smile, stating, "Lu Ge told the superior that they would take good care of my sister. My life has always been for my sister. She is my only treasure in this world." Yao Yuman suddenly drew her pistol, disengaged the safety, and with a single hand aimed the ominous barrel directly at his forehead, exclaiming, "Speak! What are your intentions?" The man, however, remained silent, closing his eyes. Yao Yuman's complexion paled. It seemed she sensed something amiss and hastily retrieved a small compass from her bosom. We all observed clearly that the current compass's 3 needles were aligned, pointing straight towards the bend ahead, indicating a line of danger. Suddenly, from around the corner, the sound of dragging iron chains echoed, accompanied by the clanging of chains colliding together. Chapter 80. The Corpse Guardian in the Darkness. The sound of rattling chains grew increasingly pronounced at the bend ahead, causing everyone's nerves to tense instantaneously. Suddenly, the man seized the gun barrel, his gaze fixed upon Yao Yuman, who was laughing maniacally. "Ha ha, it's too late. In just a few minutes, mealtime will arrive, and the little one hasn't been fed for 2 days. You shall all perish. All shall perish. Ignore him for now." Zhao Yi from Xiangxi hastily rummaged through his bag, his voice sharp as he searched. The Yingji corpse possesses immense strength, and its skin is tough and devoid of sensation, rendering it impervious to ordinary weapons. We must act swiftly. Move. As he spoke, he retrieved the ancestral coin, the Ingon Tongbao, which had been passed down through generations. According to Zhao Yi, this coin could suppress Ying corpses and ward off malevolent energies. Bang! Yao Yuman's face turned icy as he ruthlessly shot through the man's calf. Despite the excruciating pain and beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, the man neither screamed nor cried out. Instead, he forced a painful grin and uttered, "Die, die. Let's all die together, ha ha." Leading the way with the ancestral coin in hand, Zhao Yu was at the forefront, followed closely by me. As we drew nearer, the clinking of chains grew louder, heightening our trepidation about the unseen horrors that lay ahead. Our previous path had been sealed off, undoubtedly part of the little thief scheme. The situation had deviated from our expectations. The beggar Lu remained silent, his expression grim. The little thief had chosen not to confront us directly, but had instead devised such a nefarious trap, intending for us all to become sustenance for the Yingji corpses. We switched all our flashlights to their highest settings, illuminating the path as we turned the corner. Despite having received vaccinations and mentally prepared ourselves, we were still taken aback upon witnessing what was bound by the iron chains. The chains secured a diminutive bloated corpse, estimated to be under 1.5 meters tall. Perhaps due to its prior immersion in a large white frame, the body exhibited severe decomposition. Patches of putrid flesh on the head, chest, abdomen, and calves were marred by numerous ghastly holes, while a nauseating stench mingled with the acrid aroma of chemicals assaulted our senses. Furthermore, the visage of this ghastly corpse transcended mere terror. The mottled, pallid flesh and varying depths of its depressions evoked a sense of both revulsion and horror. It seemed to sense the presence of the living, thrashing about in a frenzy, causing dust to cascade from the walls, as the iron chains threatened to break free at any moment. The elder from Xiangxi placed a pill in his mouth, and, brandishing a handful of coins, shouted, "Beggar, open your mouth." With his soft sword at the ready, Lu, the beggar, stepped forward boldly, thrusting his blade toward the creature's maw. The speed of this strike was astonishing, and I could even hear the rush of air as it sliced through. Crack! The sword pierced the mouth, and Lu exclaimed, "No, its teeth are clamped shut." A sudden noise echoed as the iron chain, once secured to the wall, snapped. In shock, Lu delivered a powerful kick, leveraging the recoil to withdraw his soft sword. "Retreat, quickly." With the only binding chain now severed, the elder Zhao from Xiangxi turned to withdraw. Yu Jie was the first to reach the iron door, shaking it desperately, but the heavy lock rendered it utterly unyielding. Breathless, the crowd rushed toward the iron gate, only to hear a man's anguished scream emanating from behind. The man, shot through the calf by Yao Yuman, was rendered immobile. Calamity had befallen him. "Zhao Yi, we cannot escape. Think of something," someone shouted in desperation. The elder pondered for a moment, his expression grave as he regarded us, saying, "The corpse rope is no longer viable. Utilizing the money-laden method poses significantly greater difficulty. Our retreat has been severed, and to confront this millennium-old corpse malevolence, there exists but one remedy." He indicated the yellowish stalks mixed with mugwort and addressed Lu the beggar, Lu Yushan, and me, stating, "There are only 3 left. Place them in your mouths. They will shield you from the malevolent aura of the corpse." Upon concluding his words, the elder handed each of us a small black pill. This pill bore an uncanny resemblance to the one I had previously consumed, serving the same purpose of warding off corpse energy. The sound of chains dragging across the ground resounded once more as the elder gazed ahead, imploring, "Remember, there are merely 3 pills, and we have but a single chance for close contact. Should we fail to subdue this entity, we might all be doomed." In the darkness, I switched on my flashlight. Before us loomed a diminutive shadow. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be clutching a bloodied human arm. The beam of my flashlight startled the creature. "It's coming." I hastily placed the pill in my mouth. Bang, bang, bang. Yao Yuman fired 3 shots in rapid succession. Yet the creature merely swayed slightly. "Go!" the elder shouted, gripping a golden copper coin as he charged forward. Gritting our teeth, the 3 of us steeled ourselves and followed suit. In this moment, it was either fight with all our might or face certain death. To struggle fiercely still offered a glimmer of hope. As the sinister corpse reached out with a ghastly hand, Lu the beggar exerted force on his wrist, deftly deflecting it with his flexible sword. He propelled himself off the wall, soaring high into the air, with his legs resembling cannonballs as they forcefully struck the creature's face. The entity, overcome by inertia, collapsed to the ground. In an instant, both Lu and Lu Yushan lunged at it from either side, pinning it down. The elderly man from Xiangxi acted swiftly. With 2 fingers pinching a golden copper coin, he aimed to insert it into the creature's mouth. However, on the first attempt, due to the creature's frantic thrashing, he missed the target. The proximity brought forth an overwhelming stench, and despite having a pill in my mouth, I was still affected. The creature's strength intensified, and I felt my grip beginning to falter. I was on the brink of losing control. In that moment of peril, the old man grew resolute, casting aside precision as he thrust his right hand forward. Master Zhao. The sinister corpse clamped down on the elder's wrist with a fierce bite, blood gushing forth. The elder's face paled as he lost significant blood. Yet, after gauging his position, he pressed and released his hand. The resplendent golden coin concealed within his palm was perfectly lodged into the creature's mouth. The effect was nearly instantaneous, as a foul, burning odor emanated from the creature's maw. A nauseating blend of putrid scents that made one want to retch. The movements of the sinister corpse diminished rapidly, and within mere seconds, it lay motionless on the ground. The elder, his face ashen, withdrew his right hand, revealing a wound that bled profusely, 2 rows of teeth marks nearly piercing through his wrist. Gazing at Lu the beggar, he gasped, "Quick! Quick!" Lu nodded, brandishing his flexible sword with determination as he prepared to strike. Hongjie hurried over, swiftly retrieving bandages from her wrap to staunch the bleeding of the elderly man. She bound the wounds with great intensity. If the bandages were to loosen even slightly, the bleeding would not cease. Looking down at the lifeless form on the ground, it lay motionless, resembling a common half-decayed corpse. The elderly man had lost his right hand. However, I discerned no semblance of despair in his eyes. On the contrary, I sensed a profound relief and a sense of accomplishment emanating from him. It required little effort. A mere wrapping would suffice. For an ordinary person bitten by such a creature, even with the best of medical interventions, survival beyond a month would be unlikely. This creature harbored a multitude of bacteria from coffins, which is why folklore suggests that once bitten by a zombie, regardless of the size of the wound, the individual is doomed. Upon hearing the elder's words, the beggar Lu swiftly drew his sword, exclaiming, "If what you say is true, old man, having been bitten by the Inzi corpse, will you not also transform into one? If so, allow me to send you on your way." The elder coughed repeatedly, insisting, "That applies to ordinary people. Our Zhao family has been engaged in this profession for generations. Surely we possess means of survival. As long as I can escape within 3 days, I can save myself. I will not become a zombie. Why are you in such a hurry?" Chapter 81. Sealing the tomb, being unfamiliar with these matters. I surmised that Grandfather Zhao's implication was that being bitten by this creature was akin to being bitten by a lizard. Both harbor bacteria, necessitating immediate action within 3 days to mitigate any life-threatening consequences. Gazing at the lifeless body sprawled on the ground, Zhao remarked, "How long can the coin keep this at bay? Is there a temporal limitation? We mustn't wait until it rises again." After carefully bandaging the wound, Zhao, in a feeble voice, reassured, "Do not fret. As long as the coin remains, this thing shall not stir. That group may attempt a surprise attack. We must swiftly locate the key and depart from this place. No need for concern. The key has been found, just as he spoke." Hongjie emerged from a crevice in the wall, clutching a set of keys. In the blink of an eye, the individual concealed them. "I surmise that the hiding place is not far from the iron gate," she said, shaking the keyring in her hand. After testing each key, they successfully unlocked the iron gate and emerged from Cave 9. With a flashlight in hand, they scanned the surroundings but found no sign of that group. I inquired, "What shall we do next?" After a moment of contemplation, Baotou replied, "The little rascal is two-faced. However, I suspect that our leader and the others are imprisoned nearby. Let us explore the vicinity of Cave 9. Zhao appeared to be suffering from significant blood loss, moving sluggishly and relying on others for support to walk. The situation aligned closely with Baotou's conjecture. As we retraced our steps along Cave 9, it wasn't long before we stumbled upon Cave 7, as well as another unmarked cavern. Regrettably, the Sun brothers were not confined within. After walking for another half hour, Baotou suddenly urged, "Turn off the flashlight. There is something ahead." We extinguished the light and crouched down to observe. The cave structure amplified sound, and I could hear voices conversing in the distance. In this wretched place, after enduring for such an extended period, I am finally on the brink of liberation. Once I step outside, I shall seek the company of 3 lovely women to relieve my pent-up frustrations. This confinement has been unbearable. Enough of this lamentation. Brother Jian has instructed us to swiftly escort the prisoners and ensure a smooth evacuation. The remuneration for this task is substantial, and with such riches, one can indulge in whatever pleasures one desires upon our exit. After finishing their cigarettes, the 2 men turned and entered the cave. Glancing at the beggar, Liu, he nodded and said, "2 ordinary individuals. I shall handle this. Await my signal." With that, he unsheathed his flexible sword and stealthily approached the wall. In a mere 10 minutes, a flashlight flickered toward us from within the cave. The leader gestured for us to advance. Upon entering the cave, we discovered the 2 guards lying lifeless in a pool of blood. Liu the beggar was gnawing on the flashlight while meticulously cleaning his sword. The severity of his actions revealed the turmoil within him. Suddenly, the leader raised a hand. "Silence, listen closely." I strained my ears and discerned faint, mournful wails emanating from deeper within the cave. Liu, gripping his sword, ventured forth. As we rounded a corner, we beheld 3 individuals sprawled on the ground, bound and gagged with rags. These 3 were none other than the long-lost Sun brothers. Brother, eldest. Upon freeing them from their restraints, the eldest clasped the leader's hand tightly, his expression brimming with emotion. "I knew it. I knew you would come for us." The leader now appeared disheveled, his hair unkempt, and his clothes had not been changed for several months, emanating a pungent odor. It seemed he was suffering from long-term dehydration and malnutrition. His lips were chapped, and he had lost considerable weight, his face etched with weariness. He immediately inquired about the condition of the second brother. Supported by Hong Jie, the 3rd brother stood up, his pallor evident as he gritted his teeth and replied, "Second brother has been like this, waking and sleeping intermittently, not uttering a single word." The leader shook his head, expressing sympathy for their suffering, and declared, "Let us step outside first, and then devise a plan to treat the second brother. Yun Feng, carry the second brother. The rest of you lend a hand." I hoisted the second brother onto my back and said, "Leader, during the rain, I used the sound of thunder to gauge our position. From where we are, the exit likely lies in the northwest direction. Of course I know. Without knowledge of the path, we cannot descend." I also left behind a significant parting gift for that group and located the Sun brothers. The leader's expression visibly relaxed. "A significant gift? What kind of gift?" "Do not inquire. You will understand in due time." With our numbers, we divided into 2 teams upon exiting. Liu the beggar led one group, tasked with scouting ahead, while the other, including myself, focused on tending to the injured. After less than an hour of travel, the leader was seen searching the stone wall for something. I inquired about his actions, and he explained that he had marked the wall with a talc pencil before descending. If the general direction is correct, the exit should be nearby. Indeed, as he anticipated, the leader found his markings on the wall and, following the cave's path westward, we finally reached the exit. This direction was entirely consistent with what I had deduced using the sound of thunder. Exiting this place would allow us to ascend to the surface, where the entrance to the tunnel we descended from lies a considerable distance away. "Miss Yao, how is the inspection of the items progressing?" Yao Yuman moved to the wall, turning back to say, "Wang, the items are intact. We have a total of 37 detonators. If detonated simultaneously, they would suffice to collapse the cavern." Wang, maintaining a stern demeanor, instructed, "You all must leave first. I will detonate the explosives. Once this passage is sealed, it will be enough to trap those individuals inside." This was the plan Wang had previously outlined. Once the Sun brothers were rescued, the detonators will be deployed to block the passage, effectively sealing off that group within the cave. After a brief interval, as I supported the injured Zhao, a thunderous roar echoed from behind us. The distant cavern erupted in a cloud of dust, collapsing after a moment. Through the thick haze, Wang emerged, covering his mouth with his clothing. "Those who move against me shall find their paths sealed," he declared. Wang's premeditated strategy was indeed a decisive maneuver. What good was it for the adversaries to have captured the corpse if they perished from starvation and thirst within? Beggar Lu turned to gaze at the fallen cave, laughing heartily and exclaiming a single word, "Absolute." As the sun reached its zenith, a group emerged atop the Moth Mountain, their faces smeared with dust. Among them, an elderly man with a severed hand. Shielding my forehead with my hand, I looked up at the long-awaited sun and murmured, "At last, we finally behold the sun." Upon reaching the humble abode we had rented at the foot of the mountain, Yao Yuman made a call that summoned 2 vehicles. The beggar, Lu, clasped his fists and addressed Wang Bato. "This time, I shall assist you," thus repaying a debt of gratitude. "It is for the best that Xiao Lutu is deceased. If he were alive, you would undoubtedly face retribution from the Changchun society, particularly since that so-called Jianji's godfather is Xiecherong. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, make your way directly to the Zhao Wang Hotel in Handan, Hebei, and seek me out there. I assure you, I will ensure your safety." Wang Bato likewise clasped his fists in gratitude, expressing his thanks. Chapter 82. Boss Zhao Lu Yushan and Old Master Zhao departed in the afternoon. Having suffered a severed hand, it seemed he was also afflicted by the aura of death. Wang Bato felt compelled to express his gratitude with a monetary gift of 100,000 yuan. Lu Yushan chuckled and shook his head, indicating that their assistance was not motivated by financial gain. As I observed the departing figures, I couldn't help but reflect. This is the essence of navigating the underworld. This is the true nature of connections. Individuals risking their lives for one another without the expectation of compensation, all hinging on reputation. I pondered when I, Xiang Yinfeng, might ever attain such standing. The situation concerning Ergo was not optimistic. I suggested we send him to the hospital, but Wang Bato shook his head, asserting that a hospital visit was futile, for this was not a mere illness that could be treated. He mentioned that he would enlist a friend to inquire in the Miao village of Guangxi. Currently, Ergo's condition resembled that of a dazed individual, exhibiting an intense aversion to light. The curtains had to be drawn tightly. Moreover, he had lost the will to eat and would only consume food if someone fed him. Otherwise, he would abstain. Even more alarming was the transformation of his pupils, which, for reasons unknown, were gradually turning a pale yellow. While he had been rescued, the question of how long he could endure remained a grave concern. After Yao Yuman departed, our team returned to the inn, owned by a matronly woman surnamed Qin, who was somewhat plump. Upon seeing us, her eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "Goodness, where have you all been? You look utterly disheveled." I pondered how we had paid a year's rent, yet had not stayed there. The innkeeper then inquired about Sun Lair, pointing at him. Bao To cleared his throat and replied, "It's nothing, dear innkeeper. We simply went traveling and have now returned. We are fine. Should anything arise, we shall call for you." The following day, Bao To assigned me a task to visit the local antique market and seek out a proprietor named Zhao. He mentioned that Zhao should contact his superior, and once that communication was established, we would arrange a meeting to discuss a potential sale. I was fully engaged in this matter, and I understood Bao To's intentions. We had only managed to sell half of the previous batch of bronze artifacts, from which I had already profited handsomely. It appeared that Bao To was eager to liquidate the remaining items swiftly. As previously stated, these bronze artifacts are primarily sold in Hong Kong. A portion of unearthed relics can be laundered through auctions in Hong Kong, while others, unable to be legitimized, typically end up in the private collections of wealthy individuals there. Selling to such clientele is the safest option, for they possess ample resources and would never consider reselling, rendering us secure from scrutiny. Regardless of how capable the authorities may be, they cannot penetrate the sanctity of those private storages. I surmised that the Zhao I was tasked to find likely had connections with those engaged in the Hong Kong trade. This is a substantial transaction, not merely involving that batch of bronze artifacts, but also the 3 exquisite pieces that Hong Jie and I have brought, each intricately adorned with the mysterious totems of the ancient Yu Kingdom. The value is exceedingly high. I estimate that even 1 million would find willing buyers. It is essential to recognize that 1 million at the turn of the millennium equates to 10 million or more in today's market. In Shund, there exists a modest antique market in the Fonan district. When I visited, the market was rather deserted. Following the hints provided by the broker, I entered an antique shop named Sandwich. The proprietor, a rotund man with the nickname Zhao Sampang, welcomed me. "Feel free to browse, young man. My shop is filled with treasures, all genuine relics," he said. Noting the lack of patrons around, I lowered my voice and replied, "Boss Zhao, Wang Xianqing sent me. He instructed you to contact your employer and mention that there are goods available for sale." Upon hearing Wang Xianqing's name, the stout man's demeanor shifted instantly. He promptly locked the shop door and instructed his assistant to draw all the curtains. Once inside the private room, the plump owner poured me a cup of tea and quietly inquired, "Young man, how much stock is being offered this time? And what is the quality? What size of vessel would be required to contain it?" This was a coded language for illicit dealings within the industry. I responded earnestly, "There are both donkey meat and dragon meat. It cannot be contained in a bowl. Only a vat will suffice." "Dragon meat!" Boss Zhao exclaimed, slapping the table in excitement. "Is that true? How many pieces?" After a moment of contemplation, I held up 3 fingers. "Goodness," he murmured, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "If this matter is not handled properly, my wife will have to bury me." He did not shy away from the matter, making a phone call right in front of me. On the call, he spoke in Cantonese, referring to the boss as Laho. As the conversation continued, the stout boss furrowed his brow, babbling a slew of words that I could not comprehend. However, I did catch his final exclamation, "Damn it. What's going on? What's the situation?" I inquired. The stout boss looked at me with a furrowed brow, attempting to explain his predicament. Initially, I was taken aback, unable to fathom how it could come to this. It turned out the person he was communicating with was also a runner for the Hong Kong market. This individual had direct access to the financier, but he had just stated that while 3 pieces of dragon meat could be procured, they had to be personally delivered to a designated location for inspection and transaction. This posed a dilemma, as the goods were likely still in Shund. How could we transport such a substantial quantity safely? As we were leaving, the stout boss whispered to me, "Young brother, everyone wishes to earn this money, but the issue is that it's hot to handle. You should discuss it with Wang Xianqing. You have a larger group, and transporting it there poses too great a risk. If it comes to it, you may consider leaving some with me at a reduced price. I shall bear the burden of either profit or loss alone." "Oh, leave it with you at a discount? How much are you willing to reduce?" I asked. "Well," he rubbed his hands together, "let us say 20 in total, plus those 3 pieces of dragon meat. I'll shoulder the risk alone." I nearly erupted in anger. "A total of 200,000, including those 3 ancient bronze pieces adorned with the Guyu pattern? Each piece alone was worth far more than that." "Stout fellow, your intentions are too sinister." Nevertheless, I maintained a stoic expression and replied, "I will consult with others." The rotund boss heavily patted my shoulder with a chuckle, saying, "If we can finalize this deal, rest assured, my young friend, I shall not treat you poorly, you understand?" I refrained from responding and turned away from the antique shop. The implications of the portly man's words were quite clear. This batch of goods was difficult to sell, and he sought to acquire it at a remarkably low price. Should I successfully navigate and facilitate this transaction, he would discreetly reward me. Of course, such dealings would remain between us, concealed from our superior. However, he had overestimated my capabilities. Upon returning to the inn, I found my superior engaged in a phone call. Once he concluded, he inquired, "How did the negotiations go, Yin Feng? Have you established contact with Boss Zhao?" I replied candidly, "There was a hitch, sir. The contact Boss Zhao provided, a runner, is reluctant to accept the goods. He insists we must deliver them personally, likely out of fear. Moreover, Boss Zhao wishes to privately purchase our entire stock for 200,000. 200,000? My superior paused, then chuckled. This Zhao fellow, having dealt with us before, must think we are fools. Is he attempting to dismiss us with such a paltry sum? I nodded in agreement. Indeed, sir, that price is utterly absurd. Should we consider keeping the goods for ourselves? Keeping them? My superior poured himself a cup of tea, shaking his head. That is not an option. We are tomb raiders, not collectors. Money in hand is our most practical pursuit. Chapter 83. Farewell, setting down his teacup. He furrowed his brow and said, "Yin Feng, Always remember this. It is crucial to be cautious and prepared. Zhao is a second-hand dealer. His profits, much like ours, rely on audacity. To achieve wealth, one must possess a certain audacity. However, I reckon he was not speaking falsely. The scale of this business is monumental, and relying solely on the operations of Moro Street would be insufficient. Moro Street is renowned as Hong Kong's most illustrious antique street, which is bifurcated into upper and lower sections. The street referred to by the head is, in fact, Moro Upper Street. Along the narrow lanes, dozens of antique shops flourish. In earlier years, it was indeed a treasure trove, teeming with national heritage, although the sheer quantity of items cannot rival that of Panjiayuan and Shenyang Road. In terms of quality, it undeniably surpasses the latter. My initial foray into the antiquities realm of Moro Street transpired during this operation. Many exquisite items had previously traversed through Moro Street en route to Sotheby's and Christie's. Perhaps many are unaware that the Yuan blue and white vase, which fetched over $200 million at auction in 2005, had made its debut on Moro Street back in July 2002. I later heard from a friend that a certain Mr. Lin from the mainland purchased it for $14 million. It remained in his home for less than 3 years before it was auctioned again, ultimately selling for an astonishing $260 million. Reflecting on the circumstances at that time, I inquired, "Are you implying that?" After a moment of contemplation, the head replied, "Changchun has not yet taken notice of us. This presents a remarkable opportunity for us to extricate ourselves. I am prepared to relinquish 30% of the profits to collaborate with someone who possesses the right connections. Perhaps this could work." I looked up and asked, "Who is this person?" The head tapped the table twice and spoke, "The ghost hand, master of the dragon vein, the underground king of the northern tomb raiders, Yao Wenzhou." I paused, somewhat taken aback. This individual was well known to me, although I had only encountered his niece, Yao Yuman. Unsure, I asked the head, "Is he reliable?" On the evening of the third day, around 8 o'clock, the sound of brakes echoed outside, and a Santana came to a halt in front of the inn. A man in his 50s, clad in a Zhongshan suit, emerged from the vehicle. His demeanor was composed, exuding a sense of restraint. The head of the establishment respectfully informed him that after a long journey, Wang had prepared a banquet for him. This man was none other than Yao Wenzhou, the uncle of Yao Yuman. It was my first encounter with him. From the head's words, I gathered that this man preferred solitude in his dealings. Although he had a team under him, the majority of them had never laid eyes on him. That evening, the company for the banquet included the head, Sun Laoda, Hongjie, and myself, a total of 4 individuals. Yao Wenzhou did not touch the dishes. Instead, he calmly addressed the head, stating, "Wang, I believe we have met twice before. Have we not? My niece has informed me of your experiences." The head replied, "Indeed, Master Yao, our first meeting was at a northern faction gathering in Hainan, and the second was 2 years ago at the bed exchange on the 2nd floor of the Huawei Hotel in Panjiayuan. I had always assumed that the head and Master Yao were quite familiar with each other, but it seemed that was not the case. While the head was well acquainted with Yao Yuman, his interactions with her uncle, Yao Wenzhou, had been limited to just 2 occasions. Yao Wenzhou, stirring an empty teacup, sighed and remarked, "In my lifetime, I have encountered the reanimated, but the ancient corpses of a millennium are exceedingly rare. For a Yin corpse from the Western Zhou dynasty to survive, the geological structure, temperature, environmental conditions, and the balance of yin and yang, along with skilled craftsmen, are all indispensable." Yuman then inquired, "Wang, did you blow up the cave entrance?" With a nod of my head, I acknowledged that this was the first time I, Wang Xiansheng, had encountered such a thing. Had it not been for my thorough preparations and the assistance of others, we might have found ourselves in dire straits. Let us set that aside for now and address the matter at hand. Master Yi, as I mentioned over the phone, there are individuals in Hong Kong capable of consuming our goods, yet transporting them poses considerable challenges. I propose we collaborate, leveraging your connections. I shall allocate 30% of the proceeds to you once I receive the payment. What are your thoughts on this? Upon hearing this, Yao Wenzhou smiled, his lips curling slightly. 30%. Wang, you are quite generous. To be candid, if you sought assistance from others, you would find none willing to help. However, I do possess a modest reputation in the local waterways. It may require some effort, yet I believe it is feasible. Wang laughed heartily, Master Yi. My thoughts align with yours. We shall take the waterways directly to Zhonggong. Once we have arrived with both personnel and goods, we will not trouble you further, as I have my own means. In the span of a meal, the two of them finalized their plan, with brother Sun occasionally offering suggestions to ensure the utmost security for their cargo. It is essential to recognize that this 30% profit is not a trifling sum. It represents a significant portion of the total value of the goods. Despite Yao Wenzhong's esteemed reputation, he is not impervious to the allure of wealth. 13 years later, he met his demise, also entangled in matters of money. Traveling from Shund to Hong Kong with those items by plane or train would certainly be impractical. Given the thriving local fishing industry, there exists a company named Hongxing Fisheries. Wang formulated the following plan. Second brother, who is unable to care for himself, will remain at the hotel under the watchful eye of third brother. With heads held high, Lao Sun and I embarked on a flight to Hong Kong, whereupon our early arrival would lead us to Moro Street for a rendezvous with a local broker. Meanwhile, Hong Jie and I would remain aboard the vessel, vigilantly overseeing the cargo. As for the nautical journey to China-Hong Kong City, we would rely on the arrangements made by Yao Wenzhong and the Hongxing Fisheries Company. Our agreed departure time was set for the midnight of the day after tomorrow. Yao Wenzhong assured me that a pickup truck would arrive to assist with the loading of goods, as he would oversee the entire operation. Once the cargo was secured and aboard the ship, we would leave the rest to fate. The following morning, my brother and I procured 2 large wooden crates, meticulously wrapping the copper goods in bubble wrap, stacking them piece by piece, stuffing newspapers into the crevices, and finally securing the lids with wooden slats and iron nails. I was acutely aware that once this venture left Shund, it was unlikely I would return. At that moment, my thoughts lingered on one person, Li Jing. I yearned to see her before my departure, for perhaps this would be our last encounter. On the eve of my embarkation, I found myself standing alone at Li Jing's doorstep, hesitating before the wooden door, my hand reaching out only to withdraw repeatedly. The memory of her hurling a pillow at me in anger remained vivid. After 10 minutes of internal conflict, I sighed and turned to leave. Xiang Yinfeng, is that you? A familiar voice emerged from behind me, compelling me to halt and turn around. After more than a month apart, Li Jing's delicate visage appeared somewhat worn, and though she initially seemed fine, her eyes gradually reddened. Li Jing approached me with small, hurried steps, biting her lower lip as she inquired, Xiang Yinfeng, why don't you dare knock on the door? I stammered, I must leave. Where are you going? Will you not return? She pressed. I likely shall not return, I replied, filled with an overwhelming sense of finality. Li Jing, with tearful eyes, exclaimed, where is the money? Are you simply going to disregard the 50,000 yuan I lent you? Have you given up on your studies? No, I no longer want that money, I replied. After a moment's reflection, I added, Li Jing, I must confess that I deceived you earlier. You were correct in your assumptions. I am not a student from now. One high school. My hometown is Mo, and I only completed the second year of junior high before I stopped attending school. Upon hearing this, Li Jing's emotions surged, and she grasped my arm tightly, shouting, then tell me, what exactly do you do? Are you involved in drug trafficking or loan sharking? You dismiss 50,000 yuan so casually. You must be wealthy. Are you afraid to tell me? Very well, then I will report you. What? I responded, bewildered. What are you going to report me for? Li Jing's face flushed crimson as she suddenly gritted her teeth and declared, I will report you for assaulting me. In response, I naively retorted, Xiao Jing, please don't make wild accusations. When you invited me to the hotel, I left. Didn't I? I don't care. Li Jing insista, druing atantrum. If you don't reveal what you do or where you're going, I will report you. At that moment, I regretted coming here. It would have been far better to have left quietly. Although I was young, I had learned a great deal about the complexities of human relationships during my 6 months with the boss and understood well the boundaries of conversation. After careful consideration, I fabricated a story telling Li Jing that my family was involved in the business of importing foreign goods. Indeed, in those 2 years, many individuals in the southern regions prospered through the trade of imported goods, a venture that often treads the line of legality, particularly in the realm of electronic products. Noticing Li Jing's momentary daze, I added, Xiao Jing, The Sony Walkman I gifted you on your birthday was, in fact, an imported item acquired by my family. Observing the shift in her expression, I felt a sense of relief. She seemed to believe me. For the Sony Walkman was quite expensive, its price equivalent to the salary of a common worker for 2 months. As a student without a job, how could I possibly afford it? After a few minutes, Li Jing, with tears in her eyes, lamented, Xiang Yunfeng, where will I find you in the future? I have no intention of attending university. After graduating high school next year, I will start working. My mother says my academic performance is poor and that university may not lead to a promising future. It's better to enter an electronics factory sooner. Please, don't do that, I implored, gazing at her earnestly. Xiao Jing, if you go there, it will ruin your prospects. Do you understand? Trust me. You must pursue higher education. Knowledge is the key to transforming your destiny. Li Jing ceased her tears, a smile breaking through my earnest words. However, after a moment's contemplation, she shook her head, saying, but my family is struggling. My sister mentioned that a 4-year university education costs over 20,000, and I might not even be able to get accepted. After pondering for a while, I instructed Li Jing to wait for me by the arch bridge. I hastily returned to the inn and retrieved 20,000 yuan. This sum was my share, half of which I'd used to repay the high-interest loan owed by her father, leaving me with little remaining. I handed the 20,000 yuan to Li Jing and provided her with the address of my hometown, Mo. Fearing that she might feel burdened, I gently suggested, Xiao Jing, let us make a pact. 5 years from now, upon your graduation from university, you shall come to Mo to find me. Thus, that evening on the arch bridge, Li Jing and I solidified our agreement. She assured me that she would continue her studies and promised to seek me out after her university graduation. She urged me to wait. Though I had spent money, my heart felt at ease. In truth, it was the folly of youthful love that caused such turmoil. Now, reflecting upon it, what seemed like a profound separation was merely a trivial matter. When Li Jing and I would meet again, she would have transformed significantly. More on that later. In the early hours, shortly after 1 o'clock, a green Great Wall pickup truck arrived punctually at the inn. After loading 2 large wooden boxes, Hongjie and I climbed aboard the truck, destined for a fishing vessel arranged by Hongxing Fisheries. This was a bona fide medium-sized operational fishing boat. Besides Hongjie and me, I encountered 4 crew members. The captain was a balding middle-aged man, referred to as Old Hua by the truck driver. Old Hua instructed the crew to assist us with the boxes, but upon reaching our quarters, Hongjie furrowed her brow in dissatisfaction. Old Hua had allocated us a storage room adjacent to the engine room, which was laden with dust and lacked even a proper bed. 2 worn mattresses lay on the floor, clearly hastily arranged. The captain, Old Hua, awkwardly apologized. I'm sorry, ladies. Please bear with us. I only received the order this afternoon to bring you to Zhonggang City, and the conditions are indeed rather rudimentary. Master Yao, having taken a 30% cut, had arranged for us this dismal hovel. Hongjie, visibly displeased, retorted, you call this rudimentary? What about our restroom facilities? Our meals? The absence of windows felt suffocating. However, Old Hua scratched his head and said, there is an iron plate on the hatch cover of the engine room exit. When the time is right, you can simply lift it. As for meals, rest assured, there will be no shortage of breakfast, lunch, or dinner. After conveying these instructions, Old Hua provided us with a walkie-talkie, setting it to channel 16, which only he could receive, while the other crew members remained oblivious. He advised us to call him directly if any issues arose. Traveling from Shun to Zhonggang had become quite swift, taking only a few hours. Nevertheless, during that time, it was relatively slow, as the boat had to maintain a FA-odd of normalcy by fishing, moving at a lethargic pace akin to that of a snail. Hongjie fared better, but as a northern dweller and a novice to boat travel, I succumbed to seasickness that very evening. Old Hua repeatedly cautioned us against venturing out. If we encountered an inspection without crew identification, it could lead to significant trouble. He mentioned that if the confinement became unbearable, we could step out onto the hatch for fresh air after 1 in the morning. The entire journey was planned to take 7 days before reaching Zhonggang. Hongjie and I enjoyed decent meals in the storage room, consisting mainly of shrimp and fish. The young man who delivered our meals was also the one who helped us with our boxes aboard. He was Old Hua's nephew, nicknamed Bean Sprout Boy, and one of the few aboard who were aware of our presence in the storage room. In his early 20s, Dia was quite talkative. Observing that Hongjia and I often appeared dispirited, he would occasionally bring us meals and engage in conversation. Dia shared numerous tales from the sea, while I recounted a few stories from our northeastern folklore regarding the guardian deities and the yellow weasel, leaving Dia in a state of astonishment. On the fourth night, around 9 o'clock, Hongjia and I were idling away the time playing cards in the storage room when the urgent voice of Captain Lao crackled through the intercom. "Are you there, you two? Please respond if you can hear me." I pressed the intercom button and asked, "What is the matter?" "The situation is dire. Inspectors have arrived. I'll stall them for a few minutes, but I need Dia to come over. You two should follow him and find a hiding place." Just as Lao finished speaking, we heard a frantic knocking at the door. Upon opening the door, Dia, looking flustered, tossed 2 raincoats to Hongjia and me, urging us to put them on and follow him. After exiting the wheelhouse, Dia whispered into the intercom, "Uncle, what is the situation now? Can we go on deck?" After several tense minutes, the little intercom lit up and Lao's voice came through. "Dia, that group is checking the control room. Quickly lead them to the fish hold. You have 5 minutes before they arrive. Go, hurry." Dia guided Hongjia and me as we pushed open the small door of the wheelhouse and stepped onto the deck. In the center of the deck was a manhole cover leading down to the fish hold, which contained several tons of dead fish, the stench overwhelming enough to suffocate a person. Lifting the cover revealed a ladder, and at Dia's urging, clad in raincoats, Hongjia and I scrambled down in a state of panic. With a loud clang, a foul stench pervaded the air, slick and revolting as Diazai shut the lid, plunging the fish hold into darkness. Almost simultaneously, both Hongjia and I heard voices rising from the deck. "What are you doing? Why were you absent during the roll call? Where's your crew ID?" I heard Oldwa's voice. "Oh, my apologies, this is my nephew Diazai. I called him earlier, but he didn't respond. Perhaps his walkie-talkie is out of battery?" Diazai quickly interjected, "Uncle, you called me? I didn't hear you. I must have forgotten to charge my walkie-talkie last night." Oldwa chuckled in mock reprimand. "You lad never learns. How many times must I tell you to charge it instead of just using it? You simply have no memory. Gentlemen, shall we check the crew quarters?" "Not yet. That area is the fish hold. Isn't it? Open it for me to take a look." Chapter 85. Evasion. At that moment, I thought we were doomed. In the darkness, Hongjia clutched my arm, panting heavily. I could feel her muscles tense with anxiety. What to do? What to do? We couldn't just sit here and await our demise. An idea sparked in my mind, albeit a rather desperate one. The commotion on the deck, led by Oldwa's loud shouts, was evidently meant to alert both Hongjia and me. I could hear Diazai's voice amidst the chaos. The stench of dead fish was overpowering. I thought it best not to linger. "Hey, you chatter too much. We are conducting a routine inspection. Open it up and stop wasting time." With no other option, Diazai deliberately tapped the iron plate twice before lifting it. Instantly, several beams of bright flashlights illuminated the space below. Captain Lao chuckled. "Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, these are merely dead fish that have yet to be frozen. The aroma is quite potent. There is a ladder here, if you wish. You may descend to inspect further." After a couple of minutes of the powerful flashlight sweeping back and forth, someone announced, "All right, the inspection is complete. Let's close it up. We will not be going down. Please remember to report any developments promptly." With a clang, Lao shut the iron plate, placing one foot atop it as he smiled and said, "Understood, understood. I will certainly report any issues proactively. Have you all eaten? If not, I could prepare some fresh catch for you to enjoy." "No need," the group replied, their voices growing fainter. Once they departed, Hongjia and I suddenly emerged from the pile of dead fish. We were overwhelmed by the stench, retching incessantly, the odor of decaying fish permeating our nostrils and ears, threatening to expel our very bile. Should anyone wish to experience such a scent, I recommend purchasing a fish in summer, allowing it to sit for a week, then snuggling under the covers with it, covering your head. The memory of the aroma will certainly be indelible. Once the inspectors left, Do Yaozi pulled Hongjia and me out of the fish hold, our heads spinning from the fumes. Lao Hua had someone bring us a few bottles of herbal medicine, claiming it would clear our minds and invigorate us. After regaining some composure, Hong Jie, with a furrowed brow, inquired of Lao Hua, "How long until we arrive?" Lao Hua replied with unwavering certainty, "By tomorrow evening, around 7, we shall certainly reach the central port." I then asked, "Captain, our cargo has not been discovered, has it?" "Rest assured, the items are safe. I have concealed those 2 boxes in the crew's quarters, disguised as a wardrobe. They did not suspect a thing. However, may I inquire what cargo is being transported in your boxes?" Knowing that curiosity can be unwarranted, it is better to simply take your payment and refrain from asking unnecessary questions. The master is still upset about the diamond fish in the hold. The remainder of the day passed without incident, and as we approached the Zhonggong dock, the distant sound of numerous ship horns filled the air as fishing boats gradually came to shore. Master Sun personally came to receive us, having rented a closed seafood wholesale truck and hired a driver, while he himself drove a Nissan. "Yinfeng, Xiaoong, you must have had a taxing journey," he remarked. "Brother, where's the head?" I inquired, glancing at him. "The head is currently in discussions. I will take you to a place to rest first. There are certain matters that cannot be disclosed at this moment." Old Hua and Dia helped us load the boxes onto the small truck, while Master Sun gestured for me and Hongjie to enter the Nissan. I asked, perplexed, "Brother, isn't our cargo coming with us?" pointing to the seafood truck. Master Sun shook his head, responding, "It cannot accompany us. This matter requires further handling." "Yinfeng, do you think one can leave the dock without inspection? It is quite troublesome here." The head had to sacrifice 30% of the profits to allow Yao Wenzhong to leverage his connections. Our money was not spent frivolously. I began to comprehend the situation better. Over the past few days, Duya and I had forged a strong friendship, and he mentioned that their fishing boat would remain at Zhonggong for 3 days. If I had the time, I could visit him aboard the vessel. After bidding farewell to Old Hua and Duya, brothers started the Nissan, taking me and Hongjie away from the dock. Those who have visited that place should be aware that the former Hong Kong China Ferry Terminal later became the Tsim Sha Tsui Cruise Terminal. The distance from here to the thoroughfare of Molo Street in the Special Administrative Region is quite short, approximately 5 kilometers. Our accommodation is a quaint, homestay-style lodge, modestly tucked away in the alleys of the city, which offers a sense of security compared to larger hotels. The small truck must undergo inspection before being allowed to leave the terminal. The 2 boxes filled with bronze artifacts are substantial in size and cannot possibly go unnoticed. The success of our endeavor relies heavily on the arrangements made by Yao Wen.